In September, He Nanyan, the second young lady of the He family and a concubine's daughter, married the young master of the Jiang family, who served as a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel. Jiang Yu, who had been Lady He's personal maid, did not follow her to the Jiang household. Instead, she was released from her service contract and left the He residence. In November, the young Master Jiang unexpectedly passed away. Lady He was then sent by the Jiang family to a Maid nunnery on the outskirts of the capital. People in the city whispered that Lady He had brought misfortune to her husband, causing his death, and that was why she was forced to become a nun. But Jiang Yu sensed something was wrong. Normally, after a husband's death, a widow would either return to her own family or stay in her husband's home to observe mourning. It made no sense for Lady He to be sent to a nunnery. The abbess of a Maid nunnery happened to be an old acquaintance of Lady He's late mother, concubine Su. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu decided to go to the nunnery as soon as the city gates opened. When Jiang Yu first arrived in this world, she was a little maid waiting to be sold at a broker's house. She had no memory of the body's original owner, only that she was from Jiangdu and had been sold by her parents. As a child, Jiang Yu was dark-skinned and thin, not particularly pretty. But because she carried the mind of an adult within a child's body, she was calmer and more sensible than other girls her age. When the He family steward came to choose servants, he picked her. At that time, Master He had just passed the imperial examination and was waiting for an official appointment, likely to a distant post. Madame He, the legitimate daughter of the Wu family, a family of scholars, was determined to marry him because of his good looks. With her family's help, Master He was able to stay in the capital. Concubine Su, Lady He's mother, entered the household later. She was brought in by Madame He herself to show generosity after marriage. Su was only 14 when she entered the He family, still a timid girl. She served Madame He carefully and barely dared to speak when Master He was around. But as she grew older, Master He began to favor her. Madame He soon felt her husband's affection slipping away and became harsh towards Su. Punishments and hunger were common. When Su became pregnant with Lady He, Madame He had just given birth to her second son and was still in confinement. Even then, Su was forced to serve her. Her pregnancy was difficult, and she passed away soon after giving birth to Lady He. After Su's death, Madame He finally stopped her cruelty, but she treated Lady He as if she were invisible. There was only one servant, Madame Lu, in the courtyard. The household allowance was barely enough to feed the second young lady, and there was nothing extra. She had only 2 or 3 sets of clothes to change and wash. Even in winter, her warm clothing was just an extra jacket worn over her autumn outfit. Madame Lu was kind-hearted. She did embroidery work to earn a little extra money, and that was how she managed to raise the second young lady. When the second young lady turned 2, the eldest young lady began her studies. Madame He bought several young maids to serve the eldest daughter. Jiang Yu was first sent to the eldest young lady's courtyard, but she wasn't good at caring for children and couldn't make her happy, so she was casually sent to serve the second young lady instead. The second young lady was gentle, and Madame Lu treated her well. The 3 of them lived quietly together in their small courtyard, almost invisible to others. The first time He Nanyan stood up for herself was when she was 5 years old. She and Jiang Yu were playing by the small lotus pond in the estate, talking about whether there were lotus roots in the water. While playing, they accidentally damaged a lotus flower. The eldest young lady happened to see it. She was spoiled and overbearing, and in anger, she wanted to push Jiang Yu into the pond. The second young lady tried to protect her, and in the struggle, both of them fell into the water. Frightened, the eldest young lady ran away with her maid, leaving them behind. Fortunately, Madame Lu noticed they hadn't returned and went to look for them by the pond. She managed to rescue both girls. All 3 fell ill afterward. Father He was furious and ordered the main wife to call a doctor for the second young lady. The main wife didn't dare neglect the second young lady, but deliberately refused to give medicine to Jiang Yu and Madame Lu. Jiang Yu drank the leftover medicine that Madame Lu had boiled again from the second young lady's used herbs, while Madame Lu herself had none. The 2 girls slowly recovered, but Madame Lu never did. One quiet night, she passed away. After that, only the second young lady and Jiang Yu were left. He Nanyan took advantage of a rare moment of her father's kindness to ask him to let her study at the family school. She wrote assignments for the eldest young lady and even took punishments on her behalf when the latter couldn't recite poems. Despite many hardships, she eventually grew up. At 15, after her coming-of-age ceremony, He Nanyan arranged a marriage for herself. Her fiancé was the legitimate son of the Zhang family, a well-known young man in the capital, famous for his idle and indulgent lifestyle. His father was a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel, responsible for the promotion of lower-ranking officials. Zhang Yan was spoiled and frivolous, and his mother favored him greatly. He needed the Zhang family's influence, so with everyone's agreement, He Nanyan became the daughter-in-law of a fourth-rank official's family. Zhang Yan was known for his fondness for beauty. Although Jiang Yu was not particularly striking, her fair skin and graceful figure often drew attention. He Nanyan didn't dare to take the risk, so before her marriage, she gave away her contract of servitude, freeing the other person and going alone to the Zhang family. She had planned everything carefully, except she never expected the young master of the Zhang family to die so suddenly. At dawn, Jiang Yu went to the pawn shop. She exchanged her jewelry for 67 taels of silver. Together with the 190 taels she had saved over the past 13 years, she now had a total of 257 taels. After getting the money, Jiang Yu hurried toward the outskirts of the capital. Yingmei Nunnery was quiet and peaceful, the only one in the area, and its surroundings were not bad. The abbess there was well known in the capital and did not allow He Nanyan to bring servants, fearing that the Zhang family might send people to watch her. Now, He Nanyan lived alone in a small room behind the nunnery. When Jiang Yu opened the door, she saw that He Nanyan looked much thinner. Tears almost fell from her eyes. She had watched this young girl grow up, and now she had fallen into such a sad situation. "My lady." When He Nanyan saw Jiang Yu, she, who had held back her tears for days, suddenly broke down and cried in her arms. "Yujia, why is my life so bitter?" Jiang Yu held her gently, letting her cry until she calmed down. Then she opened her bundle, took out some mung bean cakes, and softly coaxed her to eat. "Please have a little something first." Seeing her favorite cakes, He Nanyan finally nodded and began to eat slowly. Zhang Yan liked me, but after being confined at home for 3 months, he grew tired of it. He took some money from his mother, went out drinking, and fell from a building. I suspect Zhang Su had a hand in it. After Zhang Yan's death, Zhang Su even wanted to take me as his own to continue the family line. Luckily, my sister-in-law is kind and secretly sent me a warning. Jiang Yu felt disgusted. Zhang Yan had a twin brother, Zhang Su, who had a much better reputation in public, pretending to be gentle and refined. Their mother favored the younger son, which made him spoiled. After He Nanyan married into the family, she spent her days encouraging Zhang Yan to study. He was clever, but easily distracted. For a while, he studied seriously and even earned praise from his teacher, thanks to her. With no other choice, I quietly asked the abbess for help. She invited a senior monk from Qushui Temple who told Madame Zhang during her prayers that Zhang Yan's sudden death would bring him great suffering in his next life, and that his closest one must live in quiet reflection for 3 years to pray for his peace. So she suggested moving into Yingmei Nunnery to pray for Zhang Yan's peace. Zhang's mother, who thought of her unfortunate son every time she saw her, agreed at once. "But this plan can only work for a while," someone said softly. "What will you do after that?" Jiang Yu felt uneasy. She had been hiding for 3 years, but sooner or later, she would have to return to the Zhang household. The He family could no longer be relied upon. His father had sold his daughter's marriage for a promotion and would never dare ask the Zhangs to take her back. He Nanyan's eyes were dark and unreadable. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "I'm expecting a child. It's been 2 months." Jiang Yu was startled. "My health isn't good," Nanyan continued. "The abbess said that if I end this pregnancy, I might never have another chance. I can't go back to the Zhangs, Yujia. I can't accept this fate." If Jiang Yan were still alive, Nan Yan would have had countless ways to help him rise. But now that he was gone, all her plans had turned to dust. What about the child? Jiang Yu asked quietly. Nan Yan took her hand, guilt filling her eyes. Yujia, I trust no one else. Please, when the baby is born, take the child to Jiangdu. Raise it as your own, and never return to the capital. Let everyone believe the child is yours. Tears streamed down her face. She knew she was being selfish, but her body was weak, and if she lost this child, she might never have another. Without a child, she would have no support, no way to seek justice for herself. Jiang Yu taking a child back to Jiangdu would make it hard for her to marry again, but she had her own plans too. She didn't want her life to end like this. She couldn't give the baby to strangers. She didn't trust them, and if it were a girl, she feared the child might not be treated kindly. Only by entrusting the baby to Yujia could she feel at peace and move forward with her plans. Jiang Yu gently wiped Nan Yan's tears and said softly, "We grew up together. Without you, I would have died long ago, and without Madame Lu too." Tears welled in her eyes. All these years, she had never forgotten Madame Lu's death. "I'm not clever or capable, but I've never forgotten what you and Madame Lu did for me. Without you, there would be no Jiang Yu today. When the child is born, I'll take it to Jiangdu and never come back. You can do whatever you must without worry. I may not be able to help you, but I will never be a burden to you." Jiang Yu cried harder and harder. In her previous life, she had only just graduated from high school. She wasn't clever and often felt she couldn't even compare to a young girl. When Madame Lu was still alive, she had protected them well. The three of them could have lived quietly in their small courtyard, eating simple meals for the rest of their lives. When the young lady grew up and got married, Jiang Yu planned to follow her. When the young lady had children, Jiang Yu would leave the household to take care of Madame Lu in her old age. But the first lesson this era taught her was Madame Lu's death. Servants and maids were not seen as people, only as possessions. Even in death, they were simply wrapped in straw mats and thrown into a mass grave. Her crying made Nan Yan start crying too. Seeing her tears, Jiang Yu forced herself to speak calmly. "Do you remember, miss, how I once said I didn't want to have children of my own, that I'd rather help raise someone else's child? Now that I can do that, I couldn't be happier." That had been a joke they made long ago, when they were hungry and couldn't sleep, lying side by side on the same bed. Now Jiang Yu said it again to comfort her. Her life had been saved by Madame Lu and the young lady. Before Madame Lu died, she had held Jiang Yu's hand and made her swear to stay loyal to the young lady for life. Jiang Yu owed her that. Raising the young lady's child was a small thing compared to that promise. She would do it. Jiang Yu rented a small courtyard in the town at the foot of Ingmei Nunnery's mountain, so she could cook and bring food up the hill to help Nan Yan recover. With the abbess watching over the nunnery, Nan Yan never left her room. Her only worry was that someone from the Jiang or He families might come looking for her. Fortunately, no one seemed to care, as long as she stayed inside the nunnery. On May 14th, Nan Yan gave birth. Watching her bite her lip to keep from crying out, Jiang Yu's heart ached. Thankfully, before the nunnery gates were locked for the night, Nan Yan safely gave birth to a baby girl. Jiang Yu fed the baby a calming medicine prepared by the abbess, then quickly hid her in a food box and left. When she got home, Jiang Yu lay in bed pretending to be a woman recovering from childbirth. Living with her was Madame Lu, a servant she had bought. Madame Lu was a kind, unfortunate woman who looked a bit like Madame Lu. She now played the role of Jiang Yu's mother-in-law and would later travel with her to Jiangdu. Madame Lu found a young woman who had just finished her own recovery period to nurse the baby, Sui. After her recovery, Jiang Yu took her contract of servitude to the county office, spent some silver to arrange travel papers, and waited until Sui was a little older and strong enough to travel. Then, they would set out for Jiangdu. 3 years had passed, and 1 more year had quietly gone by. While she was still pregnant, Nan Yan had already chosen a name for her child, Jiang Xuan. If it was a girl, her nickname would be Sui. If a boy, Anan. both taken from the phrase peace and safety year after year. They lived in a small courtyard on the outskirts of the capital for another 2 years. After Suisui's second birthday, Jiang Yu decided to take her back to Jiangdu. Before leaving the capital, Jiang Yu took a detour with her child to pass by Mei Nunnery. He Manyan stood at the gate of the temple, gazing from afar for the last time. "You, Sui, take care." Her soft sigh drifted away with the wind. He Nanyan turned around, her eyes filled with determination. Everything would depend on this moment. Traveling with a child, Jiang Yu dared not hurry. She spent a large sum to hire a reliable escort service, and by the time they reached Jiangdu, it was already late August. After paying the escorts, Jiang Yu planned to ask around about which county nearby had a good reputation and peaceful people. Her contract of servitude stated that she was from Qushui, Jiangdu, so it would be best to settle there for easier registration. If that wasn't possible, she would consider other places. After washing up at the inn, Jiang Yu carried Sui and went out with Madame Lu. They had only walked a short distance when Sui spotted her favorite noodles. "Mother, I want noodles." Seeing her daughter's bright eyes and eager expression, Jiang Yu kissed her chubby cheek. "Then mother will take Sui to eat noodles." Sui nodded excitedly and kissed her mother back. The noodle stall was run by a tidy young woman. Jiang Yu sat down and ordered 1 bowl of plain noodles and 2 bowls with shredded meat. Sui happily slurped down half a bowl. Jiang Yu wiped her mouth clean and handed her a piece of osmanthus cake to nibble on. Madame Lu didn't mind and finished the rest of Sui's noodles herself. Sui sat quietly, munching on her cake while waiting for her mother and grandmother to finish eating. Jiang Yu had tied Sui's hair into 2 little buns with pink ribbons. She wore a pale blue jacket and a pink skirt. Although they had been traveling for months, Sui always ate well and wasn't picky. Jiang Yu was generous with food, so the little girl was round-cheeked and healthy. The stall wasn't busy at the moment, and seeing how adorable Sui was, the owner couldn't help but come over to chat. "Madam, is this your daughter? She's truly lovely." The woman had no daughters, only 2 sons. She dreamed of having a girl and couldn't help stopping to admire every pretty little girl she saw. Jiang Yu nodded. "This is my daughter. Her name is Sui. Sui, call her Auntie." Sui said sweetly. Annie, the shopkeeper's wife, was delighted and gave Sui an egg to eat. After chatting for a while and learning about the current situation in Jiangdu, Jiang Yu asked about a reliable carriage shop. Then she and her group said goodbye to the shopkeeper's wife and returned to the inn. After a few days of inquiries, Jiang Yu decided that Qushui would be a good place to live. She went to the carriage shop, rented a carriage, and hired a driver to take the 3 of them to Qushui. The carriage entered Qushui County. Sui lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the street outside. "It's so pretty, mother. So pretty." Jiang Yu also looked out the window. Qushui County sat by the Qiujiang River, which flowed through the town, dividing it into the north and south banks. Bridges of different sizes connected the 2 sides, and willow trees lined the roads. The scenery was quite different from the capital. "Do you like it here, Sui?" Jiang Yu asked. Seeing her daughter nod, she continued, "We'll be living here from now on." "What about the carriage?" Jiang Yu understood what she meant. Sui didn't like long rides. "We won't have to ride in a carriage for so long anymore," she said with a smile. "We're going to settle down." As she spoke, Jiang Yu felt her heart finally calm. Madame Lu also smiled. Jiang Yu found an inn to stay in and then hired an agent to help her look for a house. That day, they visited a small courtyard near the county office on Sweetwater Lane. The main gate was on the right side. Inside, the first room on the left was a woodshed, followed by a spacious kitchen with a well outside. Facing the main gate were 2 east side rooms by the water. Between the kitchen and those rooms were 3 main rooms, one of which also faced the water. There was a small side door by the kitchen leading to the backyard. The backyard was small but had a toilet, a pigsty, and a chicken coop. Jiang Yu looked around carefully and was very satisfied. The people of Qushui were honest and kind. The location of the house was good, and it seemed safe for a widow and her daughter. Most neighbors were families of county officials or students from the local academy. After bargaining, Jiang Yu bought the courtyard for 48 taels of silver. She asked the agent to help clean it up, bought some household items, and finally moved in smoothly. Jiang Yu and Sui Sui lived in the main house by the water. She let Madame Lu choose a room in the east wing, which moved the older woman deeply. Jiang Yu didn't mind. Although Madame Lu had been bought as a servant, the woodshed was small, faced the street, and had poor light. Besides, Jiang Yu didn't need so many rooms, and Sui Sui was still little. That night, while Sui Sui napped on the bed, Jiang Yu counted her silver. When she left the household, she had 257 taels. Before leaving the capital, her young lady had given her a 500-tael note, which she kept for Sui Sui. Life in the capital had been expensive. She had spent nearly 80 taels there. On the road, she used about 15 taels for travel and guards, 10 taels to register their household at the county office, and another 5 or 6 taels to buy daily goods. Now, she had less than 100 taels left. Jiang Yu wanted to start a small business to earn enough for their living, but she hadn't decided what to do yet. She planned to look around the market later. After putting out the lamp, Jiang Yu lay down and held Sui Sui close. In the moonlight, she looked at the child. Sui Sui looked very much like her former young lady. When Jiang Yu had first entered the household, the young lady had been about the same age as Sui Sui was now. Back in the capital, life had been beyond her control, and she hadn't been able to care for her young lady properly. Now that poor girl was still trapped in that difficult life. But Sui Sui was different. Jiang Yu was determined that she would grow up safe, carefree, and happy. With that thought, Jiang Yu drifted into sleep. The next morning, Madame Lu went out to buy vegetables. Jiang Yu, who had woken early, was in the kitchen preparing breakfast while Sui Sui still slept. She planned to make egg pancakes, quick and simple so that Sui Sui wouldn't cry when she woke and didn't see her. She mixed 3 spoonfuls of flour with 2 eggs, added salt, and poured in an equal amount of water, stirring until smooth. She melted a little lard in the pan, poured in a ladle of batter, and in 2 minutes, a golden pancake was ready. After making 6 pancakes, the goat milk in the small pot was also done. When shopping, Jiang Yu had noticed someone in town delivering fresh goat milk. Since Sui Sui was still growing and Jiang Yu herself liked it, she ordered a bamboo tube of milk to be delivered every other day. Today's breakfast was egg pancakes and goat milk. Jiang Yu scooped some hot water into a basin and carried it to the room. Sui Sui was still asleep. This child always liked to sleep on her stomach. She lay on her side, one hand on the pillow, her chubby little face squished together. She must have been dreaming of something tasty. There was even a shiny drop of drool on the pillowcase. Jiang Yu couldn't help but give her daughter a gentle kiss and a light pat. Sui Sui, time to get up. Mommy made your favorite egg pancakes today. Hearing that, Sui Sui opened her eyes and saw her mother smiling warmly at her. Mommy, she said, reaching out for a hug. Jiang Yu had been busy lately, so Sui Sui stayed at the inn with Madame Lu. Since birth, she had never been apart from her mother, so she was very attached to her. After helping Sui Sui wash up and get dressed, Jiang Yu saw that Madame Lu had returned from the market. The 3 of them sat down for breakfast. Sui Sui held her egg pancake in both hands, taking a bite of it and then a sip of goat's milk, eating all by herself without needing help. Jiang Yu glanced at her from time to time. Seeing her eat so nicely, she started chatting with Madame Lu. Yesterday little Sui said she wanted ribs, so I bought 2 pounds. The perch you asked for wasn't available today, but the river shrimp looked fresh. A young man from the countryside brought them. There weren't many, so I bought them all. As she spoke, Madame Lu carefully listed the prices. Jiang Yu knew she was honest and didn't stop her. Jiang Yu looked into the basket and saw that Madame Lu had also bought some fresh vegetables. Let's make braised ribs for lunch and tofu and cabbage soup, Jiang Yu said. When Sui Sui heard ribs, she immediately put down her pancake and called out, Mommy, Sui Sui wants ribs. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. What a little foodie. Finish your pancake first. We'll have ribs at lunch. If you don't finish, Mommy won't make them for you. Hearing that, Sui Sui quickly took a big bite of her pancake. Madame Lu looked at her with affection. She once had a daughter too, but lost her soon after birth. Her husband had fallen into gambling, and eventually sold her. Her life had been hard. She was first sold to a wealthy family as a cook, but after a few years, that family got into trouble, and she was sold again. She moved from one household to another, never staying long. Now, at 40, she was grateful to work for Madame Jiang, who was kind and easy to get along with. She only hoped for a peaceful life from now on. At lunch, Qushui indeed ate a lot of ribs. After her nap, Jiang Yu took some gifts and went out with Qushui and Madame Lu to visit their neighbors. They first knocked on the door of the house next to the front yard, but no one answered. It seemed no one was home. She went to visit her neighbor on the right again. The family living next to Jiang Yu was that of a scholar named Wu. It happened to be their day off, so both husband and wife were at home. The Wu family's courtyard was smaller than Jiang Yu's. Besides the kitchen and main hall, there were only 2 rooms. After greeting her, Scholar Wu went back to his study. His wife, however, was very warm and friendly. She served tea for Jiang Yu and gave sweets to little Qushui. The couple had just married. They were from the town and came from a well-off family. After her husband entered the government school, Mrs. Wu came to accompany him, hoping to have a child soon. Seeing Qushui made her a little envious. After saying goodbye to the Wu family, Jiang Yu visited other neighbors. Across the street lived the Wang family of 5, an elderly mother, a couple, and their 2 children. The husband worked as a constable at the county office. After visiting several households, Jiang Yu was exhausted. As soon as she got home, she went straight to bed for a nap. Before long, everyone in the alley knew about the new arrival, Madame Jiang, a young widow living alone with her daughter. When she had free time during the day, Jiang Yu would take Qushui and Madame Lu out for a walk around town. The cost of living in Qushui County wasn't high, and the county magistrate was known for caring about the people. Many shops lined the streets, and there were plenty of food stalls as well. Jiang Yu's home in Sweetwater Alley was conveniently located between the county office and the government school, an ideal place to set up a small food stall. In her previous life, Jiang Yu had loved cooking, though she never had the chance to do so in the He family. Now she finally could. There were no breakfast stalls at the entrance of Sweetwater Alley. The main street had 2 small taverns, but they didn't serve breakfast. Most food stalls were gathered near the county office and the school. A few people had tried setting up breakfast stalls here before, but their food was plain and lacked variety, so most residents preferred to walk a bit farther for better options. That suited Jiang Yu perfectly. She was a good cook, though she wasn't skilled at making noodles since she was from the south. Fortunately, Madame Lu was excellent at noodle dishes, and Jiang Yu had eaten plenty of them while in the capital. They complemented each other well. Most importantly, Jiang Yu knew many recipes. With more variety, she was confident she could attract customers. After carefully checking the area, she decided that since it was early autumn, she could start by selling noodles and dumplings, which would sell well through winter. In spring, she could switch to pancakes, and in summer, to cold noodles and rice rolls. Once she made up her mind, she got right to work. She planned to prepare several kinds of flavorful sauces. There were vegetarian options like mushrooms, dried tofu, and pickled vegetables, and meat options like braised pork, minced meat, and shredded pork with black fungus. The tomato and egg noodles were set at a middle price. Since Jiangdu was in the south and the weather wasn't cold yet, she planned to make some scallion oil noodles too. Even for plain noodles, Jiang Yu wanted to add a little lard for flavor. Each night, she only needed to prepare the toppings in advance. The next day, she would knead the dough, set up a big pot, and cook noodles to order, pouring the prepared sauce on top. She also planned to buy some minced meat to make dumplings and wontons. Madame Lu would handle washing and preparing vegetables, chopping meat, and kneading dough. Jiang Yu would cook the sauces and season the fillings. During the day, the 2 of them would run the stall together, bringing little Qushui along. If business got busier later, they could add more dishes. The next day, Jiang Yu went to the county office to rent a stall from the official in charge. After securing the stall, she ordered a 9-compartment cabinet with a lowered center. She stored the cooked sauces in clay pots, placing them in separate sections. She also covered the cabinet with fine cotton cloth to keep out dust, lifting it only when adding sauce to the noodles. She bought an iron pot, a stove, and a cart to carry everything. After a period of busy preparation, Madame Lu consulted someone to pick a good day. The 8th day of the 9th month was an auspicious date. On the morning of the 7th, after breakfast, Jiang Yu and Madame Lu took Sui Sui to the market to buy vegetables. Sui Sui sat in the basket on Madame Lu's back, looking around curiously and swaying from side to side. Jiang Yu immediately spoke sternly, "Sui Sui, sit still. If you keep moving, Grandma can't carry you properly." Sui Sui quickly sat up straight, her little face full of disappointment. Madame Lu, seeing Jiang Yu being too serious, tried to ease the mood.
"It's all right, madam.
Sui is still little." Jiang Yu looked at Sui Sui's sad face and felt her heart soften, but she knew she couldn't spoil the child. Madame Lu already doted on her too much. If she didn't stay firm, the girl might grow up too willful. That wouldn't be good for her future. Madame Lu, don't spoil her too much. If she keeps moving and falls out of the basket one day, what then? Hearing that she might fall out, Sui Sui immediately stopped fidgeting and held tightly to the sides of the basket. Jiang Yu had said that on purpose for her to hear. Seeing the child sit still, she patted her head and praised her gently. "Good girl." They bought quite a lot of meat and asked the butcher's helper to deliver it home later. Each of them carried 2 baskets of vegetables back. Jiang Yu didn't buy too much. She planned to cook a small amount first to see how business went and make more if needed. After returning home, she ate a little, then took a nap with Sui Sui. Madame Lu, who wasn't used to napping, cleaned the vegetables and cut the meat. When Jiang Yu woke up, she first braised the meat. Then she used another pot to render pork fat, fried scallion oil, and left a bit of oil in the pot to fry minced meat with peppercorns for extra flavor. Without washing the pot, she continued to stir-fry shredded pork with black fungus, then cooked mushrooms, dried tofu, and pickled vegetables one after another. Next, she fried some eggs. Half of them were mixed with chopped chives for dumpling filling, and the rest were cooked with tomatoes for a noodle topping. By then, the braised meat was ready. Jiang Yu took it out and sliced it thinly. She prepared 3 kinds of dumpling fillings: chive and egg, pickled cabbage with pork, and pure meat. After calculating the costs, she set the prices. Plain noodles for 5 coins a bowl, 3 types of vegetarian toppings for 7 coins, shredded pork with black fungus for 8, minced meat for 9, and braised meat noodles for 10 coins a bowl. The dumplings were priced at 10, 12, and 15 coins for 10 pieces, depending on the filling. Although the dumplings weren't cheap, Jiang Yu planned to make them larger. If any were left unsold, she could turn them into noodle toppings later. Everything was ready. On the morning of the 8th day of the new year, just after dawn, Jiang Yu carried Sui Sui on her back while Madame Lu pushed the cart, and they went out to set up their stall. The stalls at the alley entrance were still covered and unopened. Jiang Yu found her spot, arranged everything with Madame Lu, tied on her apron, and wrapped her hair with a cloth. Madame Lu dressed the same way. Sui Sui sat on a small stool, watching her mother and grandmother work. Jiang Yu had prepared 2 pots, one for boiling dumplings and one for noodles. The pots were placed against the wall, with the counter facing the street. On it sat the dough Madame Lu had kneaded earlier. A cabinet stood beside it, and both the counter and cabinet had signs reading noodles and dumplings with prices listed below. After cooking some dumplings for the 3 of them to eat, their small stall welcomed its first customer. "Madam, are you selling food here?" Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless. Wasn't it obvious? How could anyone not tell? Although the cupboards and counter were covered with cloth, the 2 big pots were still boiling water. There were also 2 square tables and 8 long benches set out. When Jiang Yu didn't respond right away, Cheng Jin, still a bit sleepy, looked up at the sign and was about to speak. "Yes, we have noodles and dumplings." "Sir, what would you like to eat?" "I'll have a bowl of braised pork noodles." Jiang Yu prepared the seasonings and waited for Madame Lu to cook the noodles. Cheng Jin looked at the clean little stall and felt quite pleased. Every morning after finishing his writing, he usually had to walk a long way to find breakfast. It wasn't that far, but saving a few steps was always nice. When the noodles were ready, Madame Lu brought them to the table. After finishing his meal and paying, Cheng Jin sleepily went home. Wayan was a student at the government school. Not wanting to share the crowded dormitory, he rented a small courtyard house in Sweetwater Alley with two close friends. They only hired someone to wash their clothes and usually ate outside. Normally, they had breakfast near the school, but the food there wasn't great. Today, when they saw a new breakfast stall at the end of the alley, they decided to give it a try. 1 bowl of mincemeat noodles. 1 bowl with shredded pork and mushrooms. 1 bowl with shiitake mushrooms. Each of the three ordered a bowl and waited. "The noodles are ready, gentlemen.
Please enjoy."
Madame Lu served 3 steaming bowls, each filled to the brim. The noodles were hot and fragrant, evenly thick and smooth, resting in a rich, milky broth. A thin layer of golden oil floated on top, with plenty of savory toppings and 2 bright green vegetables for color. Wei eagerly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Each strand of noodle was coated in flavorful broth, and bits of mincemeat added even more taste. After finishing, he wiped the light sweat from his nose. "Madam, your soup is amazing, and the topping is cooked perfectly." Madame Lu came over to collect the bowls. "The topping was made by my wife," she said with a smile. "She says there's another way to eat it. Without soup, just dry mixed noodles with a sip of bone broth. It's a different kind of delicious." Hearing that, Wei looked up at Jiang Yu. He had thought the stall belonged to Madame Lu and that her daughter-in-law was just helping out. He hadn't expected the owner to be such a young woman. Jiang Yu noticed Wei looking at her and nodded politely. How could this soup not taste good? It had pork bones, chicken and duck frames, and plenty of spices. "If you like it, young master, come again tomorrow." Wei and the others nodded, planning to return the next day to try the dry noodles the lady mentioned. It wasn't until after mid-morning that the stall finally quieted down, with only a few customers coming by now and then. Since there weren't many people, Madame Lu told Jiang Yu to sit and rest for a while. She could handle things herself. Jiang Yu didn't refuse. She went over and picked up little Sui Sui. "Are you sleepy, sweetheart?" Sui Sui shook her head. She was always full of energy. She had gone to bed early the night before, and since today was her mother's first day running the stall, she was quite excited. "Mom, I want some cake." Knowing her daughter was craving sweets again, Jiang Yu took out a piece of milk cake and gave it to her. Business at noon was still decent, though not as busy as in the morning. Most of the customers were nearby shopkeepers or passers-by. After lunchtime, Jiang Yu told Madame Lu to start packing up. First, although Sui Sui had gone to bed early and woken up early, Jiang Yu didn't want her to sit outside all day. It made her heart ache a little. Second, she guessed there wouldn't be many customers in the afternoon. Most local workers and officials went home to eat, and the students from the academy usually ate along the way after classes ended. So for now, Jiang Yu didn't plan to open in the afternoons. When the 3 of them got home, Madame Lu started tidying up right away. "Once you're done, Madame Lu, go rest. I'll make dinner." There was still some mincemeat sauce left from yesterday. She could finish it tomorrow before making a new batch. After dinner, Jiang Yu bathed Sui Sui. The little girl sat in the tub playing with the water while Jiang Yu washed her hair. "Did you have fun helping Mom at the stall today?"
Sui Sui nodded excitedly.
"It was fun. So many people. The ladies who came for breakfast and the grandmas passing by to buy vegetables all liked to play with her." Back in the capital, Jiang Yu had never taken her daughter out much. It wasn't until they moved to Jiangdu that the little girl got to go out for the first time. But she was brave, friendly, and loved to eat and play. After the bath, Jiang Yu carefully dried her daughter's hair, and the 2 of them cuddled up to sleep. The days that followed were calm and steady. Every morning before dawn, they went out to set up the stall. The 3 of them would grab a quick bite, work through the morning rush, and if the meat sauce was running low, Madame Lu would go buy more ingredients. If there were any leftovers, Madame Lu could handle them on her own, while Jiang Yu played with Sui Sui. After noon, the 3 of them packed up and went home. Madame Lu tidied up, and Jiang Yu put Sui Sui down for a nap. They slept until early evening before getting up to cook dinner. Madame Lu usually went to bed after eating, while Jiang Yu spent more time with Sui Sui, either playing or walking around the yard. Everyone was content. For the first time, Jiang Yu felt she had found her place in this time. Madame Lu thought life had become easier, and Sui Sui was happy because people often gave her treats when they set up their stall. Her only small worry was that her mother wouldn't let her eat too many snacks. Jiang Yu's little stall had also gained its first group of loyal customers. The one she remembered most was a young man with dark circles under his eyes. As time went by, Jiang Yu grew curious about him. He was pale and thin, looking as if a light breeze could knock him over. He always arrived first, half asleep, finished his noodles quietly, and sometimes took home some uncooked dumplings. He looked like someone without a steady job, yet he never seemed to treat himself poorly when it came to food. Still, Jiang Yu didn't start a conversation with him. After all, she was a young widow. Cheng Jin, on the other hand, knew that the woman running the stall at the end of the alley was his new neighbor. His younger brother, Cheng Yi, loved gossip and knew everything about the people living nearby. Lately, Cheng Jin had been struggling to write. He had stayed up many nights without inspiration. He was working on a story about a little fox spirit. But the popular tales at the time were all about poor scholars and noble young ladies, stories of love, elopement, or success after hardship. Cheng Jin didn't think much of those stories, but the ones he wrote about love and conflict didn't sell well. One day, when Cheng Yi had a day off, he dragged his tired brother out for a walk early in the morning. Still sleepy, Cheng Jin was pulled along to Jiang Yu's stall. Cheng Yi called out first, "Madam Jiang, 2 bowls of meat dumplings, please." Jiang Yu dropped 20 plump dumplings into the pot. When they were ready, Madame Lu was busy pulling noodles at the next table, so Jiang Yu brought the dumplings over herself. She heard the younger Cheng call the man with dark circles brother scholar. Jiang Yu glanced at him again. It was no wonder she was curious. This young man was one of her regular customers. He had a cheerful personality and could chat with anyone. His eyes always seemed to smile, even before he spoke. The quiet scholar with dark circles under his eyes was completely different from him. The only thing they had in common was that they were both men dressed like scholars. After finishing their dumplings, the 2 brothers left. It was a rest day, and the streets were crowded. Jiang Yu decided to keep her stall open a bit longer. She didn't pack up until evening. Just as she finished, the 2 brothers returned. Cheng Yi enthusiastically pulled his older brother along to help her. Jiang Yu felt a little embarrassed. Cheng Yi waved his hand and said, "Don't be so polite, Madam Jiang. We're neighbors, and we're heading home anyway. It's no trouble." Jiang Yu was surprised. Neighbors? She had already visited everyone nearby, except the family next door. That day, no one answered the door, and later Mrs. Wu mentioned that 2 brothers lived there. Jiang Yu hadn't gone again, so it was them. Cheng Yi insisted on helping push the cart, and Jiang Yu couldn't refuse. She thought she'd add more meat for him next time. Sui Sui needed the restroom urgently, so Madame Lu carried her ahead. Jiang Yu walked side by side with Cheng Jin behind them. Neither spoke. Cheng Jin was lost in thought, imagining scenes for his story. "Watch out." Focused on his thoughts, Cheng Jin didn't see the obstacle and stumbled. Jiang Yu reacted quickly and grabbed his sleeve. It looked a bit like she was lifting a small chick. Jiang Yu was plump, while Cheng Jin was rather thin, making the image even more fitting. Cheng Yi couldn't help laughing at the sight. And not only did he laugh, he blurted out what he was thinking. "Brother, you look just like a little chick." Cheng Jin's face turned bright red. After steadying himself, he thanked Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu quickly said there was no need, but Cheng Jin, too embarrassed to walk beside her again, pretended to help Cheng Yi push the cart. This scholar with dark circles always seemed half asleep. At the door, they said their goodbyes. Madame Lu came out to take the cart. Jiang Yu thanked the brothers again. As soon as they got home, Cheng Yi burst out laughing. Cheng Jin's face darkened. "Your meal allowance is cut in half for the next 10 days. Cheng Yi's smile froze. "No, brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Cheng Jin ignored him, quietly fetched a basin of cool water, and went back to his room. As soon as Cheng Jin entered the room, he pressed a damp cloth to his face. How embarrassing! It was shameful enough for a grown man to be carried off by a young woman, as if he were a little chick. The more he thought about it, the hotter his face felt. He didn't want to go out ever again. So, The woman selling food at the end of the alley was actually widow Jiang from next door. When October came, Jiang Yu thought about adding more food to her stall. After some thought, she decided to make sweet rice dumplings in fermented rice wine, red bean soup with small dumplings, and jujube cake. The jujube cake was made by Madame Wu. Jiang Yu had tasted it one afternoon when she visited with little Qushui, and it was just as good as the one sold in town. Since her stall mostly sold savory food, she thought it would be nice to offer something sweet too. She discussed it with Madame Wu, who agreed to let Jiang Yu sell the cakes at her stall. The earnings from the cakes would all go to Madame Wu. Although Madame Wu's family was doing fine, she was happy to earn a bit of her own money. The red bean soup was simple to make. Jiang Yu soaked the beans before leaving for the stall and cooked them after returning home. The sweet rice dumplings were even easier. She just needed to prepare the fermented rice and glutinous rice flour, then cook them fresh when a customer ordered. That day, Cheng Jin, whom she hadn't seen for several days, came by. "Master Cheng, you came at the right time. Today I've added sweet rice dumplings, red bean soup, and jujube cake. Would you like to try some?" Cheng Jin looked at Jiang Yu's smiling face and felt a bit nervous. After what had happened that day, he had been too embarrassed to come for breakfast for quite a while. Yesterday, his younger brother Cheng Yi mentioned that Jiang Yu would start selling sweet rice dumplings today. After finishing his writing, Cheng Jin decided to come out. His late mother used to make this dish too, though her way was a little different since she wasn't from Qushui. It had been many years since he'd tasted anything like it. "Good morning, Miss Jiang. I'll have a bowl of sweet rice dumplings and half a bowl of red bean soup, if that's all right." He didn't have a big appetite, but the mention of red bean soup made him want to try it. Jiang Yu cooked the dumplings, then brought over half a bowl of red bean soup. Since too much glutinous food was hard to digest, she only added a few small dumplings to the soup. "The red bean soup is on the house, Master Cheng. Thank you for helping me and your brother that day." Cheng Jin quickly waved his hand. "I can't accept that, Miss Jiang. Running a business isn't easy for you." Seeing his face turn slightly red again, Jiang Yu said no more. She didn't argue with him. She could simply charge him a little less later. Cheng Yi had become much more cheerful. The next day, she even added some meat to his meal, and her younger brother didn't feel shy about it. During the lunch break at school, he specially bought some milk pudding to eat with noodles and shared 2 pieces with Qushui. Jiang Yu added a few dumplings to the noodles for the children, and after a few such exchanges, they became quite familiar with each other. Qushui also liked this little boy very much. He often brought her candied fruit or small pastries. When Cheng Jin saw that Jiang Yu didn't say anything more and turned to leave, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. The sweet rice balls in front of him were a bit different from those sold elsewhere. In Qushui, the fermented rice soup was usually thin and not very sweet, with a stronger taste of rice wine and a bit of sourness. Cheng Jin didn't usually like it, but since Jiang Yu's noodles were always better than others, he decided to give it a try. He took a spoonful and tasted it. Jiang Yu's fermented rice was sweet but not heavy, rich with the fragrance of rice and a hint of freshness. The rice balls were soft and chewy, with bits of fermented rice that burst with a sweet and tangy flavor when bitten into. After finishing the sweet rice balls, Cheng Jin tried the red bean paste. It wasn't as amazing as the rice balls, but it was made with plenty of ingredients, not too sweet or bland, and just right in taste. Cheng Jin loved sweets but didn't like dry pastries, and this bowl of sweet rice balls truly won his heart. Wonderful! He would write about this delicious dessert in his next story. After adding the sweet rice balls to her menu, Jiang Yu's business became even better. She used the best glutinous rice and expensive yeast, and she was generous with the sugar. The result was a perfectly sweet and tangy dessert. Although other shops also sold sweet rice balls, none tasted as good as hers. Many young women came after hearing how delicious they were, and the red bean paste sold well too. Jiang Yu even ordered many bamboo containers for takeout. Gradually, her sweet rice balls and red bean paste became famous in Sweetwater Alley. She didn't know that part of her fame was thanks to Cheng Jin. His earlier story about a fox spirit and a hunter hadn't sold well, so to make a living, he started writing love stories. But in his tales, the scholar wasn't heartless, and the young woman wasn't from a rich family. They were a couple who supported each other through life. At the end of the first volume, when the young man and woman confessed their love, they shared a bowl of delicious sweet rice balls. Stories about people supporting each other seemed to be especially loved by young women, and as soon as the storybook was released, the first volume sold out quickly. The young women of Qushui County who first read the book all went out to look for a bowl of sweet rice wine dumplings like the ones described in the story. They finally found Jiang Yu's stall, and after tasting her rice wine dumplings, they all agreed that hers matched the flavor described in the book perfectly. That evening, after closing the stall and returning home, Jiang Yu and Madame Lu were tidying up in the kitchen. Little Sui Sui sat on a small stool, not playing with her toys, and looking rather downcast. Seeing her like that, Jiang Yu felt a bit sorry for her and thought about it while chopping vegetables. These days, Madame Lu went to buy groceries early in the morning when there weren't many people, then came back to help with the busy lunch hours. Since their sudden popularity, they had been closing the stall only after dusk, and by the time they got home, it was already dark. They still had to prepare ingredients for the next day, and Sui Sui hadn't been taking her naps lately, so she looked less lively than before. Madame Lu, I think we should hire another person, Jiang Yu suddenly said. Madame Lu was chopping meat filling, and didn't stop her hands. She was used to this kind of work, but she was getting older, and since coming to the capital with Jiang Yu, she had mostly just done light chores like cooking and shopping. It had been a long time since she'd worked this hard. Madam, I actually have someone in mind, she said. Is it a man or a woman? How old? Where does she live? She's a woman in her 30s. Every day she and her son carry tea to sell by Bowen Bridge. Last time, when I was coming back from the market, I dropped my purse there and she was the one who picked it up and returned it to me. After saying that, Madame Lu glanced at Jiang Yu, a little worried that she might be scolded for being careless. Jiang Yu didn't say anything about that and instead asked, does her tea-selling business do well? If it does, she might not want to come work for us. Bowen Bridge was on the main street, connecting the north and south sides of Qushui, and there were always many people passing by. Madame Lu explained, there are a lot of people at Bowen Bridge, but also many who sell tea. Some stalls nearby even let people sit and rest while drinking. Those who carry tea around sell it cheaply, just 1 coin a bowl. So, she probably doesn't earn much each day, Jiang Yu said. And since she returned her purse instead of keeping it, she must be honest. Madame Lu, find some time tomorrow to ask around and see if she'd be willing to come work for us. Madame Lu agreed. That evening, they had stir-fried lotus root slices and eggplant stuffed with meat. Jiang Yu also steamed an egg for Sui Sui. She mixed the rice and dishes together and placed the bowl in front of Sui Sui. Every time, Sui Sui politely thanked her mother first. Jiang Yu couldn't help kissing her again. How could this child be so sweet? When Jiang Yu said she could start eating, Sui Sui immediately grabbed her spoon and took a big, determined bite. But the food on the spoon barely had a scratch. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back her laughter, and Madame Lu also started laughing. Sui Sui tilted her head, not understanding why her mother and grandmother were laughing. Her mother's cooking was so delicious, she happily kept eating. They were a bit late setting up the stall that day. When they reached the alley entrance, Cheng Jin was already waiting there. Madam Jiang, let me help you, he said. Jiang Yu looked at his small frame and politely refused. Thank you, Mr. Cheng, but you might not know where everything goes. Madam Lu and I can handle it. As soon as Jiang Yu set Sui Sui down and lifted the cloth covering the stall, the little girl ran to get her small chair and sat in her usual spot. Jiang Yu had even prepared a tiny low table for her toys. Even though Jiang Yu said there was no need, Cheng Jin still helped set up the tables and chairs. The big items were left there overnight. The most valuable things were the 2 iron pots, which they took home every day. When Madame Lu and Jiang Yu were about to lift one of the pots together, Cheng Jin quickly stepped forward. Let me help. He and Madame Lu carried the pot while Jiang Yu arranged the jars and bottles. Mr. Cheng, what would you like to eat today? She asked. Dry noodles with minced meat, and I'll take a bowl of sweet rice dumplings to go. Mr. Cheng really loved those sweet rice dumplings. No matter what he ate for breakfast, he always took a serving home. Maybe it was from carrying things, but when Jiang Yu brought over his noodles, She noticed his face was slightly red again. Just as she was about to cook breakfast for the three of them, customers started arriving. Jiang Yu gave Sui a piece of date cake to snack on and got busy. After finishing his meal, Cheng Jin guessed that Jiang Yu hadn't eaten yet, so he went to buy a few buns. When he came back and saw her still cooking noodles, he quietly placed the buns on Sui's little table and said softly, "These are for your mother." Jiang Yu didn't notice, but Madame Lu did. When things finally calmed down, Jiang Yu saw the buns on Sui's table. "Who put these here?"
she asked.
Year after year, little Sui still couldn't explain things clearly. Madame Lu came over and said it was young Master Cheng who just set it down. Sui nodded quickly to show her mother that it was true. Young Master Cheng seemed like a kind person. Jiang Yu broke a meat bun in half for Sui and shared the rest with Madame Lu. After eating, Madame Lu took her basket to buy vegetables and planned to ask around about the woman who sold tea. Jiang Yu carried Sui outside to sit in the sun. If any customers came, she would get up to cook. While she was telling Sui a story in the sunlight, Madame Lu returned, bringing the tea seller with her. Jiang Yu hadn't expected her to be so quick. She invited the tea seller to sit down. Jiang Yu's first impression of her was good. The woman was a little tanned from working outdoors, but her eyes were bright. Her clothes were clean, though patched with fabric of similar color. Even though she only sold tea, she wore a headscarf neatly, with no loose hair. Jiang Yu noticed her hands. Her nails were trimmed short and clean. "May I ask your name and where you live?"
Jiang Yu said.
"Madam Jiang, my husband's family name is Wang. We live in Shajing Alley," the woman replied. Jiang Yu asked a few more questions. Madame Wang explained that her mother-in-law's eyesight was poor, and her husband had injured his leg years ago, so he could no longer work. He stayed home to manage household chores, while she and her 12-year-old son sold tea near Bowen Bridge to make a living. "The work here isn't hard," Jiang Yu said gently. "The pay is 5 qian a month, with 3 meals a day included. You'll need to come early, around sunrise, and help Madame Lu set up the stall. I'll come later with Sui. You'll be in charge of cooking noodles and dumplings. It's simple work. You'll also need to season the food and serve the dishes carefully, remembering what each customer orders. In the afternoon, I might not be here, so you and Madame Lu will handle things together. There aren't many customers then, mostly people buying sweet rice wine or a red bean soup. You'll finish after sunset, helping Madame Lu pack up before going home." Jiang Yu spoke softly and politely. Madame Wang had looked for work before, but didn't have any special skills. Most helpers at small stalls were relatives of the owners, so finding this opportunity made her very happy. At Madame Jiang's place, meals were provided, and she could take her full wages home each month. "Madame Wang, you can go ahead with your work first. Come to my house early tomorrow morning. It's on Sweetwater Alley. Just count to the 7th stall along the street. You can try working for 3 days, and if it goes well, we'll sign a contract. Whether it works out or not, I'll still pay you for those 3 days." Carrying her tea, Madame Wang returned to Bowen Bridge. Her son, Wang Tsong, saw her coming and asked, "Mother, where did you go just now?" Madame Wang looked at her young son, who was already helping her sell tea at such a young age. "I went to look for work. Once I find a job, I'll send you to your 7th grandfather to be his apprentice. Would you like that? You've always wanted to be a carpenter, haven't you?" Wang Eru, only 12 years old, became excited when he heard this. "Really, mother? I can learn carpentry?" Madame Wang patted his head. His 7th grandfather had wanted to take him as an apprentice since he turned 10. At the shop, he would have food and a place to stay without paying anything. After finishing his training, he would just need to work there for 3 years to repay the favor. But Wang Tsong couldn't bear to leave his mother alone, selling tea every day to support the family, so he had refused before. Although Madame Wang was supposed to come early the next morning, since no contract had been signed yet, Jiang Yu decided to get up early to see if she could handle the work. So, after noon that day, she closed her stall early. When she got home, Jiang Yu first made a bowl of double-layered milk pudding for little Sui, then boiled 2 bowls of goat's milk for herself and Mother Lu. "Mother Lu, once you finish cleaning up, take a rest. No need to cook tonight, we'll eat out."
Sui clapped their and zeppili.
Jiang Yu looked at her and asked, "What would you like to eat, sweetheart?" The little girl rested her chin on her hands and thought seriously. "Mother, I want candied hawthorn." "Then after our nap, we'll go buy some candied hawthorn," Jiang Yu said with a smile. She then turned to Mother Lu. "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Mother Lu shook her head. "Anything is fine, Madam Jiang. You decide." After their nap, Jiang Yu dressed Sui in a pink little dress and tidied herself up as well. She took off the scarf she had been wearing for days and changed into a light green dress she had made back in the capital but never had the chance to wear. Jiang Yu had fair skin and well-shaped brows. She lightly applied some rouge and lip color, then pinned 2 hair ornaments and a silk flower in her hair. Sui watched her mother put on makeup and said, "Mother, you look so pretty. I want some too." She pouted her lips, wanting a little color just like her mother. Jiang Yu pretended to take a bit of lip color and dabbed it on her lips. Then she pressed her fingertip into the lip color box and gently dotted a red mark between Sui's eyebrows. She picked up the little girl and held her in front of the mirror. "All done. Sui, look, aren't you pretty?" Sui was lifted up, and she gave Jiang Yu a quick kiss. "Mother, you're so pretty. Oh my, this little mouth is so sweet even without candy." When they stepped out of the room, they saw Madame Lu, who had also changed into a new outfit. Madame Lu noticed the red mark between Sui's brows and teased her. "Which little fairy has come down to earth looking so lovely?" "I'm my mother's little fairy," Sui replied proudly. Hearing the compliment, Sui became even more pleased with herself, touching the small beaded flower pinned in her hair again and again. Under the warm autumn sun, the 3 of them walked along the main street. Shops and stalls lined both sides, one after another, selling roasted chestnuts, candied fruit, lotus cakes, bamboo crafts, silk flowers, and rouge. The air was filled with cheerful voices calling out to customers. "This place is much livelier than Sweetwater Alley," Jiang Yu said. Madame Lu nodded in agreement. "If you had set up your stall here, madam, you'd probably earn a fortune." Jiang Yu laughed. "Oh, Madame Lu, I'm already busy enough in Sweetwater Alley. If I came here, I'd have no time to spend with Sui. She's what matters most." Hearing her name, Sui nodded excitedly. After wandering for a while, they spotted a hot pot restaurant and went inside to find a seat. Just after ordering, they saw the 2 Cheng brothers walk in. The waiter explained that there were no empty tables left. The brothers hesitated, unsure whether to wait or go elsewhere, when Jiang Yu asked Madame Lu to invite them over. "Mr. Cheng, young Master Cheng," Madame Lu called out. "Madame Lu, what a surprise to see you here," one of them said. Madame Lu pointed toward Jiang Yu. "Our lady brought us out for hot pot. If you don't mind, why not join us?" Cheng Jin followed her gesture. Jiang Yu was dressed differently from usual, no longer in the plain gray apron she wore at her stall. She was leaning toward Sui, saying something softly, her lips curved in a gentle smile. When she looked up, her eyes were bright and warm. Cheng Jin couldn't help but think, the gentle and steadfast Muniang, who supported her beloved with quiet strength in his own story, must have been just like this. Perhaps when Cheng Jin first wrote his tale, he didn't realize that the Muniang he created carried a trace of Jiang Yu, the woman who sold goods with her daughter at the street corner. Before Cheng Jin could speak, Cheng Yi had already agreed to Madame Lu's suggestion and pulled his brother toward Jiang Yu's table. Jiang Yu sat with her daughter Sui. Madame Lu sat on her left, and Cheng Yi, eager to play with the little girl, quickly took the seat on the right. Cheng Jin, a step slower, had no choice but to sit across from Jiang Yu. Lively and cheerful as always, Cheng Yi played with Sui, making her laugh. Jiang Yu called the waiter to order a few more dishes. Cheng Yi added 2 plates of meat and a vegetable dish, planning to let his brother pay later. Cheng Jin sat quietly, lost in thought. Jiang Yu softly called to him, "Mr. Cheng?" Cheng Jin suddenly looked up. "Please, Miss Jiang, don't be so formal," he said, his face turning slightly red again. He really was so easily embarrassed. Jiang Yu looked away and turned to speak with Cheng Yi. "Young Master Cheng. Miss Jiang, no need to be polite. It's just my brother and me at home. You can simply call me Erlang." As they chatted, Madame Lu joined in. Older people often like to talk about family matters, and soon the conversation drifted in that direction. In his lively way, Cheng Yi ended up revealing everything about his family. Their father had passed away from illness a few years ago. They had an older sister who was married across the river in Qushui. Cheng Yi, 15, was still studying, though not particularly gifted in his studies. What was worth mentioning, however, was his brother. At 20, Cheng Jin had already passed the provincial exam, which was quite an achievement in their small county. The following year, he went to the capital for the spring examination. Though he didn't pass, he was still young and another few years of study would do no harm. After returning home, their mother arranged a marriage for him with a young woman from Qushui named Xie Xiangqin, the daughter of a local teacher. After the engagement, Cheng Jin's mother decided to visit her family in Qingshui, downstream from Qushui. Unfortunately, there was an accident on the boat, and she never made it back. Cheng Jin had to observe 3 years of mourning, and the marriage was postponed. The young Miss Xie, only 2 years younger than Cheng Jin, had dreams of becoming an official's wife. When she heard that Cheng Jin no longer wished to continue his studies after the mourning period, she cried and begged her father to cancel the engagement. Cheng Jin had been delaying his plans. After finishing the mourning period for his parent, he neither continued his studies nor sought an official position. Though he held the title of a scholar, he spent his days idling at home. Many families looked down on him, while those of lower status he suspected of having hidden motives. So time passed, and now at 26, he was still unmarried. Cheng Jin didn't really know why, but he never stopped his younger brother and Jiang Yu from gossiping about him. When the dishes were served, he quietly placed them into the hot pot. He had his reasons for not taking the exams again. Although he had passed the first one early, he never truly liked studying and had little interest in becoming an official. Back when he studied in Qushui, he was never among the top students. Later, when he went to the capital for the higher exam, he met many talented people from all over the country. He hadn't expected to pass, and indeed, he didn't. After returning home, his mother wanted him to keep trying. Since the family had some income and life wasn't too hard, he agreed. But after his mother passed away, he lost the will to continue. The hot pot was boiling, and Jiang Yu carefully cooled the food before giving it to Sui Sui. She occasionally asked if everyone had enough to eat or if they wanted to order more. When she noticed Cheng Jin watching her, she asked, "Mr. Cheng, is something wrong?" Caught staring, Cheng Jin's face turned red. He quickly shook his head and lowered it, pretending to focus on his meal. Cheng Yi, used to his brother's behavior, thought he was just lost in thought about a story and explained, "My brother is thinking about something." He didn't mean to be rude, Sister Jiang. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yu had gone from being called Miss Jiang to Sister Jiang. Madame Lu glanced at Jiang Yu, then at Cheng Jin. Every time Mr. Cheng came to the shop, he seemed too shy to look at Miss Jiang directly. Even when he spoke to her, his face would turn red. The more Madame Lu observed, the more she thought the two of them suited each other. She knew that Sui Sui wasn't Jiang Yu's biological child, but outsiders didn't. To others, Mr. Cheng, though once engaged, had never actually married, so the two seemed a good match. Still, Madame Lu could only sigh quietly to herself. Cheng Jin's father had passed away early. When he was alive, he spent most of his time studying in the city and rarely came home, so Cheng Jin had few memories of his parents together. In the second volume of the story he was reading, the main characters were about to get married. He couldn't quite imagine how a woman like Muo Nyang would get along with her husband, which was why he had looked at Jiang Yu a few more times. After the meal, Cheng Jin went ahead to pay the bill. Jiang Yu came out a little later with Sui Sui. The shop was crowded, and the shopkeeper was busy, so she didn't argue with Cheng Jin about who should pay. Once they left the shop, Cheng Jin said he had something to do and needed to take Xingyi with him. Jiang Yu stopped them. "Mr. Cheng, how much was the hot pot? Let me pay you back." Cheng Yi smiled and whispered, "Sister Jiang, don't worry about it. My brother has plenty of money." But Jiang Yu shook her head. She didn't want to take advantage of them. She had already eaten their meat buns that morning, and since she was the one who invited them to eat together, letting them pay again made her feel uneasy. "I really should pay." It's not right to always let you treat me. Cheng Yi was about to ask what always meant. Was there something he didn't know? Cheng Jin noticed the curiosity in his brother's eyes and quickly mentioned an amount, cutting him off. Jiang Yu counted the money and handed it to Cheng Jin. They said goodbye at the hot pot shop store. Jiang Yu and Madame Lu each held one of Sui's hands, planning to stroll around a bit before going home. As the lanterns lit up, the street grew livelier. Sui looked around with wide eyes, finding everything interesting. Suddenly, she spotted a small stall selling toys. "Mother, I want one." On the stall were many wooden toys, rattles, bamboo dragonflies, little dolls, and even a small wooden horse. Jiang Yu led Sui over. "Which one do you like, Sui?" Sui immediately pointed at the small wooden horse with 2 shiny stones for eyes. It could rock back and forth when sat on. The stall owner wasn't there, but behind the stall stood a boy of about 7 or 8. Seeing the little girl's interest, he quickly spoke to Jiang Yu. "Madam, please take a look at our wooden horse. It's made from fine wood, and my father coated it with protective varnish. It will last a long time." Jiang Yu crouched down to talk to the boy. "Young man, how much is your wooden horse?" The boy seemed a bit nervous. It looked like his first time watching the stall alone. 50 coins each. Jiang Yu remembered that the cabinet she had custom-made at the market only cost 200 coins. This little horse was quite expensive. Seeing her hesitate, the boy grew anxious. "Madam, our wooden horses have our family's mark underneath. As long as it's not broken on purpose, you can bring it back for repairs anytime. There was even after-sales service." Jiang Yu checked and saw a small mark, but the quality was good. Since Sui liked it very much, she paid for it. The little boy, seeing how generous Jiang Yu was, gave her 2 bamboo dragonflies. "Madam, I made these myself. Please don't mind if they're simple." Not far away, Cheng Jin, who hadn't gone to handle his errands, watched Jiang Yu squatting down and talking to the boy. His heart felt as if a gentle hand had softly held it. "Let's go home," he said. "Aren't we going to take care of the business? We'll do it tomorrow." After buying the little wooden horse, they walked around a bit more, bought some daily necessities, and Jiang Yu also got 2 boxes of hand cream. One for herself and one for Mother Lu. Early in the morning, just after washing up, Jiang Yu and the others heard a knock on the door. It must be Madame Wang. Mother Lu went to open it, and indeed, it was her. "Madame Wang, you came so early." Madame Wang was, as always, neatly dressed. She greeted Jiang Yu and then went to help Mother Lu move the jars of sauce. Seeing how quick and capable she was, Jiang Yu told Mother Lu to take her to the stall first, while she stayed behind to make breakfast. She cooked porridge with shredded meat and vegetables. While it simmered, she warmed some goat's milk for Sui to drink later. Mother Lu had left some dough, so Jiang Yu made 7 small pepper salt cakes. She tasted the pickled radish Mother Lu had made. It was ready, so she added some as a side dish. She packed 4 savory cakes and some radish into a food box, then went to wake Sui. "Sui, time to get up." As usual, the child kissed his mother first, then washed up and changed clothes before looking for his little wooden horse. "Mom, my horse is gone." Mother Lu took it to the stall first. "Eat your breakfast and we'll go find it after." The cakes were small, so Sui finished one by himself and drank a bowl of goat's milk. After they both ate, the porridge was ready. Jiang Yu packed it up and took Sui out. At the stall, she placed Sui in his little spot, where Mother Lu had already set his wooden horse. Jiang Yu joined the 2 women in their work, while also keeping an eye on Madame Wang. Madame Wang's dough was well made, her dumplings looked nice, and she cooked them perfectly. She served the dishes steadily without spilling. The 2 tables they had before weren't enough, so Jiang Yu added 2 more. At 4 tables, Madame Wang worked without making any mistakes. When there were only a few customers left, Jiang Yu took down the pot of rice wine and sweet dumplings, warmed some flatbreads, and left the porridge as it was. It was just the right temperature to drink. When the stall was empty, Jiang Yu called Madame Wang and Madame Lu to have breakfast together. Each of them had a bowl of porridge and 2 flatbreads, with a small dish of pickled radish in the middle. Madame Wang looked at the food in front of her. The flatbreads were small, but at home she usually only had a bowl of porridge or a single flatbread in the morning, not to mention that Jiang Yu had even added shredded meat to the porridge. Since her husband had broken his leg, her family hadn't eaten such a good meal, even at noon. Seeing that Madame Wang hesitated, Madame Lu picked up a pair of chopsticks and placed them in her hand.
Go on, eat.
The lady is kind and never treats people harshly. Just do your work carefully from now on. Madame Wang nodded and lifted her bowl. It had been a long time since she had felt such kindness. While Madame Lu and Madame Wang ate, Jiang Yu counted the remaining ingredients. When Madame Lu finished eating and rested for a bit, Jiang Yu gave her some instructions, and Madame Lu went out with 2 baskets to buy vegetables. At this hour, there were usually few people around, so Jiang Yu took little Sui to chat with Cui Shuang, who sold household goods at the stall across the street. At the entrance of Sweetwater Alley, there were only 2 stalls, Jiang Yu's food stall and Cui Shuang's stall, which sold small daily items like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, needles, and thread. It was a bit like a small convenience stand in modern neighborhoods, selling a bit of everything. Cui Shuang's family also lived in Sweetwater Alley. Her husband ran a general store in Shuanghua Ward, and her capable mother-in-law helped at home. Not one to stay idle, Cui Shuang set up her own small stall at the alley entrance. Business was decent. The neighbors nearby often bought things from her for convenience. When Cui Shuang saw Jiang Yu coming with Sui, she happily picked the child up. Sui girl, what did you eat today? Sui patted her little belly. I had flatbread and milk today. Oh my, our little Sui is just adorable. Seeing how fond Cui Shuang was of a child, Jiang Yu teased her. If you like girls so much, why not have one yourself? Cui Shuang gave her a playful glare. She had 2 sons and had always wanted a daughter but hadn't been able to have one. Was Jiang Yu teasing her on purpose? If you keep teasing me, I'll just take your little Sui home with me. Let's see where you'll cry then. Then she laughed and continued to play with Sui. Sui, would you like to go home with Aunt Cui? She has 2 sons who can play with you. Sui quickly shook her little head like a rattle. I don't want brothers, I want my mother. Jiang Yu laughed. What a sweet girl you are, Sui. Tell your Aunt Cui to have one of her own. Aunt Cui should have a little sister. After saying that, Sui seriously patted Cui Shuang's belly. Oh my, clever girl, how do you know a little sister comes from here? Sui proudly lifted her small face. Mother told me. Cui Shuang couldn't help but kiss Sui's cheek. Then I'll take your good wishes, dear Sui. Next year, I'll have a little sister for you to play with. Sui shyly covered her face. It was the first time anyone other than her mother had kissed her cheek. Aunt Cui smelled nice too. After playing with Sui, Cui Shuang took out a storybook and handed it to Jiang Yu. Now that you're not busy, sister, please read this.
No chari.
Cui Shuang not only sold small goods but also rented out storybooks. In Jiangdu, people loved reading. Unlike the strict capital, Jiangdu had many schools for girls, where they learned reading, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Except for very old-fashioned families, most well-off parents sent their daughters to school. There were many literate women in Jiangdu, but storybooks were expensive and usually only lasted a few days of reading. Many young women who came to Jiang Yu's stall for sweet rice balls liked to read storybooks while eating. After hearing their talk, Cui Shuang bought a large number of storybooks to rent out, and the business did quite well. Jiang Yu looked at the book in her hand. The Tale of the Spirit Fox, by Lu Pan Mok. Jiang Yu accepted it gladly. She often shared her sweet red bean desserts with Cui Shuang, and it was nice to return favors. The little fox, who had already gained some magical intelligence, had wandered out to play and accidentally fallen into the trap. At first, there wasn't much to see, but Jiang Yu thought the male lead's character was quite interesting. She had read storybooks in the capital before. Usually, when someone saved a spirit fox, it was a scholar, and the fox would repay the kindness, often with either a romantic story or by giving money. But a spirit fox and a hunter, this was the first time she had seen that combination. Madame Lu had already returned from buying groceries. After asking Cui Shuang, Jiang Yu took the storybook with her. She still had to go home to cook, and she would be busy again at noon. After asking Sui Sui if she wanted to stay at the stall to play with the wooden horse, Jiang Yu carried the groceries home by herself. Before leaving, she stopped by Cui Shuang's stall and said, "I won't eat noodles today. I'll cook at home. Sister, come eat with us later." Usually, when Cui Shuang didn't go home for lunch, she would just eat something simple at Jiang Yu's shop. Jiang Yu looked at the groceries Madame Lu had bought. There were pork ribs too. She decided to make winter melon and seaweed soup, stir-fried greens, and eggplant with beans. She had also bought some dried fruits and candied snacks yesterday, including preserved plums, so she decided to make plum-flavored ribs as well. She put the ribs into cold water, added green onions, ginger, and cooking wine, boiled them briefly, then drained them. In a pan, she added a little oil, fried the ribs until golden on both sides, then added rock sugar to make a caramel color. She stirred the ribs in the sugar, poured in enough water to cover them, added a few preserved plums, salt, and soy sauce, then covered the pot to simmer. Since Sui Sui might find the ribs too tough, Jiang Yu planned to cook them for half an hour. While waiting, she made the soup and the other dishes. Jiang Yu finished cooking right on time and arrived at the stall just before noon. She set down the food box and started helping wrap dumplings. After finishing, she reheated the dishes.
Sister Kui, come eat.
Cui Shuang pulled a cloth over the stall to cover it. "What are we having today?" Sui Sui didn't need her mother to call her. She sat down at the table right away, waiting for lunch. She had eaten breakfast early, and now that it was past noon, she was already very hungry. "We have your favorite ribs, Sui Sui." Jiang Yu and Madame Lu brought the dishes to the table. Seeing that Madame Wang was still washing dishes, they called her over to eat. When they sat down, Jiang Yu noticed Madame Wang hesitating to take any ribs, so she picked one up for her. "Don't be shy, Madame Wang. Whatever we eat, you eat too." Cui Shuang was the first to grab a rib and take a bite. "Young sister Jiang, your ribs are so good. Please teach me how to make them. When I go home, I will also prepare some for my two little ones." Sui Sui happily nibbled on the ribs. She was tired of eating noodles and dumplings in the morning and noon. Now she could enjoy home-cooked meals all day long. She felt very happy. While eating, Jiang Yu explained how to make plum and rib dish. Madame Wang was thinking to herself that once she received her monthly allowance, she would buy 2 jin of ribs to make the dish. 3 days passed quickly. Madame Wang was diligent and hardworking. Thanks to her, Jiang Yu had more free time to spend with Sui Sui and could also go home to cook. They signed a 3-year contract. She paid 5 qian each month, plus 3 meals a day. She had days off on the 1st and 15th of each month, and holidays like Mid-Autumn Festival and Spring Festival. As the lunar month of Law, the 12th month, began, the weather grew colder. Tomorrow was Laba Festival. Jiang Yu planned to make extra laba porridge. Besides selling some, she would give some to close neighbors and friends to share the festive atmosphere. Since Jiang Yu had no family, she could only give to those she was close to. Her contract only stated she was from Qushui, Jiangdu, but did not specify the exact place. Jiang Yu had no intention of finding her original family. Second sister also said that Jiangdu was usually wealthy and valued girls. No matter the reason she was sold, she didn't plan to look for her family anymore. If she found a very good family, as a motherless orphan, being sold again wouldn't be worth it. The next afternoon, Cheng Jin was passing by her stall after school. Jiang Yu called him over and handed him 2 bamboo tubes of laba porridge.
Cheng Jin happily.
Jiang Jia, we didn't make laba porridge at home, so we won't give you any. In a few days, my older brother and I will visit Uncle Qushui. When we come back, I will bring you salted duck eggs from Qushui. Hearing about salted duck eggs, Jiang Yu immediately thought of egg yolk pastries. But in this era, there were no ovens. There were brick-built stoves, usually used for baking flatbreads. She wondered if she could bake egg yolk pastries. Maybe she could find someone to build an oven? If she couldn't make the pastries, she could still bake flatbreads to sell. She stopped Cheng Jin and asked him to sit down. "Second brother, are there many salted duck eggs in Qushui? I haven't seen many in Qushui. Qushui has many chicken and duck farms, and their salted duck eggs are famous. But in Qushui, not many people eat them. They don't last long, so only a few shops sell them. Jiang, why do you ask? I want to make some food. When I do, I'll invite you to try it. Jiang Yu initially thought that Jiang Yu only wanted to sell salted duck egg porridge. Although she didn't really like it, she still wanted to support her sister. Alright, since we're taking the boat back, I'll bring some for Sister Jiang. After seeing off Cheng Yi, Jiang Yu told Lu's mother and then went to find someone to build a kiln. As the new year approached, it would be hard to start again. The dock area usually had many people looking for work, but today there were few. After asking around, no one knew how to build a kiln. She realized it was Laba Festival and thought she was too eager. Madam, are you looking for a bricklayer to build a kiln? Jiang Yu looked at the strong man who stopped her. He was not very old, about 24 or 25. In this era, when people could learn a craft by 15 or 16, he was considered experienced. The man's name was Feng Wu. He had learned skills from his father since he was young. He knew how to build houses and kilns. These years, as his father grew older, he started taking jobs on his own during his free time. Jiang Yu nodded and explained her needs. I want a kiln built like the one used for baking flatbreads, but I'll be baking smaller cakes than flatbreads. Since they are small, they might be hard to pick up. Can there be a gap in the middle of the kiln so I can put the cakes inside? Feng Wu thought for a moment. The kind of kiln Jiang Yu wanted was similar to a kiln used for firing pottery. It sounds like you want a smaller kiln, madam. Jiang Yu nodded excitedly. Yes, that's exactly a small kiln. At first, she thought of a kiln for baking flatbreads, but on the way here, she realized it wouldn't work. The flatbreads are large and can be easily picked out, but the small cakes are fragile and might break when handled. Can you make it, sir? Yes, I can. The materials are either already at your place, or I can bring them myself. Jiang Yu received a positive answer. I don't have the materials. Please bring some tomorrow to the snack stall at the entrance of Tian Shui Alley to find me. Jiang Yu described the size she needed again. Please choose good materials for me. Feng Wu nodded. They exchanged names, agreed on a time, and decided that once the kiln was finished, they would settle the payment. Jiang Yu was in a good mood. On the way back, she bought a lot of roasted chestnuts. From afar, she saw Sui leaning against the counter, looking at the street with a sad face. Jiang Yu quickly pulled the child over to her small table. Why is Sui standing there? Mother has gone somewhere and didn't take Sui with her. Sui pouted, seeming to complain that Jiang Yu left her alone. Jiang Yu had just seen her playing with toys, so she didn't take her. Sui walked slowly, and now that she's heavier, holding her for a long time makes her arms sore. Mom went to buy candied roasted chestnuts for the baby. Jiang Yu raised the chestnuts in her hand. As soon as Sui saw the roasted chestnuts, she immediately smiled happily and forgave her mother. Jiang Yu placed the chestnuts on Sui's small table. They were already opened and easy to peel, so she let her peel and eat by herself. Since the stall wasn't busy now, Jiang Yu took out the storybook Cui Shuang had given her. She was now reading about the little fox turning into a human and going down the mountain to find the young hunter. Years had passed, and the young hunter had grown up. He no longer needed his father and could go hunting alone in the mountains. The little fox, pretending to have amnesia, got lost and was taken in by the hunter's family. She stayed there for a while and noticed that he seemed to have a girl he liked. The little fox felt a bit sad inside. Seeing this, Jiang Yu lost some interest. She had thought there would be a story about two women competing for affection. Eat, mother. Jiang Yu looked down to see Sui offering her the peeled chestnuts. Good girl, Mom. She ate the chestnuts Sui fed her. As the sun was setting, Jiang Yu called Lu Mama and Lady Wang to pack up. Today is Laba Festival. Let's go home early. Lady Wang pushed her cart to the small courtyard gate. Jiang Yu also handed her 2 bamboo cups of laba porridge to take home. Today, Lu Mama was cooking and Sui was playing in the yard. Jiang Yu returned to her room and took out the storybook again. But unlike what Jiang Yu expected, the little fox felt sad inside but didn't compete with the young lady for affection. Instead, she often helped cover for the two when they met. Things didn't go well for long. The young lady said her family was going to arrange her marriage with someone from the town. The hunter asked his mother to go and propose, but she refused, saying their family was poor. The town family was willing to pay 20 taels of silver. The hunter asked the little fox how he could earn 20 taels. The little fox didn't answer. The next day, the hunter secretly sneaked into the deep mountains, risking everything, without telling his family. By evening, he hadn't returned. The villagers organized people to search for him. The little fox, under the cover of night, transformed back into her fox form and followed the scent into the mountains. The little fox saved the unconscious hunter from the tiger's mouth. However, injured, she could no longer maintain her human form. She had to bite the hunter's clothes with her mouth and drag him to a visible spot. This is the end of the first volume. Jiang Yu wants to know what happens next, but she can only check the script at Cui Shuang's stall tomorrow. After dinner, Jiang Yu went next door to find Lady Wu. Tomorrow, someone will come to build a brick oven at her house. She was worried about neighbors gossiping if she went out alone with Sui Sui. When she arrived, she explained her purpose. Lady Wu agreed and said she would go after breakfast. Tomorrow, don't do anything, come to my place to eat and help watch Sui Sui. I'll go to the stall to deliver breakfast and won't take her along. Lady Wu thought for a moment and agreed, also thinking about the lotus leaf chicken. You're talking about building a brick oven. I have an idea for a way to eat it. Lady Wu asked Jiang Yu if she had ever tried lotus leaf chicken. In our town, there's a shop that sells lotus leaf chicken. They wrap the chicken in lotus leaves and roast it. It's tender, juicy, and very delicious. It's not hard to make. As long as they build an oven at home, they can do it. But at this time of year, there are no lotus leaves. I can make that. Once the oven is built, we can do it next summer. That's great. When summer comes, I'll buy a chicken and come to your house. I'll invite you, the great cook, to make it for us. They chatted casually for a while. The next day, Jiang Yu steamed sour cabbage pork buns and cooked a pot of millet porridge. Just as she packed the lunchbox, Lady Wu arrived. She brought 2 buns and a bowl of millet porridge. Sui Sui and Auntie are at home waiting for Mother. Mother is going to deliver food to the mother-in-law. Sui Sui was nibbling on her bun, obediently nodded, and didn't forget to greet Lady Wu. They waited at the stall for a while, then saw Fong Wu coming over with some things. Yesterday, Jiang Yu only mentioned the food stall at the entrance of Sweetwater Alley, but didn't specify what they sold. She was worried it might be hard to find, but it turned out to be the only one. Fong Lang Jun, have you had breakfast? If not, just eat something at the stall. I've already eaten. Thank you, Lady Jiang. Let's go now. Please lead the way. Yesterday, Jiang Yu told Lu Mama about building a brick oven at home. They cooked some noodles and dumplings for lunch, so Jiang Yu didn't come to deliver the meal. Jiang Yu led the way, and Fong Wu pushed his cart behind her. Upon entering the house, Lady Wu was playing with Sui Sui in the courtyard. Jiang Yu planned to build the oven in the wood storage room, as Lu Mama had already stacked firewood outside the kitchen yesterday. Fong Wu looked at the layout of the wood storage and said it was suitable, so he started working. Lady Wu carried Sui Sui over. Why not build in the kitchen? It would be more convenient. Jiang Yu shook her head. The kitchen needs space for jars on the stall, so it's not convenient. The 3 of them returned to the main room. Lady Wu brought sewing supplies and took out an embroidered handkerchief. They chatted casually, while Sui Sui played with her small toys, not understanding the conversation. Did you know that the daughter of Officer Wang's family is engaged? Jiang Yu was busy selling goods at her stall every day. A few days ago, she saw someone delivering betrothal gifts into Sweetwater Alley, but she didn't know which family it was. She thought the girl seemed quite young, so she asked, "Isn't she only 14? Why is she in such a hurry?" Here, parents usually wait until their daughters are around 17 or 18 to arrange marriages, and many marry at 20. It's not her family rushing, but the Liang family. They are engaged to Liang Sanling, who is 20 this year. But, well, everyone in Qushui knew about the Liang family. They run a tavern business, a family enterprise that produces and sells their own liquor. They have several taverns on both the south and north banks. However, Jiang Yu didn't know much about the Liang family's situation. Would her stepmother be so kind? There must be something going on. Sister Wu, don't keep us in suspense. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that the Wang family's stepmother often treated the young girl harshly. This marriage arrangement probably had little to do with her. After saying this, She handed the jar of candied fruit to Lady Wu and poured a cup of tea. Lady Wu nodded happily and continued. Liang Sanlang was very sick as a child, with a high fever that left him mentally slow, like a 6 or 7-year-old. Somehow, he ran away from home. Lady Wang was washing clothes by the river and happened to meet him. She played with Liang Sanlang, and when the family came looking for him, they saw her. Seeing that the girl didn't mind playing with her son and even brought him food, Lady Wang became interested. Later, she secretly sent people to follow him and took Liang Sanlang out several times to meet Lady Wang. Each time, she played with him and brought him food, so she asked a matchmaker to propose marriage to the Wang family. Lady Wu finished and covered her mouth to laugh. You don't know how upset Wang Dinyangzi looked when the Liang family sent a matchmaker to visit. What surprised me more was how Lady Wu knew so many details. Big sister, you really know everything so clearly. Sigh, my husband and Liang are classmates and good friends. Liang even asked about Wang Xiaonyangzi. He heard she was often treated badly by her stepmother. When Liang went back, he told his mother. When the Liang family came to visit, they didn't show Wang Nyangzi much respect. They only paid attention to Wang Xiaonyangzi and didn't even care much about the police officer Wang. Lady Wu finished speaking in one breath, and we looked at each other and smiled. I'm happy for Wang Xiaonyangzi. It seems the Liang family is quite harmonious. Even though her husband is simple-minded, she at least escaped that family. Without third brother Liang, she probably doesn't know what kind of marriage her stepmother will arrange for her in the future. In the future, Wang's family probably won't benefit from this daughter anymore. Wang Dinyangzi's harsh treatment of her daughter is something Wang police officer knows about, but he doesn't care. Even Wang's youngest son has started to imitate and bully his sister. I sighed. At least she's out of her suffering. She no longer has to wash clothes by the river in the cold winter. Wang's family has no well, but many other families in the alley also don't have wells. When it's cold, they carry water home to boil and mix for washing. People in Tianwater Lane are not poor. They can buy firewood. But even in winter, I saw someone washing clothes by the river. Lady Wang often called the girl to come out and wash clothes. Seeing that it was getting late, I decided to start preparing lunch. Big sister, you can also eat here at noon. Brother Wu won't be back for lunch, so it's easier if you stay. Lady Wu felt a little embarrassed about having 2 meals in a row. I cook simply, and even this morning I had a bun with some meat. Tomorrow, I plan to go shopping for some cakes for Sui Jie. Then I'll go help my sister. Sui raised her hand. Sui wants to go too. I taught her to raise her hand like that. Lady Wu was envious again. Honestly, no one in this alley envies you for having such a daughter. I hugged Sui proudly. Let them envy all they want. Only I have her. Every year, she would smile foolishly. Lady Wu glanced at Jiang Yu. Next year, I will also have a baby. It was still the same simple meal, vegetables, soup, and meat. After cooking, Jiang Yu took a large bowl, filled it completely, and brought it to the barn. Master Fong, have some food and rest first. Jiang Yu saw that the oven was already half-built, so it looked like it would be finished today. Seeing Jiang Yu looking at the oven, Fong Wu quickly said, Madam Jiang, the oven will be finished this afternoon. Jiang Yu didn't understand much, but it did look right, so she nodded and went out. After lunch, Jiang Yu soothed Sui to sleep, then came out to chat with Lady Wu. Fong Wu estimated that by mid-afternoon, the oven would be ready. Jiang Yu checked it over and didn't see any problems. Jiang Yu settled the payment. Before leaving, Fong Wu said, the oven needs to sit for 7 days before it can be used. If there are any issues, Madam Jiang, come to the dock to find me. Once the oven was finished, Lady Wu also went home to cook. As she left, she tried to take Sui with her. Sui tightly clung to her mother's leg. Why does everyone want to take Sui home? I don't want to go. I want to stay with my mother forever. One day, Jiang Yu was at home cooking when she heard someone knocking. Who is it? It's me, Sister Jiang. I brought you some salted duck eggs. Outside the door, the brothers Cheng Jin each carried a basket of salted duck eggs. Cheng Yi could carry them himself, but Cheng Jin said he shouldn't, so he came along to help. As the door creaked open, Jiang Yu stood inside with her back to the light, her face not visible. Soft, scattered light fell around her. She stepped outside slowly, her face gradually becoming clear. Because she was cooking, her cheeks were slightly red, and her sleeves were rolled up high, revealing her fair little arms. Cheng Jin felt as if the wind had softened, and the world suddenly went silent. Like magic, he couldn't help but feel his heart race. Madam Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Yu didn't expect that Cheng Jin, usually shy and quiet, would say such a thing. She was momentarily stunned, then replied, Master Cheng, long time no see. Since Lady Wang signed the contract in the morning, Jiang Yu had gone out late. Cheng Jin had come earlier for breakfast, so they didn't meet. Cheng Yi raised his hand, holding a salted duck egg. Big Sister Jiang. Look, a clear water salted duck egg. That's too many. Jiang Yu was startled. How could this child be so honest? There were at least 200 baskets.
Cheng Yi chuckled.
Big Brother is worried that Lady Jiang might not have enough food. Since the weather is cold, it's good to bring more. That many, with only 500 or 600 copper coins, probably won't be enough. I'll give some to the young master. Jiang Yu reached into her purse to take out money. No need, Sister Jiang. Salted duck eggs from Qushui are cheap. Cheng Jin quickly spoke to stop Jiang Yu. If Lady Jiang really feels bad about it, once the food is ready, why not share some with us brothers to try? The salted duck eggs would definitely be given to them once the egg yolk pastry was ready, but there were so many salted duck eggs. 2 baskets of laba porridge exchanged for just 2 baskets of eggs. The Cheng family young master really didn't know how to do business. After placing the salted duck eggs down, Cheng Yi ran over and leaned on the doorframe, calling out to Jiang Yu. Jiang sister, remember to send me a little more when it's ready. Jiang Yu didn't want to argue with Cheng Jin, so she put her purse back. Seeing that Jiang Yu no longer refused, Cheng Jin moved the salted duck eggs inside the door. Since Lady Jiang was alone at home, he couldn't go in, so he left them there. The 2 of them left, and Jiang Yu slowly carried the salted duck eggs back to the kitchen. The oven was already dried and ready. After lunch, she began to work on the egg yolk pastry. In the kitchen, Sui saw her mother bring back many eggs and felt a little scared. Her mother made her eat an egg every day. With so many eggs, she wondered if all of them were for her to eat. Her voice trembled slightly. Mother, does Sui have to eat all these? Ha, no, baby. These are for making delicious food, not everyday eggs. Hearing this, Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they weren't regular eggs. If they were that big, how could she finish them? After lunch, Sui fell asleep, and Jiang Yu couldn't wait to start making the egg yolk pastry. Her husband preheated the oven thoroughly. During this time, she kneaded the pastry dough and set it aside to rise. Jiang Yu wasn't very skilled at making dough, so she specially asked Lu Mama to teach her how to make the pastry crust for the egg yolk pastry. First, she took some red bean paste, poured it into a clay pot, and slowly fried it with oil until it formed a ball. Then she took some glutinous rice flour, mixed it with water into a paste, steamed it, and while still hot, kneaded in pork fat to finish. Everything was prepared. A large bowl was used to crack 10 salted duck eggs. The yolks were removed and placed on a baking tray. Since there was no spray bottle, a small brush dipped in white wine was used to gently sprinkle the wine evenly over the yolks. A few days ago, she baked some pancakes without any problem, but she wasn't sure if baking the egg yolk pastries would work. So, she decided to try making 10 first. The yolks were placed in the oven and taken out after 5 or 6 minutes. After cooling, she started assembling the egg yolk pastries. First, she wrapped the yolks with glutinous rice balls, then added red bean paste, and finally wrapped the filling with sliced pastry dough, sealing it inside. She brushed a layer of egg wash on top, sprinkled black sesame seeds, and baked them for about the time it takes to burn incense. Jiang Yu stayed in the woodshed, feeling a bit nervous. Although she had tested baking a pancake when the oven was just dried, she was still worried because the pancake was thin and didn't need to be flaky. She was afraid the pastries wouldn't turn out well. Fortunately, her effort paid off. When the time was up, Jiang Yu took out the egg yolk pastries. There were 10 neatly arranged on the baking tray, golden and tempting. The slightly raised pastry edges showed her success. Jiang Yu placed the pastries on the table to cool and went to wake Sui Sui. Baby, Mom made something delicious. Wake up now. As soon as Sui Sui heard delicious, she eagerly tried to get up. Jiang Yu dressed her and took her into the main room. What is this, Mom? So pretty. Sui Sui hurried to the table, looking at the small buns and smelling their tempting aroma. It smells so good. Jiang Yu sat Sui Sui down. This is egg yolk pastry. When Sui Sui heard egg yolk, she covered her mouth. She didn't like eating egg yolks. Jiang Yu smiled, broke open a pastry, and took a bite. The flaky layers, soft bean paste, salty egg yolk, and the glutinous rice ball. Jiang Yu didn't add sugar, which balanced the sweetness of the bean paste and the saltiness of the yolk. She enjoyed it with tea. One sip of tea, one bite of pastry. It was so delicious. Seeing her mother enjoying it so much, Sui Sui reached out and took one too. She took a bite. Is this still egg yolk? It doesn't taste like the eggs she usually eats. Mom, from now on, Sui Sui will eat eggs every day. Jiang Yu smiled mischievously. Did this child think that eating egg yolk pastries meant she didn't have to eat eggs anymore? Jiang Yu left one more egg yolk pastry for Sui Sui and stored the rest. Every year, I still go to the kitchen with my mother here. Together with my mother, the mother and daughter went back to the kitchen. This time, Jiang Yu made 50 egg yolk pastries in one go. Cui Shuang made 10, Wu's family made 10, the Cheng family made 20, and she also gave 10 to Lady Wang. Jiang Yu calculated that a salted duck egg costs 2 coins each. The other ingredients like flour, glutinous rice flour, and red bean paste need to be bought often. Buying in large amounts is cheaper, but sugar is still expensive. So, to make a profit, each egg yolk pastry should sell for at least 8 coins. After baking the pastries, Jiang Yu first gave 10 to Lady Wu. Lady Wu initially thought it was a date paste pastry and tried one. Jiang's sister, your idea is so clever. How did you think of this? I heard you built a new oven recently, just to make these. Your oven is well built. Do you think these pastries can sell for 8 coins each? Lady Wu thought for a moment. If it were her, she would buy them even if they were expensive. Pastries are not cheap, and people don't eat them every day. I think they can sell. The date paste pastries at Miao Dianjai sell for 5 coins each. After giving the pastries to Lady Wu, Jiang Yu took 20 more to the Cheng family. Not because she was stingy, but because her family only has 2 brothers. She was worried that if she gave too much, they might not finish them quickly. If both brothers like them, she can give more later. Cheng Yi was not at home. Cheng Jin opened the door. Lady Jiang. Jiang Yu handed over a paper package. Young Master Cheng, the salted duck eggs you sent make good food. Cheng Jin looked at the paper package with curiosity. Like Cheng Yi, he thought Jiang Yu's salted duck eggs were for making porridge. What is this? Could it be a pastry? But can salted duck eggs be used to make pastries? Jiang Yu was in a good mood and smiled even more brightly. Young Master Cheng, try it at home and tell me what you think. This was the first time Cheng Jin saw Jiang Yu smile so genuinely. Before, Jiang Yu's smiles were always gentle, not showy or passionate, and she treated every customer the same. Only when facing Sui Sui did her expression seem a little different. Cheng Jin didn't know what was wrong today, but the strange feeling he had when delivering the salted duck eggs this morning came back to him now. This Lord Cheng, why is he lost in thought again? Lord, Jiang Yu called out, bringing Cheng Jin back from his daydream. Hearing this name, Cheng Jin's ears felt a little warm. I'll take it back first. We can eat it tomorrow and talk to Lady Jiang then. Cheng Jin quickly took the paper package and shut the door with a bang, leaving Jiang Yu and Sui Sui outside looking at each other. Is this Lord Cheng having another social anxiety attack? Inside, Cheng Jin patted his face. He decided he couldn't stay up late writing stories anymore. Tomorrow, he needed to give Lady Jiang some advice. Back in his room, Cheng Jin opened the egg yolk pastry and ate 5 in one go. His opinion was simple, no complaints, and next time, they should make more. In the end, Cheng Jin kept 5 for his younger brother and hid the remaining 10 in his room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu took the egg yolk pastries to the stall, except for the ones wrapped up for Cui Shuang and Lady Wang to take home. There were 6 left from what Jiang Yu made earlier. Each of them ate one, and Cui Shuang couldn't help but eat an extra one. Everyone said they were delicious. Jiang Yu planned to make all the remaining salted duck eggs tomorrow. She also wanted to tell the customers that they could pre-order New Year's gifts, buy 10 get 1 free, so they could earn some money before the new year. They would buy as many salted duck eggs as they wanted, not worried about losing money. Making egg yolk pastries wasn't hard. Anyone in the pastry shop could tell at a glance. After the new year, more people would probably start selling egg yolk pastries. After eating the pastries, Cui Shuang took out the 2nd and 3rd volumes of the Spirit Fox record. These are the later ones. Why do you like to read these? Is there something wrong with this book? No, it's just that the bookstore owner said they aren't selling very well. The first volume you read was bought by me and some others from the bookstore. I went to the bookstore a few times, and the owner finally found these 2nd and 3rd volumes. Jiang Yu thought the later volumes had been rented out by Cui Shuang, so she hadn't found them for a while. She didn't expect that Cui Shuang had gone out of her way to find them for her. Good sister. Thank you so much. Cui Shuang waved the egg yolk pastry in her hand. No need to thank me. I've already accepted the gift. She had arranged with Mother Lu to wake up early tomorrow morning to make egg yolk pastries. That night, Jiang Yu climbed into bed, soothed Sui to sleep, and then took out the 2nd volume of the Spirit Fox record again. Continuing from the previous story, the villagers finally found the injured hunter who had fainted in the grass. There were dragging marks nearby, and they thought he had crawled back on his own. The hunter had been injured for a long time at home. After he recovered, he quietly went back up the mountain to look for the little fox. It turned out that before he completely lost consciousness, he saw the little fox and recognized the red string tied to its paw. The little fox dared not show itself, so the hunter went up the mountain every day to wait for it. Autumn passed into spring, and for 3 whole months, rain or shine, he waited at the place where he was rescued. Finally, on a snowy day, the little fox appeared. But it didn't expect to be greeted by a large black trap net. It was terrified and struggled, claws scratching at the net. However, the net was made of special material. The more it struggled, the tighter the net became. During the struggle, the red string tied to the little fox's paw fell into the snow. The little fox was pulled further and further away, its calls growing quieter, until only the red string lay alone in the snow. The hunter presented the little fox to the Northern King in exchange for 100 gold coins. The Northern King summoned a spiritual healer who healed the fox's injuries. When the little fox was in the countryside, it had never seen a particularly beautiful woman, so its transformed appearance was quite ordinary. The Northern King collected countless pictures of beautiful women to show the little fox. Then he allowed her to transform back into a human, named Maid. The spiritual healer placed a restriction on her and set her in the hunting grounds. Later, the old emperor rescued her, took her back to the palace. On his way home with the 100 gold coins, the hunter encountered mountain bandits. His body was never found, and the girl from his hometown, waiting for him, married someone else. The red string was something the hunter's mother had brought from offering incense one day. Each family member had one, and the little fox treasured it dearly. When the hunter personally tied a special knot in it for her, that's how he recognized her and why she was captured. Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then opened the 3rd volume. The 3rd volume was different from the first 2. Those were printed books. This one seemed to be a handwritten manuscript by Lu Pan Mo Ko. The 3rd volume began with the little fox entering the palace. The concubines in the harem did not target this young girl. Instead, they taught her to read and write, to understand proper conduct, and to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They also taught her how to avoid favor from the emperor. The little fox gradually understood many things. The concubines gave her a new name, not the one written in the emperor's decree. It was Yun Huan. Things didn't stay peaceful for long. The Prince of Jinbei, under the pretense of clearing the court of treacherous consorts and evil women, turned against everyone. The little fox was that evil woman. The Prince of Jinbei led his people into the imperial city. The old emperor died, along with the Empress Dowager who taught her to read, the concubine Xian who taught her to paint, the seventh prince who played ball with her, and Duku who made her delicious sugar cakes. All of them died. The most beloved Lady Liang, who used to read stories to her, also died in her arms. Xiao Yinhuan, if you really are a fox spirit, the stories say that if a fox eats a person's heart, its power will grow quickly. I will give you my heart. If you eat it, can you save everyone? Yinhuan ate many hearts. She broke through the restrictions. Then she went to the side of the Prince of Jinbei. The blood on her face became a beautiful decoration, and the prince sat on the throne, holding the little fox in his arms. Mayor, you are becoming more beautiful. The little fox's claws pierced the prince's chest, grabbing his heart. My name is Yun Huan. Also, you underestimate foxes and women even more. The little fox cleaned up the palace and supported Xiao Shi to ascend the throne. Xiao Shi, you must be a good emperor, diligent, caring for the people, kind, and wise in governance. The little fox recited all the words she knew in one breath. Okay, I promise you, Yun Huan's sister. The little fox left. She returned to the deep mountains, but from time to time, she would transform into a human and go down the mountain to see if the people were living well and to check on Xiao Shi's rule. Closing the storybook, Jiang Yu felt a bit lost. She decided to buy this manuscript from Cui Shuang tomorrow to keep for herself. The Spirit Fox Record, Jiang Yu liked the third volume the most. It seemed that because the first two volumes didn't sell well, they weren't printed, which is how Jiang Yu got this manuscript. She placed the manuscript on the bookshelf, thought for a moment, and decided to keep the second volume. She would go back tomorrow to find the first volume and wait until Sui Sui was older to show her. Never trust men. At dawn, Jiang Yu woke up to find that Mama Lu was already in the kitchen making flaky pastry. Why did Mama Lu get up so early? If you can't sleep, get up, my dear. Making so many egg yolk pastries, what if you can't sell them all? It's okay, Lu Mama. Today, we'll just finish all the leftover salted duck eggs. I think there are less than 200. If someone orders, we'll sell more. If not, that's fine. Selling 200 should not be difficult. The oven isn't very big, so it can bake 50 at a time. After 4 rounds, we made a total of 173 egg yolk pastries. Jiang Yu set aside 23 for tasting later. Lu Mama has already gone to set up the stall. Jiang Yu woke Sui Sui, telling her to eat breakfast in the main room first before going to push the cart back. Jiang Yu first laid a cloth on a bamboo sieve, then arranged the pastries on top, covering them with another cloth. The 2 bamboo sieves filled up quickly, and with Sui Sui there, she could only push the cart back first. When she returned, Sui Sui had already finished her breakfast. Seeing her mother come back, she held a small bowl, asking for praise. Sui Sui is so great. You're truly a good baby, my dear. Mother and daughter shared a warm moment. Jiang Yu loaded the bamboo sieve onto the cart, and seeing space left, she also carried Sui Sui up.
Sui Sui little legs sungeppili.
Mommy, this is fun. At the stall, Jiang Yu handed Sui Sui to Cui Shuang. Mommy has some work to do. Today, Sui Sui will stay here with Auntie. Seeing her mother again and knowing Auntie Cui would give her tasty treats, Sui Sui happily agreed. Jiang Yu took out 2 pieces of egg yolk pastry and placed them on the table. Wayne was a regular customer at the stall, eating breakfast there almost every day. Miss Jiang, what kind of pastry is this? I've never seen it before. When Wayne asked, Jiang Yu picked up a skewer, cut a piece, and handed it to him, also giving 2 pieces to his roommate. Each customer at the stall received a piece. Gentlemen, try this. It's my new egg yolk pastry. Wayne first sniffed, then observed. The yellow inside seemed to be egg yolk. The white part looked like small glutinous rice balls, the red was bean paste, and the flaky outer layer was layered delicately. Wayne thought to himself, will this taste good? But since Miss Jiang gave it to him, he decided to try. The moment he took a bite, the crispy outer shell broke apart in his mouth, followed by the smooth, sweet bean paste, then the chewy glutinous rice, and finally the savory, salty egg yolk flavor. Lady Jiang, your pastries are very good. A customer spoke. The salted egg yolk balances the sweetness of the bean paste, making it tastier than the red bean pastry. Everyone agreed and nodded. Wayne spoke first. How much does Lady Jiang sell these pastries for? 8 won each, 15 won for 2. They are a bit expensive, but Wayne could accept it. He immediately paid to buy 4 to take to the official school later. 2 of Wei An's classmates also bought some. Some customers at the stall thought the price was high, while others bought some to take home for their families. In a short time, about 20 pastries were sold. While there were many people, Jiang Yu also mentioned the upcoming New Year gift orders. Today, customers who order salted egg yolk pastries as New Year gifts get a deal. Buy 10, get 1 free. 11 for only 75 won. The more you order, the more you get free. Some customers, initially thinking it was expensive, calculated that the red bean and jujube pastries in the shop cost about 5 won each. Lady Jiang's pastries cost less than 7 won each, and they contain salted egg yolk. Everyone started to consider ordering. Today is the last day of classes at the official school. Wei and his friends planned to finish class and then come back to order the salted egg yolk pastries. They paid a deposit of 31. Jiang Yu was busy writing and counting money, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She was about to ask Madame Lu for help. Suddenly, a hand reached out and took the pen from Jiang Yu. I'll help Lady Jiang keep track. It was Cheng Jin. Why did he appear at the stall now? Jiang Yu didn't ask and was busy selling pastries and counting money. Someone placed an order, and Cheng Jin wrote down the customer's address, name, and quantity in the notebook. He then handed the customer a slip, which they could use to pick up their pastries later. Cheng Jin's handwriting was quite good. Jiang Yu thought to herself. The salted egg yolk pastries were selling well. In half an hour, half of the stock was sold. She looked at the notebook. Over 400 pastries had been ordered, mostly for pickup on the 23rd, the day before the Lunar New Year. Today, the students at the official school also had a holiday. Starting tomorrow, they would stop selling breakfast and focus on selling the pastries for a few days. Thank you, Lord Cheng. Without you, it would have been really busy. But why are you here at this time? Lady Jiang, didn't you say you wanted my opinion? So, he didn't appear during his usual mealtime today, but just to respond to her polite comment yesterday. How do you think this egg yolk pastry tastes, Lord Cheng? Cheng Jin looked carefully into Jiang Yu's eyes and said, It's very tasty. This was the first time Jiang Yu looked directly at Cheng Jin, and she saw his serious expression. She felt a little nervous and quickly looked away. As long as it tastes good, that's enough. Cheng Jin took the booklet from Jiang Yu's hand again. Madam Jiang, I want to order 100 egg yolk pastries. Jiang Yu was surprised. Why are you ordering so many, Lord Cheng? Your pastries are delicious. They will be a good gift for the small New Year celebration. Cheng Jin's grandparents live with his uncle's family. The whole family has 10 members, so they need to send 30 pastries. There are also his uncle's family and his sister's family. Jiang Yu listened but didn't ask much. In ancient times, big families were normal, but ordering 100 pastries still seemed a lot. Nowadays, for the small New Year, people usually give 2 packs of 6 or 8 pieces of cake, plus some meat and tea leaves. That's considered a good gift. Seeing Cheng Jin write 750 coins in the booklet, Jiang Yu took it and crossed out the amount, then wrote 500 coins instead. Cheng Jin had brought 233 salted duck eggs. Even if plain salted duck eggs are cheap and sell for less than 2 coins each, that still costs at least 300 coins. So, she decided to charge him a little less for the 100 salted egg yolks. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu realized that today was the 20th. The small batch of egg yolk pastries for the new year could only be made with salted duck eggs bought from the shop. But she could sell another batch on New Year's Eve. She didn't know how much salted duck eggs cost in Qushui County, or if the shipping would be worth it. Lord Cheng, is Qushui County far away? Cheng Jin guessed she was asking about the salted duck eggs. Qushui is downstream of Zhejiang. Madam Jiang, are you interested in buying salted duck eggs? Seeing Jiang Yu nod, he continued, My uncle's family sells salted duck eggs. If you want some, I can send a message back. My uncle knows a boatman who can deliver directly to Qushui. When the time comes, you can hire a coachman to pick them up at the dock. Jiang Yu asked carefully about the travel time from Qushui to Qushui and the price of salted duck eggs. The 2 baskets of salted duck eggs Cheng Jin brought back cost 1 coin each. In the shop in Qushui, similar-sized eggs sell for 2 coins each, and smaller ones cost 3 coins for 2. Salted duck eggs in Qushui are really cheap. After adding the shipping cost, it's still profitable. Please help me write a letter to arrange for 1,000 salted duck eggs. If that isn't enough, I will trouble you again, and I will invite you to dinner then. Cheng Jin lowered his head, hiding the slight smile on his face. After a moment, he looked up gently and said, "All right, I will write the letter when I get back." After they finished talking, Jiang Yu cooked a bowl of dumplings and handed it to him. "Please enjoy these dumplings, Cheng." Cheng Jin was polite and didn't refuse. Jiang Yu then went to find Madame Liu and Lady Wang. "Madame Liu, later you will go buy the salted duck eggs needed for tomorrow. Avoid small ones, only large ones, about 2 coins each. See if you can negotiate a better price with the shopkeeper. We don't have much flour and red beans left, so we need the grain shop to deliver some. Lady Wang, in the next few days, we won't sell breakfast anymore, but you still need to come help make egg yolk pastries at dawn." As Jiang Yu organized everything calmly, Cheng Jin watched her work efficiently while eating dumplings. His new story mentioned a male protagonist who is an official, and Madame Mo, who manages the household, should be like this. In the afternoon, after the students finished school, thanks to Wei-en and his friends, they attracted more customers, and over 200 more were ordered. In the morning, 400. Cheng Jin ordered 100. Scattered orders in the afternoon added up to over 300. The recent order was over 200, making a total of 1,000. 400 were picked up on the 22nd of the lunar month, and the remaining 600 on the 23rd, with more to be delivered. The oven could bake 4 pots in an hour, which is about 200 pastries, so timing was fine. Madame Liu and Lady Wang worked on making them while she baked. Jiang Yu calculated that, after costs, each egg yolk pastry earned about 4 coins. Selling all 1,000 could earn her 4 taels of silver. Tomorrow morning, they probably wouldn't have enough time to set up the stall. Jiang Yu told Lady Cui that if any customers came to buy egg yolk pastries, she should help inform them that they would set up later. After closing the stall and returning home, they didn't need to prepare any side dishes. After dinner, Jiang Yu first cooked the red bean paste. Tomorrow, Madame Liu would handle kneading the dough and steaming the glutinous rice cakes. Lady Wang would roll the pastry and fill the egg yolk pastries, while she herself would bake, package, and distribute them. The 3 of them worked together smoothly. The next day, they made 300 egg yolk pastries. Jiang Yu and Lady Wang went to sell them, while Madame Liu stayed home to prepare the red bean paste needed later. In this small town, news spread quickly. Thanks to the support of previous customers, the next day, another 700 egg yolk pastries were sold. On the 22nd and 23rd, more people came to buy. A few workers had to work overtime to make more egg yolk pastries.
Fortunately, Qushui was obedient.
Seeing her mother and grandmother busy, she played by herself. When it was time to sleep, she went to bed without causing trouble. Finally, on the day before the Lunar New Year's Eve, all the egg yolk pastries were sold out. Jiang Yu initially thought that other shops would take at least after the New Year to make more, but she was surprised to see her pastries selling now. She was also hoping to make another profit. Luckily, many people had already paid deposits, so the orders for the New Year weren't affected. After selling everything on the 23rd afternoon, Jiang Yu calculated that she earned about 15 taels of silver. Jiang Yu felt quite satisfied. Since her shop was now selling, she decided to rest for a while. She also gave Lady Wang a long holiday, still paying her monthly wages, and told her to come back to work after the 15th. They all wanted to enjoy a good New Year, celebrating their first in Qushui. The next day, the 3 of them slept until they woke up naturally, then got up to make breakfast. After breakfast, they started a big family cleaning. All the bottles and jars on the stall were washed and put away in cabinets. Even Sui took a small cloth to wipe here and there. After cleaning, they boiled water and took a comfortable bath, then went out. The alley was quieter than usual because students had gone home for the New Year. Next door, Lady Wu had also gone back to town. Before leaving, she bought many egg yolk pastries and carried 2 bags of milk cakes for Sui. When they reached the street, it became lively. They first bought New Year supplies, lanterns, couplets, lucky characters, window decorations, various cakes, preserved fruits, and dried nuts. Jiang Yu didn't have time to stuff sausages or didn't really like eating them, so she only bought a little for decoration. At the vegetable market, she bought a lot of vegetables and meat. When she finally saw a place selling lamb, she bought half a sheep, owing a favor to Cheng Jin's family. She planned to send them some roasted lamb chops later. She also visited a few spice shops to buy ingredients for the lamb. After shopping, Jiang Yu took Qushui to buy new clothes. As soon as they entered a ready-made clothing store, the festive atmosphere hit them. Bright, cheerful colors filled the space. Jiang Yu immediately liked a matching outfit, a beige long jacket inside, with a red vest outside. The collar and cuffs were trimmed with fluffy white fur. The skirt was also red, embroidered with small golden koi fish connected end to end. Mother Lu also spoke up. "This color is very nice, perfect for the new year." Jiang Yu asked Qushui to try on clothes and looked around. The shop also sold tiger head hats. She picked a big red one and put it on Qushui. Qushui ran to the big mirror.
Mom.
Qushui looks like a little tiger now. After saying that, she raised her little paws and made a fierce tiger face in the mirror. Jiang Yu and Mother Lu both laughed at Qushui, and even a shop assistant couldn't help but smile secretly. Qushui ran over again, holding Jiang Yu's hand and shaking it.
Mom.
We're the same as Qushui. Jiang Yu gently tapped Qushui's little tiger head. Mom is already quite old, and she still wears red and green. Mother Lu also advised from the side. This is for the new year. Wife, you should try it too. You can't wear it on ordinary days. Red clothes are not worn normally except for weddings and festivals. The clever shop assistant quickly brought 2 sets of clothes. One was very similar to Qushui's, and the other was a simple red long jacket with a silver white skirt, with simple embroidery. Seeing Qushui's eager eyes, Jiang Yu couldn't refuse and tried on the long jacket set. After changing into the new clothes, Qushui spun around Jiang Yu. Mom looks so good. Mother is fair-skinned, and red looks good on her. Mother Lu also sighed. The shop assistant cheerfully said, "Mother and daughter look like sisters when they stand together." This compliment was a bit awkward because Qushui was not Jiang Yu's biological daughter. Jiang Yu felt a little sad inside, but she didn't say anything. She changed the subject and asked Mother Lu to try on a set too. Mother Lu kept refusing, saying the clothes were too expensive. "Old lady, you're already quite old. These clothes are not suitable for me," she said. They had bought good clothes from the shop today. No matter how kind Jiang Yu was to her, she was just a servant. Jiang Yu picked a dark red plain dress and pushed Mother Lu to try it on. "Thank you for your hard work, Mother Lu. Go try it on. Today, we are all buying new clothes." Seeing that Jiang Yu's chosen fabric was good, simple, without embroidery, and not out of place, others wouldn't gossip. Mother Lu felt a bit more comfortable. After trying on the clothes and confirming they fit, Jiang Yu happily asked the shop assistant to pack them up. The shopkeeper also gave 2 silk flowers shaped like peach blossoms. Since she had many things, she hired a carriage to take them home. Jiang Yu held Qushui, but halfway there, the little girl curled up in her mother's arms and fell asleep. After getting off the carriage, Jiang Yu first carried Qushui inside. The coachman helped Madame Lu unload the things and place them at the door. Jiang Yu arranged Qushui comfortably before coming out to help Madame Lu with the luggage. Once everything was settled, Jiang Yu was very tired. She had been to many places today. When she returned to her room, she took off her outer clothes and got into bed. Qushui, sensing her mother's presence, curled her little head and snuggled into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu hugged her warm daughter, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, Madame Lu was already in the kitchen preparing dinner. Jiang Yu dressed quickly, woke Qushui, and lay down again, knowing she wouldn't be able to sleep well at night if she kept sleeping. Qushui was still a bit fuzzy and reached out for Jiang Yu to hold her, helping her put on her clothes and carrying her to the kitchen. "What's good to eat today, Madame Lu?" she asked. Madame Lu saw Qushui still leaning on Jiang Yu's shoulder, pretending to speak loudly. "Today, I made Qushui's favorite ribs." Hearing ribs, Qushui became a little more alert. Her eyes hadn't fully opened, but she turned toward Madame Lu. "Where are the ribs?" "Qushui wants to eat. Madame Lu picked up a piece of rib and held it under Sui Sui's nose. Only then did she fully open her eyes. "Thank you, Grandma," she said. She took the rib and started to chew. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Jiang Yu went to knock on the neighbor's door. It was Cheng Jin who opened it. "Madam Jiang, are you not setting up your stall today?" he asked. Jiang Yu nodded. "After earning 15, I will set up again." Hearing this, Cheng Jin looked a little disappointed. "Is second brother not at home? Are you here to see second brother?" Jiang Yu asked. "No," Jiang Yu explained. "I plan to roast lamb chops today. I wanted to ask if you all like lamb meat. I'll send some over." Cheng Jin thought to himself, when Jiang Yu said she was inviting him to dinner, did she mean she would prepare it and bring it over? Second brother is still sleeping. "We all eat lamb, so it's a bit troublesome for you, Jiang Yu. Then don't cook today, Cheng. I'll prepare it and send it to second brother later." After saying this, she was about to leave. As she entered her own small courtyard, for some reason, she glanced at Cheng Jin's house. The door was not fully closed, and a corner of a blue robe was visible. Is Lord Cheng again staring blankly at the door? Jiang Yu selected small lamb chops with a good mix of fat and lean meat, soaked them in cold water for an hour, then drained and marinated them with spices, especially sprinkling cumin bought yesterday, with great effort. The main dish was baked flatbreads, and Mother Lu cooked a large pot of hawthorn water. First, she grilled 5 or 6 lamb chops and about 20 small ribs, served them with baked bread, and poured 2 bowls of hawthorn soup. This time, the visitors arrived quickly, and Cheng Jin and Cheng Yi came to greet the lamb chops. "Wow, Sister Jiang, I can already smell the delicious aroma," Cheng Yi exaggerated. Jiang Yu kept her food in a tightly sealed box. "You're just good at flattery. If I weren't sweet-tongued, how could I enjoy such fragrant roasted lamb?" Cheng Jin shot him a quick look, but said nothing. Cheng Yi eagerly took the things from Jiang Yu's hands. "I'll take it inside first. Thank you, Sister Jiang." "Wait, Lady Jiang," Cheng Jin called her as she turned to go home. Jiang Yu didn't know what he wanted, so she had to stand at the door and wait. After a while, Cheng Jin came out holding a small box. "This is burn ointment." Jiang Yu looked down at her red, swollen hand, which had been accidentally scalded while handling the lamb chops. "Thank you, Lord Cheng. We have some at home. Keep it for emergencies." Hearing this, Jiang Yu looked a bit disappointed. She thought Cheng Jin looked like a pitiful little cat being rejected, with drooping eyes and silent. "Give it to me." Jiang Yu reached out her hand. Her fair palm was facing up. Cheng Jin slowly placed the box in Jiang Yu's hand. "Thank you, Lord. I'll head back now." "Lady Jiang," he said again. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu turned her head. "On New Year's Eve, we will go to the old house for the New Year's dinner. No neighbors or anyone around. Be careful at home. There are quite a few constables living on this street, so Cheng Jin was just making small talk. But Jiang Yu couldn't ignore his kindness. "All right, thank you for the reminder, Lord Cheng." Back home, the second batch of lamb chops was almost ready. The oven still had residual heat, and the entire woodroom was warm. Jiang Yu simply asked Mother Lu to bring a table, and the 3 of them ate the roasted lamb in the woodroom. Jiang Yu placed the lamb chops on the table, and Mother Lu saw the injury on her hand. "Oh no, my wife's hand is burned. I will get some burn ointment." Jiang Yu pulled Lu Mama aside and took out the burn ointment that Cheng Jin had just given her. Sui Sui heard her mother say her mother's hand was burned and came over to blow on it. Lu Mama carefully applied the ointment to Jiang Yu's hand. Just as she was about to cover it, she noticed that the ointment looked different from the one they had bought before. "Is this a new ointment you bought, wife?" Jiang Yu casually replied. "Yes, I bought it a few days ago," but Lu Mama didn't believe her. The ointment looked used, and they already had burn ointment at home. Why would she buy another box? Thinking about how Jiang Yu had just gone next door to deliver lamb chops and took out the ointment from her pocket again, she didn't say anything. She silently placed the ointment on the table. Sui Sui watched her mother's hand as she applied the ointment. "Does it hurt, Mother?" Jiang Yu teased her. If Sui Sui kisses her mother, it won't hurt anymore. Sui Sui climbed onto Jiang Yu's lap and kissed her twice. "Then if you kiss me twice, I'll be fine." Lu Mama first handed Sui Sui a small lamb chop. Sui Sui took it but didn't eat right away. Instead, She fed Jiang Yu.
Feed Mom.
Jiang Yu took a bite from Sui Sui's hand. Actually, the burn on her hand didn't affect her eating. But the little girl, who loved to eat, was very touched that Sui Sui wanted to feed her lamb chop first. All done, Mom is fine. Sui Sui can eat by herself. Seeing Jiang Yu pick up the lamb chop and eat, Sui Sui finally relaxed and took a bite of her lamb chop. After eating a lamb chop, half a pancake, and gnawing on a few ribs, Jiang Yu didn't let her eat more. Worried she wouldn't digest it. She scooped some hawthorn soup into a small bowl. Drink it all, be good. Sui Sui still wanted to eat more, but she knew if she didn't drink the soup obediently, her mother wouldn't make it for her next time. So she obediently took the small spoon and drank it little by little. Will Sui Sui want to eat more tonight? Jiang Yu shook her head. After eating so much meat at noon, she needed something light for dinner. Can we eat more tomorrow? Mom's hand isn't healed yet. She deliberately waved her hand to show her injury. Let's wait until Mom is better to eat more. Compared to lamb chops, her mother was more important. At night, after putting Sui Sui to sleep, Jiang Yu went to the dressing table and picked up the burn ointment. She also heard people in the alley talking about Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin was quiet and reserved, didn't like going out, and didn't enjoy socializing. Cheng Jin was not very talkative at first. He would come to the stall, sit down, eat, and then leave. But recently, he has been talking more than before. Cheng Yi suggested bringing some salted duck eggs for himself to try, and Cheng Jin brought back 2 baskets at once. On the first day, he sold egg yolk pastries. He even helped at the stall. Later, he wrote a letter to his uncle, who quickly sent salted duck eggs. Otherwise, buying from the shop in Qushui would have cost a lot of unnecessary money. Jiang Yu had some guesses in her mind, but was afraid she was overthinking. Never mind, I won't think about it anymore. Time to sleep. Jiang Yu lay down to sleep, but Cheng Jin next door kept tossing and turning. Recently, he hadn't stayed up late to write books. For some reason, whenever he lay down and closed his eyes, he would think of Jiang Yangzi. He knew a widow had recently moved in next door, but that was all he knew. Later, he found out a new stall opened at the alley entrance. He went early, and when it wasn't busy, the woman owner would hold her daughter and tell her stories. Her clear voice carried with the wind, along with those little stories. Time was peaceful, and her gentle face stayed in his mind. He felt a bit envious of Jiang Yangzi's husband. He never thought of Jiang Yangzi and the widow next door as the same person, until the day he returned with Cheng Yi, helping Jiang Yangzi close her stall. He then realized they were the same person. He thought he had been foolish for writing stories. So he started to talk more with Jiang Yangzi. When he was brainstorming for his new book and imagining the heroine, her figure appeared in his mind. The character Mo Nyang he wrote became more and more like Jiang Yangzi. That day, at the hot pot meal, Jiang Yu invited them to sit together. Cheng Yi blurted out many things about him, and he didn't stop him. Later, there were salted duck eggs, egg yolk pastries, lamb chops, and ointment for burns. He felt that he had truly fallen in love with Jiang Yangzi. But what about Jiang Yangzi? Would she accept him? Cheng Jin's feelings were unclear to Jiang Yu. The next day, she simply pushed her thoughts about him out of her mind. She rested well for a few days, sleeping naturally with Sui Su, eating the meals prepared by Mother Lu, reading storybooks, and telling stories to Sui Su. On New Year's Eve morning, Jiang Yu took out a gift she prepared for Sui Su. It was 2 small silver cast apples with a small goldfish in the middle, connected by a red string. Jiang Yu drew a picture and specially went to the jewelry store to have it made. This year's apples and small fish will be used next year, wishing for happiness every year. May there be abundance every year and peace always. Gently placing the bracelet in Sui Sui's palm, she kissed her on the forehead. After leaving the room, Mother Lu was already busy in the kitchen, never resting. Holding the prepared glue, she pasted the couplets on the door. Mother Lu helped with the ladder, and Jiang Yu hung 2 red lanterns at the entrance. She also went into the yard to put up paper cuttings on all the windows, creating a joyful and festive atmosphere. Mother, hearing Sui Sui's voice, Jiang Yu entered the room. Sui Sui sat on the bed, holding the bracelet. Did mother buy this for Sui Sui? It's so beautiful. Jiang Yu teased her on purpose. It's given by the fairy goddess to Sui Sui. Then mother is a fairy and Sui Sui is a little fairy. Yes, yes, little fairy. Get up quickly. Mother-in-law made sweet sesame rice balls. Jiang Yu changed Sui Sui into the new clothes she bought that day. Why does a mother wear new clothes? Mother still has to cook. After we eat, we'll go out to set off fireworks. Sui Sui's little mind no longer remembers what fireworks are, but playing with her mother makes her very happy. The three of them shared a small pot of black sesame rice balls and drank a small bowl of goat milk. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Yu and Mother Lu started preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. There are fewer people at home, so each dish is smaller, but they make several dishes. Steamed base, braised pork, roasted lamb chops, plum pork ribs, fried chicken legs, cabbage and meatball soup, stir-fried sausages with green beans, chives and eggs. A few years ago, when Sui Sui was very young, she couldn't eat many things and could only watch with drooling eyes. Today, Jiang Yu made many of her favorite dishes. Sui Sui sat on a stool, waiting for her mother and mother-in-law to serve the dishes. Wow, ribs, ribs. Even with roasted lamb chops, Sui Sui still loved her ribs the most. Jiang Yu took out a small jar of fruit wine and shared it with Mother Lu. Sui Sui took a quiet sip when they weren't paying attention. Ha ha ha. She quickly rinsed her mouth with water and was given a piece of braised pork to eat. Did it get spicy? Is this suitable for children to drink? Mother Lu took out her prepared hawthorn soup. Little girl, drink this. Mother-in-law added lots of sugar. After dinner, the three of them stayed in the main hall to welcome the new year. Jiang Yu took out a storybook she had borrowed from Cui Shuang and read it aloud to the others. Sui Sui didn't understand and kept moving around, staring outside. Jiang Yu suggested taking Sui Sui out to watch the fireworks. Mom Lu was feeling tipsy and decided to go back to her room to rest for a while. Mother, didn't you say we would wear dresses to watch the fireworks? Jiang Yu had forgotten about that herself, but her little mind still remembered. She went back to her room to change clothes. After changing, she looked in the mirror. She was already dressed very nicely, but her face looked plain, so she applied some lip balm. After putting on the lip balm, she felt her hairstyle didn't match her outfit, so she took her hair down and restyled it. Worried it might be cold outside, she added a small cloak for Sui Sui. Since their yard was small and had trees, Jiang Yu was worried about safety, so she held Sui Sui's hand and took her to the gate and alley to watch the fireworks. Jiang Yu set up the fireworks and held Sui Sui's small hand as they lit them together. Mother and daughter ran back happily. Sui Sui wasn't scared. She just thought it was fun and giggled happily. When the fireworks ended, Jiang Yu saw the man behind the fireworks. It's Cheng Jin. Miss Jiang. This was the first time Jiang Yu looked closely at his face. He seemed to be more muscular than when they last met in September, with a bit more flesh on his cheeks. Big sister Jiang. Cheng Yi finished greeting her and went to play with Sui Sui. Clearly, a 15-year-old playing with Sui Sui was more lively, so he paid less attention to his mother. Cheng Jin came to stand beside Jiang Yu. It was the first time she saw him wearing bright clothes. He wore a red long jacket with white fur around the collar that covered his chin. His fair face looked a little flushed, probably from drinking, and his eyes were bright and watery. Cheng Jin felt a bit nervous. Standing there awkwardly, Jiang Yu took the initiative to speak. Young Master Cheng, I thought you went to the old house for the New Year's dinner. Why did you come back so early? Aren't you staying up to welcome the New Year there? The old house was too crowded, so I came back. Actually, he was worried because there were fewer people in Sweetwater Lane during the New Year. Seeing the scene grow cold again, Cheng Jin felt a bit annoyed with himself for not knowing what to say. After a while, Cheng Jin gathered his courage and took out a box of scar-removing ointment from his sleeve. A few days ago, he visited his sister and went with her to buy jewelry at the silver shop. He saw a jade hairpin that he thought would suit Jiang Yu, but after thinking it over, he decided not to buy it. Firstly, he hadn't yet expressed his feelings. Because Sui Sui is only 2.5 years old, she fears that her father might pass away before she turns 3, which surprises Jiang Yu. Today, Jiang Yu is dressed in red, likely after her mourning period. Neither Jiang Yu nor Lu Mama expected this situation, as Jiang Yu does not have a real husband. She is just playing the role of a widow, which is a misunderstanding. Lu Mama doesn't know whose child Sui Sui is, but since her mistress brought her home and she was postpartum, it means she is her biological daughter. In the end, Cheng Jin bought a scar removal ointment, since last time he gave burn ointment, which makes it seem like he is her official teacher. Miss Jiang. Jiang Yu turned around and saw Cheng Jin's nervous expression. Cheng Jin opened his hands, revealing a small box with a seal on it that read, "Scar removal ointment." Maybe because he had been drinking, Jiang Yu felt like teasing Cheng Jin. If last time was because Lord Cheng saw my burn and you were bringing food, so you gave me a burn ointment, she leaned slightly closer to Cheng Jin. And this time, what is it for? Cheng Jin looked at Jiang Yu, who was close to him, her lips shiny with what was probably lip balm, just like her sparkling eyes. Cheng Jin didn't know how much Jiang Yu had drunk, whether she was drunk or sober. But he didn't want to reveal his feelings now. If Jiang Yu rejected him, what would he do? Thinking of this, Cheng Jin seemed afraid of rejection. He quickly shoved the scar removal ointment into Jiang Yu's hand and turned to go home. Cheng Yi saw his older brother leave in a hurry and asked Jiang Yu, "Why did brother leave so suddenly?" Jiang Yu shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Actually, Cheng Yi could sense something. Last time, he also wanted to buy so many salted duck eggs, and today, after dinner at the old house, he pulled her to go back. Could it be that his older brother and Jiang Jie have been rejected after expressing their feelings? Then he should wait a bit longer before going back, so he squatted down and continued playing with Sui Sui. Jiang Yu raised her hand. The box in her hand still felt warm, as if Cheng Jin had held it for a long time. So, does Cheng Jin like her? They played in the alley for over half an hour, and Sui Sui started yawning uncontrollably. Jiang Yu carried the little girl onto the bed and sat beside her, watching her sleep. She looked somewhat like the second young lady. 3 years have passed. Where is the young lady celebrating the new year now? Is she at the Zhang family, or has she already found a benefactor? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu picked up her pen and wrote a letter. Jiang Yu wrote about what happened after they arrived at Qushui. She mentioned how Sui Sui now speaks more fluently, and she described her childhood wish to open a food stall where she could eat whatever she wanted. She also wrote that she no longer fears like she did in the capital, worried that the Jiang family might discover Sui Sui. Then she wrote, "Second young lady, a shy young man who blushes easily has moved in next door, just like the little tabby cat we secretly raised as children. It seems he likes me, but I haven't decided yet whether I should find a father for Sui Sui. In the new year, she wished that all the second young lady's wishes come true and that everything she desires is fulfilled." After finishing, she placed the letter into a charcoal basin. Watching the paper burn little by little, Jiang Yu took off her red coat and walked to a small room. She took a stick of incense from the wardrobe, lit it, and placed it in the incense holder before the ancestral tablet. The spirit tablet of her late mother, Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi was Jiang Yu's mother in her past life. At 40, she couldn't have children, her husband was unfaithful, and after divorcing, she opened a small powder shop. She said she found Jiang Yu one morning. She had just left her home and arrived at her shop before dawn when she saw a small child lying in front of her door. The child was about 4 or 5 years old, thin and weak, dressed in tattered clothes, with a face covered in dirt, and even wore straw sandals. Jiang Rolan woke Jiang Yu and took her into the shop, cleaned her face, and realized she was a little girl. She then prepared breakfast for her. The girl didn't speak at all. Jiang Rolan called the police, but when they arrived and investigated, they found that the town's surveillance system was not well developed, so they couldn't find anything. They wanted to take the girl to the police station, but she refused to go. In the end, they had to contact the welfare center to pick her up. Before the welfare workers arrived, Jiang Yu had already been waiting in Jiang Rolan's breakfast shop. When Jiang Rolan served a bowl of noodles, she turned around and saw Jiang Yu wiping down a table that had just been used. She had to take her to the kitchen, gave her a small stool to sit on. But the girl, taking advantage of Jiang Rolan's distraction, stepped onto the stool and went to wash the dirty dishes in the sink. When the welfare workers came to take Jiang Yu away, She finally spoke her first words. I can wipe the tables and wash the dishes. I can do anything. I eat very little. Can you please not send me away? In the end, Jiang Rulan adopted her, gave her her family name, and named her Jiang Yu. However, just a few days later, Jiang Yu fell seriously ill and completely forgot all those past events. Jiang Yu grew up with Jiang Rulan, attending kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school in the small town. Her grades were average, and Jiang Rulan never scolded her. She even joked that if Jiang Yu couldn't find a job after college, she could come back to inherit her pink shop. After the college entrance exam, mother and daughter went on a trip. Unexpectedly, there was an accident. Jiang Rulan sacrificed herself to protect Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was left with a faint breath. She stayed in the ICU for a few days and then woke up in the ancient Shang dynasty. Mom, I also opened a breakfast shop, but I sell noodles. My business is very good. Sui Sui is about to turn 3. She will have as much love as I do, grow healthy and happy. Jiang Yu sat quietly in a small room for a long time. Outside, fireworks burst loudly in the sky. She went to the small courtyard, where it was already midnight. I heard that this year, the local merchants pooled money to buy hundreds of fireworks. In an instant, the night was lit up like a flowing river of stars. A head peeked out from the wall of the courtyard. It was the smiling Cheng Yi. Jiang Jie, Happy New Year. May wealth come your way. Suddenly, the head disappeared as if being pulled down, and Cheng Yi's voice came out hurriedly. Another head appeared. Madam Jiang, may the year be peaceful and everything goes smoothly. Young Master Cheng, may the year be peaceful and everything goes smoothly. Back in her room, Jiang Yu placed a red envelope of New Year's money under Sui Sui's small pillow. On the first day of the new year, early in the morning, Lu Mama was making dumplings in the kitchen. Jiang Yu sneaked into the kitchen. Lu Mama, do you have extra dumplings? Madam, whatever you want, I'll knead the dough and chop the filling right away. Jiang Yu looked at the unfinished dumplings that Lu Mama was making. Let me do it. Lu Mama, you chop some more meat, and I'll take some to the neighbor, young Master Cheng. They probably don't know how to make dumplings. After saying that, she added, they eat out every day, so they probably don't know how to make them. Lu Mama responded with a sound and turned around to secretly laugh at Jiang Yu while grabbing some meat. My daughter wants to leave quickly and is making excuses. Actually, the brothers Cheng Jin next door are also making dumplings, but they are not very skilled and can't roll the dough well. Cheng Yi saw his older brother struggling for a long time. The dumplings he made looked more like meatballs with flour than real dumplings. He carefully spoke up. Should we go back to the old house to eat? If your older brother doesn't want to go, we can go out instead. Cheng Jin ignored him and continued working on the dumpling wrappers. Forget it, at worst, we'll eat less. There are still plenty of pastries hidden in the room. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Cheng Yi hurriedly ran out. When he returned, he carried a big bowl of dumplings and placed it loudly on Cheng Jin's chopping board. Where did these come from? Hee, my sister Jiang is the best. She brought us a big bowl of dumplings. What do you mean, your sister Jiang? Has Lady Jiang left? Cheng Yi took out 2 bowls. She left after giving us the dumplings. He also deliberately teased Cheng Jin. She didn't even ask the older brother before leaving. Cheng Jin wiped his hands and gave Cheng Yi a look of disapproval. Lady Jiang asked me what I was doing. You should watch your words. Do you talk like that outside? You're ruining Lady Jiang's reputation. Cheng Yi muttered softly. She probably wouldn't say that outside. Big brother, just work harder to marry Sister Jiang. Then I can have a chubby little niece. What? Cheng Jin actually heard this, but he remembered he hadn't yet expressed his feelings to Lady Jiang. He also felt annoyed that he had turned back yesterday. He should have taken the chance, when he was a little drunk, to test what Lady Jiang thought. But how can I really find out what Lady Jiang feels? It's nothing. Big brother, eat quickly. If it gets cold later, Lady Jiang said there's a copper coin inside. Let's see who can find it. Cheng Jin didn't say anything. He quietly scooped a few more dumplings into his bowl. The first dumpling he ate had a copper coin inside. Wow, big brother, you're so lucky. This year's books will definitely be a big hit, and you'll earn lots of silver. Cheng Jin put down his bowl and carefully pocketed the copper coin. Next door, Jiang Yu also found a dumpling, but instead of a copper coin, it had a small fish-shaped silver ingot. This year's business at the stall will surely get better and better. Mrs. Liu changed the subject. Jiang Yu saw the silver ingot and immediately knew who it belonged to. Only Liu's mother could have it. No wonder she was not allowed to cook the prepared ingredients on the chopping board earlier, nor was she allowed to help with the dumplings. Thank you, mother. Jiang Yu's eyes welled up with tears. Sui tilted her little head, not understanding the connection between the silver ingot and the stall. But today, when she woke up, she found a red pouch under her pillow, inside which was a copper coin. She even cleared out her small cloth bag, which her mother usually filled with sweets, to put the copper coin inside. Mother. Sui has one too. Sui spat out a tiny silver ingot. Liu's mother looked at the happy mother and daughter and felt very satisfied. She was alone, with no one to share her life, and Jiang's monthly allowance was enough for her to spend freely. After finishing the dumplings and tidying up, Liu's mother went back to her room to get some sewing tools, planning to make more new aprons after the new year to exchange and wash. She took away the sewing basket from the table, but behind it, she hid a small pouch. When opened, it revealed a peanut-shaped silver ingot. During the new year, everyone received gifts. During these days of rest, Liu's mother loved taking Sui to play at the tea stall under the big willow tree. Elderly women and mothers from nearby alleys liked to gather there, each bringing some firewood to burn together and sit around. It was warm and cozy, and children loved to join in. Jiang Yu was alone at home reading a storybook. When she went to Cui Shuang's house to visit during the third day of the Lunar New Year, she finished reading her storybook. Finally, on the eighth day, when each family opened their shops to start business, she saw the sun was still early, so she decided to go shopping for storybooks and snacks, then pick up Liu's mother and Sui afterward. On the main street, perhaps because most shops were open today, it was especially lively. There were newlyweds shopping together, families buying pastries to visit relatives, and young men and women out for a holiday. Everyone's face was full of happiness. Madam, wishing you a happy, safe, and healthy new year. What would you like to see? As soon as she entered the bookstore, the young clerk greeted her with a New Year greeting and bowed. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded at him. I want to look at some storybooks. Of course, please come this way. The bookstore still had many storybooks, with 2 large shelves filled with them. There were also quite a few young women shopping for storybooks inside. Jiang Yu just realized that there are different types of storybooks. Some are finely printed with illustrations, while others are just plain text, and the paper quality varies. The book Cui Shuang rented was a simple version. After carefully searching, she couldn't find a suitable one. When she looked up, she saw Liu and Mo's book, Qing Yun Tong Du, crossing together in the green cloud. Seeing Jiang Yu holding this book, a woman in a green dress nearby also came over. Madam, this book is very good. It's worth buying. The woman smiled warmly. Jiang Yu noticed she was holding another book, already the 4th volume. Thank you, madam. A young maidservant beside her spoke to the woman. Miss, you should leave quickly. If the older lady finds out, it won't be good. While calling her miss, the woman already had her arm around the young maid, half dragging her as they prepared to leave. The woman in green smiled shyly at Jiang Yu. My little dong is just like this. Please don't mind. The maid named Xiao Dong peeked out from behind the woman, sticking out her tongue. No offense, madam. We're just worried that the miss might get scolded when she goes back. They playfully walked away, their figures fading into the distance. Jiang Yu watched their backs, thinking of the second young lady. If she had been born in Jiangdu, would she also have been like this young lady, carefree and laughing? Madam Jiang Yu snapped out of her thoughts. It was Cheng Jin. Seeing her standing there for a long time, Cheng Jin stepped forward to greet her. Madam, you're here to buy storybooks. He looked down and saw the book in her hand, Qing Yun Tong Du, and seemed a bit nervous. Madam, are you here to buy this book? Jiang Yu noticed Cheng Jin's strange expression and sensed his nervousness.
Yes.
What are you here to buy, Cheng? Some ink and brushes. He quickly changed the subject. Madam Jiang, wouldn't you like to look at other books? Cheng Jin was a little worried she might find out that Yang was writing under her guidance. Jiang Yu shook her head. I haven't seen anything I like. Just now, a lady said this book was good. I also read Ling Hu Lu by Lu and Mo Ko last time and liked it very much. Madam Jiang, you've read Ling Hu Lu? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Well, I wouldn't say I have deep insights. I just really liked the friendship between the women in it. Madam, you truly are different from others. I've heard about this book. It doesn't sell very well. People these days prefer stories about talented scholars and beautiful ladies. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Those romantic stories were indeed the most popular ones rented from Cui Shuang's shop. That explains why Lu and Mok rewrote Crossing the Clouds together, Cheng Jin added quickly, then hurried to explain further. But this story isn't like the usual ones. The heroine, Yang, is not a noble lady, but a village girl. She supported her husband through the imperial exams, never holding him back. In fact, she helped him a great deal. Later, when he became an official, she managed their household with great skill. Her knowledge and wisdom weren't given by her family, she earned them herself. After speaking, he felt a little regretful. But to him, his book was like his child. No matter what others said, he had to defend it. Jiang Yu rarely heard Cheng Jin speak so much at once. Thank you, Master Cheng. I'll read it carefully when I get home. Take care, Madam Jiang. After she left, Cheng Jin took out the manuscript he had been hiding behind his back. Jiang Yu paid for the book and then went to a nearby pastry shop. She bought some candied fruits and pastries and noticed some egg yolk puffs on display. The shop assistant brought over a small plate for tasting, especially recommending the almond peach cookies. Please try these, madam. It's a new recipe from the provincial capital. Jiang Yu picked up a small piece to taste. It was dry, crisp, and flaky, with bits of almond inside. It was delicious, though a bit too sweet, so she bought half a pound. After shopping, she walked to Dalio Alley, which was next to Sweetwater Lane, named after the big willow tree that grew there. As soon as she entered, she saw Sui Sui playing with another little girl at a small table, tossing pebbles.
Sui Sui.
The little girl dropped the stones and ran over. Mother! Madam Lu, who was nearby, stood up as well. Madam, what brings you here? Jiang Yu lifted the basket in her hand. I went shopping in town, and thought I'd pick you up on the way home. Madam Lu introduced her to the other women sitting nearby. Jiang Yu took out a paper packet and placed it on their table. Please have some dried peaches, everyone. The group of elderly ladies stood up to thank her, praising her for being capable and kind. Old Madame Fong looked Jiang Yu up and down from behind. Seeing her gentle smile and polite manner, she couldn't help but nod in approval. She pushed to the front. Madam Jiang, how long has Sister Sui's father been gone? Sister Sui is an orphan. Mother Lu rarely talks about family matters. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lady Fong's smile grew brighter. Oh, I see your Sister Sui is about 2 or 3 years old. Yes, she will be 3 in May. Good, good. Lady Fong looked more pleased. Jiang Yu saw that it was getting late and decided to say goodbye. Let's go back now. She took the little girl's hand. Mother Lu also took the basket and slung it over her arm, holding Sui Sui on the other side. The 3 of them left. A nearby woman came over. Lady Fong, what's wrong? Do you like this Madam Jiang? Lady Fong didn't answer directly. Madam Jiang is capable. I thought she would be a bold and straightforward woman, but today she seems very gentle. Her sister is well-raised, chubby and healthy. Others clearly understood her meaning. Oh, I think Madam Jiang is a good match for your eldest son. The previous girl didn't leave him with a son or a daughter. Madam Jiang looks like she can have children. Maybe she can give you a boy later. Even if she has a girl, you can use her dowry to send her away. Yes, Madam Jiang is capable. She runs her own stall. Her egg yolk pastries sell for 8 coins each, so she must be earning quite a bit. Everyone was talking as if Jiang Yu was about to marry into the Fong family. When they finished talking, Lady Fong finally spoke. All right, stop talking. It's not settled yet. She flicked her handkerchief and headed home to cook. Mother Lu took Sui Sui out to play twice more. The second time, she came back looking unwell, and she didn't go out for several days after. After lunch, She was sitting in the main hall making a net. Jiang Yu approached with a storybook. Mother Lu, why haven't you taken Sui out to play these days? Mother Lu put down her net, hesitant to speak.
Mother Lu, just say it.
Is there something you can't say at home? Some woman asked about me. The day she pulled me aside to ask about Sister Sui's father. Jiang Yu was curious. Why did she ask Mother Lu about me? Mrs. Fong has an older son. The one in front is no longer here. Mrs. Fong looked at her daughter-in-law and started to have thoughts. She often asked me about her, but I didn't want to talk much about her, so I didn't go into details. Mama Lu is very kind. It's just some family gossip. We'll talk about it when we set up our stall. Mama Lu suddenly remembered something. Daughter-in-law, I heard there will be a lantern festival the other day. Jiang Yu became interested. In ancient times, those items were carefully made by hand, much more beautiful than the plastic ones we buy now. That night, we should go out for a walk. Sui, who was playing nearby, ran over and hugged her mother. Sui wants to go too. Okay, take Sui with us. Today, the Lantern Festival Street was especially crowded. Jiang Yu was worried about human traffickers, so she and Mama Lu took turns holding Sui.
Mom,
I want to buy candied hawthorns. Jiang Yu thought Sui wanted to eat, so she went to the cellar. Sui held up 3 fingers, smiling sweetly. Grandpa, I want 3 candied hawthorns. Jiang Yu held Sui's small hand. Just 1 is enough.
Mama Lutist Sui.
So many candied hawthorns. Will you eat them all? Sui shook her head and started counting her fingers. No, Sui wants 1, Mother wants 1, and Grandma wants 1. All right, 3 in total. Jiang Yu agreed and turned to the cellar. Old Master, please wrap up 3 candied hawthorns.
Got it.
Old Master tore a piece of oiled paper and neatly wrapped the 3 treats. Sui took out her small purse from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Yu. Mom, Sui has money.
I want to buy for you and Grandma.
Where did Sui get the money?
Sui looked mysterious.
She held her mother's hand and Grandma's hand, and the 3 of them leaned close. It's the fairy goddess who put it under Sui's pillow. Mama Lu guessed right away that Jiang Yu had given her the New Year's money. Jiang Yu felt her heart melt. She kissed Sui's little face. Good girl, Sui. Mama Lu took out 6 copper coins to give to the old master, but Jiang Yu took out Sui's small purse.
Mom, use this to pay.
Today, Sui wants to treat you and Grandma. Mama Lu put away the purse, which contained her usual spending money. Thank you, daughter-in-law, for the candied hawthorns. Every year, she squinted her eyes and said, You're welcome. Not far away, people were guessing lantern riddles, but Jiang Yu wasn't good at that, so she just held Sui and watched the fun. Sui liked a small pig-shaped lantern, round and chubby. Mom, Piggy, the lantern could be guessed or bought directly. Jiang Yu bought a small pig lantern and also liked a beautiful 6-sided lantern painted with a lady's picture. She asked about the price. It was very pretty, but too expensive. Don't worry about the cost, my lady. Look at this wood and the lady's picture on top. Each side is different. Forget it, just take the small pig. If it was something edible or useful, Jiang Yu would buy it. They had plenty of lanterns at home. The vendor finished collecting the money and casually mentioned, Your accent doesn't sound local. Later, there will be iron flower displays. If you're interested, you can go see. Jiang Yu also became interested. She had never seen it before, and in her previous life, she rarely went out in the capital. Thanking the vendor, the 3 of them headed over there. It seemed about to start. The iron flower display area was already fenced off, and they could only see a 2-story high platform from afar. Jiang Yu found a quiet corner. Mom, go ask if there's an empty private room on the 2nd floor of nearby shops. We can go up and watch. There were too many people below, but Jiang Yu didn't have high hopes. If there was none, she would just watch from afar. Her hands ached a little, so she put Sui down. Mother and daughter squatted in the corner and talked. Madam Jiang, Cheng Jin also squatted down and looked at Jiang Yu. What a coincidence, Lord Cheng. Unfortunately, Cheng Jin saw them as soon as he left the house. He had been walking slowly behind them all the way. When Lu's mother left, he thought something had happened, so he came forward. Madam, did something happen? No, I just want to see the iron flower display. Lu's mother went to look for a place. Her tone was a bit regretful. It's already this time, probably over now. Madam Jiang, don't mind if we join you. It's just me and second brother. Cheng Jin was grateful for his lively younger brother. It was already afternoon, and he only now asked him to come along. Cheng Jin had no choice. He took out some silver and told him to go if there was a private room. If not, he would go alone. Luckily, he found someone who had canceled their reservation. Someone came to tell him to come over. Jiang Yu was not polite to Cheng Jin. She really wanted to see the event and didn't want to hold US way while crowded below. All right, then I'll trouble you, young sir. She waited a while longer for Madame Lu to return. Then they both quickly stood up. Madame Lu first greeted Cheng Jin, then spoke to Jiang Yu. Madam, they're gone. No worries. Cheng Langjun booked a private room and invited us to join. Cheng Jin led the way ahead. Jiang Yu carried US way, and Madame Lu followed with a lantern and some food. She accidentally bumped into a woman, and Jiang Yu hurriedly apologized. Sorry, madam. Seeing the cute little girl and glancing at Cheng Jin, who had stopped, she said, Oh dear, young sir. Why is your wife carrying the child while you walk ahead? Cheng Jin's face turned bright red as he stammered to explain. No, it's not like that. Jiang Yu quickly spoke up. This lady is my neighbor. We're going to watch the firework display together, so we're walking together. The woman understood it was a misunderstanding, waved her hand, and moved along with the crowd. Sorry about that, Madam Jiang. Young Sir Cheng, what are you doing? It should be me saying sorry. I accidentally bumped into someone, and now you're tired from being blamed. Cheng Jin wanted to take US way from Jiang Yu's arms, but was worried the little girl wouldn't want him to hold her. He looked at her, hesitant to speak. Jiang Yu was a bit tired too, so she handed US way over to Cheng Jin. Then I'll leave it to you, young sir. US way had seen this uncle many times and wasn't afraid. She hugged Cheng Jin's neck and giggled. Cheng Jin rarely held children, but in his memory, none of his nieces or nephews were as lively as US way. When they arrived, Cheng Yi was already eating alone. Seeing Jiang Yu and her group, he was surprised and explained again. He asked if Jiang Yu had eaten dinner yet, then called the waiter. Madam Jiang, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Thank you, young sir. You've really been kind today. Madame Lu asked what she wanted to eat and also what US Wei liked. US Wei wants ribs. Eating ribs every day isn't boring, is it? US Wei shook her head. She wouldn't get tired of it. Jiang Yu looked at the menu and ordered a few dishes casually. After finishing her meal and setting down her chopsticks, Cheng Yi suddenly ran to the window. Hurry, hurry. It's about to start. Jing Yu was afraid to hold Sui Sui while standing by the window, so she took a chair and placed a cloth on it for Sui Sui to sit on. A few people gathered by the window. When the performers struck the iron with a hammer, sparks flew into the sky, scattering like tiny stars. It looked like a sacred tree that had stood for thousands of years. Compared to fireworks, each display was equally beautiful. It was so amazing that Jing Yu couldn't help but sigh. This was what they called a fire tree and silver flowers. Jing Yu watched the iron sparks, while Cheng Jin looked at her reflection in her eyes. Jing Yu's eyes were very bright. Cheng Jin thought to himself. After watching the lively iron flower display, everyone slowly walked home. Halfway there, Sui Sui had already fallen asleep. When they arrived home, Lu Mama carried Sui Sui into the room first. Jing Yu stayed behind to lock the door and just saw Cheng Jin walking out again. Why was Cheng still going out so late? Early in the morning, Lady Wang arrived, bringing a lot of homemade rice cakes. She and Lu Mama counted the remaining ingredients at home, then happily went out shopping together. Jing Yu was at home thinking about matcha cookies. The almond peach pastries she bought from the shop that day were delicious, but too sweet. Ordinary people usually drink plain tea daily. Wealthier families sometimes serve tea when guests visit. Jing Yu found it troublesome to prepare tea regularly, so she rarely made it. If not for making matcha cookies, she probably wouldn't have bothered. She ground the tea with a small stone mill, working diligently for several days to produce 2 small jars of tea powder. She made both green and black tea flavors, preparing some of each. Following the traditional peach pastry recipe, she also added some mixed nuts, then divided the dough and added appropriate amounts of matcha powder. She made dozens of small balls, then shaped some into flowers with red tea and leaves with green tea, creating about 10 flower-shaped cookies for Sui Sui. Mother and daughter kept watch over the oven. As soon as the cookies came out, they smelled a rich aroma. Jiang Yu carefully took them out and placed them on the table. She succeeded. Wow, it smells so good. And there are flower shapes too. Trying not to burn her fingers, Jiang Yu picked up a flower-shaped cookie and handed it to Sui Sui. Baby, try if it's tasty. Sui Sui held the peach pastry and carefully bit into a petal. Yummy! It's so delicious, even better than store-bought. Jiang Yu also picked up a green tea cookie. It was indeed good. The tea powder balanced the sweetness of the pastry, adding a light fragrance. The nuts inside, like peanuts and almonds, brought a rich, oily aroma. A mother and daughter are happily eating cookies in the woodshed. Is Lady Jiang here? Yesterday, Cheng Jin saw Lady Jiang and Sui Sui looking at lanterns, but in the end, they only bought a small pig lantern. Last night, after sending them home, he went back to look for her, but the lantern she liked had already been sold. Young Master Cheng? Jiang Yu saw the lantern he was holding. It was the style she liked, but the picture on it was a little different from yesterday. Cheng Jin raised the lantern, and Jiang Yu saw clearly that it was a picture of her and Sui Sui. She felt very happy inside. Yesterday, I saw Lady Jiang holding Sui Sui and looking at lanterns, but only bought one for Sui Sui. Cheng Jin felt a bit shy to say more. Did young master draw this? Yes, but not very well. Jiang Yu smiled. It looks nice. Thank you, young master. It's very beautiful. Cheng Jin handed her the lantern. No need to thank me. Jiang Yu took it, and the handle was a little damp. Young master, wait a moment. Jiang Yu placed the lantern on a small table inside the woodshed and picked up about 10 pieces of cookies of each flavor. At the door, Cheng Jin looked down, hands behind his back, twisting his sleeves. Young Master Cheng, I just made some peach-flavored cookies today. Please take some home to try. Thank you, Lady Jiang. The peach cookies were wrapped in oiled paper, and he had never seen that color before. Lady Jiang always had these little thoughtful touches. He couldn't wait to go home, so he picked one to taste. It was very delicious. He wrapped the rest and put them into his sleeve. Just a few, not enough for second brother's big belly or to fill his teeth. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu returned to the woodshed. Sui Sui was staring at the lantern. Seeing her mother come in, she pointed at the picture on the lantern.
Mom.
It's a picture of you and Sui Sui. Jiang Yu also leaned in to look carefully. The scene on the rice paper was lively and interesting. She was telling stories while holding Sui Sui on the stall. There was her talking quietly in a hot pot shop, her choosing storybooks in a bookstore, and her under the fireworks during the New Year. And the fireworks from yesterday. Not in a private room, but a portrait of her smiling directly at the viewer, with iron flowers blooming behind her. This was a painting Cheng Jin stayed up all night to finish. Sui Sui came over and touched her mother's face with her small hand. Mom, your face is red. Are you sick? Jiang Yu quickly pressed the back of her hand to her forehead. No, the storeroom is too hot. Mother and daughter held hands as they returned to the room. Jiang Yu took down the handle of the lantern and placed it on the shelf next to the dressing table. Sui Sui happily ran over to pick up her small pig lantern. My lantern too. I want to put it with Mommy's. Okay, let's put them together. Jiang Yu took the small pig lantern and set it aside. The 6-sided palace lantern was delicate and tall, while the small pig lantern was cute and tiny. The two lanterns leaned against each other. In the afternoon, they cooked some spicy mincemeat, and with the new year, they changed the flavors. Previously, the braised meat was made with sauce, but after the Spring Festival, it felt a bit dull. She sliced it and mixed it with sesame oil to make sliced braised meat. They also added shredded lettuce to the shredded pork with black fungus to make it more refreshing. The egg yolk pastries were still made 50 each day to sell. She also thought about selling matcha cookies, but the good tea powder was too expensive. The sweet pastries on the street sold cheaply, so there was no profit. She decided not to do it. The next day, Cui Shuang arrived at the stall. Big Sister Cui, you said you'd come to sell on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Why are you here now? Jiang Yu took a few pieces of matcha cookies and sat next to Cui Shuang.
Cui Shuang leaned in closer.
I just got the good news. My mother-in-law didn't want me to come out early. Seeing Cui Shuang's happy face, her belly was still flat and not showing yet. How many months? Cui Shuang touched her belly. I'm already 3 months along. She lowered her voice. Honestly, I think it's because of the good luck brought by your sister Sui Sui. This time it's definitely a girl. My Sui Sui isn't that magical. When she's born, she might not be a girl. We'll see what you say then. Cui Shuang immediately got anxious and tried to turn Jiang Yu around. Jiang Yu quickly dodged and helped her sit properly. You're a mother of 3 children and you're still not steady. After saying that, she looked a bit worried. Cui's sister, you're pregnant now and you're out selling? Oh, I was just like this when I was pregnant with my 2 brothers. I stayed at home all day, bored. It's better to come here and sit. I don't have to do the stall myself. Jiang Yu looked at her happy yet proud little expression and teased her. Did your husband set up the stall for you? Cui Shuang's husband was indeed good to her, and her mother-in-law was kind too. Sometimes she brought her food, and in the afternoon, she helped with the stall. Are you jealous? You're only in your 20s. Have you thought about finding another one? Jiang Yu's mind suddenly imagined someone. She picked up a cookie and stuffed it into Cui Shuang's mouth. Let's talk later. Sister is worried about me again. I consider you my little sister. I don't worry about anyone else. After eating 2 cookies, she picked up her teacup and took a sip of water. Look at you, good at cooking and making money. You've raised Suisei well. If I were a man, I would definitely marry my sister. Jiang Yu saw her start again, rolled her eyes, and snorted. Sister, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. She mimicked Cui Shuang, flicked her handkerchief, and went back to her stall. Seeing a new customer, she looked at Lu Mama's prices, her eyes wandering around absent-mindedly, seeming a bit familiar. After a while, the man turned his head, looking surprised. Miss Jiang. It was the man who built the oven that day. Mr. Fong. Jiang Yu greeted him and was about to go see Suisei. Fong Wu stopped her, his eyes a bit strange. How do you find the oven, Miss Jiang? It's quite good. Jiang Yu replied calmly, showing no particular expression. Your pastries are very good. I'll bring some back later. Fong Wu didn't mind and continued talking to himself. Jiang Yu nodded, sat next to Suisei, and caught a glimpse of Fong Wu staring at her from the corner of her eye. He seemed honest when building the oven before, but today, something was off. He looked strange and unusual. The willows along Qushui Street sprouted new leaves, and everything was coming back to life. Spring had arrived. Fong Wu often came to the stall to eat and occasionally struck up conversations with Jiang Yu. She responded politely, but indifferently. One day, an old woman with a basket came over. She didn't order anything but suddenly darted in front of Jiang Yu. Miss Jiang. Jiang Yu didn't recognize her at first. Lu Mama spoke up, revealing she was the old woman who had asked about Suisei's father that day. Auntie, what brings you here today? The old woman, Fong Posey, warmly pulled Jiang Yu to sit down. Oh, your stall looks so clean and tidy. I just bought some wild chives nearby. My eldest son told me your food is very good, so I came to see. Jiang Yu subtly pulled away from Fong Posey's hand and asked what she wanted to eat. Fong Posey ordered some fermented rice wine, but didn't eat. She stirred her spoon in the bowl, her eyes carefully inspecting the stall, clearly satisfied. She had heard that this small stall business was very good. The egg yolk pastries cost only 8 cents each, and they could sell 50 a day, selling out completely. That means a daily income of 400 cents. Sometimes, people would come to order more egg yolk pastries, earning at least 1 or 2 silver coins a month. Not to mention selling noodles and sweet drinks from morning till night. The more she thought about it, the more satisfied she felt. She also saw Lady Wang working at the stall and asked Jiang Yu, "How much does Lady Jiang pay someone each month?" Jiang Yu didn't answer directly. It's about the same everywhere. It's not as good as a restaurant. Aunt Fong wants to find a job? Aunt Fong looked a little upset and was caught off guard. She awkwardly smiled and said, "I was just asking. My big son is doing well, so I don't need to work outside." Jiang Yu didn't continue the conversation and went over to roll some dumplings. Their thoughts were easy to see, but they didn't say it out loud. Since they only came to eat, Jiang Yu couldn't ask them to leave, so she just pretended not to notice. Madame Lu also felt a bit unhappy. She wasn't against her daughter-in-law remarrying, but Aunt Fong wasn't very kind. She planned to talk to her daughter-in-law about it later. After packing up the stall and going home, they were in the kitchen cooking meat sauce. Daughter-in-law, today's matter is also my fault. If I hadn't gone over to chat during the New Year, I wouldn't have caused Aunt Fong to come over. Madame Lu felt guilty, even though she hadn't mentioned anything about the family. But if she hadn't gone, Aunt Fong wouldn't have become interested. That day, after seeing Jiang Yu, she kept asking about her in her words and actions. "Mother, what are you saying? Everyone in the neighborhood knows I'm a widow. Besides, it's not just because of me. Her big son used to be the craftsman who built my oven," Jiang Yu said, feeling a bit annoyed, especially with Aunt Fong. Today, she came with her eyes constantly moving, probably more interested in the stall than her. Although Jiang Yu could tell she didn't like them much, she still had to say what she needed to. "I've also heard quite a bit about Aunt Fong's family. They originally came from the town. Her husband was from the county, and only her old father and her are left now." Madame Lu finished speaking, and Jiang Yu finally understood. Fong Wu married at only 15, but the girl was already 20. He had actually married into her family. 2 years after the marriage, her father passed away, and the next year, she also died. The house was taken back by the villagers, but Fong Wu said it was because his father-in-law had spent all the money on medical bills. A few months later, Fong Wu's family moved to the county town. Everyone guessed that Fong Wu had taken the money, but there was no proof, and no one knew exactly how much his father-in-law had saved. Later, Fong's mother also wanted to arrange a marriage for Fong Wu, but no good families were willing to marry into their family. It seemed like they were doomed to remain childless. Not only did they lose one family, but now they were trying to take her family too. Jiang Yu snorted coldly. "I think that Fong's mother is just trying to see if I am from outside. She doesn't realize I know everything, so she tries to fool me." Mother Lu nodded in agreement. As soon as Fong's mother started thinking about this, she carefully checked her own family. It was not a good place to go. "These days, the market isn't busy. Lady, you should go less often. Wang Mei and I can handle things here." They both wanted to avoid trouble, but they didn't expect that the other side was quite bold. Meanwhile, Fong's mother carried a basket of wild greens home, while Fong Wu was repairing the chicken coop in the yard. "Big brother, I went to Zhang's stall today." "Oh," Fong Wu didn't lift his head. He didn't really have any feelings for Jiang Yu. After all, she had a child, but his mother liked her and kept urging him to visit her stall for food. "You should eat more snacks. Look at Heir's older brother. He's about to start school." Fong Wu grew impatient and stood up quickly. "I've done what my mother told me." She doesn't say anything, so what more does she want? Fong's mother gently coaxed him, pulling him to sit down, and carefully explained. "I know you don't like her because she is a child, but look at her sister. She's healthy and plump, which shows she's strong. Once you get married, you'll have a son, and that girl is already grown up enough to help take care of her younger brother." Seeing his face soften a little, she continued. "Look at your father, his health isn't good. If you go out alone, there are many craftsmen in the county, but you won't get much work. Our family is getting tighter day by day. Zhang's wife is skilled, and her stall business is steady. And look at Lu's mother, her servant girl dresses just as well as you do. They even hired someone. That means at least a big sum of money each month. Once we get married, I'll help out and we can save some." Fong's mother kept talking about her plans, as if the stall would be theirs tomorrow. Fong Wu also thought his mother was right. When he went to build a kiln for Lady Jiang, he spent a silver coin easily. He was thinking that she didn't mind her husband scolding her for being wasteful. Such a wife, if she worked in a good family, he would like her. She was generous and not involved in many troubles. But as a wife, she was always showing herself in public. She also carefully raised her daughter, dressing her better than adults. He decided to let it go, as long as his mother liked her. Besides, Lady Jiang was fair and plump. "All right, I'll go buy some food at the market tomorrow." Fong Wu went there for 2 more days, but didn't meet Jiang Yu. Instead, Cheng Jin ran into him. After Fong Wu left, Cheng Jin asked Lu Mama, "Lu Mama, what's wrong with this person? He keeps looking around and staring." Lu Mama glared at Fong Wu walking away and looked at the stall, which was not busy. Bah, a troublemaker with bad intentions. Cheng Jin looked thoughtful and asked Lu Mama for this person's name. Fong Wu returned home with a gloomy face. Madame Fong wiped her hands and came over. "Big son, what's wrong? Today I didn't see her again, not even that little girl. They often ate outside, spending a lot of money, but there was no progress." Madame Fong frowned, feeling uncomfortable inside. This Lady Jiang is really showing off. She's got enough face, and she even brought a little burden. She muttered to herself, planning something. Fong Wu didn't hear clearly and asked his mother what she said. "Nothing. Big son, don't worry about it." Fong Wu responded coldly. "I'll go out again to see if there's any work." Madame Fong wiped her son's sweat with a cloth. "Big son, it's hard work. Once things settle and the family is relaxed, it will be better." Jiang Yu hadn't gone out for a few days. Cheng Jin went to her stall but couldn't find her, so he had to knock on her door. It was busy with people passing by, so he couldn't say much. "Lady Jiang, it's been quiet these days. I see you haven't been to the stall. If you need anything, you can come to my house." Jiang Yu guessed he probably knew about Fong Wu.
Okay.
Lu Mama said the stall has been okay these past 2 days. They didn't think much of it, just assuming Fong Wu's family was upset that Jiang Yu hadn't appeared and decided to give up. "I didn't expect a matchmaker to come right after lunch." Jiang Yu didn't want her to come in and tried to refuse at the door, but the woman pushed her aside and entered the yard. "Oh, Lady Jiang, your yard is so clean and tidy. You're really capable." Jiang Yu kept a stern face at the door. "I didn't invite the matchmaker inside. Isn't that a bit improper?" Seeing Jiang Yu angry, she stepped closer and tried to hold her. "Lady Jiang, there's no reason to turn away the matchmaker. Today, I am here to talk about a marriage proposal for you." Many people outside were watching the scene. Jiang Yu suppressed her anger and forced a smile. "Thank you, but no need. My younger sister is still young, and I don't want to think about this now." She tried to push the matchmaker out. The woman grabbed the door frame. "Lady, I haven't even said which family I come from. You might already know." Seeing her about to ruin her reputation, Jiang Yu quickly interrupted loudly. "Lady, my younger sister is still young. I really don't have the heart for this." She then took out some candies and handed them to the matchmaker. "Please, have some candy to sweeten your mouth. Later, when my sister is older, I'll trouble you again. Today, I have other things to do, so I won't invite you to stay for tea." After saying that, she slammed the door shut, leaving the matchmaker outside feeling upset. Next door, Mrs. Wu also heard the commotion and came to help Jiang Yu. "Oh, Lady Jiang doesn't want to marry. I haven't seen anyone so eager to force a marriage. Which young man is so desperate to find a wife?" Mrs. Wang from across the street looked sour.
Who are you talking about?
"Tell us more." Mrs. Wu covered her mouth and giggled. Is Mrs. Wang thinking of finding a new husband? Without waiting for Mrs. Wang to reply, she also slammed the door shut. Mrs. Wang spat.
Pa.
"A scholar's wife, huh? Not particular at all." She also pretended to slam her door. The matchmaker was left standing alone in the alley, having been pushed 3 times. People watching the scene saw no one else around and left as well. Seeing everyone gone, the matchmaker had no choice but to leave in embarrassment. Before leaving, she shot a glare at Jiang Yu's small yard. "Let's see where you'll find a husband next time." Jiang Yu turned her back after seeing everyone leave through the crack in the door, almost laughing with frustration. No need to think, it must be the Fong family. Usually, in Qushui, people only arrange meetings between men and women after the matchmaker has been introduced. It's like modern matchmaking. If there's no introduction, the only way is through relatives or friends mentioning someone suitable. But the Fong family directly invites a matchmaker to introduce people, which is unusual. They really think she's a stranger unfamiliar with local customs and can be bullied easily. Jiang Yu felt upset and stayed in her room all afternoon, until Madame Lu finished her work and said the matchmaker went to her stall to ask for help with the introduction. Madame Lu simply replied, "I'm just a hired servant. I can't manage the master's affairs. The matchmaker then looked at Lady Wang. I'm just a helper hired for the task. She carried her tray and walked away. Cui Shuang even went over on purpose to ask the matchmaker which young man was so eager, so she could see for herself. This made the matchmaker angry, and she left. Jiang Yu laughed heartily, feeling relieved. A few peaceful days passed. The Fong family might still have some tricks up their sleeve, but Jiang Yu decided not to hide anymore. She took Sui out to sell goods, and the Fong family probably had someone watching. Not long after they arrived at the stall, Grandma Fong came. Jiang Yu's face immediately darkened. She thought, this is too impatient. She didn't want to cause trouble or ruin her reputation, which could affect Sui's future. But the Fong family kept pushing, which was starting to feel like bullying. Jiang Yu took out the tears she had prepared and dabbed them on her handkerchief. Miss Jiang, I think the matchmaker didn't explain things clearly last time. Jiang Yu didn't argue back. She knew people tend to sympathize with the weak. She had learned a lot from her interactions with Second Miss over the years. Auntie, what are you talking about? Are you saying the matchmaker you hired was the one who arranged this? She looked around and saw everyone pretending to eat noodles, but listening carefully. Auntie, the way that matchmaker acted was indeed inappropriate. I have no intention of remarrying, yet she came to my door like this. I may not have grown up in Qushui, but I know some local customs. Jiang Yu dabbed her handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. The way that matchmaker behaved is forcing me to die, boo-hoo. Grandma Fong also looked worried. Usually, she saw Jiang Yu as capable, but now she saw her as someone who loved to cry. I didn't mean it that way. That matchmaker probably didn't explain things clearly to my wife. Besides, our eldest son has been eating here for a long time, and he's very happy with you. Jiang Yu stepped back in shock, covering her chest with a handkerchief. Auntie, she looked heartbroken. Sui's father passed away early. I brought her back to Qushui alone, thinking this is my home, and there are not many restrictions for women here. I sell food to earn a few coins and raise Sui. Many people come and go at my stall, and I treat everyone equally. As for what you said about my son, when have I ever overstepped with him? Mrs. Fong was about to speak, but Jiang Yu suddenly burst into loud tears, crying as she spoke. Auntie, how am I supposed to live like this? If my reputation is ruined, I can't keep my stall. Isn't this forcing us mother and daughter to die? Seeing her mother cry, Sui was frightened and started crying loudly, hugging her mother tightly. Mom, don't die. Don't die, wah wah wah. Lu Mama and Lady Wang quickly came over to protect the mother and daughter. Jiang Yu held Sui and softly comforted her.
Mom won't die.
Don't cry, don't cry. When Cheng Jin hurried over, he only heard Jiang Yu's words behind her. He took the lead and said, Mrs. Jiang, running a food stall isn't easy. There are men and women eating here. We can't just stop men from doing business. The conversation quickly shifted. Seeing someone speak up, several regular customers stood up to help. This auntie's words aren't nice. We all know Mrs. Jiang's character. She just cooks and sells food, collecting money, and has never overstepped. Yes, she's polite to customers, but she's never been too close. Exactly. Mrs. Jiang treats everyone equally. When she has free time, she's with her daughter. She doesn't talk to male customers. This auntie probably misunderstood because her son often comes here to eat. Everyone was talking at once. Mrs. Fong had a lot prepared to say, but was quickly silenced. She felt her chest hurt. Seeing Mrs. Fong walk away, Jiang Yu wiped her tears and thanked everyone. Thank you all for speaking up for me. When Sui Jie's father left, he told me that my hometown Qushui is a good place, honest and kind people, and that widows can make a good life there. That's why I brought Sui Jie back. Now I finally understand what her father meant about the kind-hearted people. She also called Lu Mama. Mom, please serve some red bean paste for the guests. Everyone waved their hands to refuse, but then started to comfort Jiang Yu, saying that as long as she does honest business in Qushui, no one will say anything, even if she's a widow. In the end, Lu Mama quickly served several big bowls full of red bean paste and placed them on the table. Jiang Yu glanced at Cheng Jin, then hugged Sui and went home first. The little girl was no longer crying, but still held tightly to her mother. Mom, don't die. She kissed Sui's small face to comfort her.
Mom won't daddy.
Mom will always stay with us, Sui. Sui didn't understand what death was, but she knew she hadn't seen her father. Her mother said her father went far away, and others outside said her father had died. So Sui always thought that death meant going far away and not being at home anymore. Hearing her mother's reassuring words, Sui felt at ease. Sui will always stay with Mom, and she won't die. Foolish girl. What's a fool, Mom? Is it tasty?
A fool is Sui.
It's very tasty. Mom wants to eat her up. After saying that, she went to nibble on the little girl's neck, making her giggle with ticklishness. Meanwhile, Cheng Jin finished eating the red bean paste slowly. Seeing most people leaving, he decided to head back home. When he got home, he wrote a small paper ball and threw it into Jiang Yu's yard. 3/4 past the hour of the dog, meet by the river. There was a half-meter wide stone step between Jiang Yu's house and Wu Mama's, leading straight to the riverbank. At 3/4 past the hour of the dog, Jiang Yu took Sui out. Cheng Jin had already brought a bamboo chair and was fishing by the river. Jiang Yu laid her cloak on the stone bench and helped Sui onto it. Cheng Langjun, have you caught any fish? Cheng Jin shook his head and handed her 2 candied hawthorns. I saw Sui loves to eat these, so I didn't know what Jiang Yangzi likes, so I bought these. Sui reached out to take her piece. Thank you, uncle. After crying, Jiang Yu's eyes tend to swell, and seeing her red and swollen eyes, Cheng Jin felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry, Lady Jiang. I was late today. He felt useless because by the time he arrived, Lady Jiang had already handled everything herself. Young Master Cheng, there's no need to apologize. It's not your fault. I wasn't really crying out of anger. He looked at her and saw she didn't seem sad or upset. Lady Jiang is brave and clever, using softness to overcome strength. Hearing Cheng Jin praise her, Jiang Yu felt happy and took a bite of candied hawthorn. I still prefer sticky rice candies more. Alright, I'll buy some for Lady Jiang next time. Cheng Jin also shared some information he heard about Feng Wu. Madame Liu and the women in the alley are close, so he mostly learned about family matters. Cheng Jin heard more about men's affairs. Feng Wu is a decent craftsman, but his character isn't very good. Although he hasn't married in many years, he often visits shady places. You have good judgment, Lady Jiang. You weren't fooled by Feng's family. Jiang Yu tilted her head back. At first, she just didn't like their gaze. They looked at her more than at her stall. They weren't genuinely interested in marrying her. Cheng Jin swallowed nervously. If someone liked Lady Jiang herself, not just her stall, would she be willing to remarry? Cheng Jin hinted at something, and Jiang Yu understood. That's something to consider. Cheng Jin smiled slightly.
All right.
The scene grew quiet again. Cheng Jin took the initiative to start a new topic. Lady Jiang, where did you come from before returning to Qushui? From the capital.
No wonder.
Jiang Yu looked puzzled. No wonder what? When Lady Jiang first returned to Qushui, she wasn't as lively as now. Only in the capital could someone be so calm and composed. Jiang Yu hadn't felt much before. She just thought that after arriving in Qushui, she was no longer as strict and orderly as in the capital. Qushui is a good place. The capital is a good place for men but not for women. Cheng Jin agreed. That year, he first went to the capital. On the streets, he hardly saw any young women. Even the vendors were mostly men and older women. In the capital, women are kept indoors and raised in seclusion. Women in the capital have a hard life. There are many talented women in Jiangdu, and the capital has abundant resources, but no woman's talent has become famous. It was all men making decisions, and the balance was off. Raising a girl carefully in a wealthy household was not wrong, but suppressing women too much was a bit much. Jiang Yu listened and thought more deeply. Actually, it was because the current empress valued the traditional rules of obedience and was especially against talented and famous women. She couldn't control what happened in distant places. But the capital city always followed the royal family's taste and style. Over the past 20 years, no family dared to stand out or go against this trend. However, not all young women in the capital are weak and easy to control. Why do you say that, young master? When I was 15, my father went to the capital for the imperial exam and took me along to see the city. While he studied hard, I would go out alone. One day, I went to a bookstore. I met a young lady there buying books. She bought many classics and commentaries. The shopkeeper didn't want to sell them, saying they were for her older brother. But who buys so many books at once? Jiang Yu's candied hawthorn fell from her hand.
Clatter.
Years ago, the second young lady made a mistake and was sent to the small Buddhist hall in the side courtyard to copy scriptures. There was a dog hole in the side courtyard. Jiang Yu crawled through it to buy her books. She hurried to the bookstore and bought some reading materials. The shopkeeper, seeing she was a young lady, didn't want to sell. She explained she was buying for her older brother, but she bought too many, which made the shopkeeper suspicious. They argued until a scholar-like young man stepped forward. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Jiang Yu immediately responded. "Big cousin, my mother asked me to buy books for my brother." The young man suddenly understood, looking a bit exaggerated as he explained for her. "Shopkeeper, my cousin's family recently suffered a disaster. Her younger brother's books were all burned, so her aunt sent her to buy new ones." Jiang Yu nodded beside him. Although there were some gaps in the story, since a man had stepped in, the shopkeeper didn't want to argue over money. "All right, but the young lady doesn't have enough money for so many books." Jiang Yu quickly picked out a few important ones. "Just take these." The young man took out his purse. "I'll pay for her." Jiang Yu didn't refuse. If she missed this chance, she didn't know if she could buy more books again. They left the bookstore and walked together for a while. "Thank you, Sir Lang, for your help today. Could you please tell me your name? If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness." The young man in blue shook his head. "Study hard. In our hometown, wealthier families often send young ladies to school." Jiang Yu didn't want to waste more time outside. She gratefully bowed to the young man in blue, holding her bag, and hurriedly ran away. "Miss Jiang? Miss Jiang!" Jiang Yu snapped back to her senses. "What's wrong?" Looking at Cheng Jin's caring expression, he didn't look much like he did over 10 years ago, but she could still see a hint of his youthful face. "Why didn't I recognize him earlier? Did Sir Cheng stand up back then and say he was that young lady's cousin? How does Miss Jiang know? Could it be?" Jiang Yu nodded firmly. "Yes, I am the young girl who bought the books back then." Cheng Jin was surprised. He hadn't expected to have such a connection with Jiang Yu. Although he guessed that the books weren't bought for Jiang Yu's so-called brother, he didn't ask more. "After so many years, I finally know the name of my benefactor. It's not much. Just a small favor." "Please don't say that, Miss Jiang. For Sir Yu, it was just a small gesture, but for me, it was a lifesaver." She considered him her benefactor and was very grateful. Since arriving in this era, Cheng Jin was the first man to help a woman without hesitation. Soon, the dog hole was discovered and blocked by the guards from the estate. The estate school only taught girls morals and etiquette. If she hadn't bought those books, she and her second sister wouldn't know what they missed. Cheng Jin smiled with relief. "Seeing the current Miss Jiang, I realized that helping her back then was worth it. Perhaps many women in the back courtyard of the capital are silently breaking free from their shells." Later, she went back and told her father she lost her purse and was scolded. "Sir Cheng," Jiang Yu called him. "Thank you." Cheng Jin finally accepted her gratitude. After saying goodbye, Jiang Yu took Sui home. Madame Lu was waiting at the door. "Young lady, our candied hawthorn sweet." "Madame Lu, sweet, your sister has a sweet mouth." "I don't know where you are sweet, young lady." Madame Lu looked surprised and amused. "Mom Lu is so mean, she even peeked." "Madam, you must have misunderstood me. I was just cleaning the window inside and happened to see." "Humph." Mom Lu left the house and soon there was a knock on the door again. Did Mom Lu forget something? When she opened the door, she saw Fong Wu. Jiang Yu's smile froze on her face. She rolled her eyes and was about to close the door, but Fong Wu reached out to stop her. Jiang Yu's strength was weaker than his, so she had to hold tightly onto the door handle. "Fong family is well-mannered, but your kind always shows up uninvited. Why doesn't Madame Jiang agree?" Fong Wu didn't understand. She was probably around 23 or 24. What was wrong with his family? Jiang Yu was really annoyed by the Pu family. She kicked Fong Wu's younger brother, taking advantage of his pain to quickly close the door. If you come again, I'll call someone. There are quite a few constables living in Sweetwater Alley, you know. Fong Wu covered his private parts, wanting to hit the door, but he was also afraid Jiang Yu would call for help. Bah, widow, let's see if you can get married. Jiang Yu was behind the door and just heard this. Even if I can't marry, I won't go to your Fong family, and I won't be your last hope. Bah, shrew, get lost. Hearing the noise from the neighboring yard, Cheng Jin ran out without even dressing properly. He shouted at Fong Wu.
Who are you?
Why are you causing trouble in our Sweetwater Alley? Fong Wu wanted to say something. Madame Zhang's family has never had men coming and going. Are you a thief? I've already reported to the authorities. Fong Wu was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He knew what kind of families lived in Sweetwater Alley. It was a misunderstanding, a mistake. He glared fiercely and left, walking away. Cheng Jin observed his expression carefully, and a plan formed in his mind. Through the courtyard wall. Madame Jiang, are you all right? I'm fine. Your visit today was very timely. Still a bit late. Fool, he still wanted to come earlier. Maybe he would have moved into her house. Tomorrow, the market is closed. I heard many people from the county are going on a spring outing. There's a bamboo forest in the east of the city, by the mountains and water. It's perfect for a spring walk. Then I'll take Sui to see it too. Good. Jiang Yu was in a good mood. She carried a basket and took Sui out. Buy some duck delicacies and marinate quail eggs. Spring bamboo shoots are also here. Cut into strips, blanch in water, and marinate in a good sauce overnight. They will be perfect to eat tomorrow. Also buy some peaches, plums, dried fruits, and candied snacks. Mom, so many delicious things. Sui feels like she's about to drool. Tomorrow, we're going out to play. Let's take all these snacks, okay? Okay, and I want to buy sticky rice candies too. After shopping, Jiang Yu goes to the shop that sells goat milk. She asks the shopkeeper to deliver 2 extra bottles of goat milk early tomorrow morning to make cheese. Early in the morning, Jiang Yu starts preparing. She bakes many cookies, both sweet and savory. She boils goat milk with sugar, filters rice wine to get the rice wine juice, then mixes it into the goat milk. When it solidifies, it becomes cheese. All the items are packed into 4 large lunch boxes. Lu's mother comes to the kitchen to cook breakfast. Today, you seem very happy, Mom. Really? Yes, very obvious. Jiang Yu ignores her, tidies up, brews a big pot of tea to cool, and cooks some peach water for Sui. After breakfast, the carriage they booked yesterday arrives to pick them up. Wow, Mom, you prepared so much. We're going out to play once in a while, so of course we need to bring enough. Jiang Yu and Lu's mother carry everything twice before they finish. They get back on the carriage and head out of the city. Their mood is completely different from last year. Sui presses her face to the window. The gentle breeze feels very nice. Many people are out enjoying the spring day, flying kites, fishing, and some sitting around fires, boiling tea. They find a clear spot, lean against a small bamboo grove, and the driver helps unload the things. Jiang Yu checks the grass and lays down 2 thick layers of coarse cloth, then sprinkles some insect repellent powder before placing Sui on it. Jiang Yu also sits nearby, basking in the warm sun and feeling the breeze. This is so comfortable. Lu's mother pours water and hands it to the mother and daughter. Lady Jiang, what a coincidence. Cheng Jin carries a food box, with Cheng Yi following behind. They have circled around this place twice. Miss Jiang, little Sui, Lu's mother. What a coincidence. They share a fair amount of water. Young Master Cheng, second young master, is also out for a spring outing. Yes, but we forgot to bring coarse cloth, and after looking around, we couldn't find a suitable spot. Mama Lu looked calm and understanding, then moved to sit beside Jiang Yu to make room for the others. Let's all sit together. The 2 brothers sat down, and Cheng Yi took out a small kite. Do you want to fly a kite, Sister Sui? Sui looked at Jiang Yu with anticipation. Go ahead. After Jiang Yu nodded, she happily went to hold Cheng Yi's hand. Mama Lu also stood up. I'll go with Sui and the others. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, the 3 of them left. Cheng Jin opened a box and took out some snacks he bought. Glutinous rice candies and these jade dew buns. The shopkeeper said young ladies like to buy them. Jiang Yangzi, you should try some. Cheng Jin bought many flavors of Jiangdu buns, each with different shapes. Cheng Langjun only bought pastries on his trip. He also handed over a plate of cookies. How did you find the tea-flavored peach cookies last time? Cheng Langjun. Jiang Yangzi. You're quite creative. The tea aroma combined with the sweetness of the peach cookies is very good. They chatted casually. A young girl ran past and tripped, dropping what she was holding. Jiang Yu quickly stood up to help her, patting her knee. The girl wiped tears with one hand and pointed at the food on the ground. Sniff, sniff, my black rice cake. Jiang Yu looked toward the grass. A scattered patch of sticky rice was stained black, with filling inside. It was something her mother often made. With a trembling voice, she asked the girl, "Little sister, where did you buy your black rice cake?" The girl didn't answer, just kept crying. Jiang Yu looked a bit anxious. Cheng Jin handed her 2 Jiangdu buns. Eat these. Tell your sister where you bought your black rice cake, okay? The girl took the Jiangdu buns and stopped crying. She pointed far away toward the other side of the bamboo grove. At that little pavilion over there, a grandma carried it here. Jiang Yu picked up the black rice cake from the ground, about to put it in her mouth. Cheng Jin quickly stopped her, grabbing her hand. I'll go buy it with Jiang Yangzi. If it falls, don't eat it. Jiang Yu used his help to stand up. Yes, I'll go buy it right now. Cheng Jin watched her look restless. She called out to Cheng Yi nearby, and he quickly came over, explaining something. I'll go with Sister Jiang to buy things. You and Sister Sui and Mother Lu, tell them. Jiang Yu still held a black rice cake, her face full of nervousness. It looked just like the rice cakes her mother made, with the sticky rice dyed black using plant juice, and the filling inside was very similar. Cheng Jin didn't understand why she was so upset over just a rice cake. He could only go with her to find the old woman selling rice cakes. Jiang Yu's steps were a bit hurried. When they reached the other side of the bamboo forest, many people were holding rice cakes, but they didn't see the old woman selling them in the pavilion. Jiang Yu slowed down and walked into the pavilion like a walking zombie, sitting silently, staring at the rice cake in her hand, lost in thought. Cheng Jin squatted down. Miss Jiang, wait for me. Jiang Yu didn't speak, and Cheng Jin ran out. After a while, he handed Jiang Yu a small paper bag. Rice cake. Jiang Yu took it, opened it, and took a bite. Yes, this is the taste. Exactly the same. 18 years had passed. The last time Cheng Jin saw Jiang Yu at the stall, she was crying, looking very different from her current sad state. He didn't dare disturb her and could only sit nearby and keep her company. Jiang Yu finished eating the rice cake with tears in her eyes before coming back to herself. Where did you get this, Sir Cheng? I bought it with a young man. He said the old woman carries a basket on her back, probably selling food in the streets. Is the person who makes rice cakes very important to Miss Jiang? Jiang Yu nodded heavily. Very important. May I ask you for a favor, Sir Cheng? She begged. Please, Miss Jiang. I don't know anyone in Qushui. Since you grew up here, can you help me find out about the old woman selling rice cakes? Cheng Jin had just asked the young man about her appearance and clothing. All right, I will find out. As soon as I have news, I will tell you. Thank you, Sir Cheng. Sorry to trouble you. At noon, everyone shared the food Jiang Yu brought. Sui was sleepy, and Jiang Yu gently patted her to sleep. Mother Lu laid out a mat, and Jiang Yu carefully put Sui down, then held up an umbrella to shade her from the sun. Mama Lu played with her all morning, and then took a rest. I went for a walk by the lake. All right, wife, go ahead. Jiang Yu walked toward the lake, and Cheng Jin followed. Don't worry, Madam Jiang. I've also seen that black rice ball for the first time. It should be easy to find out about, and maybe that mother-in-law will come again tomorrow. Many people come out to enjoy the spring, and they usually bring food. When we just passed by, not many people were holding black rice balls, so they probably don't sell well. That mother-in-law might not come again tomorrow. Also, nearby there are 2 tea shops selling simple snacks. That's why I asked Lord Cheng to help me find out. Cheng Jin doesn't know much about food business. He just thought that if people buy here, that mother-in-law might come back. I was mistaken. I didn't mean that. Cheng Jin had already helped her a lot. If that mother-in-law really was her mother, she wouldn't come so far to take business from others. I understand. Don't worry, Jiang wife. Stay at home and wait. I will let you know as soon as I find out anything. Good. Whether that mother-in-law is the person I'm looking for or not, I will invite you to a meal once everything is settled. Cheng Jin remembered that last time he said he would treat her to a meal, but in the end, she sent him some roasted meat. So, that makes it 2 meals I owe you, wife. Jiang Yu looked confused. Where are 2 meals? Last time I also sent you some roasted meat. Cheng Jin suddenly realized. I thought you meant inviting me to a meal with wine and meat. This made Jiang Yu a little embarrassed. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Is there anything you want to eat? I heard that the Liang family's restaurant recently launched a spring feast, but I don't know what dishes are included.
Huh?
It should be made with fresh spring ingredients, like bamboo shoots, shepherd's purse, and the spring fish that's been raised all winter. Madam Jiang, you know so much. The most famous dish is really that pickled fresh fish, which seems to be cooked with salted pork and bamboo shoots. Won't the saltiness hide the freshness of the bamboo shoots? No, it won't. The salted pork, after a winter of curing, actually enhances the flavor. Plus, the sweet freshness of the spring bamboo shoots. Cheng Jin interrupted her, and they started talking about ingredients. From the pickled fresh fish made with salted pork, they moved on to different ways of making cured meat, then to ham, and finally to ham-steamed chicken suitable for autumn and winter. Seeing Lady Jiang no longer looked worried, Cheng Jin felt relieved. Jiang Yu watched his clumsy attempt to find words. Thank you, Sir Cheng. She understood his intention. You don't need to keep thanking me, Lady Jiang. I'm just being polite. That's only necessary when talking to outsiders. This remark was a bit abrupt, and her face, which hadn't blushed in a long time, grew slightly warm again. You don't need to do that with me, Lady Jiang. Cheng Jin's confidence was a bit shaky, and his voice grew softer. Jiang Yu tilted her head and looked into his eyes.
All right.
I won't be so polite then, sir. They were close enough that Cheng Jin could even smell the fragrance of Jiang Yu's hair. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go back and drink some water. He hurriedly ran away. Over there, Madame Lu saw Cheng Jin return and immediately pretended to lower her head, swatting at mosquitoes near Sui Sui. Jiang Yu sat by the lake and happened to find a 4-leaf clover under her feet. She plucked it, held it in her hand, closed her eyes, and made a sincere wish. She hoped that the old woman selling rice cakes was her mother. Finally, the carriage arrived to pick them up. The 2 brothers helped load their things onto the carriage. Goodbye, Lady Jiang. Sir Cheng, safe travels. Watching the carriage go away, Cheng Jin told Cheng Yi to find the carriage and head back first. I have something to do. You go home first. Cheng Yi didn't ask any questions and went to find the carriage. Jiang Yu got on the carriage. Madame Lu was a bit worried about her. Since they arrived at Qushui, this was the first time she saw her look so distracted and absent-minded. She was a little afraid that Lady Jiang had met someone from her hometown in the capital. Lady, did you meet someone from the capital? Not exactly. It's someone very important. Madame Lu breathed a sigh of relief, but was still curious. Isn't that a good thing? Why aren't you happy? I'm not unhappy. I'm just nervous. There was also some fear that the old woman might just happen to make rice cakes too. If it weren't too dangerous for her to go alone to nearby towns to find someone, she would have gone herself. Madame Lu didn't quite understand, but she still comforted her. Lady, I believe you'll achieve your wish. The first thing she did when she got home was to take out the peace talisman she kept in front of the ancestral tablet. When her mother adopted her in her past life, she was already wearing a matching peace amulet around her neck. The jade was of poor quality, a bit rough, with a small character carved inside, which is also the origin of her name. When she arrived in this body, she was running a high fever and the same jade pendant was around her neck. She believed that her good luck was brought by the peace amulet, so after setting up her altar at her home, she placed it in front of the shrine. Mom, could it be you? For several days, she hadn't seen Cheng Jin's figure. Seeing her distracted, Lu Mama didn't let her go to the stall to work. Jiang Yu felt restless at home every day. That afternoon, Jiang Yu drank several sips of cold water quickly. Is Lady Jiang at home? It was Cheng Jin's voice. Jiang Yu hurried to open the door. Behind him, there was a carriage. There's news. Lady Jiang, do you have time to go with me now? We might not be back tonight. Would you like to bring something? Okay, I'll come right away. Jiang Yu packed 2 sets of clothes and some dry food, unsure of where she was going. She carried Sui and went next door to inform Lady Wu that she had urgent business outside and didn't know when she would return. She asked her and Lu Mama to let her know. Let's go. Sui knew her mother was anxious and obediently stayed quiet. In the carriage, Cheng Jin briefly explained what had happened these past few days. On the day the woman selling black rice balls was there, it was just a coincidence.
I didn't see her again the next day.
I asked around, checked several nearby towns, and finally heard about a woman named Jiang in Xia town. Hearing the name Jiang Yu's breath caught, and her voice trembled.
Jiang.
Yes, Granny Jiang lives alone. She often sells homemade food on the street, including black rice balls. Today, she's resting at home. We're heading to Xia town now.
Okay.
Jiang Yu is anxious, constantly peeking out from the curtain. Lady Jiang, there's no rush. That woman also has the surname Jiang. She should be the person you're looking for. I'm not in a hurry. Sui also gently patted Jiang Yu's back, just like her mother. Jiang Yu hugged Sui, holding back her tears. Traveling from Qushui city to Xia town by carriage took over an hour. As they got closer to Xia, Jiang Yu's nerves grew tighter. The carriage entered the small river, and Cheng Jin drove it to a house by the riverbank. Jiang Yu almost couldn't stand steadily, so Cheng Jin helped her down. I'll watch over Sister Sui, you go ahead. Jiang Yu didn't dare to knock on the door, hesitating as she raised and lowered her hand. Wait here for Uncle, okay?
Sui nodded obediently.
Cheng Jin went down to knock on the door. Who's there? A somewhat familiar voice came from inside. After 18 years, her memory was a bit blurry, so she wasn't sure. I'm here with Sui, waiting for you in the carriage. Cheng Jin looked at her tear-streaked face. Hopefully, this is the person Lady Jiang was looking for. Jiang Yu didn't dare face her, turning her back to the door, clutching her hands tightly. Watching Cheng Jin and Sui on the carriage, her fear surged again. Cheng Jin gave her an encouraging look and comforted Sui, who was upset after seeing her mother crying. Jiang Rulan opened the door and saw only a young woman with her back to her. There was also a carriage, with a father and daughter looking at the young woman in front of them. Young lady, is there something you need? Jiang Yu slowly turned around, tears in her eyes, trembling all over. She was sure now. This was her mother's voice. The blurry figure in front of her and the face covered in blood from 18 years ago slowly overlapped. Jiang Yu wanted to speak but couldn't find the words, trembling all over, until the rough hand of the woman in front gently touched her face. Xiao Yu? Jiang Rulan's face was full of disbelief, trembling as she spoke, her voice unsteady. Mom, it's me.
I'm Xiao Yu, Mom.
Jiang Yu threw herself into Jiang Rulan's arms and cried loudly. Xiao Yu, my Xiao Yu.
I knew you were still alive.
My Xiao Yu. Jiang Rulan also held her tightly, mother and daughter crying together. Cheng Jin on the carriage finally confirmed they had found the right person. Watching the two of them hugging and crying foolishly, Cheng Jin sighed and stepped forward with Sui. Madam, may we come in to talk? Jiang Rulan came back to her senses, wiped her tears, and said, Of course.
Come in quickly. Cheng Jin handed Sui over.
Then Lady Jiang, take Sui inside to talk. I won't go in. I'll wait for you on the carriage. Jiang Yu originally wanted to invite him inside, but she saw that Jiang Rulan's place was very small. Also, she couldn't let him hear what she was about to say next. Thank you, Lord Cheng. Really, I appreciate your help. No problem. Hurry and go. Cheng Jin turned back to his carriage. Jiang Rulan looked at the little girl in Jiang Yu's arms, unsure how to speak. This child didn't look like the young Jiang Yu from before. Could she be this man's daughter? But this man called Jiang Yu Mrs. Jiang, so what's going on? Seeing Jiang Rulan's hesitant expression, Jiang Yu said, Mom, let's go inside first. I'll tell you everything slowly. Jiang Rulan took 2 candies from a box and handed them to Sui. Sui obediently said thank you to her mother-in-law. Is this Jiang Yu's child? Jiang Yu subtly shook her head. She slowly told her story of the past 18 years, How she went from being a young maid to a second young lady, then left the house, and how Sui Sui was born. When Sui Sui turned 2, I took her back with me. Jiang Rulan looked very sad. She hadn't expected Jiang Yu to have suffered so much here all these years.
So, Sui Sui's, Jiang Yu nodded.
From now on, she is your real granddaughter. Poor you, Jiang Yu. It's not hard. I'm fine now. Mom, what happened to you? Jiang Rulan took a sip of water. I came here 4 years ago in winter. She spoke with some emotion. I don't remember much before, but I heard she has a daughter also named Jiang Yu. When she was 5, she got pregnant again, and this time it was a boy. Her mother-in-law sold her daughter. She was so angry she hit the child, had heavy bleeding, and fell seriously ill. After that, she went crazy. Her husband caused trouble at home, took her away, and for many years, he searched for his daughter and earned money to treat her. That winter, she secretly went out to find her daughter, fell into the water, and got very sick. I just woke up then. Jiang Yu, what exactly is going on? Jiang Yu was also stunned. So many coincidences. That winter, 4 years ago, was exactly when Jiang Yu left the house. Oh, and you also have a peace talisman from your past life. Her daughter also has one. Jiang Rulan took out a larger peace talisman. This large one is what he left behind. Jiang Yu took it and then showed her own, which was made from the same material. The larger piece had a small orchid carved on it. Looking at the 2 jade pendants, Jiang Yu's mind was a mess. Her original self and her mother are related by blood, but in the past life, her mother found her. Both she and her original self have a matching peace pendant. The larger one has an orchid carved on it, and her mother's name also contains the character for orchid. Her mother also ended up in her original mother's body. What is going on? What is happening? Her mind grew more confused. Everything went black and she fainted. Jiang Rulan was startled, and Sui Sui cried out in fear. She quickly went outside to find the young man on the carriage, asking him to call a doctor. There was chaos everywhere. When Jiang Yu slowly woke up, Sui Sui was sleeping beside her, tears still on her face, clutching her clothes tightly. Xiao Yu is awake. Jiang Rulan handed her a cup of sweet water. The doctor has checked her. Xiao Yu, don't worry too much. Since both mother and daughter passed away from illness, we are here now to live well for them. Yes, live well. As long as we are together, that's enough. Jiang Rulan gently stroked Sui Sui's small face. Do you think our family has a tradition of adopting daughters? Jiang Yu was also amused. Mom, I bought a house in the county town. Come live with me. Jiang Rulan naturally wanted to live with her daughter. I can go anywhere alone. We don't own land at home, and I can just lock the door and leave. But Xiao Yu's father, I just arrived and he got sick. He passed away before the new year. Sigh, maybe his wife got better, and he lost his breath. Before he died, he held my hand and told me to find Xiao Yu. She looked at Jiang Yu again. You, go to the back mountain and kowtow to him. Jiang Yu didn't resist. Since she was occupying someone else's body, bowing was proper. Okay, I'll go later. Mom, from now on, I should call you Mother. Mom, I'll pack up. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Oh, and what about Lord Cheng? This child is sensible. He sent the doctor back and said he'd find a guest house to stay in. He'll come tomorrow. He's busy with many things, so you should thank him properly. She sat on the bed, looking curious. Does this child have feelings for you? What's your situation? He said he's just your neighbor, an ordinary neighbor. Even now that she was a mother, Jiang Yu still felt a little shy. About him, well, are you in love? Jiang Yu blushed again, feeling shy this time. Sort of, but we don't really call it love yet. Jiang Rulan was quite happy, but also a bit worried. Nowadays, young men and women get married early. Cheng Langjun looked to be about 25 or 26. He doesn't have children yet, right? Step-parents can be hard to deal with. No, Cheng Langjun isn't married yet. Then, is there some problem? Jiang Yu explained again to her mother. He was engaged before, but he had to mourn his family, so it was delayed. After that, he didn't meet anyone suitable. Jiang Rulan finally relaxed a little. That's good. As long as he doesn't mind the age difference, no one outside knows he's not your biological child. Jiang Yu quickly told her mother to speak softly. Luckily, Sui Sui was still asleep. This child is smart. In the future, no more talk about this. Okay, I won't say anything. Jiang Yu wasn't sure if Cheng Jin cared about this. They hadn't broken the silence between them. Oh well, let's see what happens next. In the afternoon, she bowed her head at the back mountain, and in the evening, Jiang Rulan prepared a big feast.
Jiang Yu get Qushui.
Did I scare the baby today? Sui nodded carefully. Mother was so happy. This is her mother, Sui's grandma. Sui took a while to understand, realizing how kind her mother was to her. Will there be someone to love her mother in the future? Both of them giggled at the innocent words. You're a good child, Jiang Rulan said. Jiang Yu felt proud too. Of course, she teased Sui again. Not only will someone love your mother in the future, but Grandma will also love Sui. There will be one more person to love her, and Grandma will make even more delicious food than Mother. Wow, Grandma is so amazing. Jiang Rulan picked up a rib, and Mother and daughter each took a piece. Does Sui like ribs the most? Try Grandma's cooking and see if it's tasty. Sui took a big bite. Just like my mother made. The three finished their meal and happily lay together on the bed. I'm so happy. My mother is happy too. They had become used to calling each other this. If they changed it outside, others might think her mother was just a servant in the house. Jiang Yu told Jiang Rulan more about the family. There's also Lu Mama at home. She's a kind person. She works very carefully and is nice to me and Sui. She's good at cooking, so I think my mother and she would get along well. I started a breakfast stall and hired a woman named Wang to help. I usually bring them food and help out at the stall. From now on, I'll bring the food, and you just need to take Sui with you. Mother, I'm not sending you off to suffer. I have nothing to do anyway. Let's take turns bringing the food. I don't want you to get tired. Okay. Jiang Rulan gently patted her back, and Jiang Yu slowly fell asleep. This was the best sleep Jiang Yu had had in 18 years. She slept until late morning. When she left the room, Cheng Jin was already there, and the three of them were having breakfast together.
Good morning, Lord Cheng.
Seeing Jiang Yu's bright, happy smile, he felt truly happy. Lady Jiang looks very happy today. Jiang Yu sat down, and Jiang Rulan handed her a bowl. This is my mother. Cheng Jin already knew. Congratulations, Lady Jiang. Later, we'll go back to Qushui. Tomorrow, Lord Cheng, bring Lang to our house for a meal. Cheng Jin was worried that neighbors might gossip and think less of Jiang's reputation, or that their relationship might seem too close.
All right.
Since Lady Jiang had invited him, she didn't mind the gossip. What was he afraid of? Once she nodded, he sent someone to propose a marriage. After eating, they packed Jiang Rulan's things onto a carriage. The grandmother, mother, and child squeezed inside, while Cheng Jin drove the cart. After more than an hour of bouncing along, they finally arrived home. Cheng Jin helped unload the things. Lady Jiang, I'll head back now. Although Lord Cheng said there's no need to thank him, I still appreciate all your efforts these past few days. Seeing Cheng Jin right away, Jiang Rulan finally spoke. This boy is good. Jiang Yu pulled her mother closer. All right, stop looking. Go inside and see the yard your daughter bought. She took the things to the main hall and planned to organize them later. Mom, the main house has 3 rooms. The rooms on the left and right are bedrooms. Sui and I will stay on the right and you can stay on the left. All good. It doesn't matter where we live. Your yard is really nice. Jiang Rulan looked around several times and decided to raise chickens in the backyard. Okay. First let's go to town to buy new clothes, then buy some chicks. At noon, they cooked some noodles to eat. Jiang Yu soothed Sui to sleep before, helping Jiang Rulan tidy up the house. There are no guests at home, and many things are missing. Otherwise, we could go shopping later. They had blankets, but no basin or toothbrush. Jiang Rulan opened her bag. I brought some. No rush now. Rest for the night, and we'll go tomorrow. Jiang Yu stayed close to her mother, following her everywhere. That evening, Jiang Rulan cooked again. Mother Lu also finished her work and returned, smelling the delicious aroma from the kitchen from afar. Wife, you're finally back. She opened the door and saw Jiang Yu with a happy face. The sound of cooking still came from the kitchen. Who's cooking? She didn't answer, but pulled Mother Lu into the kitchen. They saw a woman chopping ribs. "Who is this?" "This is my mother, Lu Mama." Mother Lu was startled. She had heard her mistress mention an old lady, and now she realized it was the old lady. She hurriedly stepped forward to bow. "Mrs. Lu greets the old lady." Jiang Rulan had never seen these people. She had lived in the town for a few years and had never even been to the county seat. "No need, no need. Xiao Yu told me I could call you Sister Lu since I'm a bit older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Jiang." Mother Lu was nervous and quickly said she dared not. "Mother Lu, there's no need for that. Our family doesn't care about such things." She bought Mother Lu because she thought it was unsafe for the mother and son to live alone. They weren't aristocrats, and their family was small. Moreover, after 3 years of living together, Jiang Yu understood Mother Lu's character well. There was no need to fuss over titles. Mother Lu still felt a bit awkward. Jiang Rulan took the initiative to speak first. "Sister Lu, where did you put the sugar?" Mother Lu hurried forward to help. Jiang Yu saw that the two got along well, so she went outside first to unload bottles and jars from the cart. When dinner was ready, Madame Lu no longer looked so uncomfortable. The 4 of them sat around the table. "Madame Lu, I see there's not much leftover sauce. Tomorrow my mother and I will go shopping. In the afternoon, you can finish up early. I've invited Mr. Cheng and second brother to come to our house for dinner." Jiang Yu asked her mother again. "Mom, the day after tomorrow, I want to invite a few nearby neighbors and friends to eat together. I want to introduce you. I'm not sure whether we should eat at home or go out for a full meal." Jiang Rulan didn't want her daughter to spend money recklessly. Although they had a stall, they still had a big family to support. "Let's just eat at home.
We can cook ourselves."
"Why go out for a full meal? Okay, I'll listen to you." Since coming to this home, Madame Lu had seen a strong-willed woman who managed the household and the stall well. Even when she interacted with Mr. Cheng next door, she subtly held the upper hand. Now, seeing her young daughter's posture and appearance, her eyes welled up with tears. Her daughter was loved. Seeing Madame Lu lower her head and wipe her tears, Jiang Rulan was also moved. Madame Lu was truly kind-hearted. She had shared many family matters in the kitchen and always thought of Xiao Yu and Sui Sui. Although she didn't say it, Jiang Rulan knew that Sui Sui must have endured a lot when she was young. Thinking about her daughter's hardships over the years, she almost couldn't hold back tears. "Mrs. Lu, I, as a mother, haven't been with Xiao Yu these years. I thank you for taking care of her and Sui Sui." Madame Lu quickly picked up her teacup. "If it weren't for my wife, I wouldn't be where I am now. Heaven bless her for finding the old lady, and our family is finally reunited. As for her other family members, Madame Lu wouldn't ask about them." Jiang Yu raised her cup of tea and clinked it with the others.
All right.
"Family reunion is a good thing. Don't cry, Madame Lu, and don't cry. Let's all be happy from now on." Sui Sui also picked up her small bowl.
Sui tu.
Together, the 3 of them smiled at each other and clinked their cups and Sui Sui's small rice bowl. "Xiao Yu, Sui Sui, wake up." Jiang Rulan gently patted Jiang Yu's back. The sun was already shining through the window. "I woke up late. Where is Grandma Lu?" Jiang Rulan picked up the coat nearby. "Grandma Lu has already gone to set up her stall. You and Sui Sui should get up quickly. I've prepared breakfast. Eat quickly, and then we'll go deliver the food." While getting dressed, Jiang Yu scolded herself for sleeping in late after so many early nights. As soon as she found her mother, she started sleeping late again. After happily finishing breakfast, the 3 of them went out. Sui Sui knew this was Grandma, so she didn't resist and obediently curled up in Jiang Rulan's arms. First, they went to tell Lady Wu about the meal. Lady Wang's family lives next door, and Jiang Yu also went to invite them. Whether they come or not is up to them. Then, they went to the stall to deliver food. Grandma Lu had already told Lady Wang that Jiang Yu had brought her mother over. She went forward to greet her politely. The customers at the stall kept talking about how Jiang Yu was filial for bringing her mother to live with her. Cui Shuang watched the lively scene at Jiang Yu's stall, not knowing what they were talking about, and also came over. She saw an unfamiliar woman holding Sui Sui. "Jiang's sister, who is this?" "This is my mother." Jiang Yu smiled warmly and introduced her to Jiang Rulan. This is Lady Qushui from the grocery stall across the street. She usually takes good care of me, Jiang Yu explained. Cui Shuang was very friendly and quickly became familiar with Jiang Rulan, calling her Aunt Jiang affectionately. After helping out at the stall for a while and telling Lady Qushui and Lady Wang to come to their house for a meal tomorrow, they headed to the vegetable market. On the way, Jiang Yu carefully guided Jiang Rulan, happily introducing her to familiar shopkeepers and vendors, showing her that she was her mother. Jiang Rulan bought many ingredients for making black rice balls. Tomorrow, Jiang Yu's stall would start selling black rice balls. With Qingming festival approaching, the family was busy. Jiang Yu also planned to add a new flavor, green rice balls with salted egg yolk and pork floss and red bean paste. They bought ingredients and found a cart at the market entrance, paid a deposit, and arranged for it to be pulled to the stall. Grandma Lu would pay the remaining amount. The county town is much livelier than the small town, and much more convenient. The black rice balls don't sell well in the town. I only carried some to sell in the outskirts of the city the other day, she said. It's a good thing Grandma carried them to sell, or I wouldn't have been able to find you, Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Rulan also sighed. Over the years, she had been making black rice balls to sell around Qingming. This year, she heard many people in the eastern outskirts of the county were out enjoying the spring, so she carried her rice balls far and wide to sell. I didn't expect there to be 2 stalls over there. The rice balls she brought also didn't sell well, so she didn't go back the next day. Luckily, Xiao Yu also went out for a walk that day, so everything seemed destined. All right, since we've all met again, let's stop thinking about those things. Let's go make clothes. First, they bought 2 sets of ready-made clothes to change into, and then made several new outfits inside and out. They also saw some beautiful patterned fabrics and couldn't resist making 2 more sets for themselves and Sui. Paying for the materials was a bit painful, but today they planned to quickly make some green rice balls and also prepare more salted egg yolk pastries in the future. Jiang Rulan was in charge of cooking, while Jiang Yu was busy making her green rice balls. For the dough, she added glutinous rice flour, which made it tastier than pure sticky rice. The most troublesome part was the shredded meat, but since it could be stored, they planned to make more during their free time. Mom Lu finished her work early and also joined in tearing the shredded meat. Once the meal was ready, Cheng Jin brought Cheng Yi over. Cheng Yi had already heard that Jiang Yu's mother was coming, and today they were here for a meal. He was happy for his older brother and thought the marriage of the two was probably not far off. Second brother, greetings to Aunt Jiang. He was very polite and not at all shy. Jiang Rulan offered him the green rice balls she had just made for him to try. Jiang Yu stood behind, leaning close to Cheng Jin. Why is Cheng Langjun bringing so many things? Pastries, tea, wine, and even 2 pieces of meat. It looked like he was visiting his future mother-in-law. Mom Lu happily accepted the gifts. She thought, this Cheng Langjun and his wife are really a good match. When the future mother-in-law sees this, it will bring them even closer. This is our first time eating at Zhang's house. We just bought some simple things. Tomorrow you and second brother will come again. Tomorrow we're inviting neighbors and friends for a feast. Today is specially for you and second brother. Thank you for helping me find my daughter. Does that mean tomorrow's meal counts as the one Zhang's daughter owes? Jiang Yu glared at Cheng Jin. Where did his shyness go earlier? No, it doesn't count. Jiang Rulan watched the two whispering behind her and felt even more that they were a good match. She believed her daughter's judgment. All right, come eat. She turned around and everyone in the house was watching them. Both of them felt a little shy. Cheng Yi, sitting inside, looked at the big table and was about to drool. Finally, dinner was served and I ate 2 large bowls in a row. After a few drinks, Jiang Yu and Cheng Jin talked outside in the yard. Jiang Yu had drunk quite a bit at the table, and Cheng Jin was also a little tipsy. Young Master Cheng, these 2 days have been the happiest of my 18 years. Miss Jiang, I'm happy too that you found your family. Jiang Yu remembered the question her mother asked her last night, but she hadn't yet asked Cheng Jin what he thought. Have I told you about my past? Someone helped her a lot, but she didn't know much about it. If you're willing to share, I want to understand more. Jiang Yu was talking about the original owner's story. She was sold by her grandmother at age 5, moved around to different places, and eventually reached Kyoto. She had a high fever once and forgot everything from her past. She worked as a maid in a family, later received a reward from the young lady, paid to buy her freedom, and left the household. She was vague about the details of her life over the years. That day when I saw the rice balls, I remembered that my mother also knew how to make them. It's thanks to you, young Master Cheng. Going on an outing was also Cheng Jin's idea. Without him, she wouldn't have reunited with her mother.
Young Master Cheng, sui sui.
Do you mind? I don't mind. Sui Sui is very well behaved. If I really cared, I wouldn't have approached Miss Jiang. After saying this, Cheng Jin looked into Jiang Yu's eyes and seriously told her, "My parents are kind people. They never forced me to marry, even after all these years. My uncle and aunt are also very good. When we split the family, it was because the old house was too small. As for my family, my parents are gone. It's just me and second brother. This courtyard was left to me by my parents. My father built another house for second brother nearby in Dahlia Lane. When he gets married, he will move there with his wife. As for me, I like you, Miss Jiang." Jiang Yu felt her head spinning even more. The person in front of her seemed to turn into many different people. Her mouth moved, but she didn't know what he was saying. She stared at his lips, which were getting closer and closer. Cheng Jin seemed to smell that familiar scent again, mixed with a hint of alcohol. His Adam's apple moved uncomfortably, and he swallowed nervously. Jiang Rulan, who was watching both of them, sensed something was wrong and cleared her throat twice. Startled, Cheng Jin quickly stepped back, and Jiang Yu was also frightened and nearly fell forward. Cheng Jin caught Jiang Yu before she could fall, and Jiang Rulan had already come over to stand in front of the two. "Little you drank too much." I helped her back home, and De Lang went back early to rest. Cheng Jin handed the person over. Jiang Yu was already unable to keep her eyes open and was whimpering in Jiang Rulan's arms. "You shouldn't have let her drink so much." Cheng Yi also came over to support his older brother. "Aunt Jiang, we are leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality today and for Jiang Jie's kindness." Cheng Jin shook off Cheng Yi's hand and staggered to bow. "Sorry, I was rude." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly fell to the ground. Cheng Yi silently carried Cheng Jin, feeling embarrassed and nervous. He bought the alcohol. The shopkeeper said it was sweet and easy to drink, perfect for newlyweds to share. He thought it sounded interesting and bought it. He didn't expect it to have such a strong effect. Now he's embarrassed. Jiang aunt probably won't let them come over to eat anymore. When Jiang Yu woke up, her head was pounding. The room was empty. She got out of bed and drank a glass of cold water to feel better. She only remembered talking with Cheng Jin in the yard, reminiscing about childhood, then forgetting everything that happened afterward. She hopes she didn't say anything inappropriate. In the afternoon, she plans to wait for Cheng Jin to come for a meal and see if she can test him. Mother has woken up. Grandma made something delicious. "Mother, get up quickly. Let's eat together." "Okay." She's becoming more relaxed now. She's even at the point where Yaya has to wake her up. In the main hall, her mother had prepared wide rice noodles. "Little you try this. If it's good, we can sell some rice noodles at the stall in the future." It's the familiar taste. In her past life, Jiang Yu ate mostly the rice noodles made by Jiang Rulan. Delicious. But making this rice batter is tricky. If we do it, we'll need a big stone mill, and it's best to buy a small donkey too. Jiang Yu ate the noodles while counting on her fingers. Donkeys are more expensive, but since they don't have a cart, renting one isn't cost-effective. Buying a small donkey can help pull people and vegetables. There are also rice noodles for sale now, but they're called rice cords instead. Jiang Yu has tried them a few times, but they're not as good as Jiang Rulan's. "Alright, stop counting. Donkeys are too expensive, so we won't buy one. Just eat quickly. If I have time, I'll go see about buying one." Today, they didn't set up a stall, but Lady Wang still came early to help cook. In the early afternoon, Cui Shuang arrived alone. Jiang Yu asked why she didn't bring her son, and Cui Shuang said that her two mischievous children hadn't finished their homework and were kept after class by their teacher. Wu Xuezi had something to do today, so Wu Nyangzi also came alone. The two sat together, chatting and eating sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, across the street, Lady Wang brought her son, but Wang Jingxue was not there. "Madam, I don't see your daughter Xuejia. Did she bring her brother to eat with us?" "She's staying at home to watch the door," Cui Shuang said sarcastically as soon as she entered. Lady Wang looked upset. "What bad luck. It's always their busybody matters." "Xuejia is at her grandmother's house," Wu Nyangzi said, dropping her sunflower seeds. "Oh, I saw her earlier, but how did she leave so quickly to go to her grandmother's?" Jiang Yu added. "Yes, I saw her too," Cui Shuang agreed. Lady Wang took a deep breath to calm herself. "Maybe she just got back. I went to the school to pick up Minga and came straight here, but I didn't see her." After saying that, she patted her son. "Go home and see if your sister is there. Call her over quickly for dinner." She ran out, then casually sat back at the table, picking up a yellow pastry to eat. The Wang family only had Wang the constable earning money. Lady Wang liked to save small amounts of money, so neighbors in the street didn't like her very much. If it weren't for her living next door and being useful, Jiang Yu wouldn't want to invite her. After a while, Minga ran ahead of his sister, quickly reaching the table and happily eating the pastries. Wang Jingxue carried 2 paper packages and handed them to Jiang Yu. "Jiang's sister, a small token of my thanks." "Thank you, little sister. Go sit with Wu's sister and the others and enjoy some pastries." Wu Nyangzi pulled Wang Jingxue to sit beside her. "Little sister is so thoughtful, coming over for a meal and bringing pastries." Then she deliberately asked Lady Wang, "Madam, what did you bring?" Lady Wang didn't feel embarrassed. "We're family, didn't I bring something?" While talking, she kept picking the most expensive pastries to eat. Wu Nyangzi handed a yellow pastry to Wang Jingxue. "Eat quickly, little sister. By the way, when is Jingshue's wedding date?" Wu Nyangzi asked softly. Wang Jingxue smiled gently. "On the 2nd day of June. When the day comes, the older sisters will come to my house for the celebration." Mrs. Wang glanced at Jingxue and muttered, "She's not eating her share. She's just being generous." Cui Shuang thought Mrs. Wang was a bit clueless. No matter what, the girl was going to marry into a wealthy family. It was better not to flatter her, and she shouldn't say anything rude. Cui Shuang didn't expect that when they first got engaged, Mrs. Wang was quite unhappy. But later, she realized that Mrs. Wang was trying to flatter her in small ways. Jingxue was polite with her words, but kept a tight grip on her feelings, not revealing anything. Mrs. Wang and Jingxue had several confrontations, but Mrs. Wang couldn't win. So, she stopped pretending. Still, the officer wanted to save face, and insisted that Jingxue take the betrothal gifts and all her dowry left by her mother. Mrs. Wang also wanted to pay for the wedding banquet, which made her feel distressed just thinking about it. The more she thought, the angrier she got, and she even stopped eating the egg yolk pastry. Dinner was ready and served, but Cheng Yi arrived late. "Jiang Jie, sorry I'm late. My older brother had some matters to attend to, so I came alone." "It's okay. Just sit down and eat," Jiang Yu said. Did she really say something wrong yesterday? Once everyone was seated, Jiang Yu pulled Jiang Rulan to stand up. "Today, I invited everyone to eat so I could introduce my mother. My father left a few years ago, and my mother didn't have another child for me. We'll be living together in Tian Shui Lane from now on. Xiaoyu just came back from Qushui and said she would bring me here. I managed to survive the new year in town, but some family matters delayed us. We've been dragging it out until now." She said the neighbors are friendly, and I was worried, but it's true. Yes, my mother is finally at ease. I hope everyone will take good care of us. This was what Jiang Yu and Jiang Rulan had agreed to say. There was no need to reveal too much about their family situation. As long as others believed she was from Qushui, that was enough. Mrs. Wang kept chatting with Jiang Rulan at the table, asking about the small river town. When Jiang Rulan answered confidently, Mrs. Wang gradually believed her. Someone had spread rumors that Jiang Yu was an orphan, living alone with her daughter, possibly a mistress from someone's household. Jiang Yu knew about the rumors, but couldn't explain them. She couldn't just show her household registration to everyone. Since she had found her mother, she decided to clarify the rumors through Mrs. Wang's words. Jiang Rulan told Jiang Yu not to drink any more today, as her cup was filled with sweet rice wine water. Everyone at the table was happy. chatting and drinking, except Cheng Yi, who looked worried. Jiang Yu felt more nervous and quietly asked Jiang Rulan, "Mother, did I say something I shouldn't have in front of Lord Cheng yesterday?" Mother didn't hear clearly, but I think you didn't say much. You two almost cough. Almost kissed. Jiang Yu's face turned red. Although they didn't actually kiss, it was embarrassing for her to be seen by her mother. What exactly happened with Cheng Jin? When most people had left, Cheng Yi stepped forward to explain. "Jiang's sister, my brother didn't mean to do anything wrong. He was about to leave when someone from the older sister's side came with urgent news, so he went over. He said he would come to apologize after finishing what he was doing. It's okay. If there's anything I can do to help your older sister, just tell me." Cheng Yi was also worried about his sister. He nodded casually in response. For several days, Cheng Jin didn't come home, and Cheng Yi was also not at home. The green rice cakes sold well, with salted egg yolk and pork floss costing 8 coins each, and red bean paste ones costing 6 coins. Jiang Rulan's black rice balls sold even better. Students at the official school were always hungry from studying, so they happily bought a snack to carry with them after breakfast. It took 2 trips to the livestock market to buy a suitable small donkey, and she still needed to clean out the animal shed in the backyard. She also planned to buy a stone mill. Overall, she was very busy. In the morning, she made green rice cakes and egg yolk pastries. In the afternoon, she ground rice to make rice flour. That noon, when she was returning with the food, she saw a carriage parked in front of Cheng Jin's house from afar. Just as she was about to say hello, she saw Cheng Jin carrying a woman hurriedly into the house. He was wrapped in a large cloak, but his face was not clear. A bandage was wrapped around his forehead. Did something happen to his sister? Jiang Yu approached her house, and her mother was just coming out to open the door. "Is Lord Cheng back from next door? I think I heard the carriage." "Yes, it seems something happened. He was carrying a girl who had bowed her head into the house. Should you go see what's going on? I'm not a doctor. If I go now, Lord Cheng might be busy entertaining me. I'll go later and see if I can help." "That's true. How are the sales at the stall today?" "That's good. We sold most of the green rice cakes and egg yolk pastries. The black rice balls are all gone." The mother and daughter talked while steaming rice flour. Jiang Rulan's rice flour is soft and chewy. She also improved the bone broth made by Jiang Yu, which is now very popular at the stall. "Is Lady Jiang at home?" "Yes, she's here." Outside the door, Cheng Jin looked tired, with a bit of stubble on his chin. "Lady Jiang, I need your help. My niece had an accident, and I hope you and Auntie can help her with some medicine." "All right." Jiang Yu went into the kitchen, called her mother, and brought Qushui inside. "I'll explain to Lady Jiang later. Jade is hurt, so please help her and Auntie." "No problem, just a simple wound." Jiang Yu was in the mood to look at Cheng Jin's family. She followed to the west wing. "I won't go in. The medicine is on the table." Jiang Yu placed Qushui on a small bed outside. "Stay here and wait for your mother and grandma, okay?" Qushui nodded obediently. Inside, a young girl about 12 or 13 lay on the bed. She was very beautiful, probably the prettiest girl Jiang Yu had seen in Qushui. Blood seeped from her clothes on her lower belly. Jiang Yu and Jiang Rulan looked at each other, both feeling a deep pity. They carefully and gently peeled back her clothes, both gasping at what they saw. The girl's abdomen was badly injured, with no healthy flesh left, only faint marks of a whip. How could she be hurt like this? Jiang Yu shook her head, carefully wiping her with water, sprinkling medicine powder. Jiang Rulan gently helped her sit up, and Jiang Yu wrapped her in bandages. Despite all this, she hadn't woken up. She was sweating coldly, and the bandage on her head was soaked. They had to change her medicine again. Lifting the bandage, they saw several thin, long wounds across her forehead. Suppressing their worries, they tidied her up carefully. Jiang Rulan lowered her voice. "I'll take Qushui back first. You stay here and watch her. I'll bring food later." "Thank you, Lady Jiang. Don't mention it." Jiang Rulan carried Qushui, and Jiang Yu opened the door. Cheng Jin was outside, looking anxious. "Sir Cheng, the medicine has been changed. I have nothing else to do now, so I will stay and watch over her." Cheng Jin looked gratefully at Jiang Yu. "Thank you, Lady Jiang." First, Cheng Jin took Jiang Rulan and Qushui to the door, then returned to the room to find Jiang Yu. Lady Jiang, what's going on? Cheng Jin sighed and explained calmly. My older sister married a common merchant. Jiang is beautiful, but she knows she can't protect her, so she rarely goes out. That day, a big merchant from Jiangdu came. He took a liking to Jiang. The Yi family, secretly, sent Jiang away. That same day, the wealthy merchant took people and left for Jiangdu. When I found Jiang, it was already like this. I didn't dare take her back to the Yi family because the old house is crowded and noisy, so I brought her here. Jiang Yu's heart pounded with worry, afraid that the girl had been harmed. She had been so focused on giving her medicine that she hadn't checked her thoroughly. I also need to handle matters with my older sister and the Yi family. Could I trouble Lady Jiang to take care of Jiang for a few days? Of course, no problem. Thank you, Lady Jiang. Cheng Langjun, you said we don't need to talk about these things. Yes. Cheng Jin's heart, which had been cold for days, finally warmed a little. Go see if the medicine is ready. Jiang Yu dismissed him and closed the door, then carefully examined Yuan Yu on the bed. Fortunately, there were no signs of harm. After feeding her medicine, Yuan Yu was still unconscious. Jiang Yu then looked around Cheng Jin's courtyard. It was similar to her own, just oriented differently. The front yards of both houses were connected. Until Jiang Rulan came to bring dinner, Yuan Yu hadn't woken up. After dinner, Jiang Yu was reading a storybook when she heard a scream, and quickly got up to check. You're awake. Yuan Yu curled up in the corner of the bed, looking anxious and wary at the unfamiliar person in front of her. This was her uncle's house. So, who was this older sister? I am your uncle's neighbor. He asked me to take care of you. Yuan Yu lowered her head, looking at her clean clothes and the bandaged wound. Jiang Yu smiled kindly at the cautious girl. It's okay now, everything is fine. She held her small hand and gently patted her back with concern.
Jiang Yu kuyutti siniflet.
Lie down quickly, or the wound might open again. Cheng Jin quickly found a clinic in Jiangdu to hastily bandage her wound and then hurriedly brought people back. The wound had split open. Fortunately, Yuan Yu was in good health, with no infection or fever. Yuan Yu obediently lay down, and Jiang Yu tucked her in. Cheng Jin heard the noise and came over. Yuejia, Lady Jiang. Seeing her uncle, Yuan Yu burst into tears. Uncle, don't be afraid. Uncle will protect you. Yuan Yu cried for a while. Cheng Jin, being awkward, didn't know how to comfort her and could only sit nearby to keep her company. Jiang Yu leaned close to Yuan Yu's ear. All right, Uncle has been tired for a few days. Let him rest, okay? Hearing this, Yuan Yu stopped crying and sniffled. Uncle, I'm fine now. I want to sleep for a while. Okay, then Uncle will go out first. When the person left, Yuan Yu couldn't hold back her tears again. Jiang Yu wiped her tears. Don't cry anymore. It's okay now. Be good. Are you hungry? Would you like some porridge? Yuan Yu had no appetite and shook her head. Jiang Yu didn't press her and instead fed her 2 pieces of her favorite milk-flavored cake. Would you like to eat some milk cake? It's sweet and delicious. Watching her busy sister, Yuan Yu finally nodded. Your uncle still has to handle the Yi family's affairs. Would you like to stay with me at my house for a few days? Knowing her uncle was busy, she softly agreed. After staying there for a night, early the next morning, before dawn, Jiang Yu picked up Yuan Yu and took her home. Cheng Jin was surprised. He didn't expect Lady Jiang to be so strong. Yuan Yu and Jiang Yu shared a room, while Sui and Jiang Rulan slept together. Jiang Rulan and Mama Lu both felt very sorry for the young girl and made delicious food for her every day. Under Jiang Yu's careful care, Yuan Yu's wound gradually scabbed over. However, it seemed she was prone to scars, and the scar on her head was raised. The day Yuan Yu finally could get out of bed and walk, someone from the Yi family arrived. A group of people came to Cheng Jin's house and talked for a while. After they left, Cheng Jin took Yuan Yu over. She looked pale, with vacant eyes, and said to Jiang Yu, Jiang Jie, I have no home anymore. Next to her, Cheng Jin gently rubbed her head. This is your home. Jiang Rulan pulled Yuan Yu into the house. Jiang Yu looked worried and asked Cheng Jin about it. Why did Yuan Yu say that? After what happened, the Yi family still wants to take her back. My husband and I both disagree. He wants our eldest sister to leave her husband and come home, but the Yi family won't let her take her brother. So the eldest sister didn't leave her husband, but Sister Yu was adopted into my family, a daughter with a scar on her face. The Yi family also looks down on her a little. From now on, she will change her name to Cheng Yu. Jiang Yu finds it hard to judge Cheng Jin's eldest sister. She loves her daughter and immediately sought her brother's help when she learned her daughter was taken away. But she also loves her son. When she knew her son couldn't take her away, she decided to adopt her daughter into her brother's family and stay in that house. Madam Jiang, I still need to trouble you for a few more days. Once I find a suitable servant girl, I will bring Sister Yu back. No rush. Let her stay for now. Recently, Jiang Yu is the one bothering Cheng Jin, but now Cheng Jin has been bothering Jiang Yu. In the past few days, both families have been visiting each other often. Many people in the alley have seen this, and gossip has spread. Jiang Yu found out, but Cheng Jin still doesn't know. Young Master Cheng, you should go back soon. You've been tired these days. Rest well. Okay. Jiang Yu returned to her room. Cheng Yu sat alone by the window, staring at the riverbank in a daze. Yu. Cheng Yu didn't speak. Jiang Yu took a small stool and sat beside her, and the two watched the pedestrians along the river. A lady was walking by, holding her young daughter. Why doesn't my mother want me? Jiang Yu gently patted her head, but didn't answer. Instead, she asked her, Does your father, grandmother, and grandfather love you? Cheng Yu answered without hesitation. No, they don't. They only like my brother. Wiping her tears, she continued. I heard that a rich merchant came to our house and wanted to do business with my father. Our family prepared a big feast. During the meal, that man kept looking at me. My mother wanted to send me back inside, but my father stopped her. The man stayed at our house for a few days. I hid for a few days too. Until one day, my father came to find me and gave me a piece of candy. That was the third time he gave me candy. When I ate that candy, the next time I woke up, I was tied up in a carriage. That man said my father had given me to him and didn't want me anymore. When we reached Jiangdu, I was locked in a room. A maid came to dress me up and said I was going to be a bride, but I was only 12. I hit my head against a bronze mirror, but I didn't die. That man got angry and told his servant to hit me, asking if I really wanted to die. I said yes. I truly didn't want to live anymore. Luckily, my uncle came. Jiang Yu held Cheng Yu gently, feeling deep pity for the brave little girl. Do you still want to go back to that home? I don't want to see my father, my grandfather, or my grandmother. But I miss my mother.
Why didn't she want me?
Yu, listen to me, Jiang Yu said softly, explaining carefully. Your mother didn't stop loving you. After your uncle brought you back, the Yi family's business failed. If you went back, they would only treat you worse. Your mother couldn't take your younger brother with her when she left. If she had taken you away and left your brother behind, and your father remarried someone unkind, what would have happened to him? She had no choice. Now, Jiang Yu could only help her see things in a better light. You'll have a good life at your uncle's home. What Jiang Yu didn't say was that although Cheng Yu's forehead was scarred, she still carried herself gracefully. If her father had forced her to marry an old man, her mother wouldn't have been able to protect her. Being adopted into the Cheng family was safer. Her uncle Cheng Jin would never harm her. Cheng Yu wanted to ask what would happen if her uncle married and her new aunt didn't like her. But she could tell that her uncle and sister Jiang were close. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left her in Jiang Yu's care. Yu hugged Jiang Yu and leaned against her. Will my mother still come to see me? She will. I'm sure she will. Jiang Yu's arms felt just like her mother's. After a few days of rest, the girl recovered and returned to the Cheng home. She didn't want her uncle to spend more money on her, saying she could cook and wash clothes herself. Cheng Jin had already hired a woman to come every few days to do the laundry, but in the end, Jiang Yu said that since the two brothers didn't eat at home anyway, Yu could just eat with her. It was only a few more dishes and bowls. Cheng Jin offered to give her some silver. Young Master Cheng, you and I are so distant. Are you trying to make things completely clear between us? Cheng Jin rarely saw Jiang Yu looking so lively. I'm not meaning that. How much can a young girl like Yu eat? If you keep doing this, maybe just send someone to cook at her house. After saying this, she pretended to be angry and turned away. Cheng Jin wanted to hold her back to see if she was upset, but didn't dare to touch her. He stood there feeling unsure what to do. Then, Cheng Yu spoke up. "Uncle, I want to go to Jiang Jie's house." Hearing this, Cheng Jin felt a bit headache. He had only been busy for a while, and now he was calling her Jiang Jie? That's a higher rank. Alright, from now on, the family should prepare more cakes and candies, and Yu can bring some every day. After that, Cheng Yu would get up early and go to Jiang Yu's house. After breakfast, she helped Jiang Yu make egg yolk pastries and green rice balls. In the afternoon, she helped Jiang Rulan steam rice cakes. When Jiang Yu or Jiang Rulan went to deliver meals, she would help take care of Sui Sui until dinner, then go home to sleep. Jiang Yu tried to stop her from working, but she only ate a little at meals. There was nothing she could do but let her play with Sui Sui more. She somehow found time to give Sui Sui a small handmade cat. Both Jiang Yu and Jiang Rulan liked this girl very much. The children in the Cheng family are all good. Jiang Rulan looked at her for a long time and finally relaxed. "When do you plan to get married?" Jiang Yu was speechless. This was definitely something Cheng Jin should bring up. Why was she rushing to do it? They're not in a hurry, so why should I be? Now Jiang Rulan was at a loss for words. Cheng Jin brought his daughter here for meals, often sent gifts, and every evening came to pick her up, trying to talk to Jiang Yu. She thought the two children had already agreed. But unexpectedly, they hadn't even mentioned it. What a scoundrel. Actually, Jiang Rulan misunderstood Cheng Jin. He was naturally shy, and because he liked Jiang Yu, he was already very proactive. He wanted to marry Jiang Yu sooner, but his family only had 4 rooms besides the main hall. He lived in one room, Cheng Yi in another, one as a study, and the only spare room was where Yu stayed. The Jiang family had 4 members, so they needed at least 3 rooms. He wanted a bigger yard, but Jiang Yu still needed to run her business at the alley entrance, and there was no suitable place nearby. The worst plan is just to buy a few more businesses and connect them. But this will cost a lot of money. So Cheng Jin has been working hard on writing scripts. His father was sick and almost used up all the family savings. It's only because he got into a good school that things started to improve. He adopted Yu, and to protect the young girl's reputation, he spent some money to silence the Yi family. His parents left him some belongings, including a gift from Heir Lang. Since he has the ability, he plans to prepare more bride gifts and buy a house. All these things are piling up. Lady Jiang seems to be angry these days. Cheng Jin thought to himself. Before, when he went to pick up Yu, Lady Jiang would come to the door and talk to him, sometimes even giving him snacks. But these days, Lady Jiang hasn't come out.
Yu.
What's wrong, uncle? Do you know what's wrong with Lady Jiang these days? Oh, Sister Jiang is fine. It's no different from usual. Cheng Jin counted his saved money and made up his mind. After dinner, you take Lady Jiang for a walk by the river. I have something to talk to her about. Yu didn't ask much and obediently agreed. Oh, okay. Yu carried a basket of peaches inside. Sister Jiang, Uncle brought a basket of peaches.
Oh, all right. Put them somewhere.
Jiang Yu didn't look up and kept working on her task. Yu realized something was wrong. Before, no matter what Uncle brought, Sister Jiang would look at it. After dinner, Yu pretended to rub her stomach. I'm so full. Sister Jiang, let's go for a walk. Jiang Yu looked a bit confused. Although Yu didn't seem very concerned about the scar on her head, she usually tried not to go out if she could avoid it.
Going out for a walk is fine.
Mom, are you going? Yu had already coordinated with Jiang Rulan. No, you and Yu go. I'll take care of Sui Sui and give her a bath later.
All right.
They sat by the riverbank for a while, and then Yu stood up.
Sister Jiang, I have a stomach ache.
I'll go back first. Wait here for me. At this moment, Jiang Yu already guessed her intention. Sure enough, as soon as Yu left, Cheng Jin's voice was heard behind her. Lady Jiang. A package of glutinous rice candies was handed to her. I don't want to eat this anymore, she said. Lady Jiang, what do you like to eat? I will go buy it, he offered. Jiang Yu said nothing. Cheng Jin asked her carefully, can I sit down? No, she replied. Cheng Jin dared not move and stood quietly to the side. Jiang Yu looked a little annoyed. What if the neighbors see you sitting here and start gossiping about me? I want to marry Lady Jiang, he said.
What? Gossip?
What gossip? They asked at the same time. I said, I want to marry Lady Jiang. Recently, I heard some gossip. It's nothing, Jiang Yu said awkwardly. What did you just say? Cheng Jin knelt in front of her, looking into her eyes, and explained seriously. I said, I want to marry Lady Jiang. Sorry, I didn't know there was gossip. I liked Lady Jiang a long time ago. When I had dinner at your house and said I liked you, I thought Lady Jiang understood my feelings. When did you say that? Didn't you hear?
No, she said.
All right, I'll say it again. Lady Jiang, I like you. Jiang Yu suppressed a smile.
Okay, she said.
Can I sit down now? Jiang Yu nodded and moved aside. Cheng Jin sat down, placed the glutinous rice candy in her hand, then took out a few drawings from his pocket. These are the plots I've looked at recently. Our house is too small to live in, so I looked at several courtyards, some big, some small. Sweetwater Alley mostly has small courtyards. I thought about buying a few small ones and knocking them together, so it would be easier for Lady Jiang to do business. The bigger ones are a bit farther away, but they are more convenient. We could also, get married sooner. On the drawings he took out, he carefully marked the layouts of the places he liked. Have you been busy with this these days? Yeah, he replied. And saving money. My parents didn't leave me much, so I added a lot of my own dowry because I don't want Lady Jiang to be unhappy. Which one does Lady Jiang like?
None of them, she said.
Then I'll go look again tomorrow to see if there's a suitable one, he said. Jiang Yu looked at this silly guy. I like the small courtyard now. We knocked down the walls between the two houses, making it bigger and more convenient, but this was bought by Lady Jiang. I don't want to move. I've been looking for a place like this for a long time, and I really like it. Cheng Jin was silent for a moment. I'll buy it from Lady Jiang with money, but the property deed will still be in her name. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and agreed. Once the courtyard is connected, I want to build 3 new rooms on the original wall site, dividing it into front and backyards. You won't need your kitchen anymore. Just turn it into a room. As Sui grows up, she will need her own room, along with her mother, Aunt Lu, and Cheng Yu. Later, they will live in the backyard, she and Cheng Jin in the middle, and Cheng Yi in the front yard. Jiang Yu kept talking about her plans, and Cheng Jin listened while imagining it in his mind. All right, let's do as Lady Jiang says. We'll each pay half. No, I should pay all of it. This renovation will be cheaper than buying a new yard. You can agree to the house changes, but I must pay for it. She didn't know exactly how much money Cheng Jin had. She only knew that as a successful candidate, he had some privileges like monthly grain subsidies, though she didn't know the exact amount. Most importantly, families like Cheng Jin's who owned land and fields didn't have to pay land taxes. But he was out working all day and night, which made her curious. Earlier, I heard second brother say that Lord Cheng doesn't plan to take the imperial exams again. What does he usually do? Cheng Jin found it hard to answer. He was worried Jiang Yu would think he was neglecting his duties. I usually write stories. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Jiang Yu's disappointed eyes. No wonder you always look so tired. So he stayed up late writing stories. Lady Jiang, do you mind? No, I don't mind. I don't need you to support me, just support yourself. Actually, she always thought Cheng Jin was the kind of scholar who relied on his family inheritance, staying at home drinking tea and studying. In the capital, that was considered quite successful, especially since many young men spent their days wasting money. Even if I didn't write stories, I could support the family. But writing stories does help earn some silver to help with household expenses. Cheng Jin's parents left him 16 acres of good land. Once they are married, he will give this land to Lady Jiang. Next month on the 15th, I will invite old man and old lady to come and propose marriage. Is that okay?
Yes.
They discussed and agreed, not knowing that Lu's mother's room had the window wide open and 3 people were leaning in to watch them. What is that paper? It's the courtyard that Uncle is looking at. Oh, they are all looking at the courtyard. That means the wedding is not far off. Oh, does Xiaoyu not like it? Why isn't she taking any? Is the courtyard too far away? Does one you know which courtyard your uncle is looking at? There are several places. I'm not sure either. Sui was getting very anxious behind them. What exactly are Grandma and the others looking at? They are laughing while watching. Sui Sui also wants to see. After they finished talking, Cheng Jin took Jiang Yu back home. The three of them quickly dispersed, each busy with their own things. Sui Sui ran to her mother to complain.
Mom.
Grandma, old lady, and sister were all at the window laughing and didn't let Sui Sui see. Her words were a bit jumbled, but Jiang Yu understood.
Great.
They're all watching the fun from the window. Life went on as usual, but Cheng Jin was becoming more natural now. The shyness from when they first met was gone. That day, Jiang Yu had a plan. He drew a blueprint and showed it to Jiang Yu every day when he came to pick up Jiang Yu. They discussed together, and if there was anything they didn't like, they changed it. There were no inappropriate actions. Jiang Rulan liked to lean against the door of the main hall and watch the young couple. Jiang Yu always waited until they had finished talking before coming out. As the weather got hotter, she changed into summer clothes and adjusted the menu again. The amount of noodles and dumplings was reduced because it was too hot to serve large portions, and they didn't want anyone to get sick. The season for eating green rice balls was over, and the egg yolk pastries were starting to feel a bit dull. Fortunately, the family bought a small donkey, and now they had enough people. Jiang Yu prepared cookies with black tea and green tea. More flour was made than before. In the morning, they sold rice noodle soup, and in the afternoon, they sold cold dishes. Jiang Yu also bought a lot of mung bean sprouts, mixed with shredded lettuce and wood ear mushrooms, rolled into rice paper wraps, and sold together with black rice balls. Red bean paste was replaced with mung bean soup, and they stopped selling fermented rice balls, switching to sour plum soup instead. I finished setting the menu, thinking that the 15 family would come soon. I decided to buy 2 pieces of jewelry to improve my appearance. There's also Cheng Yu, the young girl who helps her every day. I can't let her work for nothing. The shop is full of shiny jewelry, too many to look at all at once. Jiang Yu picked out some for her mother and Sui Sui, and even bought a silver hairpin for Lu Mama. Cheng Jin also gave Cheng Yu some silver coins, but she was reluctant to spend them, so she just looked at them together. Jiang Yu chose a pair of light yellow pearl flowers, with thin jade leaves, dyed shell petals and round pearls in the center, perfect for a young girl like Yu. Yu, try this on. Jiang Jia, I won't try it. My family already has lots of jewelry. Jiang Yu didn't listen and held her down. Jiang Rulan helped put a hairpin in her hair. Looks good, this one is perfect. She also picked a pair of pearl earrings that matched the pearl flowers. Yu, being a young girl, couldn't refuse 3 adults. Thank you, Jiang Jia. Jiang Rulan, taking Yu's lead, teased Jiang Yu. Soon you won't be able to call me Jiang Jia anymore. Yu smiled shyly. I'm used to calling Jiang Jia. It's hard to change now. Jiang Yu shook her head helplessly. Her mother loved teasing her all day. In her past life, she often asked if she liked any boys. Now, with her boyfriend right in front of her, she couldn't escape. On the way home, they had to pass under the big willow tree. Jiang Yu saw from afar that Granny Wang and Aunt Fong were sitting together talking. That's when she realized where the gossip was coming from. Aunt Fong also saw Jiang Yu and her group. When passing under the willow tree, she overheard Aunt Fong and Granny Wang whispering, "Such a cursed family." Jiang Yu pulled Rulan closer. "Mother, Yu, and Sui Sui, go home first. Lu Mama and I will sit for a while." Jiang Rulan looked worried, but Jiang Yu patted her hand. "Children shouldn't hear this. Mother will take them back first. With Lu Mama with me, I'll be fine." She watched Rulan walk away with the children. Jiang Yu sat with Lu Mama in front of Aunt Fong, her eyes cold. "Aunt Fong, what are you talking about? Tell me too. Let me tell you a story about a widow and her young sister-in-law." "Are you interested, Lady Jiang?" Jiang Yu held back her urge to hit someone and deeply regretted inviting Lady Wang to dinner that day. "I'm not interested in that story," she said. "I want to hear a story about a family that has no heirs." Jiang Yu emphasized the phrase, "no heirs," clearly. Since moving to the city, Lady Fong hated hearing people gossip about her family's lack of heirs. "Say that again." "I said no heirs." "Did you hear me clearly, Auntie? You probably know a lot about this story. Why don't you tell me?" This time, Lady Fong was so angry she almost hit someone. She stood up, ready to rush over. Lady Wang tightly held onto Lady Fang. Don't do anything. Jiang Yu looked at her coldly. My father passed away when he was old. Auntie, you should be careful what you say in the future, so karma doesn't come back to you. Oh, and Lady Wang, always gossiping here every day. No wonder your daughter is so well-behaved, managing everything at home and outside. Now, Lady Wang was caught in her own trap and didn't dare stop Lady Fang. Madame Lu quickly stepped in front of Jiang Yu. My lady was just talking with you. Why are you trying to fight? Lady Wang and Lady Fang naturally didn't dare to hit anyone. They had started the provocation first. Madame Lu, let's go. We have many things to do at home. We can't spend all day gossiping here. Ignoring the angry women, they turned and left. Getting involved with Scholar Cheng makes a difference. People become more confident. Don't they consider whether he would accept a widow with a daughter into his home? The air seemed tense with unspoken words. Jiang Yu was halfway when she saw Cheng Jin running over. Lady Jiang, I think I'm late again. It's okay. There wasn't much to it, just a few words exchanged. If Cheng Jin had really arrived, it might have been more complicated. Yujia told me that she will take better care of her health from now on. Snicker. Jiang Yu held back her laughter and took a few deep breaths. Good. Cheng Jin had this kind of dry humor too. On the 14th day of the 5th month, it was Jiang Yu's birthday. At first, she wanted to make a birthday cake, but after studying with Jiang Rulan for a long time, they still couldn't make the cream. Finally, they decorated the cake with some of Sui Sui's favorite fruits to make cute animal shapes. Jiang Rulan and Lu's mother both prepared gifts for Sui Sui, and Cheng Wenyu also brought out a box. This pair of bracelets was given to Sui Sui by Uncle. I made 2 hairbands for her. The 2 short hairbands were embroidered with pretty little flowers, with fine stitches and small silver bells hanging at the ends. Wenyu only found out a few days ago that today was Sui Sui's birthday, so she probably made the hairbands overnight. Wow, so beautiful.
Sui Sui likes it.
Thank you, sister. Jiang Yu took the hairbands and tied them on Sui Sui. Very pretty. Sui Sui shook her head happily, the silver bells jingling, looking innocent and adorable. Wenyu saw that both Jiang Yu and Sui Sui liked the gift very much, and she shyly smiled. The small cat she made earlier was simple, but her embroidery skills were surprisingly exquisite. After dinner, Cheng Jin came to pick up the guests. Jiang Yu went to open the door, and Wenyu played happily with Sui Sui in the main hall. Cheng Jin handed over a small box. Wenyu, didn't you already help me bring this? What is it now? This is for Lady Jiang. She opened it to reveal a gold-plated hollow butterfly hairpin with a lifelike butterfly that moved as she walked. A few days ago, she had looked at it in the shop, and Wenyu was sure she told him about it. Today is my birthday. Lady Jiang, you have worked hard raising Sui Sui. All right then, Jiang Yu accepted it, thinking she would also buy a gift for Cheng Jin someday. Today, the Cheng family came to propose marriage. Cheng Jin's grandfather and grandmother personally came to the door. When Cheng Jin and Cheng Yi arrived at Zhang's house with a large goose, they deliberately raised their voices, attracting Lady Wang from across the street to come out and see. Seeing that they were here to propose marriage, her expression changed from bad to worse. A few days ago, she said they couldn't match, but now Cheng Jin's family was here to propose. Lu's mother saw Lady Wang's unpleasant expression and was about to be very happy. The 4 of them showed proper manners outside the door before entering the house with Lu's mother. Madam, Lu's mother came to look for her in the room. The old lady of the Cheng family said that Cheng Langjun and you are in love, so there's no need for formalities. She wants to invite you out to talk. Jiang Rulan also nodded in agreement, since they still needed to discuss future plans. She wasn't truly an ancient person and preferred to let her daughter listen and talk herself. When Jiang Yu arrived at the main hall, Grandma Cheng was talking with Jiang Rulan, while Grandpa Cheng sat nearby drinking tea. Oh, your daughter is so obedient, not shy or noisy. Seeing Jiang Yu, Grandma Cheng quickly stood up. So this is Lady Jiang, with a happy face and a cheerful look. No wonder my eldest son likes her. Jiang Yu bowed politely to the old lady. Jiang Yu's manners were well-trained from her time in the capital. Compared to girls from local families, she was more refined. Grandma Cheng sat her down and looked her over carefully. At first, she was only enthusiastic because of Cheng Jin, but now she was more pleased with Jiang Yu herself. At first, she didn't understand when she heard Cheng Jin wanted to marry a widow with a child. After all, her grandson was a successful scholar. But she couldn't object. She had looked at many young women, but none suited Cheng Jin. Now that he wanted to marry, she didn't want to delay it. Moreover, Cheng Jin had arranged everything for the wedding, only asking the older couple to show their support. Fortunately, she learned that Jiang Yu was capable and could support her family alone. Seeing her now, she wasn't the most beautiful, but her bright smile was very pleasant. Grandma Cheng chatted with her, and Grandpa Cheng also took the chance to observe her. She was poised and graceful. After they finished eating at Jiang Yu's house, Grandma Cheng was even more satisfied. Cheng Jin was thin and weak, but Jiang Yu's cooking was good. Marrying her would help him regain his health. Before leaving, Grandma Cheng took Jiang Yu's birth date and exchanged betrothal tokens. They usually waited until the astrology was checked before exchanging tokens, but this was just a formality. Cheng Jin was eager, so they skipped some steps. Once we know the wedding date, I will come back to help choose an auspicious day. Grandma Cheng was very happy at this point. After chatting with Grandma Cheng all morning, Jiang Yu was exhausted and immediately went to sleep after they left. Sui Sui was still curious and kept talking to Jiang Rulan. Auntie, what is the gift for today? It's to ask for your mother's hand in marriage. What's asking for marriage? Jiang Rulan didn't know how to explain to Sui Sui, so she could only tell her. Proposal means Sui Sui will have a daddy. Daddy? So Sui Sui also has a daddy. Hearing this, Jiang Rulan felt a bit uncomfortable. Sui Sui wouldn't say this without a reason. Did someone say Sui Sui doesn't have a daddy? Sui Sui nodded. When she was playing at the stall, the lady had told her she was pitiful for not having a daddy. Sui Sui didn't think she was pitiful. Who said that? Do you remember? Jiang Rulan asked further. Sui Sui named two ladies. Luma, who was nearby, got angry when she heard this. Those gossiping women. I thought they liked Sui Sui because she was cute, but they took the chance to say these things to hurt us when I and my wife were busy. Jiang Rulan was also angry. Why tell these things to a child? Brainwashing her into feeling pitiful. Many families have a father or not, but that doesn't mean they are pitiful. Just because someone has a father doesn't make them better or more deserving of sympathy. Seeing her mother-in-law get angry, Sui Sui took Luma's hand. Grandma, don't be angry. Sui Sui won't listen to them anymore. Looking at the clever and sensible little Sui Sui, Luma wiped her tears. When her wife got married, she would definitely take Sui Sui to talk to those two ladies properly. Seeing Luma crying, Jiang Rulan hurriedly comforted her. Don't be upset, Sister Luma. Sui Sui is still young and doesn't understand these things. Besides, she will have a daddy soon. Just ignore what others say. Luma nodded. After saying these words, Sui Sui yawned repeatedly. Jiang Rulan took off her coat and placed it on Jiang Yu's bed. When Jiang Yu woke up, Sui Sui was curled up in her arms, playing with her hair. Seeing her mother awake, Sui Sui immediately asked, Mom, am I going to have a daddy? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Does Sui Sui want a daddy? Yes. She didn't know what a daddy was for, but everyone else had one, so she wanted one too. Who is the daddy? Have I seen him? He's Uncle Cheng next door. Uncle is my daddy. Uncle Cheng came to her house every day. Why didn't she know this before? The 3-year-old Sui Sui didn't understand what a stepfather was. Not yet. Is it or isn't it? Sui Sui was completely confused. It will be clear in a few days. Seeing Sui Sui nod, Jiang Yu thought the topic was finished. But that evening, Cheng Jin came to pick someone up, and Sui Sui followed behind Cheng Yu. She called out to Cheng Jin, Dad. Jiang Yu almost wanted to hide somewhere. Cheng Yu was surprised for a moment and then burst out laughing. Since her face was hurt, she hadn't been this happy in a long time. Sui Sui, this little troublemaker. Cheng Jin was stunned in place. This was the first time he heard someone call him Dad, and it was a cute little girl. Cheng Jin squatted down. Hey! Jiang Yu quickly separated the two, amazed at how bold Sui Sui was to call him that. What are you doing? Sui Sui looked confused. Aunt said uncle is dad, right? Mom said it's not the time yet and it will be in a few days. Sui didn't understand. Grandma said eating is just living day by day. Jiang Yu was completely defeated by the child's logic. After Cheng Yu finished laughing, she skillfully coaxed Sui away. This time, it was Cheng Jin's turn to tease Jiang Yu. I didn't know Lady Jiang was so eager. If I had known, I should have asked for her hand in marriage earlier. Cheng Jin, seeing Jiang Yu's angry look, Cheng Jin felt strangely happy. Lady Jiang was different when she was with him compared to others. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Lady Jiang. Jiang Yu tilted her head and snorted softly. Cheng Jin was becoming more and more over the top. Stop it. Sui is still young, and you're not much better. She dared to call you, so why did you answer? Sui didn't call it wrong. She just called it a bit early. I need to work harder, so she can officially call me Dad. Cheng Jin made Lady Jiang angry again. The Cheng family sent over some dates, and Jiang Yu and Jiang Rulan chose August 27th, a day with clear autumn weather. Jiang Yu wasn't good at embroidery and didn't have much patience. Her wedding dress was made by a tailor, and earlier, when she talked about renovating the courtyard with Cheng Jin, she also arranged for new furniture, part of her dowry. However, Jiang Rulan was feeling a bit down. Other girls' parents prepare dowries for them, but you have to earn yours yourself. Jiang Yu comforted her mother. The small courtyard and 2 acres of land in town were given to me. I just added some nice things myself. That was also left by your father, not something I earned for you. In the room, only mother and daughter were present. Jiang Yu called her mother with a long and used term. Mom, there's an old saying, giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them how to fish. In my past life, you raised me, and I learned all my skills from you. Without these skills, how could I have earned this money? This isn't part of the dowry you prepared for me. Jiang Yu hugged Jiang Rulan. You've already given me so much. 2 lives, 1 raising, 1 blood and flesh. All right. Today Qushui is getting married, and we also need to go to the neighbor's feast. This was the first time the 2 of them attended a banquet here. The best thing about Qushui is that the guests' gifts and relatives' adornments are all for the daughter to take away. The wedding here is somewhat similar to the past, with both families hosting a feast for friends and relatives. The Wang family's friends are here to eat, and except for the bride's family, no one goes to the Liang family. The expenses for the banquet are paid by the Wang family. Since Qushui is marrying into the Liang family, Wang Buxiao also wants to display some wealth with a lavish spread. All the gifts from relatives and friends are for Qushui to take home. When they arrived at the Wang family, Wang Buxiao looked happy, while Granny Wang forced a smile. The bride's room was crowded, so Jiang Yu went in alone to give her gift money. She knew she wouldn't lack clothes or jewelry at Liang's house, so she kept some money on herself for convenience. You look very beautiful today, Jiang Yu sincerely praised. She had tanned a bit before, perhaps from eating less. She looked thin and bony, but her overall appearance was dignified, and a bit of extra weight made her look better. Qushui saw the silver money Jiang Yu gave her and felt very grateful for her thoughtful gesture. Most of the relatives at home brought simple gifts like bedding and dishes. Her biological mother's side didn't come, and her stepmother's family's gifts were even simpler, just 2 handkerchiefs, a few needles, and a few words of praise. Some also gave money, but not as much as Jiang Yu. Qushui held the silver in her hand. Thank you, Sister Jiang. When I get married, I must invite you. Of course, I will definitely invite you. After leaving the Wang family, Jiang Yu went to find Jiang Rulan and the others. The Wang family courtyard is small, so they only set up 3 tables. The rest of the guests sat in the alley, already gathered around, leaving a seat for Jiang Yu. Mrs. Wu and the others were all at one table, but Cui Shuang, who was close to giving birth, didn't come. The mother-in-law next to Jiang Yu started gossiping first. Hey, have you heard? She asked, using the usual opening line for gossip. Those wedding gifts from the Liang family. Officer Wang took all the gold and silver and gave it to the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Only some decorations and cloth remained. Someone responded, No wonder Madame Wang looked upset today. Yes, Madame Wang wanted to keep some jewelry for her son to marry a wife later, but Officer Wang loves his daughter so much that he didn't leave anything. Oh, come on. That's not love. After so many years, I haven't seen him truly care. It's just for show, not wanting to look bad in front of the Liang family. Jiang Yu agreed. If he truly loved his daughter, he wouldn't ignore how Madame Wang was bullied for so many years. Giving her some gifts isn't the same as caring. Officer Wang isn't losing out either. He didn't prepare much dowry to begin with. The Liang family's gifts, after being exchanged, were taken by Wang's daughter. Both face and substance are covered. These older women were really good at finding out everything. But the Liang family is quite wealthy. The wedding gifts they gave are about the same as what we would give for a marriage, Mrs. Wu and Jiang Yu whispered. Earlier, my husband said Liang family liked Jingxiu, right? Why did they give such a small dowry? It's not much less than usual, Jiang Yu thought to herself. No matter how much they give, Wang Jingxiu can't take it all. It would only benefit the Wang family. They are making her suffer just to save face and let those who bullied her live comfortably. Jiang Yu didn't agree with this behavior. Maybe Liang's wife has learned more about Jingshue's childhood recently. The people at the table talked about the Liang family for a while, then asked Jiang Yu, Madam Jiang, when will you and Master Cheng get married? We saw the Cheng family visit the other day. Zhang Rulan answered for her. It's still early. When it's time to have the wedding banquet, we'll invite everyone. Some people at the table knew her, others didn't. One person, who didn't like Jiang Yu, spoke up with a sneer. She was not familiar with her. Living nearby is good. Soon you'll be a scholar's wife. I must say, Madame Jiang is lucky. She married into the capital city before, and now she might marry a scholar again. Lady Wu and this person have known each other for a long time, but they don't get along well. Miss Sher's words sound like she favors whoever lives in this small courtyard. Isn't it just convenient to live nearby? Lady Wu leaned in to whisper to Jiang Yu. I heard that she liked Lord Cheng before, but her feelings were rejected, so she married into the Sher family. I don't quite understand what Lady Sher means. Don't we all live in the same alley? Lady Sher definitely wouldn't say in front of Jiang Yu that she relies on living next door to flirt with Cheng Jin. Lady Sher didn't reply, and Jiang Yu didn't want to talk to her more. They changed the subject to something else. Food is here. With a shout, the dishes were brought out from the kitchen. As each dish was served, someone couldn't help but sigh. The Wang family really spared no expense. There were 12 dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables, with soups and desserts. The soup was still pork rib soup. Everyone started eating, and the cook the Wang family hired was quite skilled, though his methods were traditional and lacked new tricks. Jiang Yu ate while quietly thinking about the dishes for her own wedding. The two families lived next to each other, and the banquet would be held together. Since Cheng Jin had no official position, the common folks didn't care much about such things. Jiang Yu was thinking about the menu, and when she picked up her chopsticks, she slowed down. Zhang Rulan and the others ate less. Jiang Yu was willing to eat more because her family ate meat every day, and everyone was skilled at cooking, so they didn't crave these dishes. The Sher family was average in conditions and had many people, so they rarely ate meat. Such a grand feast was rare in Sweetwater Alley, so she wanted to eat more. But seeing Jiang Yu eating slowly, as if she didn't like the dishes, she also slowed down her chopsticks. By the end of the meal, no one was full. If Cheng Jin had accepted her back then and married into the Cheng family, her life wouldn't be like this now. After finishing the meal, everyone cleared the table and moved to the roadside. The wedding procession was about to arrive. Everyone was curious whether third brother Liang would come personally to pick her up, since everyone knew he was a simple-minded person. Leading the groom was a man riding a tall horse, followed by a large sedan, and behind them was a grand procession. The musicians hired by the Liang family played drums and gongs, making a lively scene. As the procession approached, everyone could see the groom's face. It wasn't third brother Liang, but second brother Liang coming to greet her. Jiang Yu and a few others watched them argue at the door for a while before Liang Erlang came out with Wang Jingxue beside him. She was smiling, showing no sign of displeasure. Perhaps for her, who comes to pick up the bride doesn't matter. Leaving this home is more important. Once the wedding procession left, everyone dispersed. Let's go back. Zhang Rulan went to deliver food and happened to see someone at the alley selling melons, so she bought a few. They hung the melons in the well to chill for the afternoon, then took them out at night to enjoy the cold, refreshing fruit. Jiang Yu specifically asked Cheng Yu to stay and eat the melons. They cut the fruit and sat in the small yard to cool off. The bamboo table and chairs were all new purchases by Jiang Yu. Sitting on them in summer was more comfortable than wooden chairs. While eating the melons, Zhang Rulan suddenly remembered. Oh, little Yu Chui Nyangzi had a girl. She asked you to bring Sui Sui to visit her tomorrow. Since Jiang Yu's family hosted a feast, Cui Shuang stopped selling at her stall. Her mother-in-law had been coming instead. Last night, she gave birth to a daughter. Today, she told her mother-in-law to make sure to visit Jiang Yu and bring Sui Sui to see her. She really had a girl. How so? Jiang Yu recounted the conversation from last year when Cui Shuang held Sui Sui, repeating their words. Jiang Rulan sighed. No wonder people say that children who haven't lost their baby teeth speak very accurately. Really? Cheng Yu asked curiously. Suddenly, the topic shifted from Cui Shuang's daughter to folk legends. Jiang Rulan and Lu Mama became more and more animated, while Cheng Yu's face grew paler. They stopped fanning themselves, despite the hot weather, feeling an inexplicable chill. Seeing the young girl look scared, they also stopped talking. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu had fallen asleep leaning on her chair. The room was still stuffy, and it wasn't good to wake her to go back to sleep. Lu Mama opened the windows to let in some air, and Jiang Rulan sat beside Jiang Yu with a fan, gently fanning her. Cheng Yu looked on, feeling a bit homesick for her mother. Actually, since she came to her uncle's house, her mother hadn't visited her at all. Her uncle was angry with the Yi family and refused to go to their house. She didn't know how her mother was doing now. When Cheng Jin came to pick her up, Jiang Yu was still sleeping in the chair. Cheng Yu tiptoed to open the door and signaled her uncle with a hush. Cheng Jin glanced at the door, and after Yu closed it, he asked her. Lady Jiang has been too tired lately. Cheng Yu thought for a moment. Yes. Lady Jiang is busy making food, preparing her dowry, and checking on the embroidery workshop's progress. She also mentioned that the hot nights make it hard for her to sleep. All right, I understand. The room became cooler, and Jiang Rulan finally called Jiang Yu to go back to her room and rest. With so much water in the river, why is it still hotter than in the capital? Despite the heat, she couldn't sleep well. When Jiang Yu got up, her head still felt a little dizzy. It was cool in the morning, so she wanted to leave early and come back quickly, not wanting to be uncomfortable from sweating. Jiang Yu also borrowed the family donkey, which had a simple cart made earlier, perfect for her trip. Senior Sister Cui, congratulations. Your wish has come true. Cui Shuang was lying on the bed. It was her third pregnancy, and everything went smoothly. She was healthy and recovered quickly. Cui Shuang gently touched the small face of the girl lying beside her. Yes, everyone in the family is happy. She has 2 brothers, and now we're just waiting for this girl. Her face was full of love. Sui Sui was sitting by the bed, looking at the baby. Mother, she's so tiny. It was her first time seeing such a small child, just like little Linu. This is your sister, the one inside Aunt Cui's belly. Wow, the sister is out now. Cui Shuang reached out and patted Sui Sui's head. Thank you for bringing us good news, Sui Sui. Sui Sui giggled. Mother, Sui Sui likes her sister. Did you hear that? Quickly, have another sister for your Sui Sui. Jiang Yu glared at her, always talking nonsense. Sui Sui likes your sister. Just give her to me then. You're so greedy. One isn't enough, and now you want to steal my heart too. Jiang Yu didn't argue with her. She took out the long life lock she had prepared earlier. Here, for your sister. Cui Shuang was straightforward and didn't refuse. Good, then I'll thank Aunt Jiang on behalf of my girl. When you have another, I'll send one too. Here she goes again. Jiang Yu didn't respond. What's wrong? Are you not planning to have another? Let it be naturally. She said those words earlier to comfort the girl. She would teach Sui Sui well, but she wouldn't dedicate her whole life for her. If she has a child, she can give birth again and the 2 children can support each other in the future. Grandma Cui Shuang brought 3 bowls of sweet wine eggs, which is a tradition during the month-long confinement period. Since the weather was hot, Jiang Yu had no appetite and only asked for 1 bowl to eat with Sui Sui. Sui Sui always has a good appetite no matter the time, so Jiang Yu just took a few sips out of politeness. She finished the rest herself. Grandma Cui Shuang really has nothing to say about her. She personally fed her. After finishing the sweet wine eggs, Jiang Yu got up to leave. Our family still has a lot to do, so we'll go back first. Sister will also finish her confinement on August 27th. You can come over then for a celebration. She also said to Grandma Cui Shuang, Uncle, please come and join the fun with Sister Cui. All right, I will definitely come. I'll see you off. Grandma Cui Shuang saw Jiang Yu and Sway off to the door. Mother and daughter sat on a small donkey. Sway didn't want to sit inside the carriage, so she sat outside with Jiang Yu. Mom, was Sway as small as my sister before? Jiang Yu thought carefully. When Sway was born, she was even smaller than your sister. Wow, Sway is so tall now. She's only a little older. Sway will grow as tall as Mom someday. Maybe even taller. Wow. Wow what? Wow, Sway is amazing. She'll be as tall as Mom someday. Looking at how a tiny little girl has grown into this, she thought about how she would become a beautiful young lady in the future. Having raised a second child, the girl had spent her whole life in that place. But Sway was different. She could do whatever she wanted when she grew up. In 2 or 3 years, she could start school. As evening approached, someone brought 2 blocks of ice. Mother Lu opened the door and saw the ice. No one ordered ice at my house. If they had bought ice, her wife would have said so in advance. Jiang Yu heard this and hurried over. She just happened to hear the shop assistant say, it was ordered by a gentleman named Cheng. It's to be delivered to the 7th house from the left in Tianshui Lane. It turned out to be Cheng Jin. Jiang Yu took out some silver. How much is it? The shop assistant waved his hand. It's already paid for. 2 blocks a day before the start of autumn. It's a bit early for this time of year. If it were earlier, it could be later. Then let's have it delivered a bit later. It's almost dark now, so can you deliver it then? Yes, I can. I will come later tomorrow evening. Jiang Jin had been without ice for almost a month. That must have cost a lot of money. But in front of others, Jiang Yu couldn't say she didn't want it or that she didn't need it. Late Yu, did your family order ice? At first, Cheng Yu didn't understand, but after a moment, she realized they were talking about her uncle's family. No, we didn't order any. We don't feel very hot. Sister Jiang must just be used to the new life in Qushui. Cheng Jin ordered it for her, but why didn't they order some for their own home? Idiot. Do you really not feel hot? Cheng Yu shook her head. She still thought her room by the water was comfortable, but the place where Ye's family lived wasn't as well ventilated. All right then. Looking at the wrapped ice blocks, Jiang Yu went to find Jiang Rilon and Lu's mother. Later, let's tidy up and move a big bed into my room, so we can sleep together. Cheng Jin didn't order ice for Lu's mother, which Jiang Yu understood. Their family didn't have any, so it wouldn't be right to buy some for a servant from her fiancé's family. But since they had it, they could share. On August 26th, it was an auspicious day for marriage. Sweetwater Alley was decorated with red characters for happiness, pasted from the alley entrance all the way to the walls of Jiang Cheng's house, cut out by Lu's mother. In Jiang Rilon's hometown, there was a tradition. When a girl got married, she would send 2 dyed red eggs as a gift to guests. Early in the morning, she dyed hundreds of eggs. In Jiang Yu's room, she had already changed into her wedding dress. The makeup artist was very skilled. With delicate makeup and an intricate hairstyle, her natural beauty looked even more charming. Madam is lucky. This hairstyle can hold up well. Next time, more people will want me to do their hair. Wishing you and your husband a happy marriage and early blessings. After everything was ready, the makeup artist congratulated Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took out her purse and handed it over. The makeup artist was young. When she went to Yan Jitang, she was the first to let her try makeup first. Thank you, madam. Please stay and join the feast before you leave. The makeup artist saw that Jiang Yu was sincere. All right, I will also share in your good fortune. Cui Shuang was the first to arrive. She didn't bring her daughter. Her mother-in-law was taking care of her at home. She brought her younger sister-in-law and 2 sons. Seeing Jiang Yu for the first time, so beautiful, Cui Shuang almost stared in amazement. Jiang, you look so beautiful today. I think you should dress like this more often. Usually, only young ladies from rich families dress like this with servants helping them. If I start dressing like this, How can I still run my business? I thought you were going to be a scholar's wife soon, and would stop running your stall. Since no one else was in the room, Cui Shuang shared what she had heard. That Madame Fong has been close to Madame Wang lately. When she heard you were getting married, she thought you'd close your stall, so she asked Officer Wang to help her get it. She really doesn't give up. Her family always takes the easy way. I'm surprised they're willing to pay for a stall this time. Fong Wu got involved with a peddler's wife. One day, when the peddler had just left home, Fong Wu went to see her. But somehow, the peddler came back early and caught them together. Jiang Yu was shocked. That's quite something.
Yes.
The peddler asked if he should report it to the authorities or teach him a lesson. Fong Wu was too ashamed to go to the officials, so the peddler ended up hurting his hands. Madame Fong made a big scene at the clinic, and only then did Fong Wu tell her the truth. My cousin was studying medicine there, and happened to hear everything. He brought this on himself. A bricklayer with injured hands is finished, Cui Shuang said, then took out a silver hairpin she had prepared for Jiang Yu. You should dress up more often. All right, I'll go now. When more people come later, my cousin won't be able to handle those two mischievous kids. Thank you, Sister Cui. Not many people came to give Jiang Yu wedding gifts, but everyone put thought into their presents. Madame Wu gave her a set of rouge and powder. Wang Jingxue gave her a jade bracelet. Her family was wealthy, and her mother-in-law had prepared plenty of jewelry for her. Madame Wang's family was struggling, but she still bought good cotton to make a quilt for Jiang Yu. Even Cheng Yu came quietly. Jiang, after today I'll have to call you Aunt. Cheng Yu looked a little shy. She always gave embroidered items since her uncle provided her money, and embroidery was her only skill. I embroidered a small screen with a pair of mandarin ducks. It's my gift as a younger sister. The young girl looked very serious.
Thank you, Wan Yu.
I'll treasure it, little sister. Jiang Yu gently patted her on the head. The matchmaker was very careful and did not listen to Jiang Yu talking with others inside the house. Only after everyone left did she come inside. She carefully explained the wedding process to Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu listened and started to feel nervous. Although others saw that her daughter was already grown up, this was her first time getting married. The groom is coming now, someone shouted, like a drop of water splashing into oil, and suddenly the small yard became lively. Guests rushed outside to watch. Leading the procession was Cheng Jin, dressed in a bright red silk robe. Behind him was a long wedding team. Even though he was usually quiet, he was smiling happily now. Following him was Cheng Yi, who was grinning more than his brother, showing his big teeth. Wow, Cheng Longjuan's style is not weaker than the Liang family from a few days ago. Yes, he even chose 2 big baskets of wedding candies. They planned to grab more candies later. When they reached the door, Cheng Jin got off his horse. Outside, 3 people from Weian and their classmates from the same school blocked the way. Jiang Yu had no brothers. They often ate at the stall nearby, so they came to support Jiang Yu's mother. Weian spoke first. Brother Cheng, if you want to go inside and marry the lovely girl, you first have to drink our door-blocking wine. On the table were 9 bowls of rice wine. Although they were many, Cheng Jin's brothers were not easy to deal with. After drinking the wine, giving candies, and sealing red envelopes, they finally managed to enter. When they finally reached Jiang Yu's room, Lady Wu was guarding the door. Jiang Mei hasn't finished her makeup yet. I can read a little, so Brother Cheng should write a poem to urge her to get ready. If it's good, I'll let him in. Cheng Jin was prepared. He wrote several poems, and Lady Wu nodded and stepped aside. Cui Shuang stepped in next. After passing Lady Wu's test, you still have to pass my test. Please tell us why you want to marry Jiang Mei. Cheng Jin didn't expect Cui Shuang to ask this. He cleared his throat. Jiang Lady is gentle and kind outside, friendly to others, strong and independent inside, hardworking and honest, respectful to her elders, and caring for her sisters. I like her very much. Good. You've passed my test too. After a moment, the door opened. The matchmaker helped Jiang Yu, who was holding a fan to hide her face, to come out. They walked together to the main hall to say goodbye to Jiang Rolan. Cheng Jin couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yu's side profile. Laughter sounded in the yard. Oh, the groom is in such a hurry. Jiang Jin quickly looked away, and Jiang Yu also found it a bit funny. Jiang Rulan, sitting upstairs, smiled happily. Usually girls from other families are reluctant to leave home. But she felt happy today, happy that Jiang Yu was taking care of the whole family and now had someone to rely on. Mother Lu held Sui Sui in her arms and stood among the crowd, also showing a big smile. They knelt down to bid farewell to Jiang Rulan, and Cheng Jin offered tea. Mother-in-law, please drink. Jiang Rulan took the teacup and took a sip. Take good care of Xiao Yu in the future. Also, please supervise my son-in-law. Jiang Rulan held her daughter's hand. Go ahead, Mother and Sui Sui are waiting for you. They were going to the old house to worship heaven and earth, and the next day, they would have breakfast at the Cheng family before returning to Tianshui Alley. The only thing Jiang Yu worried about was Sui Sui. She had never been separated from Jiang Yu before. Cheng Jin saw Jiang Yu hiding her face behind a fan and looking towards Sui Sui. The little girl still found the lively scene fun, snuggling in Mother Lu's arms and eating candy, looking curious. Cheng Jin softly comforted her. Don't worry. After this part was over, the matchmaker loudly announced. Get into the sedan. They walked side by step, confidently heading out of the courtyard. As they left, it was customary for the bride's family to splash water. The Jiang family did not splash water, but threw a handful of dried fruits like peanuts and longans. Although it was a bit unconventional, on such a happy day, no one would complain. Marrying off a daughter, but this family is a bit different. Aunt Jiang looks so happy. I thought she was eager for Jiang Yangzi to leave early. Yes, I didn't expect no water splashing, just dried fruits. Those who knew the inside story didn't speak. They weren't just marrying off a daughter. The two families had become one. The procession started moving again. After Jiang Yu got into the sedan, she put down her fan. Her hands were sore, and just thinking about holding it during the ride made her feel tired. The old Cheng house was on the other side of the river. Now, they should be crossing the bridge, which was a bit bumpy. Jiang Yu held the window frame with one hand and her headdress with the other. The tassels brushed her face painfully. Her wedding seemed completely different from what she saw in TV dramas. Firecrackers went off again, probably nearing the Cheng house. Jiang Yu took out a small mirror from her sleeve to check her appearance. As the sedan stopped, a hand reached in from outside the curtain. It was slender, with clear joints, showing a healthy, youthful look. Jiang Yu gently placed her hand on his. Outside the carriage, Cheng Jin felt a bit nervous. This was the first time he held Jiang's hand. It was warm, and her hand was slightly calloused. Carefully, Cheng Jin held Jiang Yu's hand and helped her cross over the saddle and the fire basin. He bent down to lift her skirt. Everyone watching whispered among themselves. Cheng Jin didn't mind the chatter. He entered the old Cheng family house. Red silk banners and red lanterns decorated the entrance. Inside, his grandparents sat, and on the table in the middle were the ancestral tablets of Cheng Jin's parents. First, bow to heaven and earth. They knelt to ask the gods to witness. Second, bow to the elders. They thanked the elders for their care. Then, the bride and groom bowed to each other. They exchanged respectful bows as husband and wife. All done, the wedding singer announced happily. Jiang Yu secretly looked at Cheng Jin from behind her fan made of translucent material. He was wearing red, and he looked very handsome. The bride uses her fan, offers tea, and changes her speech. Jiang Yu slowly lowered her fan. The women of the Cheng family, her new relatives, saw her for the first time. That Jiang girl looks good with bright, smiling eyes. No wonder the eldest son likes her. Some felt a bit jealous. But no matter how pretty, she's still a widow. They didn't say it loudly, afraid the elders nearby might hear. Cheng Jin's older sister-in-law brought 2 cups of tea. Jiang Yu put her fan down on the tray and held the teacup with both hands. New bride Jiang Yu, greetings to Grandpa, greetings to Grandma. Grandpa Cheng took the tea. From now on, work well with the eldest son. Support each other. Even if you don't live in the old house, come back often. If you have any doubts, come to me and your grandma. Grandma Cheng took over and showed her a silver bracelet. Yes, dear. We're all family. This was left by the eldest son's mother. Grandma hopes you and the eldest son will be happy and soon have a son of your own. Jiang Yu took the bracelet, which was worn with signs of age. Yes, I will take good care of it. Tea offering is complete. Now, the groom and bride go to the bridal chamber. The old Cheng house wasn't very big, but now only 2 elders, the eldest uncle and his wife, and a young unmarried daughter lived there. The eldest son and second son had moved out. This room has been the place where the Cheng brothers have celebrated New Year's Eve for many years. Before entering the bridal chamber, everyone waits for the matchmaker to scatter rice, flowers, and other items on the bed. The Cheng family's bridal chamber is lively and full of tradition. People tease the young couple with words. Then someone brings a fruit, ties it with a string, and hangs it between the two. The bride and groom should both bite the fruit at the same time, so they can be united and live happily together. Jiang Yu has seen these little tricks before. Cheng Jin has never liked lively events and has never seen this. He thought they would really bite the fruit at once. He accidentally bit Jiang Yu's lips instead. Cheng Jin's face turned red quickly, and he felt embarrassed. Everyone laughed loudly, and the women giggled. Jiang Yu covered her mouth and also blushed. All right, go to the front to enjoy the feast. Everyone dispersed, and Jiang Yu felt exhausted all over. Cheng Jin still had to go out and entertain guests, but first, he helped Jiang Yu take off her crown. Thank you for your effort, Lady Yu. The words Lady Yu sounded sweet and affectionate, making Cheng Jin feel happy inside. Jiang Yu looked up at him with a smile in her eyes. Thank you, sir. Cheng Jin wanted to talk more, but outside, Cheng Yi came to call him. Brother, come out quickly. Those people can't find you, and they're holding on to me.
Please help me.
Seeing Cheng Jin reluctant to leave, Cheng Yi said, Go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. I'll wait for you to come back. I'll wait for you to come back. Cheng Jin hadn't drunk much, and his head was already spinning. Jiang Yu lay on the bed for a while, then heard someone knocking on the door. Cheng Yu brought a bowl of noodles.
Auntie.
You haven't yet given me the formal greeting, so you should do it quickly. Cheng Yu still looked a little shy. I'm not after your formal greeting, I just cooked these noodles. Please try my cooking, Auntie. The noodles were topped with a sauce made of 3 kinds of shredded ingredients, made by Jiang Yu. She took a bite. Very tasty, not much worse than my cooking. Cheng Yu smiled happily. Oh, Auntie, after you finish eating, change your clothes. Uncle said that after the guests leave later, the whole family will have tea together, and then we'll go back to Tianshui Lane.
Huh?
Didn't we say a few days ago that we'd eat breakfast first and then go back? I don't know either. Uncle said so. Jiang Yu also wanted to go back early, but she was worried that the Cheng family might think poorly of her. After finishing the noodles, Cheng Yu put away the bowls. Aunt, please rest for a while.
Call me if you need anything.
All right, thank you, Yu. Jiang Yu lay down on the bed, planning to rest for a bit. But she had woken up too early that morning, and before long, she drifted off to sleep. Yunyang? HM? Jiang Yu woke up to see Cheng Jin, his cheeks slightly flushed. You're not feeling unwell, are you? You didn't drink too much? Cheng Jin shook his head. My brother mixed some sweet rice wine into my drink.
I'm fine.
He poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to her. Jiang Yu asked, Weren't we supposed to go back tomorrow? Isn't it a bit impolite to leave early? It's fine. My grandparents don't mind. There are many brothers at home, all with children. It's troublesome to keep everyone together, so we decided to leave after tea.
All right.
Luckily, the dowry had already been sent to the old house earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had any red envelopes ready for the younger ones later. Jiang Yu took out the red envelopes and a crimson dress. She changed only the outer layers, leaving her inner clothes on. The room was small, with no separate space, so she changed right by the bed. Cheng Jin lowered his head, but the bright candlelight still revealed a glimpse of her figure. All done, my husband. My husband? Jiang Yu called twice before Cheng Jin came back to his senses. Oh, right, let's go. As he stood up, he noticed Jiang Yu's hair was simply styled, with only 2 hairpins. Why aren't you wearing any flowers or ornaments? Never mind, we'll be home soon anyway. Cheng Jin frowned. You didn't like the ones I gave you last time? How about we buy some new ones tomorrow? Of course I liked them. Then wear them. Otherwise, my sisters-in-law will think I'm stingy. All right, I'll wear them. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly and took out a golden butterfly hairpin. Cheng Jin looked pleased. Let me help you. He gently held her head with one hand and carefully placed the hairpin with the other. After admiring his work, he added 2 silk flowers, one pink and one red, to complete the look. This is finally worthy of my wife's appearance. Jiang Yu also looked at the bronze mirror. Cheng Jin's outfit was quite suitable. Now we can go. Cheng Jin, having become more familiar, said, It's getting dark. I will hold my wife's hand and walk. Old Mr. and Mrs., uncle and aunt, the eldest brother of the main household, second brother. Red envelopes are for sister, Cheng Yu, and Cheng Yi. There are also 2 sons and 2 daughters of the eldest brother, 3 daughters of the second brother, and the youngest son. They all stepped forward to greet politely. The more outgoing ones introduced themselves to Jiang Yu. The shy and reserved children, Grandma Cheng also helped introduce. Jiang Yu's red envelopes were all the same amount. Everyone took them politely and said thank you to the sister-in-law, aunt, and maternal aunt. It looked like a happy family scene. The last to step forward was the youngest son of the second brother's family. He looked about 5 or 6 years old, but his bow was crooked and awkward. He took the red envelope, handed it to him, but didn't say thank you or anything. He just took the envelope and hurriedly ran into his mother's arms. He was eager to open it right away. It's unclear whether he didn't like Jiang Yu or if that was just his usual behavior. Grandma Cheng said, This is the youngest son of the main household's second son. The eldest uncle's wife looked at Jiang Yu's face and didn't seem upset. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't argue with children. Unexpectedly, someone else started to argue first. The young boy tore open his envelope and then tried to grab his sister's. Seeing that each of the 3 sisters had the same amount as him, he suddenly burst out crying. Why do they have the same as me? Little widow, stingy. As soon as he said this, his mother quickly covered his mouth. Grandma Cheng put down her teacup heavily, angry. Who told him to say that? She looked angrily at the second wife of the main household. Maybe he heard some gossip when he was out playing. Sorry, sister-in-law. I will teach him properly when I go back. Cheng Jin spoke first. Second sister-in-law, I've studied for over 20 years. I want to say, next year, if the second brother and sister-in-law want to send the eldest son to a private school, they should teach him more manners. The young boy was her precious child. She couldn't accept others saying he had no manners. Our son is very well behaved. Hearing this, Grandma Cheng became even angrier. On her first day as a new wife, she saw such an ill-mannered child. Although the Cheng family is not very wealthy, they are polite and respectful. This shows good manners. Look at your older siblings. None of them are like him. Grandma and parents always favor the eldest sister-in-law's family. Sister-in-law Cheng always disliked her surprisingly foolish younger sister-in-law, and now she was dragging her family into the argument. Second sister-in-law, your words are not appropriate. Seeing a fight about to start, old Master Cheng spoke. He didn't scold his daughter-in-law, but called his grandson. Second grandson, if a son is not taught well, it's the father's fault. Old Master Cheng didn't say much, only gave him 6 words. Meanwhile, sister-in-law Cheng, who was leading the charge and drinking tea in the back, finally stood up to reply. Yes, thank you, old master, for your advice. Her tone was perfunctory. After the father finished speaking, old Uncle Cheng dared to speak. Father, it's all my fault. I didn't teach the son well. Old Master Cheng shook his head. Although the family appeared harmonious on the surface, everyone had their own little schemes. The family of the second grandson was even more obvious. A few years ago, they also wanted to split up, thinking that the eldest grandson and the elders living together took advantage of the common household, and it was their idea. Brother Jean, sister-in-law Jean, it's getting late. You should go back early. The 4 of them stood up to say goodbye. After leaving the house, a carriage was waiting outside. Cheng Yi hurried to get in the carriage, while Cheng Yu was reluctant to go inside. The couple sat inside the carriage talking. Yun, you were wrong today. Jiang Yu smiled. It's nothing, just a small matter. Besides, old master and grandma stood up for me, and my husband also helped. Cheng Jin didn't know what to say. His eldest uncle used to think old master favored his father, paying for his education. Now his own son also felt he was biased. He didn't know what to think. Now that I have my own family, I can bring old master and grandma over for holidays in the future. Unlike living with the main family in the old house, his family and the main family are now completely separate. Jiang's family. Sui Sui had been sitting in the yard, constantly asking grandma, "When will mother come back?" After Sui Sui wakes up from her nap, "Your mother will be back." Jiang Rulan wanted to coax her to sleep, but the little girl refused, stubbornly asking her mother. But Sui Sui already took a nap today. Why isn't mother back yet? She was referring to her afternoon nap. Jiang Rulan could only tell her, "Your mother went far away. Sui Sui needs to sleep once more, and then she will come back." Unexpectedly, these words made the little girl cry. "Wow, Mom, I want Mom." Her father had always lived next door and was often not around. She didn't want to be apart from her mother. Sui Sui fully believed that Cheng Jin was her father now. The well-behaved girl had been quiet all day, but now she was crying loudly. Jiang Rulan felt a bit helpless. She held her and comforted her, saying, "Sui Sui, don't cry. Mom will be back tomorrow." Really, recently, she had been trying to let Sui Sui sleep with her at night. Before, she hadn't caused much trouble. But that was when Jiang Yu was at home, and Sui Sui knew her mother was nearby, so she wouldn't cry. "Grandma is lying." She kept repeating this while crying. Luo Mama heard the crying and hurried out of the kitchen. "What's wrong?" By then, Sui Sui was crying so hard she couldn't speak. Just now, she asked when Xiao Yu would come back. Jiang Rulan told her she went far away and wouldn't return until tomorrow. That made her cry. So that was it. Sui Sui had asked before why her mother didn't have a father, and her mother told her he went far away. Seeing Sui Sui's red, tear-streaked face, Jiang Rulan felt very guilty.
"Mom."
"Luo Mama." It was Jiang Yu's voice. Hearing her mother's voice, Sui Sui finally stopped crying, but her tears still wouldn't stop for a while. "Mom is back." Luo Mama ran to open the door. Sui Sui slipped out of her grandmother's arms and stumbled toward the door. Jiang Rulan quickly followed. Mom. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel heartache. Since she was born, she had never been apart from her daughter for a day. Mother and daughter hugged tightly. Jiang Yu comforted her for a long time until Sui Sui stopped crying. Seeing the situation, Jiang Rulan said, "Mom is back. Sui Sui and Grandma should go back to sleep. Okay?" Sui Sui shook her head, then buried her face again, clutching Jiang Yu's neck tightly and refusing to let go. Jiang Rulan wanted to pull her away, but heard her sobbing.
Sigh.
Cheng Jin said to Jiang Rulan, "Mom, Sui Sui can sleep with us tonight." Jiang Yu looked up at him, feeling a little ticklish inside. On one side was the crying Sui Sui, and on the other was her new husband. Jiang Yu was caught in the middle, feeling torn. Cheng Jin looked up and gently touched Sui Sui's head. "Nothing's wrong. Let's go." She then spoke to Lu Mama. "Yin only ate a bowl of noodles today. Please, Mama, prepare some food to send over." The son-in-law always considers his wife, and Lu Mama happily nodded, replying, "Yes, I'll go right away." Jiang Yu held the little girl and said, "Mother, get a piece of Sui Sui's clothes. I'll take her over." Okay, when Sui Sui heard her mother was going to take her to sleep, she finally looked up, tears in her eyes. "Mama. It's okay, don't cry." Jiang Yu gently kissed her little face. Jiang Rulan quickly brought Sui Sui's clothes, and Cheng Jin took them willingly. "Come back tomorrow to see your mother. Good child, go quickly." Watching the family of three walk away, Jiang Rulan's eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, in the main house, Cheng Jin was making some new cabinets and a dressing table, rearranging everything according to Jiang Yu's ideas. Jiang Yu never thought that after living two lives, her first time entering a new house and having a wedding night would be like this, just two adults and a baby. Sui Sui finally realized what was happening. "Mother, where are we? Are we going to sleep here? This is your father and mother's room. We will sleep here tonight." Hearing this, Cheng Jin's lips curled into a big smile. Sui Sui looked confused at Cheng Jin. "Then why didn't I sleep with Dad before?" Jiang Yu didn't know how to explain to such a small child, so she simply said, "Because your father was busy before. Yun has fully accepted his role now. She felt so happy. Seeing Cheng Jin standing nearby, smiling foolishly, Jiang Yu was a bit confused. Please, husband, fetch some water. I want to wash Sui Sui. Oh, yes, okay. Cheng Yu went to the old house to boil a big pot of water at the water room. When he returned, he lit the fire. The water was now warm. Cheng Jin fetched the water, and Jiang Yu washed the little girl's face, changed her clothes, and laid her on the bed. Can Sui Sui sleep first?
Mother hasn't eaten yet.
We need to wait for Grandma to bring food. Sui Sui was already beside her mother and obediently replied, Okay, then, Jiang Yu and Sui Sui will stay here. I will go to the study, she said, about to leave. Jiang Yu stopped her. She whispered, Well, Sui Sui will fall asleep quickly. Let's wait for the food first. She felt a little shy. Cheng Jin was unsure where to put his hands and feet, so he nodded randomly and sat down at the 8 immortals table, pouring himself a glass of water to drink. Madame Lu brought 2 small bowls of side dishes and several egg pancakes. There's no time to cook rice, so my wife is making do with this. Thank you, Madame Lu. In just a short while, Sui Sui, who had cried for a long time, fell into a deep sleep. Madame Lu looked at the 2 tense people and, with a teasing smile, said, Wife, I'll take sister back to sleep. Jiang Yu made a vague movement in her throat. Madame Lu carried her, noticing she twisted a bit, but didn't wake up. Jiang Yu finally relaxed. After they left, the 2 sat down to eat. With no one else in the house, Cheng Jin became more nervous, drinking water 1 glass after another. Jiang Yu lowered her head to eat, not looking at him. I'll go get some more water, he said, and hurriedly left. Jiang Yu wasn't very hungry either, so she ate 2 pancakes and then put down her chopsticks. Taking a deep breath and preparing herself mentally, she took off her outer clothes and sat in front of the bronze mirror to untie her hair. Cheng Jin brought in water and saw Jiang Yu already dressed in her inner clothes, her hair loose. Yunyang, you should wash first, he said. When Cheng Jin finished washing up, he saw his wife with a plain face. It seemed a bit hot that day.
Huh?
Cheng Jin looked up.
You.
Yunyang? Jiang Yu, interrupted, quickly pressed his head down. The next morning, Cheng Jin finally felt confident enough to bring his family to Jiang Yu's house for a meal. Jiang Rulan prepared a big table of food, noodles, porridge, pancakes, everything. The happiest person was Cheng. Hee, and Jiang's cooking is so good. Erlang, eat more. Jiang Yu and Sui Sui talked, but the little girl turned away and ignored her. Humph, mother is mean. What? Sui Sui pouted her little mouth high. Today I woke up on Grandma's bed.
All right.
Later, I'll buy Sui Sui some candied hawthorns to make up for it, she said. Sui Sui finally turned around, thinking a candied hawthorn could bribe her. But seeing her mother look so pitiful, okay, then today mother isn't allowed to go far away. Good, I won't go. I'll stay with Sui Sui all day, she promised. Cheng ate happily, with food all over his mouth. My older brother finally got married, and he can now enjoy proper meals. After breakfast, Jiang Yu still had to return to her family's home. This time, Sui Sui didn't come along. Cheng Yu took out a small toy and played with her. She left a message, Mother wants to come back early, then played with her sister. Jiang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable and went back to her room to rest on a soft bed. She thought about telling Cheng Jin to push down the wall soon, so everything would be more convenient. Before she could speak, Cheng Jin brought over a box and opened it. Yunyang, this is the silver we have at home, along with the house and land deeds and some banknotes. From now on, all household expenses will come from this. Jiang Yu estimated that the box contained about 10 taels of broken silver. She picked up the banknotes, which were worth about 200 taels. Unknowingly, Cheng Jin's 200 taels came from the earnings of his popular storybooks last season. Before, he had saved silver from selling, and most of it was spent on wedding gifts, except for buying bricks and tiles. She had a rough idea of their savings. Jiang Yu suggested, in the future, we should split household expenses equally. She had her own business and didn't want to take advantage of Cheng Jin. But she also wasn't the type to earn money secretly and not contribute to the family.
So, she wanted to be clear about it.
No, a man should support the family. It's his duty, Cheng Jin said, a little hurt. He hadn't finished writing his storybook yet, and he planned to continue writing about Imo Nyang and their children's stories. In this line of work, as long as you're known, you won't go hungry. Sir, right now, the family relies on your storybooks and your business to earn money. The expenses for 7 people can't be covered by just you, Jiang Yu said. Besides, I married you not just to be supported. I can support myself and the family, she added. Please, sir, just agree with me, she said, calling him sir repeatedly, which made Cheng Jin a bit dizzy. All right, but Nyang, you should buy less rice. The harvest from the fields is enough for the whole family, Cheng Jin replied. The Cheng family had 16 acres of good land, with double-season rice that was harvested twice a year. It wasn't all white rice, so it was enough to feed everyone. Yun Nyang, you rest first. I'll take Erlang to bring back the dowry. Oh, and the craftsmen to build the wall and house will come tomorrow, Cheng Jin said.
Jiang Yu was surprised so soon.
Seeing Jiang Yu's bright, happy eyes, Cheng Jin knew she would be pleased early on. Yes, I have already bought the bricks and tiles. Tomorrow morning, they will be delivered. The workers' wages haven't been paid yet. Since my wife manages the money, she can arrange everything. All right, husband, go quickly. I will wait for you at home. Qushui asked the bricklayer to build the house and prepare lunch, costing about 90 to 100 copper coins per day. If lunch isn't included, the cost is between 100 and 120 coins. Usually, workers bring apprentices and are paid an extra 30 to 50 coins. Since her family runs a food business, they naturally cover the midday meal. After the house is built, they will assess the work and set the final price. It's been almost a year since Qushui arrived. Jiang Yu counted her savings again. After deducting expenses for buying vegetables and paying Wang Yangzi and Lu Mama, she earns about 7 to 8 taels of silver each month, thanks to the good sales of egg yolk pastries and tea-flavored cookies. After covering living costs, she can save about 5 taels a month. In a year, she has saved only about 60 taels. In the capital, that's not enough to buy a bracelet for a wealthy family. But thinking about it, no matter the era, the gap between rich and poor is large. With more savings, she could buy a few acres of good land, which is the foundation of life for ordinary people. On the 3rd day after their wedding, Cheng Jin and her family started building. Carloads of wood and blue bricks were transported back and forth. Curious women asked around and only learned at the market stall that the 2 families had knocked down the walls. Everyone said it was good, making things more convenient. Small households wouldn't fuss over such details. Living together as a family is proper. But some also said Jiang Yu was lucky. Even with a second marriage and a big family, she still married Cheng Jin. Don't think only women gossip about this. Many men also talked, even asking Cheng Jin directly. Brother Cheng, you married Zhang Yangzi just to support a sister. Now that you've knocked down the walls, does that mean you'll also support her mother in the future? This man was known to be very stingy in the alley. He always tried to take advantage of others and was suspicious and paranoid, always thinking others wanted to cheat him. Cheng Jin explained seriously. My wife has her own business and skills. I don't rely on me to support her. My mother-in-law is lonely, and it's natural for my wife to take care of her. Since we are married, our families should live together. I want to help my wife honor her parents. If this story spreads, the man who only cares about his own interests and always argues over small matters will think that Jiang Yu's family is taking advantage of Cheng Jin. It's as if they're eating his rice and drinking his water. But most people are reasonable and praise Cheng Jin for being kind, filial, and caring about feelings. Soon, Cheng Jin's reputation improves even more. Jiang Yu, who learns about this, feels a bit helpless. No matter if a woman is good or not, if she can't find a husband, it's her own problem. If she marries and her husband dies, it's considered bad luck. Marrying well means good fortune. Marrying poorly means she can't control her husband. Because of this, Jiang Yu hasn't smiled much these days. Although she hides it well, Cheng Jin can see her sadness. That night, the couple is inside their room. Yunyang, have you been feeling unhappy these days? If I've done anything wrong, please tell me. Jiang Yu looks complicated but doesn't speak. Yunyang? Cheng Jin calls again, standing behind her and helping her brush her hair. Nothing, she replies, worried Cheng Jin might think she's being petty. She's not angry at Cheng Jin. She just feels that even a place like Qushui, which loves their daughter dearly, still has many people with similar thoughts. Cheng Jin thinks hard, recalling his actions over the past few days. He finds nothing wrong. It must be those rumors. Yunyang, I will explain. I understand how good you are. Besides, when we married, I was the one who benefited. Having you, Yunyang, makes me feel like I have a home and someone to care for. Every day, I enjoy warm soup and good food. I am lucky to have such a beautiful wife's favor. It's a blessing I've earned in 3 lifetimes. Jiang Yu feels comforted inside but teases him with a proud tone. I'm not angry at you. Don't say so much. I just want to show my feelings to you. Jiang Yu pouts playfully. You really are like in a storybook, full of sweet words. Seeing her act so girlish, Cheng Jin throws down his handkerchief and turns off the light. No matter what others say, the house still needs to be built. Since there are many women in the family, the new house will be built next to the original courtyard wall, inside Cheng Jin's yard. Later, Yuan will move to the back to live, while Cheng Yi stays in front. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu chuckles softly. She wonders how they've started acting like a wealthy family with inner and outer courtyards. Days pass, and brothers Cheng Jin and Cheng Yi both grow a lot more flesh. Especially Cheng Jin, who has a regular routine and looks much healthier, with rosy lips and white teeth. Jiang Yu feels happier just watching him. The couple is very close, and their relationship keeps getting better. Jiang Yu is generous and cooks with plenty of oil and water. Every meal has vegetables and meat, with a big bowl of rice and 2 taro roots. Both the master and apprentice eat the same. Although autumn has arrived, Jiang Yu worries they might get hot working outside, so she still boils some mung bean soup for them to drink casually. They eat well and work with enthusiasm. The host is generous, and their work is careful. In less than a month, 3 small blue brick and tile houses are built. Not long after their wedding, they didn't invite everyone to a warm meal, as receiving gifts wasn't a big deal. So, the family closed the door and enjoyed their own celebration. Sui Sui finally accepted that her mother and father sleep together, and she sleeps with grandma. Next door, Lady Wu also brought good news. Jiang Yu took eggs and brown sugar to visit her. Jiang's sister. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Yu saw Lady Wu with red, swollen eyes. Sister, why are you crying? Isn't this good news? Be careful. You might end up with a crying baby. The two sat down together. I'm crying tears of joy. I've waited so many years, and now I'm finally pregnant, she said, tears falling again. Jiang Yu quickly handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Don't cry anymore. It's bad for your health. Lady Wu held Jiang Yu's hand. When I went home for the new year, I heard my mother-in-law say that if I can't get pregnant again, she'll ask my husband to take a concubine. Since Wu Shuezi got married, he passed the imperial exam and became a scholar. He's been studying in the county town and rarely returns home. How could Lady Wu get pregnant on her own? It's only in the past 2 years, when Lady Wu came to the county town, that she managed to get pregnant. No matter what, it's good to be pregnant. Things will go smoothly, Jiang Yu said. 25 is the best age for women, and now she's pregnant, so the pain of childbirth will be less. The doctor also said the pregnancy looks good, Lady Wu added. Then just rest assured and take care of yourself. Only if you're healthy can the baby be healthy, Jiang Yu advised. But recently I've had a big appetite, as if I can't get enough to eat. I've gained quite a bit of weight, but I'm afraid if I eat less, the baby won't get enough, Lady Wu said. Jiang Yu also noticed she had gained some weight. Sister, you should eat moderately. If the baby gets too big, it will be hard to give birth, Jiang Yu warned. Lady Wu nodded. The doctor also said the same. But I just feel so hungry and restless. I can't control it, Lady Wu said, looking at the pastries and candied fruits on her table. Older sister, in the future, try to eat fewer pastries and candied fruits. Eat more fish, shrimp, and meat. Eating meat helps prevent hunger. Also, eat more vegetables, especially leafy greens. Although I am older, I don't understand as much as you do. I wonder if I can really raise this child well. Pregnant women tend to become very emotional and sensitive. If you're worried, maybe your mother or mother-in-law can come to help take care of you. Mrs. Wu shook her head repeatedly. Never mind, never mind. Her mother is busy taking care of her older brother's children, and her mother-in-law is too strict. It's better not to live together. Then, sister, just be happy. Eat well and drink well, and the baby will be fine. Sui Sui is so healthy. Did you take good care of her when you were pregnant? No, Sui Sui was very weak when she was born. I took my time to raise her. Luckily, this child is not picky about food, but she doesn't like eggs much. I have to coax her to eat every day. So, sister, don't worry too much. As long as the doctor says everything is fine. Mrs. Wu finally relaxed. She had eaten too much recently, but after the doctor checked her, she dared not eat much. When hungry, she just ate some pastries to fill her stomach. Jiang Yu said that eating too many pastries is not good, so she started to worry again. They talked for a while longer. Seeing Mrs. Wu yawning non-stop, Jiang Yu also stood up to leave. Go to sleep quickly, sister. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just call me. When Jiang Yu returned home, Cheng Jin was sitting in the study, writing a story. Seeing her come in, he looked a bit nervous. Am I disturbing you, young master? I'll just take something and leave. No, it's just that I'm not used to having someone nearby when I write stories. Cheng Jin felt a bit guilty. He hadn't forgotten that he had praised his story to Yunyang. He definitely couldn't let her find out. Seeing Jiang Yu really took her things and left, he sighed in relief. Unknowingly, he made too much noise, and Jiang Yu outside heard everything clearly. Could Cheng Jin be writing some romantic or spicy stories? He seemed so nervous. Although Jiang Yu was curious, she didn't go to see what Cheng Jin was writing. Winter came quickly, and the new year was approaching. Jiang Yu took her family to get new clothes. Cheng Yu knew that her uncle had given all the money to her aunt to manage, so she restrained herself and chose 2 new dresses. Jiang Yu didn't bother to dress up herself, but she loved to help the girls dress up. She pulled Cheng Yu and Sui Sui to try on one outfit after another. Cheng Yu almost fainted. Finally, Jiang Yu let her go and started to bother Cheng Yi. The shop sells not only clothes but also embroidery works. Cheng Yu saw a small table screen in the middle, decorated with a happy and cheerful scene. The plum blossoms were numerous but not messy, layered neatly with clear flower centers. The magpies on the fingers looked lively, and their eyes sparkled. Really beautiful, said Jiang Yu. Auntie. Cheng Yu stepped back. A young shop assistant came over and said, Lady, you have good taste. Then turned the screen. This is a double-sided embroidery made by the new embroidery girl in the shop. You haven't seen it around here. Cheng Yu exclaimed. Amazing! She had embroidered both sides of the plum blossoms and magpies on one piece of cloth, with no flaws visible from either side. Does Yu like it? Cheng Yu nodded first, then shook her head quickly. She liked it, but it must be very expensive. It's very beautiful. Jiang Yu didn't say she wanted to buy it, since such luxury items were beyond her current means. But seeing Yu's fascinated expression and knowing she loved embroidery, she started to consider. Cheng Yu took the initiative to ask, Auntie, have you chosen everything? Seeing Jiang Yu nod, she took her arm and said, Let's go back quickly. I'm hungry. Her 2 little girls at home were really well behaved. Cheng Jin didn't go out with them. When they got home, Jiang Yu went to the study to find him. Young master? Are you free now? Yes, Cheng Jin replied, but it took him a while before he came to open the door. Yunyang, what's the matter? Jiang Yu entered and saw that the papers on the table had been cleared away. You've been writing for so long. You should take a break. She handed him a small plate of snacks. Cheng Jin took it. It was sweet and salty.
Yunyang was so kind to him, even remembering this.
By the way, I want to talk to you about Yu. Huh? What's wrong with Yu? Did she do something wrong? Cheng Yu was 13 now. Cheng Jin rarely talked to her, thinking she might have done something wrong. No, Yu is very obedient. Today, we went to make clothes, and I saw a double-sided embroidery in the shop. I saw she liked it very much. Since she often does needlework and embroidery at home, I thought maybe we should send her to learn from an embroidery girl, although Cheng Jin doesn't understand these skills. He knows that learning such fine craftsmanship usually starts at a young age. Can one you catch up if she starts learning now? She used to learn from your eldest sister. I saw the clothes your sister made for her, and the girl has a real talent for this. Listen to your wife. Jiang Yu picks up an empty plate. I'll go talk to Yu. Husband, you should rest and relax a bit. Okay. Jiang Yu leaves but doesn't go far. Instead, she hides by the window. Sure enough, Cheng Jin secretly takes out paper and pen again. Humph. In the room, Yu is looking at the embroidery patterns she previously made. Jiang Yu also brings a plate of snacks to find her. Yu, do you like the double-sided embroidery you saw today? No, I was just looking around. Seeing the girl misunderstand, Jiang Yu explains directly. How about your aunt teaching you double-sided embroidery? Yu is surprised. Really? Yes, I discussed with your uncle. If you like it, we will send you to learn. What Jiang Yu didn't expect was that the little girl in front of her started to cry. Why are you crying? Is she naturally prone to tears? Yu, with a stuffy nose, says, I just feel that my aunt and uncle are very kind to me. Although she lives at the Yi family and has enough food and clothing, no one has ever asked her what she likes or wants. Silly girl, but I can't guarantee that the lady who teaches double-sided embroidery will definitely accept you. If she doesn't, we'll think of another way. Currently, in Qushui, the only person who can teach double-sided embroidery is this embroidery lady. If she refuses, Jiang Yu won't let the girl go alone to the city to study.
Yes.
Even if she doesn't accept me, I can figure it out myself. Since she was injured and came to the Cheng family, she initially still had a lively side that could be faintly heard in her words. Later, after being adopted, she became more and more steady. Finally, she showed some youthful confidence, unaware of her own limits. All right, your aunt will go find out more. Yu, you should also find a few of your best embroidery samples. This isn't difficult. Jiang Yu has been pestering the shopkeeper for days, and she finally agreed to ask about it. Lady Jiang, I am truly afraid of you now. But your daughter is a bit old. The latest she should learn needlework is at 10 years old. Moreover, about this double-sided embroidery, the lady we invited has been diligent since she was 6, and that's why she has achieved today's skill. Jiang Yu took out a piece of embroidery from her sleeve. This was made by my older sister. She is 13 now. I hope the lady won't laugh at her. She has a facial scar, so it might be hard for her to marry in the future. But she can still learn for another 10 years. I don't want the shopkeeper's lady to be troubled. Please give this embroidered handkerchief to the embroidery teacher. If she thinks it's good enough, I will bring my sister here. If not, I won't bother anymore. Seeing the shopkeeper accept it, Jiang Yu smiled. Let me say one last thing. My sister learned embroidery from her mother. Her mother's work is average, but my sister has surpassed her. The shopkeeper's lady looked at Jiang Yu again. She thought, so, such a young lady has a big daughter? She must be a stepmother. She was touched that a stepmother would care so much for her stepdaughter. Later, when the teacher rests, I will pass it to her. If she wants to meet, leave an address, and I will ask the second boy to tell you. Jiang Yu smiled happily. Oh, I set up a breakfast stall at the entrance of Sweetwater Alley. Just ask the second boy to come and tell me. That stall is yours? Yes, the shopkeeper's lady reminded her again. The teacher really likes your tea-flavored crispy treats. That's great. I made a lot today and was worried. I'll bring some to the shop later. The shopkeeper's lady and the teacher will enjoy it. Then I won't disturb your business. Jiang Yu left the shop and looked back several times. This shop isn't the biggest in Qushui, but the shopkeeper's lady is a good person. Every year, she sells leftover old fabrics cheaply to families in need, and stained fabrics are often half sold and half given. The teacher must have a good nature too, or he wouldn't choose the shop. Jiang Yu deliberately mentioned Cheng Yu's scar just now, hoping to gain some sympathy. Jiang Yu handed over a food box. Yu, please go to your uncle's wife and deliver this to the shopkeeper's wife at Yunjin Pavilion. Okay, yes. Seeing the girl's eyes full of hope, Jiang Yu felt a bit unsure and worried she might be disappointed. Well, the shopkeeper's wife accepted your embroidered handkerchief, but whether it works out depends on Master Fu's opinion. Oh, all right. The girl still looked very happy, carrying the food box and walking away cheerfully. Outside the shopkeeper's wife was talking to another lady. Cheng Yu didn't want to disturb them, so she stood by the door with the food box, waiting. They talked for a long time. Finally, the shopkeeper personally saw the lady out and happened to notice Cheng Yu standing nearby. "Young lady, do you want to buy something? Why not come in and take a look? I'm not buying anything." My uncle's wife asked me to deliver something to the shopkeeper's wife. Holding the food box for a long time made Cheng Yu's hands sore and weak, and when she handed it over, she couldn't help trembling. The shopkeeper's wife took it and clearly saw her nervousness. "So, it's your uncle's wife. Please thank her for me." Seeing the shopkeeper's kind attitude, Cheng Yu smiled softly and bowed politely. "I'll go back now." The shopkeeper's wife took some tea-flavored pastries and handed them to the embroidery master. "Master Liu, take a break and have some tea pastries." This Master Liu was the lady who did double-sided embroidery at Yunjin Pavilion. "Thank you, madam." Master Liu put down her needle and thread, gently massaged her forehead, and opened the food box, exclaiming, "So many." Madam Shopkeeper smiled. "This isn't from me. It was sent by a young lady who wants to apprentice with us. Her family runs a food stall at the entrance of Tianshui Alley." Master Liu murmured. "No wonder she sent so many. Let her first send over a handkerchief for me to see." The shopkeeper's wife took an embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it over. "Take a look." She repeated what Jiang Yu had told her. Master Liu listened carefully while examining it closely. She then took scissors and gently cut open the embroidery to look at the stitches. This girl has talent, but she has only learned a few simple stitches. Now that she's a bit older, if she wants to learn my double-sided embroidery, she'll have to endure quite a bit of hardship. Most others' double-sided embroidery was done with two people facing each other, but her teacher, Lady Huang, could complete it alone. Since she is from that family, have her come over tomorrow to take a look. Okay. The shopkeeper's wife came out and called the young man. "Go to the food stall at the entrance of Sweetwater Alley and find a woman named Jiang. Tell her to bring her daughter here tomorrow morning." "Yes, ma'am. I'll go right now." Most likely, this plan will work out. The young man ran to the stall to deliver the message. Jiang Rulon was there, eating 2 pieces of egg yolk pastry. Mother Lu leaned over and said, "That's good news. Yes, now that things are calmer, I'll go back and tell Yu." Although she hadn't officially accepted an apprentice yet, she was finally going to meet the embroidery lady. "Go quickly. Miss Yu will be very happy." Jiang Rulon put away her food box. "We'll come back later to help close up." She hurried back. Xiao Yu. They were in the kitchen steaming rice cakes. The shopkeeper's wife sent someone to tell them to come tomorrow. Great. Since she was willing to meet, her embroidery skills and age wouldn't be a problem. Cheng Yu smiled foolishly. "Auntie, Granny. All right, stop helping here. I heard that embroidery ladies with rough hands can't sew well. Go play with Sui Sui." Jiang Yu shooed her out of the kitchen. Only Jiang Rulon and she remained. "Hopefully everything goes smoothly tomorrow, and we can find something for this girl to do. Actually, Yu should still be in school at her age." The girls in Qushui usually study until they reach their coming of age. But the Yi family didn't send her to school. She only learned some basic characters with her mother. Yes, otherwise she'd be restless at home all day, always wanting to help. Mother and daughter talked while steaming the rice cakes. Jiang Yu wondered whether to give her something or wait until her master agreed to accept Yu as an apprentice. After thinking, she decided not to bring anything for now. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Yu. If it didn't work out, she wouldn't want her to feel like she wasted money. Jiang Yu was in a good mood, and Cheng Jin noticed that evening. "Yunyang, are you in a good mood today? Your lordship is quite perceptive. Having stayed in the capital for so many years, she had learned not to show her emotions easily. Last time, she wanted to ask how Cheng Jin could tell whether she was happy or not. How do you see that, lordship? When I first met my wife, she only had one kind of expression on her face. I saw it every day and naturally remembered it. It was neither unhappy nor sad. Now, most of the time, she still has that same expression. But when her emotions change, it looks different. When she's sad, she frowns slightly. When she's angry, her expression becomes a little colder. When she's happy, her eyes show more smiles." Cheng Jin spoke with a bit of pride. "Oh, So you've been observing me so carefully from the start. Cheng Jin gently hugged her. This just shows I liked you early on. Jiang Yu pushed him away. You're getting more and more smooth-talking. He didn't push her back. You know whether I'm smooth or not, she said, tightening her arm and adding a little more strength. The next day, when Jiang Yu got up, Cheng Jin was still asleep. She couldn't help but kick his little calf. He was getting more shameless. Every time they talked, he turned everything from black and white into yellow. Yuan, Cheng Jin mumbled, still sleepy. Jiang Yu didn't want to bother with him and went to wash up by herself. After changing clothes, she turned around, and Cheng Jin was leaning on the bed, watching her. What are you doing? You're very pretty, wife, Cheng Jin said softly with tenderness in his eyes. Jiang Yu looked away and said, Get up quickly. When they reached the main hall, Cheng Yi had already gone to school. Cheng Yu had finished her breakfast and was sitting on a chair waiting for Jiang Yu, with a smile on her face. Mom and Dad are lazy and shy. Clearly, this little girl was the one who was always lazy in the mornings. Why did Qushui get up so early today? Yesterday, you said you wanted to take Yu out. She also wanted to go buy candied hawthorn. I went with her, and she got up too. So early. Those candied hawthorn must be very tempting. Jiang Yu asked her. Mom can take you to buy candied hawthorn, but Qushui needs to tell Mom first why she said that. No one had ever said that when she was lazy in bed.
Qushui looked innocent.
It was what second uncle just said. Okay, Cheng Jin put down his bowl heavily. Seeing her uncle get angry and worried that her aunt might misunderstand her little uncle, Cheng Yu quickly tried to explain. Little uncle didn't mean that. He just meant that Qushui got up early today and isn't shy anymore. I see. No matter how I explain, it won't be right. What if someone misunderstands and thinks my brother-in-law has an opinion about Qushui? Jiang Yu comforted Cheng Yu, who looked worried. It's okay. Our family was just joking. Cheng Yi was just teasing Qushui. The little girl was very smart and she blushed because she was shy about waking up late today. In the future, I need to teach her carefully. It's easy for a smart child to learn well, but it's just as easy for her to go astray. After sending off the breakfast, the three of them headed to Yunjin Pavilion. There were no candied hawthorns being sold on the street. Qushui looked a little disappointed. Cheng Yu comforted her. We'll come back later, and there will be some. Later, sister will buy some for you, okay? She didn't complain. Qushui has money. Qushui will buy. Jiang Yu shook her head, not knowing why this child liked candied hawthorns so much. Mom will buy one for Qushui. Sister wants to buy one too. Yu, what do you want to eat? We'll bring some back later. I want to eat candied hawthorns too. They are cheap. Okay, sister and Yu each get one. As they spoke, they arrived at Yunjin Pavilion. The shop was still empty, and the shopkeeper's wife was leaning in the back, drinking tea. Lady Jiang has arrived. Shopkeeper's wife. Cheng Yu and Qushui also bowed to greet her, imitating Jiang Yu. Oh, no need for such formalities. The family was too polite. Master Lu is in the back. I'll take you to see her. Lu Xiuxiu lived in the backyard of Yunjin Pavilion. It was a small, square courtyard. Her embroidery frame was placed by the window, and she could see who was coming from afar. The first time she saw Lu Xiuxiu, she felt very familiar. She thought about the shopkeeper saying she loved the tea-flavored crispy snacks from the stall, and assumed she was a customer she saw helping at the stall. Master Lu, I've heard of you for a long time. This is my daughter. The other day, I was amazed by your double-sided embroidery. I couldn't eat or sleep at home. That's why I boldly brought her here to learn from you, Lady Jiang. You don't recognize me? Before Jiang Yu could respond politely, she bowed slightly to the shopkeeper's wife. Please take the young lady to the next room. I've left a sample embroidery for you. Then she turned to Cheng Yu. Later, I will see if you can copy it. If you can, you will have passed the first test. Cheng Yu suppressed her excitement, nodded, and followed the shopkeeper's wife out. Lady Jiang, please sit. Jiang Yu sat down holding Qushui and remembered that Master Lu often took care of her small stall. Lu Xianyang poured her a cup of tea and shook her head. My lady, you really don't remember. Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed, but thought that the second shopkeeper said Lu Xianyang had only recently come to Qushui. Calmly, she said, Our family has been busy lately, so I can't remember clearly. But where did I meet Master Lu? 3 months ago, at Bowen Bridge. Your lady took me to your stall to eat a bowl of noodles, so it was her. That day, Jiang Yu had just finished shopping and saw a dazed lady standing on Bowen Bridge, staring at the water without moving. She asked her about it and saw her salivating while looking at the eggs she had just bought in her basket. Jiang Yu then took her to her stall and cooked her a bowl of noodles, thinking to ask if something was wrong. But after finishing, she had already left, and Jiang Yu forgot about it. So it was Master Lu, Jiang Yu thought, curious about what had happened. But seeing that Lu Xianyang was doing well now, she was afraid to bring up old wounds. Jiang Yu didn't ask, and Lu Xianyang continued talking. Don't laugh at me, Jiang lady, but I am a fool. I was tricked by a traveling merchant who flattered me and said he would marry me. But when we arrived in Qushui, he took all my belongings and ran away. I was left with nothing and was kicked out of the inn. I went to report to the officials, but they said there was no such person in Qushui. Feeling hopeless, I wandered onto Bowen Bridge. That day, your lady took me to eat noodles, and I overheard a customer saying that your husband was gone, and you were running a stall to support your daughter. I thought, if your lady has the skills to support herself, and I have my skills too, I shouldn't die for a man. So Lu Xianyang went to various embroidery shops to seek work, but no one believed her or was willing to give her a chance. Finally, she found a place at Jiangdu, where she found a home. That day, I was so upset inside that I left without saying a word to your lady. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Later, my mother said someone bought a lot of tea-flavored pastries and paid extra, saying it was for the noodles I owed. That's how I knew it was Master Lu. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt relieved, glad that the lady who ate noodles that day hadn't given up her life, but had instead found a way to survive. She added, Master Lu has the skill. Even if she loses her money, she can earn it back. As for that person, just consider him dead. If there's a chance to catch him, that would be even better. Lu Xiaoxiang is now awake. The officials have drawn his portrait, and if they catch him, they can also recover the stolen money. That's good. Lady Lu's luck must be coming soon. My name is Lu Su. Lady Jiang seems a bit older than me, so in the future, just call me Lu Su. In return, I'll call you sister. Whether or not sister may accept my family's late jade, we will keep in touch. Okay. The two of them talked for a while longer. Next door, Cheng Yu, who was working on embroidery, didn't come to knock on the door. Lady Jiang was worried the young girl might not be doing well. But Lu Su didn't speak, so she didn't say anything about checking on her. After half an hour, Lu Su finally stood up. Let's go see her. Cheng Yu had finished her embroidery pattern and was sitting quietly at the table, not moving or looking around. Lu Su looked at the pattern. It was very detailed and well done. The girl could sit still and focus. She wanted an honest child who could sit patiently. She couldn't teach children who were too clever or eager to show off.
Good.
The second test is done, young lady. Now, please help choose the colors for this embroidery. Cheng Yu picked up her basket of threads and carefully selected a few strands. She compared each to see if the colors matched well. She was patient, choosing slowly. She even tried several shades of green for the leaves. All done. Please take a look, Master Lu. Lu Su glanced at it.
Good.
Tomorrow, come to Yunjin Pavilion. I will teach you 2 embroidery stitches. Finish this spring victory picture first. After the new year, if you pass, you can become my apprentice. There are only a few days before the new year. Maybe she's rushing a bit. Lady Jiang wanted to say something, but Cheng Yu agreed first. Okay, thank you, Master Lu. I'll come early tomorrow. Cheng Yu's eyes were full of confidence and determination. All right, since it's like this, I will respect the girl's choice. Lu Su looked at Cheng Yu. Her personality is very suitable for learning her double-sided embroidery. Becoming an apprentice is really not easy. Lu's sister, we won't bother you anymore. I'll take the 2 children home first. See you tomorrow, Master Lu. Every year, Xiao now pops out her little head. She didn't understand what her mother and the others were saying before, but now she can finally speak. Softly and sweetly she says, Aunt Lu, see you tomorrow. Lu Su is so charmed by this cute little girl. What is your name? My name is Jiang Xuan. I am 3 years old. I live in Sweetwater Alley. This is what Jiang Yu taught her. Now, whenever someone asks her name, she automatically answers. Okay, Xuan. See you tomorrow. Seeing her daughter become more outgoing, Jiang Yu feels a bit helpless. She and Cheng Yu are like opposite sisters. After saying goodbye to Lu Su, she goes ahead to talk to the shopkeeper's wife. When she learns that Cheng Yu is just one step away from becoming an apprentice, the shopkeeper's wife is happy for Lu Su. Having a disciple means she will have someone to rely on in the future. As New Year's Eve approaches, Jiang Yu becomes busier. Many people order egg yolk pastries and tea-flavored biscuits. In the past few days, they haven't sold food. The whole family is making cakes. Mother Lu prepares ingredients. Jiang Rulan and Wang are in charge of different groups, and Jiang Yu is baking. Cheng Jin stays at the stall, selling scattered pastries. When someone orders, he takes a deposit and notes it down. Even Cheng Yi volunteers to help knead the dough. Cheng Yu leaves early and returns late from Yunjin Pavilion, feeling a bit guilty for not helping at home. Jiang Yu teases her, study hard. When you finish, you'll earn enough from a beautiful embroidery piece to cover our year's hard work. Okay, Auntie. I will study hard. She secretly makes up her mind to learn well and make something impressive. But also take good care of your eyes. Don't strain them too much, okay? A while ago, the girl was shy and often lowered her head. Now, her gaze is much more determined. If she can't pass this last test, Lu Su won't accept her, but she will find another master for her. After talking with her aunt, Cheng Yu becomes more eager to learn. If she has questions, she immediately asks Lu Su. At night, lying in bed with her eyes closed, she can't help but think about the embroidery techniques. Until the 29th, Cheng Yu spends her last day learning embroidery. Jiang Yu packs 2 snacks for her. One for Master Lu, and one for the shopkeeper's wife. Remember to thank them for taking care of you these days. On your way back, buy some candies, preserved fruits, and melon seeds from the street.
Here's some money.
If you see something you like, buy that too. Jiang Yu told her not to be stingy and to buy more food for the family to enjoy during the new year. Cheng Yu held the snacks and her purse, feeling a pang of sadness deep inside her fingertips. Even her own mother never planned for her like this. Her mother had also gone to school, but because the Yi family disapproved, she dared not ask to send her away. After Jiang Yu finished giving instructions, she saw that she was silent. What's wrong, Wan Yu? Tears welled up in her eyes as she replied, It's nothing, Auntie. Jiang Yu wanted to ask more, but Sui suddenly leaned over.
Mom.
I want to go shopping with my sister too. Sister is going to learn sewing. What are you going for? Besides, she can't carry you. Sui tugged Jiang Yu's hand and shook it. Mom, Sui can walk by myself. Jiang Yu had to kneel down and explain gently, there are many people on the street. Sister will come back and buy things. If she doesn't hold your hand and a bad person takes you away, you might never see Mom again. Cheng Yu also comforted her. Sister will buy you candy when she comes back, okay? Okay. Sui still wanted to go out, but since Mom and Sister said so, she decided not to go. Be good, Sui. Go play with your second uncle. Today, Cheng Yi was at home taking care of Sui. Jiang Yu and Cheng Jin went to the market stall to sell the last batch of snacks. Jiang Rulan and Aunt Lu went to buy New Year vegetables and meat. The whole family worked together, each doing their part. When Jiang Yu and Cheng Jin arrived at the stall, many people were already there. Just as they set up, a woman in front smiled and spoke. Madam, I still prefer the tea-flavored crispy snacks you make. If you like them, take more. Today, they're 10 coins for 2. Buy 10, and I'll give you 2 more. The woman smiled happily. Usually, these snacks cost 6 coins for 1, but today, 12 for 50 coins. Then if I buy more, will you give me extra? Of course. Buy 20, and I'll give you 4 free. Whatever you buy, I'll give you that many. All right then. Give me 6 packs of red and green ones each, 2 packs in total. 1 for our family and the other to give to relatives.
Okay.
Look at the salted egg yolk pastries. Same price as last year, 15 coins for 2. Buy 10, and I'll give you 1 free. The woman was tempted. She usually didn't indulge herself, but she decided to buy anyway. Then, "Madam, pack one for me too." Jiang Yu quickly packed the snacks. "Here you go, madam. Total is 175 coins. When I handed over the money, it still hurt a little. Now, in the city, a laborer can earn at most 200 coins a day. Never mind, it's the new year. Our family doesn't rely on just one person to earn money." Later, the person behind asked, "Madam, should we buy some for others too?" "Yes, everything is forgiving. If there's too much to eat, you can buy some assembled ones, 66 coins for a set, 5 egg yolk pastries, and 6 tea-flavored pastries. Because of Jiang Yu's activity, I originally only wanted to buy a few pieces, but I couldn't resist the temptation. The best-selling item was the assembled set for 66 coins, perfect for giving as a gift." Jiang Yu arranged the snacks, and Cheng Jin took care of collecting the money. Before noon, everything was sold out. "Yuni and you go back first. Don't bother bringing food. I'll clean up here." Jiang Yu was so excited she couldn't wait to rush home and count the money, but she couldn't carry such a big box of coins, and she was afraid someone might watch her and snatch it on the way. "All right then, thank you, young sir." When she got home, Jiang Rilon had just finished cooking. "Xiao Yu? Why are you back so soon?" Jiang Yu couldn't hide her smile. "Hee, everything is sold out. All sold out." Today, she had brought a cart to sell. "Yes, it's almost New Year. Everyone is willing to buy." Usually, she couldn't sell that much in half a month. "Where's De Lang? Why didn't he come back with you?" "He was worried about making my mother go out again to deliver food, so he asked me to come back first." Jiang Yu helped set the food on the table. "Where's Lu Mama?" "Just before we got home, I heard someone brought a few lambs to sell. Thinking you like to eat lamb, Lu Mama went to buy some. She should be back soon." "Great. We'll have roasted lamb tonight. Lamb meat is hard to buy. Every time she goes, she can't get any. She thought she wouldn't be able to eat it this year." Cheng Jin and Lu Mama arrived home together, but Jiang Yu was too busy to pay attention to her husband. She ran to check the lamb. Since there were many people at home, Lu Mama bought a whole lamb. Cheng Jin felt a bit jealous. Cheng Yi and Sui Sui heard the noise outside and came out to see.
Wow.
So much meat. Every day, her daughter called her father, but she couldn't see him now. "Tonight, we will eat whole roasted lamb. They won't roast the legs, saving them for tomorrow's lamb soup." Cheng Yi had tasted it last year and couldn't forget it. "Sister-in-law, can we add some pork ribs too?" "Sure." Yi no longer remembers lamb meat each year, but she still remembers her favorite ribs. "Eat ribs." Yi also likes them. "Let's go eat first." Cheng Jin finally couldn't help but interrupt them. "Okay, let's eat first. I'll prepare it after we finish." Jiang Rilon also came back late, so she just made a simple meal. Seeing Jiang Yu only took a few bites before putting down her chopsticks, she asked, "Xiao Yu, why are you eating so little?" First, she wanted to save her stomach for roasted lamb, and second, she was eager to go back to her room to count money. But she wouldn't say that openly to save face. "Yeah, I was a bit tired this morning. I want to rest in my room for a while." Holding a box, she went into her room and eagerly started counting money. A string of 1,000 copper coins was not yet fully counted when Cheng Jin came in. "Yunyang," she looked a little wronged. Jiang Yu didn't lift her head. "Come help me count the money." "All right." 17 strings and 422 coins. That almost matched her usual 2 months' profit. This summer, her pastry business hasn't been good, and she hasn't even made 7 taels of silver. Jiang Yu was very happy, not noticing Cheng Jin's increasingly lowered eyebrows and expression. To Mother, to Mama Lu and Lady Wang, who paid her an extra 200 coins yesterday for work, buying egg yolks, flour, and also give some to Nyang. Jiang Yu was busy doing her calculations, finally finishing. Exactly 10 taels left. Perfect and auspicious. This number is very lucky. Jiang Yu took out 5 strings and counted 200 more copper coins. To the young master. Cheng Jin didn't understand the meaning of 5,200 but knew that the remaining 10 strings of money, Yunyang divided more than half to him. A New Year gift for the young master in advance. Jiang Yu smiled happily. Cheng Jin had given her so many pieces of jewelry, but she really didn't know what to buy him. Giving money was the simplest. "I really am terrible because Yunyang loves lamb meat. I was unhappy. She quickly finished tidying up and divided the ribs, evenly coating them with marinade. Turns out, even a small rack of grilled ribs has so many details. You're really skilled, wife. If you have nothing to do, husband, go tidy up our room. Oh, Yunyang was annoyed with him. What's with that? Oh. Got it, wife. He's starting to act more like a child. Jiang Yu loves cleanliness. She often tidies the house, so everyone just takes care of their own rooms. As evening approached, Cheng Yu returned home. Jiang Yu was already grilling meat. She placed the bought items on the table in main hall and then went into the firewood room. What is Aunt doing? It smells so good. Grilling lamb chops. Yu, are you used to eating lamb? Cheng Yu swallowed her saliva. I've never had lamb before, but it smelled so good, so she probably would get used to it. Try some later. If you don't like it, I also grilled pork ribs. It was almost ready. Yu, go call everyone to eat. Okay. She called Cheng Jin to help carry the meat. Yu tried the lamb and found it just as delicious as it smelled. Aunt is amazing. She can cook everything. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Yu took out several small money pouches filled with silver and copper coins, planning to deposit them at the bank after the new year. This is the money from selling snacks recently. Each person gets a share. Even Cheng Yu and Sui Sui had some, though Sui Sui's was just a few small copper coins. Jiang Yu regularly gave money to Jiang Yu and Lu Mama each month. They accepted it happily and took it. Cheng Yi also looked pleased. Thank you, sister-in-law. But Cheng Yu refused to accept it, saying she hadn't helped much these days. Just a while ago, Yu was helping too. Those jars of tea powder were ground by you. Winter in Qushui isn't very cold. The stone mill in the backyard was covered, but the young girl had been guarding it for days, which was quite tiring.
Take it.
I'm not a landlord, and I don't expect to pay people just for calling them every day. Seeing her uncle nod slightly, Yu finally accepted it. Thank you, Aunt.
All right.
Go back and rest early. Tomorrow, you have to get up early. The couple returned to their room, took a bath, then sat by the charcoal basin, drying their hair and chatting as usual. When are we going to the old house tomorrow? We always go there for dinner on New Year's Eve. I'm not going. Huh? We didn't go even on the small New Year's Eve before. Although she wasn't very eager to go, she decided to stay here with her mother and Lu's mother for the new year, but she couldn't say that aloud. I told Grandpa and Grandma that we'll visit them in a few days. The old house is too crowded now, we can't fit everyone. Okay, then let's bring more food for Grandpa and Grandma. Thinking about the strange atmosphere between Cheng Jin and his eldest uncle, and knowing they've been married for a long time, she asked him, Is there some distance between you and your eldest uncles? Yes, Cheng Jin replied with a hint of bitterness. Grandpa is 10 years older than my father. Back then, Grandpa hadn't made his fortune yet, and the family still lived in the countryside. When my father was about 5 or 6, they moved to the town. When we had some extra money, Grandpa paid for my father's studies. My father was very talented and worked hard to succeed. Grandpa was especially fond of him and even said he wanted my father to take care of him in old age. My eldest uncle thought Grandpa was showing favoritism. Later, my father fell seriously ill and passed away. My eldest uncle was happy and laughed at his funeral, and I saw him do it. Cheng Jin didn't make a fuss. Grandpa, Grandma, and their eldest son all had their own lives. It wasn't his place to take care of them, so he just pretended not to notice. Jiang Yu gently patted Cheng Jin's shoulder to comfort him. On New Year's Eve, the whole family slept until late morning before waking up. Cheng Yi and Cheng Jin put up couplets and hung lanterns. Cheng Yu sat in the main room, cutting paper for window decorations. Jiang Yu and Lu's mother prepared the New Year's dinner in the kitchen. Jiang Yu was about to go help. All right, go outside. You've been busy for days. We'll handle everything. Jiang Yu pushed her out. Jiang Yu had been the busiest these days. She was truly tireless. Mom and Lu's mother haven't been busy for days. Let me help you. Lu's mother also came over to block the kitchen door, uniting with Jiang Yu. We haven't been busy at all. Baking egg yolk pastries, counting money, shopping, and selling at the market. They stopped her, so Jiang Yu couldn't go in. Fine, Now, Jiang Yu and Sui Sui ended up being the two most free people. They could only sit in the main room eating snacks and watching Cheng Yu cut paper decorations. These honey-fried kumquats. Yu bought them from somewhere. They're quite tasty. On the south side, the best honeyed kumquats are from her family shop, and my aunt tried some pine nuts too, which she bought there. Jiang Yu peeled a snack from her family and said, "Their snacks are a bit tastier than others." After eating two, she picked a piece of kumquat and fed it to Cheng Yu. "Yu, you should eat some too." Sui Sui saw this and imitated, grabbing a sugar snowball and stuffing it in her mouth, while also sneaking one into her own mouth. "Big sister, you eat too." Jiang Yu took the dish with the sugar snowballs. Sui Sui has already eaten 5. No more snowballs today. Mom Sui Sui looked at Jiang Yu with a sad face. "Eating too many hawthorn candies isn't good. Your stomach might hurt. Just a few is enough." She pushed some pine nuts in front of her. Sui Sui can peel and eat them herself. Remember, don't put the shells in your mouth. Peel them slowly with your hands. Sui Sui's small hands weren't very nimble, so she peeled very slowly. First, she gave one to her mom, then another to her sister, and finally ate one herself. "You're so good, Sui Sui." "Thank you," Cheng Yu said, copying Jiang Yu and often thanking Sui Sui. "No need to thank me. Do you want to eat more, big sister?" Sui Sui peeled another and was about to give it to her. "No more. You can eat it yourself." Cheng Yu unfolded the paper-cut window decoration she had just made.
"Look, Sui Sui. Wow."
"Is this Sui Sui's work?" Sui Sui stopped eating the pine nuts and reached out to take the decoration. Cheng Yu carefully placed it in her palm. Sui Sui gently touched it and said, "Big sister is so amazing." "It's because Sui Sui is cute, so big sister can make such pretty decorations," Jiang Yu said, sitting nearby, watching the sisters interact and thinking about what Cheng Jin told her last night. Even brothers can fall out because of parental favoritism. But here, everyone gets along well, despite having different parents. She decided to pay more attention in the future so that this family bond and friendship wouldn't fade away. "Dinner's ready. Come and serve the dishes."
"Coming."
"Here I come." Almost there. During the second year of Qushui's New Year. It was still New Year's Eve, still the family reunion dinner, but with some differences. This year, there was Mom, Cheng Jin, lively younger brother Cheng Yi, and big sister Cheng Yu. After dinner, they stayed up to welcome the new year. Cheng Yi took Cheng Yu outside to watch fireworks, while Jiang Rilon and Aunt Lu chatted casually. Jiang Yu and Cheng Jin quietly slipped out of the house together and headed to the riverbank, strolling along the water. After walking around, they returned to the same stone bench. Cheng Jin took out a closed ginger flower hairpin. "Yun, a New Year gift. What kind of flower is this?" "I don't think I've seen it before." It looked somewhat like a morning glory, but with an oval flower base underneath. The petals weren't trumpet-shaped like a morning glory, but slightly drooped downward, with a gentle, flowing appearance. "This is a closed ginger flower, meaning to grow old together with you." Jiang Yu listened patiently. Although she didn't understand much, she nodded with a very interested look. This helped ease Cheng Yu's nervousness. Jiang Yu then asked her about color matching and the importance of choosing the right thread. They were chatting happily when there was a knock at the door outside, and Cheng Yu became nervous again. Jiang Yu stood up and said, "Let's go out and help your mother carry things." Cheng Yu fell behind Jiang Yu by a few steps. When she reached the yard, for some reason, she hid behind a pillar. Jiang Yu looked back, but saw no one. She didn't want to embarrass the young girl, so she went to the door herself. The two brothers, Cheng Jin and his younger brother, were helping carry things. When they saw Jiang Yu, Cheng Jin explained, "Yun's sister-in-law, this is my older sister and Yun brother." The woman outside was very thin, wearing a thick coat that couldn't hide her fragile figure. Her cheeks were sunken, and her eyes lacked spirit. Cheng Yu forced a small smile and said, "Younger sister-in-law, before you married Daling, She paused, unsure how to speak. She couldn't very well say she was angry at the Yi family for Daling's marriage and refused to let him go. "I'm sorry about Daling," she added. Jiang Yu smiled casually and said, "The new wife has met her sister-in-law. It's nothing. When the older sister came, she was tired from helping. Now, we've all met. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. They all went into the yard. Cheng Yu peeked out quietly to look at her mother. Mother looks much thinner. They entered the main room and sat down. Jiang Yu poured hot tea and picked up a plate of tea-flavored cookies. Yun brother, would you like some snacks? The little boy looked a bit older than Sui Sui and seemed a little shy. He kept hiding behind his mother. Cheng Yu pulled the boy forward. Quickly, thank your aunt. Yun brother took a piece of the cookie, his voice soft and barely audible, almost impossible to hear, then hid behind Cheng Yu again. Cheng Yu had to smile awkwardly at Jiang Yu. Yun brother is a bit timid. Since they met, Cheng Yu had always felt a sense of fear towards Jiang Yu. No, it wasn't exactly fear, more like extreme timidity. It's good for boys to be steady, Jiang Yu said. Sui Sui tilted her head, wondering who this was and why she didn't thank her mother. She looked at her mother with confusion. Jiang Yu noticed her little actions and pulled her in front of Cheng Yu. This is my girl, Sui Sui. Then she said to Sui Sui, this is your father's older sister called Annie. Every year, she happily calls out Annie. Cheng Yu thought of her own daughter, who was lively and friendly when she was young, just like Sui Jia. Wow, Sui Jia is so well-behaved, she said, pulling out a small jade pendant from her sleeve. This is a gift for Sui Jia. Auntie, you're too kind. Jiang Yu finally remembered the red envelope she prepared for Yungur. She hadn't even taken it out yet, but Sui Sui had already accepted it and said, thank you, Annie. This child. Yungur here. This is a red envelope from your aunt for the new year. Hearing his name called, Yungur moved closer. Seeing his sister already saying thank you loudly, he also mustered up some courage to speak. Thank you, Auntie. Good boy. Sui Sui, why don't you take your brother to play with your little toys in the back? Sui Sui rarely played with children her age, but she eagerly tugged at his clothes. Let's go, let's go. The two little ones went to the back and Cheng Yi also stood up. I'll watch over them. Once the children left, Cheng Yu finally spoke. Yu Jie. Oops, I forgot to tell her that my sister came today. She can sit first. I'll go to the room and call her. Jiang Yu also went out. Cheng Jin then asked Cheng Yu, big sister, did he hit you again? Cheng Yu saw the bruise on her sister's wrist when she was taking out the jade pendant. It's just that I haven't been feeling very hungry lately, she answered vaguely. Cheng Jin felt frustrated. It was always like this. He left with a sigh. I'm going to the study. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu left the main hall and found Cheng Yu standing silently in the corridor. Wan Yu, why aren't you inside? Hearing her aunt's voice, Cheng Yu suddenly started crying. Auntie, she said with a stuffy nose, my mom has become so thin. Go see her. Jiang Yu gently wiped her tears. Seeing Cheng Yu nod, she took her by the hand and headed to the main hall. Cheng Yu sat alone, feeling unsure of what to do after her brother left. As they entered the room, Yu Jie, her voice trembling a little. Cheng Yu awkwardly called out, Mom, I'll go check if the food is ready in the kitchen. Wan Yu, stay with your mom for a while. She turned to leave, leaving mother and daughter inside talking. Cheng Yu looked at Cheng Yu from top to bottom, with a longing look in her eyes. Yu Jie, you've grown taller. She stepped forward to hold her daughter, raised her hand to touch her face, then weakly lowered it. Cheng Yu didn't really want to see her mother, but after so long, her mother hadn't come to see her. After calling out, Mother, Cheng Yu didn't want to speak again. She lowered her head and stayed silent. Yang raised her, but she didn't understand what her daughter was thinking. Yue, are you upset that I didn't come to see you? She felt sad inside. Since the last time Cheng Yu was taken away by Cheng Jin, and after Yungur was born, Yi Jian, who never raised a hand before, hit her again. Since then, he seemed to enjoy hurting her, often being harsh. Just a few days before Cheng Jin's wedding, he beat her so badly her face was swollen. Finally, during the new year, when everyone was visiting relatives, he didn't hit her face. Whether mother comes or not, I am doing very well. Uncle and Auntie treat me very well. From now on, you should be good and respect Uncle and Auntie. Cheng Yu looked up, tears covering her face. But what about Mother? Why has she become so thin? Is she doing well? Mother, I will respect Uncle and Auntie. Don't I need to respect you too? Yang's lips moved twice, as if her throat was blocked with cotton. After a long time, she made up her mind. For Yun-gur, she couldn't leave, but her daughter must cut all ties with the Yi family. I have your younger brother, that's enough. Cheng Yu didn't understand. She hadn't been to school, but her auntie could support her grandmother herself. Why doesn't her mother believe she can support her? She's already learning embroidery. She will earn money in the future. She can support her mother, her uncle, and her aunt. Mother. Stop talking. Just remember, the person you must respect in the future isn't me. Cheng Yu looked disappointed. All right, that's what Mother said. This meal felt strange. Cheng Jin and Cheng Yu were both holding back their feelings, and Yang looked distracted, silent, and just ate her food. Jiang Yu served dishes into their bowls. Eat more, don't waste all these good dishes. Little Yu, sister, are my dishes not to your taste? Jiang Rulan asked her. Cheng Yu quickly shook her head. Auntie, your cooking is very good. I just usually eat little. You're too thin. You need to eat more. The thinnest person at the table was Cheng Yu, almost like a young girl just starting to develop. Okay. Cheng Yu picked up 2 chopsticks of food and put them into her bowl. After finishing the meal, everyone packed their things and got into the car. Cheng Jin prepared rice, flour, cooking oil, 2 good pieces of pork belly, some snacks sold by Jiang Yu, and 2 sets of winter clothes. The rice, flour, and oil were essential gifts, so Cheng Jin brought a lot and had it pulled over on a donkey cart. Cheng Yi drove the horse-drawn carriage, with the women and children squeezed inside. Cheng Yu sat on the left with Yun-gur, Jiang Yu sat on the right with Sui, and Cheng Yu sat alone in the middle, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Yu pushed Sui next to her, and Sui smiled foolishly at her sister. Mother said today it was good to stay obediently with her sister. At the Cheng family's place, the eldest and second brothers' families arrived early, and they had lunch together. Cheng Yu, being the oldest, went ahead to pay New Year greetings. Then Cheng Jin took Jiang Yu and Sui forward. Grandchildren and grandchildren-in-law wish Grandpa and Grandma a happy New Year, free of disasters and illnesses, and every day happy. Sui knelt down and bowed. Sui wishes Grandpa and Grandma a happy New Year and to eat well every day. Grandma Cheng smiled happily. Oh, you little darling, come here. Grandma will give you lucky money. Thank you, Grandma, Sui said loudly and clearly. After Cheng Yi and Cheng Yu also paid their New Year greetings, the whole family sat down. There were too many people to sit comfortably, so Grandma Cheng took the women and children to the back. Jiang Yu took out some snacks to offer everyone, but second sister-in-law thought it was too little and muttered quietly about being stingy. Not far away, Jiang Yu overheard her. Second sister-in-law, I just arrived and don't know how many snacks I should bring besides the New Year's gift for respecting Grandpa and Grandma. Jiang Yu smiled gently, her tone soft. What did second sister-in-law bring? I'll consider it too, so I'll know next time. Second sister-in-law didn't bring anything except the New Year's gift. Snacks are expensive. She'd rather buy more rice, flour, and other staples to bring over. Her face turned pale and then white. During the New Year, Jiang Yu didn't want to argue with her anymore, so she just made a few remarks and turned to Grandma Cheng. Grandma, try this. It's the best tea-flavored pastry I sell. Many elders love to eat it. Grandma Cheng's teeth weren't very good, so she ate the pastry, which melted in her mouth. Delicious, your skills are really good. Jiang Yu then offered the salted egg yolk pastry. Try this salted egg yolk pastry too. It's sweet and salty, and not greasy to eat. They also picked up some to taste and started talking, leaving second sister-in-law aside. She held back her feelings and just sat there eating sunflower seeds. Why isn't second sister-in-law eating? She just doesn't like it. She stubbornly replied, I don't like to eat these. All right, I was thinking second sister-in-law said brother Long likes it. I brought 2 packs today. Since you don't like it, take one first. These egg yolk pastries won't last long. Also, share some with Grandma. The old house has many people, so they won't go bad. The youngest sister of the eldest aunt's family disliked this second sister-in-law's attitude the most. Actually, it wasn't that she hated her the most, but everyone didn't like her, so they just went along and agreed. Thank you, second sister-in-law. I like it. I'll eat more, so these egg yolk pastries won't spoil, one person after another, making second sister-in-law feel overwhelmed. The eldest aunt glared at her daughter, not giving her sister-in-law any face, and added her own words. The young girl stuck out her tongue and kept eating the egg yolk pastries happily. The conversation remained friendly later, and Grandma finally took some tea-flavored pastries and handed them to second sister-in-law. Second daughter-in-law, you should try some too. This person wasn't bad, just lacked social skills. When given a way out, she took it gracefully. Thank you, Grandma. It was getting late. Normally, the new wife was supposed to cook the next day. But the family was divided, and since they had been married for a while, Jiang Yu was unsure what to do. Fortunately, she wasn't put in a difficult position. The eldest aunt called her two daughters-in-law. Yuejia and Yu, sit here and keep Grandma company. We'll go prepare the meals. We'll eat here tonight, and after eating, Daling will send you back. Jiang Yu also stood up. I'll go help in the kitchen. The eldest aunt held her back. The small kitchen isn't open now. You sit here. Later, you can try my cooking. Second sister-in-law rarely stayed silent and didn't make snide remarks. She followed them out. The eldest aunt was a good cook with simple home-style dishes. Today, since many people were here, there was fish and meat on the table, divided into two tables. The conflicts among the elders didn't affect the younger generation. Although there were some disagreements in the main household, the two brothers from the second household also got along well. Grandpa Cheng finished eating but felt uncomfortable with his back and couldn't sit still, so Grandma helped him back to his room. Cheng Jin had drunk quite a bit and was a little tipsy. Cheng Yi used the excuse that he needed to catch a carriage later and avoided any trouble. After 3 rounds of drinks, seeing that it was getting late, everyone started to leave. Uncle Cheng couldn't drink alcohol, so he took on the task of helping Mrs. Cheng and her son home. Today, he arrived with a horse-drawn carriage and a donkey cart. Now, Cheng Jin is drunk, so Cheng Yi is driving the carriage. The donkey cart will stay at the old house and be brought over tomorrow. As they sat in the carriage, Cheng Jin kept leaning toward Jiang Yu. The two girls sat across from them, making Jiang Yu want to hit him to wake him up. Finally, she pinched the soft flesh around his waist. Cheng Jin felt the pain and became a bit more alert. Cheng Yu is also a young lady now, at that awkward age of half-understanding. Seeing this scene, she could only open the curtain and comfort Sui by showing her the night outside. It was only the 3rd day of the new term. There were no street vendors, only closed shops and lanterns along the road. Cheng Yu thought hard and told stories about stars and the moon, trying to stop Sui from turning her head back. Sui didn't understand what was so interesting, and there were no candied hawthorns for sale on the street. Finally, they reached home. Cheng Yu hurriedly got out of the carriage and carried Sui inside. Cheng Yi helped Jiang Yu support her older brother, and they took Cheng Jin back to his room. Thank you, second brother. You should go rest now. Jiang Yu poured a glass of light salt water from the kitchen and gave it to him. After drinking the salt water, Cheng Jin couldn't help but feel nauseous. Luckily, he wasn't so drunk that he lost consciousness. He still had some clarity and didn't vomit on the bed. Jiang Yu couldn't stand the smell and kept her distance, watching him not fall over. After vomiting, Cheng Jin rinsed his mouth with water. He had pretty good alcohol tolerance. Just as Jiang Yu was thinking this, she saw Cheng Jin walk over and squat in front of her, looking up at her sitting on the bed. Hey, Lady Jiang. Why are you here, Lady Jiang? Lady Jiang, I just want to tell you, I like you. Did you hear me? He shook his head as if he was a big dog. No, Lady Jiang is drunk. Lady Jiang didn't hear. He was really drunk. Didn't he tell her last time? Jiang Yu leaned down and cupped his face. Lady Jiang says she heard you. Cheng Jin whispered in her ear. I told you. Last time, Annie Jiang saw me wanting to kiss Lady Jiang, and then I pretended to be drunk and fell to the ground. This again made her think he was talking about someone else. Jiang Yu gently pinched his face, feeling how soft it was, and couldn't help but tease him. I am who I am. Huh? Cheng Jin was startled. You're Lady Jiang. Then you can kiss me now. Sui usually knew her mother was busy and didn't bother Jiang Yu to play with her. But during a few days of the New Year holiday, she became a little clingy. Maybe because Jiang Yu was running a food stall, Sui somehow found a set of wooden kitchen tools, plates, bowls, and chopsticks, and asked Jiang Yu to play house with her. Where did Sui get these? Sui giggled. I didn't have bowls when I played with my sister before. Dad bought them for me as a New Year gift. All the kitchen tools were mini versions, probably custom-made by Cheng Jin from a carpenter. Each piece was carefully polished and very smooth. What does Mother want to eat? We have dumplings and small round candies. Let's have a bowl of dumplings. Jiang Yu thought Sui would make her a bowl of pretend dumplings like when they were little. But instead, she touched a small wooden dumpling from a tiny box. She put it into a small wooden pot and sprinkled some imaginary seasoning, then scooped it out. Mother's dumplings are ready. Please enjoy, guest. She was quite convincing. Yummy. Sui is so clever. She pretended to eat. Can Sui show Mother her small round candies? Sui took out tiny wooden beads, about the size of a thumb. Afraid she might swallow them, Jiang Yu reminded her, "You can't put these in your mouth." Sui tilted her head. Daddy said if I do, I won't get any more. Cheng Jin didn't talk much, but he was always careful. What else does Daddy want to buy for you? Candied hawthorn sticks, Jiang Rulon, and Aunt Lu heard the noise and came over. Oh, Sui has become a little chef. Grandma, Granny. What would you like to eat? Sui was still mostly raised by Aunt Lu and was a bit more attached to her. Luckily, Jiang Rulon didn't mind. The two elders played with Sui for a while, and Jiang Yu quietly slipped away. Since the third day of the Lunar New Year, after Cheng Yu and Cheng Yu met, the girl had been determined to make embroidery patterns.
She stayed inside all day.
Jiang Yu was worried she might hurt her eyes, so she made her get up and move every hour. As it was almost time to rest, Jiang Yu went to Cheng Yu's room. "Wan Yu, come and rest for a while." "Auntie." Cheng Yu raised her head and stretched her sore neck. Jiang Yu sat beside her, and the embroidery on the table was almost finished. The transition in the petal shading was not very smooth yet, but the stitches were neat, and from afar, it looked very nice. Wan Yu is so clever. She learned so much in just a few days. Jiang Yu often praised people, but after hearing it for a long time, Cheng Yu still felt a little shy. "It's not me, Auntie. Master Lu is really talented. I heard from the shopkeeper's wife that Master Lu started practicing sewing when she was 6, and she practiced every day. You've only been learning for a few days, but in Annie's eyes, you're already very impressive." Cheng Yu didn't know about this, feeling both surprised and a little worried, afraid that at 13, she might not learn well. "Can I still learn well?" Jiang Yu didn't answer directly, but asked her first. "Do you believe in yourself, Wan Yu?" "Huh?" Cheng Yu looked puzzled. "Annie wants to keep you here a few more years, so you don't have to marry early. Master Lu started learning at 6, and now she's only in her early 20s, but already has great skills. Counting carefully, even if Master Lu finished her training at 20, it took 14 years. Wan Yu is only 13 now. If she studies for 10 more years, isn't it very likely she'll learn as much as Master Lu?" She teased her again. "Or, do you want to marry early, Auntie?" Cheng Yu shook her head. "I don't want that. I want to learn double-sided embroidery first. If I can't learn it by 23, I'll study for a few more years." She definitely didn't want to marry early. Without any skills, just like her mother, who always looked down on her father and always listened to him. Her aunt was skilled and confident, and her uncle always discussed things with her aunt. After saying that, she felt a little guilty. What if Master Lu doesn't take me? Where did your confidence go? Didn't you say that even if Master Lu doesn't take you, you'll figure it out on your own? That was before she saw how talented Master Lu was. Now that she realized she had been too arrogant and ignorant. The first woman to learn double-sided embroidery was not taught by anyone. She figured it out herself. If Master Lu really doesn't take you, Annie will find another teacher for you. Jiang Yu also thought that the chance of Lu Su accepting Cheng Yu was quite high. First, because Cheng Yu had talent, and second, because she owed Lu Su a little favor.
Yes.
"Thank you, Auntie. I will definitely earn a lot of money in the future. All right, you can start now. Tomorrow is the 7th day of the lunar month, and the Yunjin Pavilion should open the day after tomorrow. We will go there early the next morning." After caring for Cheng Yu, it was almost mealtime. Today, Jiang Yu was cooking. There was a lamb leg from before. One was cooked and eaten, and the other was rubbed with salt and stored in the cellar. Let's just make barbecue. When I tried making egg yolk pastries before, I bought a lot of bamboo skewers, some of which are still left, perfect for skewering. Cut lamb, pork belly, and other meats into small cubes, marinate them, then wash and skewer chives, celery, and winter bamboo shoots separately. I also steamed a batch of small buns. Some were cooled outside and are ready to be grilled. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Yu went to find the remaining green bricks from when the house was built. She dug a hole in the yard, planning to build a small oven with the bricks around it. Just as she started, Cheng Jin came out of the study and saw Jiang Yu holding a hoe with a pile of green bricks beside her. Yunyang, what are you doing? Husband, I want to build a small oven to roast lamb. We have a charcoal stove at home. For a while, we used it for tea boiling and both air laying, and I bought one each. That's great. Then please, husband, go find it. I'll bring the food from the kitchen. When Cheng Jin bought it, it was new. She used it a few times in the study, but later stopped using it, so she had to dig it out carefully. Jiang Yu put the skewers into a basin and carried them to the main hall. Jiang Rulan and Lu Mama were still playing with Sui Sui, but now they weren't playing house. Lu Mama was teaching her how to make flower knots. Sui Sui's small, chubby hands weren't very nimble and kept dropping the strings. Wash your hands quickly and get ready to eat. Sui Sui dropped the flower knot and ran to her mother. Hey, why isn't it cooked yet? It looks like candied haws. Today, we're eating roasted meat, Jiang Yu said, placing the skewers on the table. Sui Sui asked, is it tasty, mother? Yes, just as delicious as the previous roasted meat. Now go wash your hands. She also told Lu Mama, make some more charcoal. It's not very cold today, so let's move to the corridor to eat.
Okay.
Jiang Rulan had already taken Sui Sui to wash her hands. Jiang Yu went to the room to call Cheng Yi and Cheng Wanyu. When she returned, Cheng Jin had already brought the charcoal stove into the main hall. Yunyang, look and see if it's okay. The stove was quite large, and it should be fine for 2 people to cook together. It's good. Programmed to promote family-friendly content, I cannot process or translate explicit or inappropriate material. Please provide a suitable text for translation and editing. I believe Master Lu will accept Sister Yu's gift. When you return, he will prepare delicious food to celebrate her. Jiang Yu nodded seriously. I think so too. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Cheng Jin comforted Wan Yu. Don't be nervous. Uncle is waiting for good news from you. Sui Sui and Cheng Yi kept coming into the house, encouraging Wan Yu because she was going to Yunjin Pavilion today. Wan Yu smiled shyly, feeling a little embarrassed. Since it was drizzling lightly, she decided not to go out with Sui Sui. Jiang Yu turned her face away, feeling sorry for her. She carried 2 bags of snacks and left with Wan Yu. Uncertain if it was cold or nervousness, Wan Yu was trembling a little. Jiang Yu held her hand. It's okay, Wan Yu. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Although she said many comforting words, deep down, this was a very important matter for Wan Yu. She helped at home too, but her uncle paid money to adopt her father, and she wanted to earn her own money. She couldn't help feeling nervous. When they arrived at Yunjin Pavilion, the shopkeeper's wife was not there. Only the shop assistant was watching the shop. Second brother, we're here to see Master Lu, the shopkeeper's wife had told them, so the shop assistant stepped forward to take their umbrellas. Master Lu is waiting in the back. They moved past the curtain into the backyard, where Lu Su was sitting by the window doing embroidery. Master Lu? Sister Jiang, she replied, a bit annoyed. Didn't I say not to call me Master Lu? Jiang Yu had been calling her that lately and forgot to change it. Little Sister Lu, she said, offering the snack. This is for you. Happy New Year. Sister always brings so many things. It's homemade, not worth much. Lu Su had bought similar things before, so she knew the price of the snacks. They sat down and Jiang Yu finally spoke. Wan Yu's embroidery was finished. Today, she came to ask if Lu Su could accept her work. Wan Yu stepped forward politely. Master Lu, she said, carefully taking out her embroidery from her pocket. Lu Su took it and looked at both sides. Not bad, she said. Then she picked up scissors from the table and cut the embroidery threads. Jiang Yu's heart, which had been in her stomach, was suddenly tense again. What was she doing? Lu Su clearly saw Jiang Yu's nervousness and glanced at Jiang Yu. She showed no displeasure. She smiled softly, then carefully examined the place where she was sewing. When she thought it was good enough, she spoke to Jiang Yu. Big sister, please don't mind. I'm not unhappy with Jiang Yu's embroidery. From the outside, it looks fine, but the quality of the embroidery also depends on whether the stitches inside are neat and whether the placement of the stitches is the best. Since there was no dissatisfaction, it meant she was pleased. So, what do you think, little sister? Can you accept Jiang Yu's embroidery? At this moment, Jiang Yu was breathing a little quickly, looking at Lu Su with hope. Yes, Lu Su replied softly. Jiang Yu finally relaxed completely. However, I've been busy these days making embroidery pieces. The 14th guest will take theirs soon. After the Lantern Festival, Jiang Yu can come back. Jiang Yu then said, why not come to my house for a meal during the Lantern Festival? Lu Su didn't want to trouble Jiang Yu and made an excuse. It's rare to have a festival. I want to rest a bit. Running around is tiring, so I won't bother, sister. You're not bothering me. What will you eat alone at Qushui? Lu Su waved her hand casually. I sold 2 embroidery pieces and earned some silver. I can go out to eat. Seeing this, Jiang Yu didn't insist further. She signaled Jiang Yu with her eyes. Jiang Yu knelt and bowed her head. Jiang Yu greets master. Then she stood up and poured a cup of tea. Please, master, have some tea. Lu Su took the cup and drank it all in one sip. Learning embroidery is mainly about being diligent, careful, and patient. You have talent, but you also need to be disciplined. Keep your talent safe. You are my first apprentice, and I will teach you well. I hope you study seriously. Yes, I will follow the master's teachings. After they finished speaking, Jiang Yu finally spoke. Since little sister is busy, I will take Jiang Yu back first. We will send the gifts when the 16th day arrives. Big sister, I don't want to accept your silver, but it's a rule in this trade. Usually, if you don't pay the fee, Jiang Yu's embroidery works in the first 3 years will be split between us. If she pays the fee, then in the future, whatever she earns from her embroidery, it will be all hers. She was also worried that Jiang Yu might misunderstand. In some places, apprentices receive some money, but this line of work is different. It takes at least 5 years or more to become skilled. Her skills in single and double-sided embroidery took even longer. When she was an apprentice, she made embroidery pieces that sold for money, all of which belonged to her master. It was only after her master finally agreed to let her graduate that she parted with 3 years' worth of her earnings. Sister Jiang was kind to her. She collected her tuition fees, so even during her apprenticeship, the money from Yeye's embroidery sales was hers. Hard work, little sister. She accepted her and took the trouble to teach her. Learning skills naturally costs money. Jiang Yu didn't think much of it. In her previous life, learning didn't cost anything, especially not for double-sided embroidery, which could be very profitable once learned. Let's go now. Little sister, don't see us off. Jiang Yu stopped Lu Su, who was about to see them off. It was raining outside, and Lu Su was wearing soft-soled shoes. Hearing this, she also stopped. Take care, sister. Jiang Yu took Jiang Yu out of Yunjin Pavilion. Are you no longer nervous? Jiang Yu shook her head. Annie, thank you, and thank you, uncle. No need to thank us. Study hard. In the future, make a double-sided embroidered small table screen for auntie. As for thanking uncle, tell him when you go back. Okay, I will tell uncle when I go back. I want to make a big screen for auntie. Wow, that must be worth a lot of money. Jiang Yu felt happy and her steps became lighter. As soon as she entered home, she couldn't wait to share with everyone. Master Lu accepted me. Cheng Jin had watched this niece grow up. Since her face was injured, she had never been so lively. Everyone gathered around Jiang Yu to congratulate her. Cheng Jin walked over to the smiling Jiang Yu at the back, took her hand, and held it. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival celebration. This year, they didn't go to watch the Iron Flower display. Instead, they went to Bowen Bridge to release Kongming lanterns and pray for good fortune. When they left the house, it was a tidy family of 7. Before leaving the alley, someone came to invite Cheng Yi to play. After receiving Cheng Jin's nod, he happily followed. Halfway there, someone set up a stage on the street to perform shadow puppetry. Many people had gathered in front of the stage. Jiang Yu was holding Sui Sui in her arms and couldn't see clearly. Mom, Sui Sui can't see. Jiang Yu was a bit helpless. Mom also can't see clearly. Cheng Jin took Sui Sui, tossing her onto his shoulder. By the time Sui Sui reacted, she was riding high on Cheng Jin's neck, exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy is so amazing." Now Sui Sui finally saw, and Jiang Yu, who wasn't holding her, also tiptoed to see better. Mom, the little person can move. And talk too.
Sui Sui exclaimed in surprise.
This is shadow puppetry. There are adults behind controlling the little figures with small bamboo sticks, just like how Sui Sui was playing with a small sugar figure earlier.
Jiang Yu gave Sui Sui a simple explanation.
Wow, so amazing. Sui Sui can only see the little figures, not the adults. Yes, they are very skillful, Jiang Yu said with a hint of gentle regret. This is the oldest form of film, passed down for over 2,000 years. It's a pity I rarely saw it in my previous life. Sui Sui didn't really understand. She was just curious about what everyone was watching. Now that she saw it, she felt a bit bored. Mom, Sui Sui doesn't want to watch anymore. Jiang Yu turned to ask Jiang Rulan and the others, Mom, are you still watching? Jiang Rulan and Lu Mama exchanged glances. Compared to releasing lanterns, shadow puppetry clearly attracted them more. They didn't want to stay longer. Then let's watch a bit more. Xiao Yu, you guys go play. Where's Wen Yu? Cheng Wen Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided to stay. I want to watch with Grandma too. All right, there are many of us. Be careful, everyone. Since they decided to stay and watch, Jiang Rulan and Lu Mama each held Cheng Wen Yu's hand and moved forward. Shall we go now? Sui Sui, do you want to come down so Mom can hold you? Although Mom's embrace was tempting, she could see more and farther from Dad's shoulders. Still, she kindly asked Cheng Jin, does Dad still have strength? The little girl asked directly. Cheng Jin lifted her up. Of course. Sui Sui can ride as long as she wants. It was fun. Sui Sui clapped her hands on Cheng Jin's head, but her balance was a bit off, and she leaned back. Jiang Yu was startled and quickly reached out to steady her.
Sit properly.
I've told you several times, she said, recalling how she had always told her this when she was in Lu Mama's back basket. Cheng Jin saw Jiang Yu scold Sui Sui for the first time.
Yunyang, I'm holding Sui Sui's legs.
But that's not safe. Kids have soft bones and can get hurt, Jiang Yu said seriously. Sui Sui had just been curious and forgot her mother's instructions.
Sorry, Mom.
Sui Sui was wrong, she said with a pout, looking pitiful. She knew how to act cute.
Come down.
Mom will hold you, Jiang Yu said, feeling it was too unsafe. Sui Sui had to obediently reach out her hand, and Jiang Yu held her in her arms. All right, you were the one not sitting properly. No more acting sad. Every year, I feel so wronged. The clever girl really feels wronged and asks, did your mother tell you to move around randomly? She hugs Jiang Yu tightly and kisses her repeatedly, saying, Sui Sui is upset and made her mother angry. Cheng Jin can't help but correct her. It's guilt, not feeling wronged. Sui Sui kisses her mother several more times, saying, guilt, guilt. Mother is not angry anymore. Okay, I'm not angry, Jiang Yu says, feeling helpless with her. In the end, only the three of them go to release the sky lanterns. They walk slowly, watching street performers, dragon dancers, and lantern riddles. There's everything. Jiang Yu holds Sui Sui for a long time and gets tired, so she hands her over to Cheng Jin and looks around. Suddenly, she spots a familiar figure at a lantern stall. Isn't that someone she went out with? Why is he standing alone buying a lantern? Sir, I think that's second brother, she whispers. Cheng Jin also looks in the direction Jiang Yu points. He sees a young woman talking to him from a short distance. The shop owner takes a lantern and hands it to her. If Jiang Yu hadn't seen Cheng Yi carrying many bags and hurriedly paying, she wouldn't have realized they were together, since the young woman just holds the lantern without moving. Cheng Yi finally takes out his purse and pays, then follows from afar, looking at the silk flowers at the next stall. Let's go, Cheng Jin says, his tone normal and calm, as if nothing is wrong. Jiang Yu suppresses her curiosity. Sui also notices Cheng Yi and asks curiously, "Why don't we go find second uncle?" "Second uncle is busy," Jiang Yu replies. "Why is second uncle busy?" Sui also thought Cheng Yi was alone. "Second uncle is shopping." "Are you going to release the sky lantern now?" "Yes. Let's go quickly." Her attention is drawn away again. They left early, but after a few twists and turns, Bowen Bridge was crowded with people. It looked like they couldn't get close, so they could only release the lanterns by the river. They found a stall selling sky lanterns, and seeing some red silk ribbons, Jiang Yu took Sui and set her down. "Sui, hold on to mother's leg and don't move or run around. Mom will help you write a red silk ribbon, okay?"
Okay,
she said, even though she didn't know what it was for. "Would you like your father to write the lantern?" "I'll help Sui tie a red silk ribbon." "Does Yunyang have anything she wants to write?" Cheng Jin had a sky lantern in front of him and asked her with a pen. "Anything is fine. My husband can write whatever he wants, as long as my family is safe and healthy." Seeing Cheng Jin start to write, Jiang Yu took a red ribbon and wrote, "May the mother of each year be smooth in everything and all wishes come true." She wrote carefully, word by word. Cheng Jin wrote quickly and happened to see what Jiang Yu was writing. It confirmed his guess a little, but Yunyang didn't want to say more, so he just kept quiet. Jiang Yu finished and looked up, honestly meeting Cheng Jin's gaze, her eyes warm. She squatted down and said, "Sui, should we tie this with Mom?" Cheng Jin held the sky lantern, and Jiang Yu and Sui tied the ribbon tightly. When they reached the riverbank, the three of them lit the candle inside the lantern. As they let go, the lantern swayed and floated up. There were already several lanterns in the sky, some flying high like stars in the sky. The lanterns they released spun around a few times and blended into the starry sky, so much so that they couldn't tell them apart. "It's gone." Sui was worried. "Mom, I can't find the lantern," Jiang Yu gently told her. Sui's wish has been heard by the heavens, so the lantern took itself away. Wow, does that mean she can eat candied fruit every day now? Cheng Jin wanted to go home and ask Cheng Yi, but unexpectedly, that little guy came to the riverbank with his wife to release lanterns too. The little wife was busy watching the sky lanterns and took a few steps back, accidentally bumping Jiang Yu's shoulder. Sorry, she kept apologizing. "It wasn't a hard bump. It's okay. Be careful when walking by the river," Jiang Yu said kindly. The woman's clothes looked a bit familiar, like the young lady who was with Lang earlier. Jiang Yu looked at Cheng Jin. A few steps behind, Cheng Yi squeezed over and saw his older brother with his wife and Sui, with Lin Fei standing nearby.
Erlang, Cheng Yi's heart suddenly jolted.
Brother-in-law, sister-in-law. Since they had all met, Cheng Jin decided to ask him. "Who is this young lady?" "Lang, can you introduce her?" Lin Fei didn't expect that the young lady who accidentally bumped into her earlier was actually Cheng Yi's sister-in-law. It seemed they had already noticed. "This is my classmate's younger sister. She happened to come looking for her brother." "Oh, where is your classmate?" Cheng Jin was a bit angry. Since Cheng Yi didn't tell his family the truth, maybe the young lady's family also didn't know about this. His mood was heavy and gloomy. Cheng Yi hesitated and couldn't speak clearly. Lin Fei lowered her eyes and said nothing. Cheng Jin didn't want to ask the young lady directly, so Jiang Yu gently asked, "What is the young lady's name?" "I am surnamed Lin," she replied, but didn't give her full name. "Young lady Lin, where is your older brother?" "He is upstairs buying something," she answered. "Would you like me to take you to find your brother?" "It's too dangerous for a girl to be alone. Lang isn't very reliable, and I'm worried he might not watch out for you. Your brother might be worried. Lin Fei has an older brother, but he wasn't here, so she didn't want Jiang Yu to take her." "Thank you, ma'am, but no need. I can go find him myself." After saying that, she grabbed her skirt and ran off. A few steps later, she looked back at the things Jiang Yu was holding. Seeing her like this, Cheng Jin frowned. Jiang Yu also sensed that the young lady might not be as innocent as she seemed. "Let's go home first." "Yes." Cheng Jin held Sui, and Jiang Yu helped Cheng Yi carry a few packages. The three of them walked ahead, while Cheng Yi stayed behind, thinking about how to explain things to his older brother later. When they entered the house, Jiang Rulan and the others had already returned. Jiang Yu took Sui Sui to wash up and brought her to Jiang Rulan's room. Cheng Jin looked at his brother. Come to the study. They sat down, and Cheng Jin poured a cup of water and placed it in front of Cheng Yi. After this journey, he had calmed down. Tell me, what is going on between you and that young lady? Cheng Yi was very thirsty after the long day. He looked carefully at his brother, picked up the cup, and drank it all. He wanted to drink more but didn't dare to pour himself more, so he had to honestly explain. She really is the sister of my classmate. She came to deliver something to her brother and I saw her a few times. How many times? Maybe 3 or 5 times. Why are there only 2 of you tonight? What about Lin Fei's brother? I don't know. Cheng Jin spoke seriously. Lang, you like a girl, and went out to have fun with her. Your older brother wouldn't stop you. It's normal to go out together on Lantern Festival, but it's not right for you two to go out alone. Today, I encountered you and your sister-in-law. If someone from the young lady's family had seen this, they might think you were trying to seduce her. What would you do then? Thinking about it now, it seems ridiculous, but I was afraid my older brother wouldn't believe me if I said anything. Do you think my older brother would believe me? As long as you tell the truth, I will believe you. It was her who asked me to come. At first, I thought Lin was looking for me, but when I arrived, I found only her. Then she said Lin was busy, and asked me to walk around with her until Lin came to pick her up. I wanted to leave, but she said she was alone and that it was dangerous for a young girl to be out alone, so I stayed with her. But she kept buying things without paying and kept asking if they looked good. The vendors thought they were close friends and let her take things without paying. Thinking about what I saw earlier, I realized I should stay away from her in the future. Definitely. Luckily, the things are still in my hands and not with Lin Fei, or I would be heartbroken. When I returned to my room, Jiang Yu was sitting on the bed. When she saw me, she put down her book. Hurry up and wash. The water is still warm. I didn't rush to wash. I sat on the edge of the bed. About what happened with second brother earlier, it was a misunderstanding. I explained the situation to Jiang Yu briefly. It was just a misunderstanding. I knew second brother's big mouth. If he really liked someone, he would have already told everyone at home. Jiang Yu said, see? With how straightforward Cheng Yi is, he wouldn't hide anything. Thinking about it, Cheng Jin was very honest with her. For such matters, he shouldn't hide anything anymore. He probably guessed it too, right? When she was writing the silk ribbon tonight, she didn't hide anything either. Hurry up and wash. I have something to tell you too. Feeling a bit suspicious, Cheng Jin quickly tidied up and lay on the bed. Jiang Yu looked at the dark ceiling and hesitated for a moment. Sui Sui is not my child. Cheng Jin reached out and put his arm around her shoulders. Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? I just want to tell you. Sui Sui is the child of the girl I served when I was in Kyoto. Her father has truly passed away, and her father, the girl's father, didn't want her to leave and go home. The girl also wanted to escape from that family, so she secretly gave birth to Sui Sui, and I took her back. Gong Yu didn't want to talk too clearly about He Nanyan's private matters. She was honest with Cheng Jin and saw no need to explain everything about He Nanyan. Cheng Jin didn't care about other women. At this moment, he was only worried. Will her birth mother take Sui Sui back again? No, she won't. That's also why I didn't tell you before. Actually, in my heart, Sui Sui is my own child. Cheng Jin kissed her on the forehead. Whether or not Yunyang gave birth to her, Sui Sui is my daughter. Even if we have children in the future, that won't change. I will never let Sui Sui feel wronged, and the same goes for Wan Yu. Since she's here, she's part of the family. Cheng Jin suddenly started to laugh. Gong Yu thought he didn't believe her and angrily patted his chest. What are you laughing at? Cheng Jin held her tightly. I'm laughing because Yunyang is kind-hearted. I'm happy to have such a good wife. Even though Gong Yu often heard Cheng Jin praise her, she still wasn't used to it. Go to sleep quickly. Gong Yu wasn't always kind and generous everywhere. The kindness she showed at first was because she was willing to keep giving if she received kindness in return. She agreed to bring Sui Sui back because the girl had been good to her all these years. She loved Sui Sui because she was a good child. Similarly, her kindness to Jiang Yu was because Cheng Jin helped her a lot. When Cheng Jin finally asked her for help, she agreed to help Jiang Yu. Later, her plans were also because Jiang Yu was a good child. If she was lucky, she was the lucky one. In her past life, she was a stray who was adopted by her mother and raised in a good place. She unexpectedly died and came to this place. Although she suffered in the He family, she also missed the good days of her past life. But just being able to keep living was enough. Moreover, the girl was very kind to her. And now, with Sui Sui, her little bundle of joy, and Mama Lu taking care of them both, she felt grateful. When they arrived at Qushui, she met Cheng Jin again and found her mother. Jiang Yu was obedient and sensible, and although Cheng Yi talked a lot, he was a very good younger brother. Although they do not live a wealthy life, they have enough to eat and wear, and their family is united. She is very content. After the new year, the stall reopened. Jiang Rolan and Mother Lu helped manage everything, while Jiang Yu was responsible for baking snacks and cooking. Jiang Yu went to Yunjin Pavilion every day early and late. Recently, Cheng Jin hadn't written any new stories, so he was assigned the task of teaching Sui Sui. Sui Sui sat on the steps, sighing. Today, Cheng Yi had a day off and sat down with Sui Sui. One big, one small, they both rested their chins on their hands and looked at each other. Why are you sighing, Sui Sui? Why is second uncle sighing? Sui Sui shook her head like an adult. Father is not fun. Mother would tell her stories about fairies and little elves, and her sister would play house with her. Even second uncle talked a lot, so it was never boring. Unlike father, who only took her into the study to memorize books. Memorizing was okay, but today, learning to recognize characters was hard. It was dark and fuzzy like a sesame ball, and she couldn't remember what father said. Sui Sui finished and said, I told second uncle. Cheng Yi also shook his head like Sui Sui. Big brother is not fun. Since the Lantern Festival, his allowance had been cut in half. He only had enough left for some ink, paper, brushes, and small snacks. He didn't dare to go out and play with everyone. After school, he obediently went home. Even today, on his day off, he had to stay quietly at home. Jiang Yu just finished baking yellow egg yolk pastries and came out of the kitchen. She saw the uncle and nephew looking so gloomy, like two wilted mushrooms. Why are you just sitting there? Sui Sui stood up and ran to Jiang Yu. Mom, are you done? Yes, I am. What's wrong? Sui Sui looked at Jiang Yu eagerly. Can you play with me for a while? Mom has to take the egg yolk pastries to the stall later. How about you go find Dad? Cheng Yi volunteered. I'll help sister-in-law deliver them. He already felt sorry for himself. He didn't want Sui Sui to feel the same. That's kind of you, second brother. It's no trouble. Jiang Yu took Sui Sui to the main hall. Sui Sui, why don't you want to play with Dad today? Father is teaching Sui Sui to recognize characters, but I can't learn it. Cheng Jin started teaching Sui Sui, and Jiang Yu also came to watch. It was a bit difficult for Sui Sui because, in her previous life, she was still a young child in kindergarten playing on the slide at this age. Does Sui Sui know how to memorize things? Is it hard to learn characters? Sui Sui complained sadly. The characters all look like sesame balls. Ha ha ha. When Jiang Yu heard her laugh, she was so amused that tears almost came to her eyes. Mom, don't laugh at Sui Sui. Seeing the little girl about to cry, Jiang Yu took a deep breath to hold back her laughter. Okay, I won't laugh. Today, Dad taught Sui Sui a few sesame balls. Just one, but I also saw many different sesame balls on Dad's table. At only 3.5 years old, being able to tell the characters apart was already impressive to Jiang Yu. She softly asked, what do the sesame balls that Dad taught look like? Sui Sui still remembered. Sesame balls are round, hollow inside, with 2 holes. Cheng Jin started teaching her characters, and he definitely wouldn't teach anything too difficult. As soon as Sui Sui spoke, Jiang Yu guessed what it was. She dipped her finger in tea and wrote on the table. Is it this one? Yes.
Ri.
Dad said it means the sun. There are also characters for sky and others, but I don't remember. It turned out that she was confused because her explanation was too complicated. Then, hasn't Sui Sui already learned it? It seems so, but I don't remember what Dad said. She thought that since she didn't remember what Dad said, she hadn't learned it yet. Recognizing the sesame ball characters counts as having learned. Really? Really? Let's go to the study and ask Dad. Jiang Yu quickly picked up Sui Sui and headed to the study. Hubby? Cheng Jin was drawing matching patterns under each sesame ball. Jade lady. Jiang Yu put Sui Sui down and ran to look at the new drawings her husband made. The sesame balls turned into pictures. Sui Sui said Dad's study isn't fun and went to find Mom. Why is she back with Mom now? Jiang Yu sat beside Cheng Jin, teasing him with a playful tone. She said she couldn't learn it. I just asked her, and she clearly can recognize the characters. She just can't remember the explanation, so she thought she hadn't learned it. I was too impatient. This was also the first time Cheng Jin was teaching a child to recognize characters. A few days ago, Sui Sui recited the 3-character classic very fluently, and he thought she was smart. Today, when teaching her to recognize characters, he only spoke a little more. But he scared her away. Dad, Sui Sui pointed to the sesame ball on the table. This is right? Yes. Very good. After saying that, he remembered how Jiang Yu usually praised the child and what she had just said. Today, Dad spoke too much. Sui Sui doesn't need to remember everything now. Just recognizing this character is already great. Both her mother and father praised her, and the little girl finally regained a bit of confidence. Does Sui Sui want to keep learning? Sui Sui hesitated for a moment, looked at the many sesame balls on the table, then at her mother and father. Do I need to learn all of these? There aren't many characters on the table, but there's still a lot to learn. The teacher at the school doesn't teach how to recognize characters. Now, some children are studying in a small school, but since someone at home can teach her, Sui Sui naturally learns at home. If Sui Sui learns everything, she can go to the school. There are many little girls like Sui Sui in the school. If she goes, someone will play with her. School. Sui Sui was excited. Her second uncle went to school, and every time he came back, he bought delicious treats. When she goes to school, her mother will definitely give her money. Then she can buy candied hawthorns every day. Sui Sui wants to go. Sui Sui wants to go. Then first learn to recognize characters with Dad. After you learn, when you grow a bit taller, Mother will send you. Okay, then Mother, rest quickly. I want to learn to recognize characters with Dad. Jiang Yu thought the little girl was happy to go to school because she would have friends her age to play with. She never expected that she was just thinking about her candied hawthorns. After Cheng Yi delivered the egg yolk pastry home, no one was inside or outside the house. He didn't think about going to the study to look for her. Finally, he sat down heavily in front of the main hall, resting his chin and feeling worried. What's wrong with this child? Second brother, why are you sitting like that again? Today is your day off. Aren't you going out to play? He usually loved going out. Cheng Yi had already spent a lot of money on his day off. Now he only had a little left. If he went out to play again today, how would he get through the days ahead? But he also felt shy to ask his sister-in-law for money. I'm just bored. Forget it, I'm going to read a book. You can go ahead and do your work. Since getting married, Jiang Yu rarely sees Cheng Yi resting at home, let alone actively returning to his room to read. Today must be a special day for studying. Cheng Yi returned to his room, hurriedly finished his homework, and honestly took out a book to read for a few moments. Sitting felt uncomfortable for his back, so he moved to the soft couch, but then felt his neck ache. Finally, he ended up on the bed. Before turning the 3rd page of the book, he fell asleep on the quilt. When he woke up, it was dinner time. Cheng Jin called him from the door. I'm coming. Cheng Yi looked sleepy and confused, just waking up. Your sister-in-law said you went back to your room to read? I think you might be dreaming about Zhou Gong. Seeing that it was almost dark and no lights were on in Cheng Yi's room, Cheng Jin knew he probably wasn't reading quietly at home. Cheng Yi wasn't covering himself with a blanket. Since it was early spring and still cold, he had slept all afternoon and caught a chill. His head felt heavy, and he had a slight nasal sound. Brother, I don't feel very well. There was no light in the room. Cheng Jin pulled him out and saw his cheeks were red. You must have caught a cold. I will call the doctor. No need, brother.
I'm not that sick.
Just drinking 2 bowls of ginger soup will fix it. He was usually healthy and strong, but just caught a small cold. I think your period next month might be skipped. Since there was lunch at the school, he wouldn't go hungry. Yes. Please, brother, Go and call the doctor. Go to the main hall and ask your sister-in-law, Cheng Jin said, then hurried away. Jiang Yu felt disappointed as he went to the main hall, where everyone was waiting for dinner. What's wrong with second brother? Why is his face so red? Aunt Lu sat him down and touched his forehead. He has a fever. Jiang Rulan just put down the dishes and turned toward the kitchen. I'll go cook some ginger and pepper soup. Brother want to call the doctor. I'll just warm myself by the fire. Jiang Yu pushed the charcoal basin toward him. Luckily, the house kept burning charcoal morning and night. Going back to your room to read, and then getting a fever. How did that happen? Cheng Yi looked a bit guilty. I accidentally fell asleep. It's really nothing. I'm healthy. Let's wait until the doctor arrives. Later, Yin Yu will first feed Sui Sui, then take her back to the room. Since children have weaker health, we should be careful to prevent them from catching any illness. Cheng Wan-yu nodded and gently sat Sui Sui on a chair. Older sister, you all eat too. Don't worry about me. The food might get cold later. It's okay. The stove in the kitchen was still burning. Jiang Rulan quickly prepared a spicy ginger and pepper soup. From afar, Sui Sui could smell the aroma and covered her nose with her left hand. If she wasn't feeling well, her mother would also make ginger water for her, but with some sugar added. But Uncle Air's smell was very unpleasant. She stretched her neck to look, and sure enough, there was no red sugar.
Poor Uncle Air.
However, he didn't put down his spoon and kept eating while covering his nose. Sui Sui, don't do that. You might choke later. Cheng Wan-yu gently took her hand away. She stuck out her tongue and said, Sister, it smells too bad. It's too spicy, too spicy. Cheng Yi took a sip and was about to put down his bowl because his taste was very sensitive and he couldn't stand these strong flavors. Don't put it down. Drink it quickly. Jiang Yu stared at him and poured the hot ginger and pepper soup into his mouth. Even if Cheng Yi's face turned red, he didn't shiver or sneeze, so it probably wasn't a big problem. Drinking the ginger soup early to sweat it out was good. After seeing the doctor later, he would feel better. Cheng Wan-yu and Sui Sui had finished eating. Uncle, Andy, we're going back to our room now. Go quickly. As Jiang Yu predicted, when Cheng Jin returned with the doctor, Cheng Yi had already started to sweat slightly. Seeing this, Jiang Rulan and Lu Mama brought out more dishes and took them back to the kitchen to steam and reheat. The senior doctor carefully checked his pulse, looked at the empty bowl nearby, and put away the pulse pillow.
No worries.
The cold is still mild. Since he has drunk the ginger tea, later he should eat some light food. Before bed, let him drink a hot bowl to sweat. Keep warm these days, and avoid catching cold. With a few days of proper care, he will recover. Yes, thank you, sir. Sorry to trouble you. Cheng Jin paid and saw the doctor out. Cheng Yi was just a little cold and had woken up after sleeping all afternoon, so he felt dizzy and uncomfortable. After drinking a bowl of ginger and pepper water, he felt alert again. Once the doctor left, he immediately rushed to the dining table. I'm so hungry. He grabbed a bowl and wanted to pick some strong-flavored meat dishes, but Cheng Jin replaced the pork knuckle in front of him with some vegetables. Didn't you hear what the doctor just said? This is good for you. You usually don't eat enough vegetables, so your body is weak and easily affected by the cold. Seeing how pitiful he looked, Jiang Yu scooped a bowl of cabbage and meatball soup for him. This is light and healthy. You can eat this. You need both vegetables and meat to stay balanced and avoid getting sick. Take Sui Sui, for example. She also loves meat, but when Jiang Yu tells her to eat vegetables, she always finishes them. She hasn't had a fever in years. Cheng Yi ate the vegetables with a bitter face, feeling more and more unlucky this year. After resting honestly for 2 days, he finally recovered completely. As the end of the month approached, he wanted to talk to his older brother. He gritted his teeth, used the last of his monthly allowance to buy a stack of fine paper, and quietly went into the study. Brother Cheng Jin didn't even look up.
Speak.
Cheng Yi placed the paper on the desk. Brother, you've been working hard. He thought his brother was writing a story, but when he looked closer, he saw he was drawing a picture book for Sui Sui's lessons. Do you need something, Erling? Cheng Jin put down his brush and gestured for him to continue. I really know I was wrong. Brother, could you please restore my allowance? Cheng Jin neither agreed nor refused. Do you still have enough for now? It's enough, but I haven't gone out to play for a long time. Erlang, why do you study? Actually, Cheng Jin didn't know the answer himself. Carrying their parents' hopes, he had studied hard, passed the provincial exam, and gone to the capital for the imperial exam. When he failed, he felt relieved. That was when he realized he didn't want to be an official. How could someone not want to be an official? He didn't know either. He didn't dare say it, so he kept studying. Later, when their mother passed away, he finally dared to tell others that he didn't want to be an official. Because of that, the Xie family broke off the engagement. The county magistrate, an old friend of their father, came to persuade him. He said that if Cheng Jin didn't want to take the exams anymore, he could work at the county office after the morning period or teach at the local school. Cheng Jin refused both offers. So he never forced Cheng Yi to study, but somehow it seemed he had raised him to be a bit naive.
Cheng Yi thought hard.
In truth, he didn't know why he studied either. He just didn't know what else to do. I don't know. I sent you to study not so you could become a top scholar or a high official, but so you could understand right from wrong and learn to be a good person. I can tell the difference. He is not foolish. When it comes to big issues, you are blameless, so I have never blamed you. But think about it. Since I deducted your monthly allowance, how many of your old friends are still around? Did you invite them out with your money? When you ran out of money, did they ever invite you? Cheng Yi fell silent. He has always been honest. Recently, when someone asked him out, he said his family had taken away his allowance, and he was short on money. He felt embarrassed to go out, but it seemed they no longer invited him. Cheng Yi scratched his head. I'm not saying they are bad friends, but they might not truly see you as a close friend. If their families are really tight on money, they could come to visit you at home or invite you to study together. Instead of always dragging you to go boating, visit markets, or watch shows during your days off. It was also because he hadn't paid enough attention to Erlang before. If not for this incident, he wouldn't have known that Erlang stayed at home all the time. He had asked around and found out. Cheng Yi isn't really stupid. They always said he was short on money, and since his family is relatively well off, he was coaxed into spending that money. Since his older brother said so, he should stay away from them in the future. Understood, brother. But today, his brother's question really hit the point. He doesn't like studying or want to be an official, but he also doesn't want to write stories. His brother is at least a successful candidate, so even if he doesn't write stories, he won't go hungry. But he isn't even a scholar, and after reaching adulthood, he can't just rely on his brother to support him. His sister-in-law can cook, and even Jiang Yu is learning embroidery. He really needs to think carefully about what he wants to do in the future. Cheng Yi has been acting strange these days. He no longer squats in the corridor pretending to pick mushrooms, nor does he go to his room to pretend he's working hard. He keeps glancing at Jiang Yu, then lowering his head to think deeply. Today, after school, he did the same. He squeezed into the kitchen to help Jiang Yu cook, but the fire didn't go well, and Jiang Yu's dishes almost burned.
Erlang?
Wake up. The fire is too big.
Ah.
Cheng Yi snapped out of his thoughts and quickly moved extra firewood from the stove into the firebox below. Jiang Yu served the dishes from the pot and added some oil. What's wrong with Erlang? If your allowance isn't enough, your sister-in-law can give you some. Cheng Yi hugged his knees, hanging his head. Jiang Yu saw that he didn't respond and briefly looked up, asking, "What's wrong?" but didn't say anything else. Sister-in-law, what do you think I should do in the future to support myself? Why does Erlang suddenly ask this? A few days ago, he was worried about not having enough money, but now his worries seem to have grown. Jiang Rulan, who was chopping vegetables nearby, wasn't sure how much he had learned. But in his previous life at this age, he was just a high school student. Some people only start thinking about what major to choose or what job to do when it's time to apply for college. But she thought the best option was to become a government official. Erlang, study hard so you can become an official someday. Cheng Yi frowned, looking downcast. Auntie, I can't even pass the imperial exam. Honestly, Cheng Yi's talent was limited. Even to take the imperial exam, he would need to study hard for years, but he couldn't handle that kind of effort. Is Erlang worried about this these days? Yes. Our family can earn money, and later you can also earn money. I can't study well or do anything. Jiang Rulan took the spatula, and Jiang Yu called the unhappy Cheng Yi to come over. I'll cook now. You sit over there. Since studying isn't an option, he could only focus on what he liked or his strengths. What is Lang like? Food. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. Does Lang want to be a cook in the future? Only cooks never go hungry. Cheng Yi thought carefully. Not really. He loved eating, but he was terrible at cooking. What are your strengths, then? I can eat. Jiang Yu really wanted to scold this mischievous kid. Kids at 16 or 17 in this era are quite mature. But Cheng Yi was different. He was like a breath of fresh air. Seeing Jiang Yu silent, Cheng Yi felt a bit regretful for not speaking properly earlier. He cautiously called out, "Sister-in-law." Yes, I think Lang's strengths are his cheerful personality, friendliness, and good speaking skills. Really? Is that considered a strength? Yes, why not? Cheng Jin was thoughtful and attentive. Cheng Yi was outgoing, talkative, and friendly. At first, it was this young boy who approached her at the stall. He often coaxed her and Lu Mama to add more noodles and dumplings for him. This child is also quite clever. When he gets food, he shares snacks with Sway. This is also one of his strengths. Then, sister-in-law thinks that my strength might help me earn money. In this way, he feels he is quite suitable to be a fortune teller, but that might get him beaten up by his older brother. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud, or even Jiang Yu might have grabbed a fire poker to give him a lesson. After your days off, Lang, you can take some time to go to the market. Observe which people are like you, what they do, what kind of work they're involved in. You might like it, and maybe you can earn money. Jiang Yu didn't specify what exactly he could do. He wanted him to see for himself. The matter of Wan Yu is simpler. The girl has things she likes, so finding a good master is enough. But Lang has no clear goal, which is the real problem. If the money isn't enough for going to the market, tell sister-in-law. Cheng Yi was delighted, his bright eyes sparkling with stars. Sister-in-law, that's a good idea. Next time I have a day off, I'll go take a look. All right, go call your older brother to eat. Okay. Cheng Yi jumped up and ran away humming an unknown tune, his happiness filling the air. Jiang Yu and Jiang Rulan shook their heads, both smiling with affection in their eyes. This kid, still a child at heart. From that day on, whenever Cheng Yi had a day off, he would go to the market to observe. He watched the street vendors, the porters carrying goods, and the shopkeepers welcoming guests at the restaurants. He couldn't help but also visit the fortune teller at the street corner. An old man with a long beard, squinting his eyes, muttering to himself, constantly moving his fingers as if calculating something. When he saw someone looking anxious passing by, he would shout that there was a sign of bad luck. Seeing young men and women full of joy, he would say that the young lady or young gentleman had recently fallen in love. Cheng Yi watched for a long time and actually guessed correctly a few times. Although he knew the old man was a fortune teller, he still felt he wasn't as skilled. He knew he couldn't do it himself. If he guessed wrong and got caught, it wouldn't be good. Just as he was about to turn and go home, the old man called out to him. Young sir, he opened his eyes, which were bright and clear, giving him a somewhat immortal and wise appearance. Young master, you've been looking for a long time. Do you have something bothering you? Would you like me to read your fortune? Cheng Yi kept stepping back. No need. The year his mother passed away, he was also tricked. The person said there was something unclean in the house, and if not removed, both he and his older brother might be in danger. Then all his money was stolen, and he was almost convinced to steal his brother's money. When the old man saw him trying to leave, he called out loudly, Young master, are your worries lately about your studies or money? Why don't you sit down, and I can help you do a good fortune-telling? Cheng Yi turned and ran away. He still wanted to trick him. With his delicate skin and scholarly look, he doesn't stay home reading on his days off, nor does he meet friends. Instead, he stands on the street, secretly watching others do fortune-telling. He can guess that if they're not bad at reading, then they're out of money. He really treats him like a 3-year-old to trick him. But he's not a little kid anymore. Thinking this, Cheng Yi thought about Sway, and at home, Sway was also thinking about him. Mother, where did second uncle go? This morning, second uncle said he wouldn't go to school today. She wanted him to play with her, but now he's gone. He probably went to the street. That's so good. Suisei looked mature for her age, and Jiang Yu even heard a sigh of admiration. Good what? Good that second uncle can go to the street. Jiang Yu nodded at her little head. When Suisei grows as tall as her sister, I'll let you go to the street by yourself. Really, really? Suisei looked excited. Although she's still small, she's already as tall as her sister's legs. Soon, she'll be as tall as her sister. Really? Everyone is busy and can't take her to the street every day. Suisei hopes she can go alone a little earlier. Can I grow as tall as my sister right away? Yes, if you eat eggs every day, you'll be as tall as your sister soon. Suisei's little face suddenly drooped. Then I'll wait until mother is free to go to the street. Yucky eggs. Suisei doesn't like them. Suisei, who hates eating eggs, finally celebrated her 4th birthday in early summer. But she never expected that the birthday cake her mother made for her was actually made with eggs. At this moment, the little birthday star is sitting in her place, wearing the new clothes her grandma bought, new shoes from her mother-in-law, a new dress embroidered by her sister, and new jewelry bought by her father. Next to her are candied hawthorns and toys bought by her second uncle.
Yay!
She is so happy. After finishing a small bowl of longevity noodles brought by her mother, Sui uses her own spoon to serve cake to her little sister. The portions are uneven, some big, some small, and the fruit on top sometimes accidentally falls on the table. But everyone cooperates happily, using small plates prepared by Jiang Yu to catch the cake. Jiang Yu quietly tells Wan Yu, next month, your aunt will also celebrate her birthday. Wan Yu's birthday is in June. Last year, she didn't let Cheng Jin tell Jiang Yu because she was worried about unnecessary expenses. Jiang Yu only found out later. Aunt, I won't celebrate my birthday. No child skips their birthday. Listen to your aunt. Zhang Rulan also comes over and says, no child skips their birthday. This year, we must celebrate. Xiao Yu is still a child in her mother's eyes. Cheng Wan Yu covers her mouth and secretly laughs. Cheng Yi, with his pointed ears, overhears the conversation and says, I want to celebrate too. I want to eat egg cake too. Okay, everyone will celebrate. This year, everyone celebrates. Hearing Jiang Yu, Cheng Yi feels very happy. From May, the family's birthday celebrations start, lasting until the new year, with 6 chances to eat birthday egg cakes. Although the sister-in-law sometimes makes them on ordinary days, the taste is different when everyone is celebrating. In June, Wan Yu's birthday, the family still prepares gifts, clothes, dresses, jewelry, and the egg cake Cheng Yi eats the most. Uncle said that second uncle is a big mouth, and he was right. Wan Yu quietly moves the tray with the egg cake further away from Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, after eating 2 large pieces, is still not satisfied. Sister-in-law, when it's my birthday, can you make 2? 1 for me, and you all share 1. Hee. Cheng Yi's birthday is also in June, just a few days after Wan Yu's. Erlang, aren't you tired of it? No, it's delicious. Luckily, they haven't figured out how to make cream, or Cheng Yi might eat a whole one by himself. Okay, on your birthday, I'll make 2 egg cakes for you. These cakes are tasty, but they use a lot of eggs, and you can't see how many eggs are inside. Unlike egg yolk pastries, which are expensive and not many people buy. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would also need to make some to sell at the stall. Next to her, Cheng Jin didn't speak. He was thinking about when to learn how to make mooncakes from his mother. Jiang Yu's birthday is on the 15th day of the 8th month, and mooncakes should be easier to make than egg cakes, right? Cheng Jin, who has never cooked before, thought too simply. Although the filling inside could be made with egg yolk pastry, Zhang Rulan had already prepared the ingredients for the crust. He just needed to follow the steps and put the ingredients in order. But even so, since he wanted to surprise Jiang Yu, he had to do it secretly. It took him several days to learn how to make the crust himself. Jiang Rulan watched him waste ingredients and thought, fortunately, we have chickens and donkeys at home. Before August, Cheng Jin finally learned how to make the crust. Later, when Jiang Yu was not at home, he used the oven to bake mooncakes. However, the oven was controlled by Jiang Yu, and Jiang Rulan wasn't very skilled with it, so Cheng Jin's mooncakes either burned or cracked. The burnt ones were torn off and given to the donkeys, while the slightly burnt ones were given to Cheng Yi. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Cheng Yi was already tired of eating mooncakes. As for the cracked ones, He and Jiang Rulan secretly ate them. They thought they were very sneaky, but Jiang Yu had already noticed. After all, the tool shed was her territory. But Jiang Yu didn't plan to expose them because she had her own little secret. She was learning embroidery from Yu to make small pouches. Cheng Jin had given her many things, and she was also making mooncakes. She couldn't embroider complicated patterns well, but she could manage simple bamboo designs. Also wanting to surprise Cheng Jin, Jiang Yu placed her embroidery frame in Yu's room and would go to do a few stitches whenever she had free time. The couple was secretly preparing gifts for each other. After much effort, on the 15th day of the 8th month, Cheng Jin finally learned to bake mooncakes that looked normal. On the night of the full moon, the whole family moved tables and chairs into the yard to enjoy the moon. There were no tall buildings blocking the view, and no smoke or dust to disturb them. The moonlight was especially bright. They only lit 2 lanterns in the yard. In the cold moonlight, the warm yellow glow of the fire mingled, shining on their faces and hearts. Jiang Yu closed her eyes and lay in the rocking chair, with Sway curled up in her arms. The air was filled with a faint scent of osmanthus flowers, and Jiang Yu sniffed carefully. There seemed to be the aroma of mooncakes too. She opened her eyes, and Cheng Jin pinched a piece of mooncake and squatted beside the rocking chair. "Yunyang, try this." He didn't say he made it himself, but Jiang Yu recognized that it was different from Jiang Rulan's. Jiang Yu took a bite and, before swallowing, said with the mooncake in her mouth, "It's very tasty." Sway listened and also bit into Jiang Yu's hand, leaving a shallow tooth mark. It was hard. It was soft when she first ate it, so why did it turn hard so quickly? Sway slid down from Jiang Yu's embrace and ran to the table to get another one. "It's soft." Jiang Rulan picked her up. "Listen to the story with Grandma." She was telling the story of Marshal Tianping and the moon goddess. Sway got absorbed in the story and didn't bother her parents. Jiang Yu took 2 more bites. Her teeth felt a little loose. How could the bean paste and egg yolk filling be baked so hard by Cheng Jin? Cheng Jin knew his baking wasn't as good as Jiang Rulan's. He took the remaining half mooncake. Why was it hard? When he tasted it yesterday, it wasn't like this. "Yun, it's very sweet." Jiang Yu sat up straight, pulled a small stool nearby, and signaled Cheng Jin to sit. "I said the mooncake is very sweet." "Oh." Cheng Jin held the tiny piece of mooncake in his hand. Jiang Yu took out a cloth to wrap the mooncake from his hand. "Thank you, my lord." "Yun, do you understand?" Yes, it was so bad that just 1 bite told her it wasn't made by her mother. "It's so sweet. I can tell right away that you made it." "It's very tasty." Cheng Jin knew Jiang Yu was comforting him. He took the wrapped mooncake again. "I'll feed the chickens with it." Jiang Yu quickly snatched it back. No, Sway, listening to the story in her grandmother's arms, was watching her parents with her eyes. "Grandma, Mom and Dad are grabbing things." Cheng Yu was also listening to the story while secretly glancing at her uncle and aunt. She pointed her finger to her lips and whispered, "Show Uncle and Aunt are playing house." "Taking things isn't right," Sway said, about to go down and stop her parents. Cheng Yu quickly held her back and whispered in her ear, "Uncle and Aunt are playing house, Sway. Don't go over. Adults are so strange. Why do they pretend to steal things in a game?" "Xiaoyu, someone came to visit the yard today." Jiang Rulan just returned from her stall and happened to see a dentist bringing a young man to visit the yard. They walked and talked, introducing Sweetwater Alley. When Jiang Rulan entered, she saw them open the door to the neighboring courtyard. "Next door?" "Yes, it's the place where Lady Wu used to live. Didn't she say she would return to Qushui after giving birth?" Lady Wu was pregnant before Jiang Yu got married. Now it's mid-September, so she should have already finished her confinement period. She told me when she went back to town for the new year. I thought she would be back soon. Why hasn't she rented it out again? "Oh, is something wrong?" Jiang Rulan blurted out, then quickly spat and said, "No, it must be fine. Definitely fine." But it was sudden, with no warning at all. Before the new year, Lady Wu hadn't taken her belongings, and Jiang Yu was a bit worried. In the afternoon, she asked some familiar students at her stall and learned that Scholar Wu didn't pass this fall's imperial exam. After the results, he packed up and left the county school. Jiang Yu then asked, Did Scholar Wu mention anything about his wife before he left? The student thought carefully and said, I heard he said his wife gave birth to a big, chubby boy in July. I didn't hear about anything bad happening. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit upset that Lady Wu didn't send her any news. She felt a faint sense of disappointment. Fortunately, Lady Wu still considered Jiang Yu her friend. A few days later, she received a letter from her. Lady Wu had a smooth delivery and was doing well during her confinement. However, this year, Scholar Wu didn't pass the exam again and lost his motivation. He packed his things and returned to town. Her family kept urging him, but he refused to come back to study in the county. He said now that they had a child, he should take responsibility for supporting the family. Even if he didn't go to the county school, he would study on his own. The Wu family had brothers, and they couldn't keep supporting him forever. Now, he was planning to find a few rooms to start a small private school. Once everything was settled, and it was clear he wouldn't return to Qushui, Lady Wu sent a message. At the end of her letter, she complained that she would have to live with her mother-in-law from now on and wouldn't be as carefree in the county anymore. Seeing that her letter didn't carry any resentment about not passing the imperial exam and that she was in a good mood to joke around, Jiang Yu felt relieved. Cheng Yu just returned from Yunjin Pavilion and didn't put her things away. She hurried into the kitchen to find Jiang Yu. Annie, guess who bought the house next door? Sold? Who is it? Cheng Yu pretended to be mysterious and stretched out her voice. Of course, Master Lu. Double-sided embroidery really makes good money. Even after sharing with the shopkeeper's wife, her master, who was tricked and left with nothing last year, bought the house this year. She also wants to earn money to buy a big house someday. Wow, that's great. You won't have to run to Yunjin Pavilion every day anymore. Hee, my master said she'll move in once she's finished tidying up her things in a few days. In 5 days, she invited Annie to come for a warm meal, and she said she definitely wants to bring Sui along. Good. Does your master need help? No need. She has few belongings. We just need to arrange a cart to bring everything over. Since Lu Su is just staying temporarily, she hasn't brought many things. Cheng Yu and Cheng Yi, being uncle and niece, are very close. When they're happy, they hum little tunes. They dance around the stove like colorful butterflies. Is your master really so happy to move to Sweetwater Alley? Cheng Yu nodded seriously.
Yes.
Very happy. From now on, she can go home for lunch every day. At Yunjin Pavilion, her uncle has to pay extra to the shopkeeper's wife. As long as you're happy, go play with Sui for a while. Don't just stand in the kitchen. I've been telling you all afternoon. Sui finished her study tasks this morning and spent the afternoon playing house. She missed her sister more and more. Yes, sister. You finally came back. Sui dropped her toys and ran like a little cannonball to hug Cheng Yu's leg. Sister Sui missed you. Sui looked up at her sister with a dry expression. Sister missed Sui too. Cheng Yu took out a osmanthus candy from her small pouch. This is for Sui. She bought quite a few, but her aunt said Sui's teeth had cavities and she couldn't eat so much candy anymore. Just one. Sui looked a little sad. There's only one osmanthus candy for sale on the street. Cheng Yu often comforted her, and she was very good at it. She lied without blushing or feeling guilty. A 4-year-old child wouldn't understand these things. She could only sadly put the candy into her small pouch. Now, there are no candies sold on the street, and it took my sister several days to buy one. Maybe I should save it for tomorrow to eat. Lu Su's warm house dinner only invited the shopkeeper's wife and Jiang Yu's mother and daughter. The shopkeeper's wife didn't bring her children, so there were 3 adults and 2 children at the table. Lu Su doesn't know how to cook, mainly because her hands would become rough. She used her silver to order a big meal at a restaurant on the street. The shopkeeper's wife is named Chen. She is 35 years old and has always treated Lu Su like a younger sister. Lu Su moved out, and she was very reluctant. But because of the double-sided embroidery at Yunjin Pavilion, the business has improved a lot. The shop needs to expand, and Lu Su's living situation is indeed inconvenient. From now on, I hope the neighbor, Zhang's wife, can take good care of Master Lu. That's no trouble. Lu Mei is my Jade sister's teacher, and I see her as a real younger sister. Since we live nearby, we can help each other. It's not a burden at all. While eating and chatting, Lu Su's meal included a steamed bass fish. Jiang Yu took a small piece, but found it a bit fishy, so she picked up her tea and took a sip to suppress the smell. After that, she didn't touch the fish again. As they ate and talked, Jiang Yu started to have guesses. She made an excuse not to drink alcohol, and Chen's wife also couldn't drink. Lu Su was drinking alone, and she started talking about her past, how a traveling merchant had tricked her. She said she was ashamed to go back to see her master and sister. Late Yu saw her crying while talking to her master, and wanted to avoid the topic. Auntie, master, I should take Sui back first? But Lu Su stopped her. Don't go. We're all here listening. You're 14 now, so listen more. Don't be easily deceived by men in the future. Seeing Jiang Yu nodding, Cheng Yu had to sit down again. Until it was almost dark, Chen's wife stood up to say goodbye. Master Lu, don't worry too much about that man. It's all in the past. It's getting late, so I'll go home now. Lu Su felt a little dizzy, and Jiang Yu was worried she might drink too much and get into trouble, so she took her wine jar. I'll also take the 2 girls home. Sister, rest early. Lu Su hadn't drunk much, but seeing the similar small courtyard and remembering when she first arrived at Qushui, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Oh, it's just a few steps to the next door. I won't see you off, sister. What's there to see? I know this road well. After Lu Su locked the door outside, Jiang Yu took the 2 girls home. Late Jade, how is the fish tonight? Sui doesn't like fish and hasn't tasted it. During the meal, Jiang Yu saw Late Jade pick a lot, so she guessed her suspicion was correct. It's delicious. Usually, fish tastes a bit fishy, but this one is very mild, as long as it's tasty. Tomorrow, I should go to the clinic to check. I don't usually love fish, but today the smell was much stronger than usual. There were quite a few people at the clinic today. 2 doctors were on duty, a long line on the right, and only a few people on the left. The apprentice came forward and, seeing Jiang Yu, spoke politely. Madam, why not let Dr. Mo see you? The line on the right will take a long time. Dr. Mo is the grandson of the senior Dr. Mo, and he is very skilled, but it was just a simple pulse check to see if she was pregnant, and the young doctor was the same. All right, I'll wait on the left side. There were fewer people on the left, mostly minor issues. Soon, it was Jiang Yu's turn. She pushed aside the curtain and went in. Now she understood why there were so few people here. A young man with a pale face, not looking like a doctor. Madam, please sit. Jiang Yu sat down and placed her hand for the pulse diagnosis. Doctor, I didn't receive any news from my monthly cycle last month, and yesterday I felt a bit nauseous after eating fish. The young doctor nodded, pressed Jiang Yu's wrist, and after a moment. Madam, your pulse is smooth and even like beads rolling on a plate. You are about 2 months pregnant. Do you have any other symptoms? No, everything is fine. I see no major issues with your pulse either. I won't prescribe medicine. Be careful not to overexert yourself. Take some walks and come back for a checkup on the fetus after some time. The young doctor took out a piece of paper. This contains advice for pregnant women and foods to avoid. Do not eat anything indiscriminately. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Yu left and paid at the front. Seeing the paper in Jiang Yu's hand, the apprentice bowed and congratulated her. Congratulations, madam. Jiang Yu gave a faint smile, lost in thought, and lowered her head as she walked home. Yunian. Cheng Jin ran out, panting. After breakfast, Yunian went out to buy vegetables. He waited until Sui finished her breakfast and helped clear the dishes before realizing that Yunian hadn't taken her basket. Yunian was never forgetful like this before. She remembered that last night should have been a time for the couple to talk, but Yunian didn't say a word. She sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ran outside, only to find Yunian hadn't gone shopping for groceries. Yunian? Aren't you going to buy vegetables? Did you forget your basket? Let's go back and talk. Jiang Yu didn't want to discuss it on the street. Cheng Jin held her hand, his fingertips feeling a bit cold. Okay, let's go back and talk, but inside he felt uneasy. Yunian had never acted like this before. He walked home with her, feeling anxious, as if they were returning on their wedding day, when he held her in her wedding dress and led her into his house. The couple entered the house, closed the door, and Jiang Yu felt mixed emotions. She didn't resist the idea of having this child, but she couldn't quite explain why she just couldn't feel happy. Yunyang, what's really wrong? I'm pregnant. Jiang Yu sat down, staring at Cheng Jin. He didn't look surprised. Instead, his brows furrowed more deeply. This made Jiang Yu feel even more upset. Are you unhappy because I'm pregnant? Is it uncomfortable? Cheng Jin's eyes started to turn red. What? I mean, maybe you're feeling uncomfortable because the baby inside you is making you feel bad, so you're upset. No, She didn't know what was wrong either. Ever since she found out that Wu Nyangzi had left without sending a letter, she felt strange. She couldn't control her emotions. Since she decided to marry Cheng Jin, she had always thought she would have her own children someday. She would treat them equally, love Sui Sui and Wan Yu. But when the child actually arrived, she felt scared, afraid she wouldn't be able to be fair, afraid Cheng Jin or her mother might favor one over the other. Why was she thinking like this? Something was off. Her suppressed feelings finally burst out. Tears fell one after another. Cheng Jin was startled and also started to cry. Yunyang, are you feeling unwell? I will go find the doctor right away. He turned to leave, but Jiang Yu tightly grabbed his sleeve. Stop, don't go. Cheng Jin didn't dare to leave. He squatted in front of her and held her hand tightly. I won't go. Yunyang, what's really wrong with you? Both women are crying more and more. Jiang Yu cries because she feels upset and worried, while Cheng Jin cries because Jiang Yu is pregnant and feeling unwell. Ugh. This is the first time in her life that Jiang Yu has cried so openly without caring about her image. When she was at the mansion, she only dared to cry secretly. When she found her mother, she felt mostly happiness and relief. She hasn't cried this much in a long time. Ugh, is Cheng Jin's voice. The couple's crying gets louder, attracting Zhang Rulan and Sui Sui in the main hall. What's wrong? What's happening? Zhang Rulan is anxiously knocking on the door outside. Sui Sui hears her mother's crying and becomes worried too. Mother. Cheng Jin releases Jiang Yu's hand, opens the door, and still has tears on his face. Zhang Rulan and Sui Sui don't look at him. They rush inside. Xiao Yu, mother. Ugh. Mother, Sui Sui. Ugh. What exactly happened? Why are both of you crying like this? Mother, Sui Sui is worried and restless. Is father bullying mother? She thinks playing house with pretend food isn't fun anymore. I'm pregnant. Cheng Jin, how dare you bully my daughter?
What?
You're pregnant. Why are you crying about being pregnant? Are you too happy? Mother is pregnant. Why are you crying about being pregnant? Is there really no money at home? Jiang Yu sniffles. Yes, this is good news. Why are you crying, Xiao Yu? Could it be postpartum depression? But she hasn't even given birth yet. Do pregnant women get depressed too?
I
don't know. Sui Sui asks worriedly. Mother, is there no money at home? She already knows. There are still candies to buy on the street, but the family has no money to buy candies. Mother must be afraid there isn't enough money to raise the baby. Jiang Yu looks at Sui Sui and finally regains a little clarity. Mother is having a baby. Soon there will be a new little one in the family. Sui Sui tilts her head. I know. Just like Aunt Chui and Aunt Wu. Although she hasn't seen Aunt Wu's baby, she remembers seeing Aunt Chui's sister at the market yesterday. Is having a baby a bad thing? Mother crying because there isn't enough money to raise the baby? Then Sui Sui won't eat candies anymore, okay? Jiang Yu hugged her and said, but there will be a little baby at home in the future. What is my mother talking about? Isn't that good? When sister goes to school, there will be a little baby to play with Sui Sui, just like Chui Auntie's younger sister, but unfortunately, Chui Auntie can't bring her sister here every day. Otherwise, she would definitely go to the stall every day to play with her sister. When Sui Sui said that, Jiang Yu started to cry again. Why does she resist her own biological child so much, even though Sui Sui is looking forward to it? Mother, sob. This time, Sui Sui was scared and cried because Jiang Yu frightened her. Cheng Jin also didn't dare to speak beside them. He finally remembered. When his mother was pregnant with Lang, she was like this, crying and laughing at different times. In the future, Yao's mother wouldn't give birth to another Erlang, right? If it was a boy, it would be fine. But if it was a girl and she could eat like Erlang, she could be raised. But if she was as strong as him, what should they do? Jiang Yu finished comforting the older child and then the younger one, finally calming both. The children were tired. Sui had just woken up, and now she was sleepy again after crying. Jiang Yu had to carry the little one back to her room, letting the couple talk alone. Big brother should keep company with Xiao Yu. Cheng Jin obediently knelt in front of Jiang Yu, looking pitiful. Yunyang, are you still uncomfortable? This was definitely not physical discomfort, probably emotional. I'm fine. Jiang Yu didn't know what to say. When Cheng Jin thought about what she just asked Sui, he could only guess randomly. Is my wife worried that I will favor Sui and not love her anymore? Jiang Yu nodded, then shook her head. Even if Cheng Jin really favored one child, it was human nature. She thought it might be better not to tell him. Maybe it would be better because Sui was her own biological daughter. Cheng Jin squatted and stood several times, his legs a bit uncomfortable. But whenever he thought about how much Yunyang liked him to squat and look at her, he endured and stayed still. Yunyang, I won't favor anyone. I treated you the same. So, why do you think I won't love Sui in the future? You just don't trust me, your husband, who shares your bed, or my character. If Jiang Yu were her usual self, she might see through his tricks. But now, Jiang Yu was controlled by pregnancy hormones. No, my lord, I believe you, she said. Then Lady Yu believes me. She'll keep her heart in her stomach and take good care of the baby. If I am ever unkind to Sui in the future, she can handle it. It's not because of that, she replied. Then, what is it? I don't know, Jiang Yu said sadly. Fearing she might cry again, Cheng Jin said, I won't ask anymore. I'll go get some tea for Lady Yu. What would you like to drink? Anything is fine. Cheng Jin still didn't dare pour tea. Instead, he made some sweet syrup and fed it to her. Jiang Yu, who was supposed to make egg yolk pastries, didn't want to move at all. She just wanted to lie back on the bed. He sat by her side, waiting until she fell asleep. Afterward, he gently tucked her in and left the room. Mother, I'm going out for a bit. Lady Yu is asleep now. Please watch over her. I'll be back soon. All right. Little Yu never took a nap in the morning. Now that she was pregnant, her personality seemed a bit different from usual. Today, her crying reminded her of when she was in high school, having a fight with her best friend, and crying her heart out when she found out. Although little Yu didn't say much, as a maid for many years, she must have endured quite a bit. In her past life, she raised such a lively and cheerful daughter. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu wiped her moist eyes. Cheng Jin left the house and recalled the clinic on the road to Jiangdu. Renxin Hall. Young doctor, do you remember if a woman in blue, a bit plump, came by this morning? You're not supposed to call me that, the apprentice said, still remembering. He even congratulated the woman. But she didn't seem very happy. Yes, she was here. Did she drop something? No, she didn't. Do you remember which doctor she saw? The apprentice looked at him suspiciously. The woman was unhappy this morning, and now he wasn't sure if the person she came with was her husband. It's understandable. Last year, something similar happened. The woman was pregnant and seemed unhappy. A few days later, her husband came back with her, asking how many months she was pregnant. When Dr. Mo said something, she almost destroyed the Renxin Hall. But she didn't quite succeed because her husband had broken hands and couldn't do much damage. Young doctor. Cheng Jin called the distracted apprentice back to reality. The apprentice hesitated, unsure whether to speak. However, Cheng Jin thought it was about the consultation fee. My wife is pregnant now, and her temper is different from before. I don't have experience, so I want to ask the doctor. I will pay the consultation fee. Please inform me, Dr. Xiao. Cheng Jin bowed politely and offered a respectful greeting. The apprentice thought that since Dr. Xiao was present today, even if there was trouble, someone would handle it. It was Dr. Mo on the left side who examined her. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. Cheng Jin entered and explained his purpose. Dr. Mo had already detected a happy pregnancy signal earlier that morning and still remembered it. The pulse of that lady is normal. Women react differently when pregnant. Some have a big appetite, some can't eat, some become easily angry, and others feel sad or nostalgic. All of these are normal. He paused, noting that based on the pulse this morning, there didn't seem to be any issues. If you're worried, I can prescribe some remedies to help ease her mood and nourish her. I've already written down some dietary suggestions and given them to her. Your husband should read them carefully when he returns. What paper? He didn't see Lady Yu holding any. Could you kindly write another one for me? Fortunately, Dr. Mo had some spare sheets. He took a few and handed him the written dietary plan. Make sure she avoids these foods. All right, thank you, doctor. Cheng Jin noted the ingredients on the prescription and carefully tucked the paper into his pocket. He didn't expect to bring a basket of vegetables, so now he needed to buy one quickly. He wanted to get to the market early to buy the ingredients. Cheng Jin often accompanied Jiang Yu to buy groceries, so he was familiar with the vendors. Some of them even teased him about coming alone today. But he didn't say anything. He remembered that during pregnancy, it was not proper to talk about it outside, so he used Jiang Yu's busyness as an excuse. When he arrived home, Jiang Yu was still sleeping. Cheng Jin carried the things into the kitchen. Mother, I went to the clinic and asked the doctor for some dietary prescriptions. Please prepare them for Lady Yu. Her mood swings are quite intense, and I worry it might harm her health. He kindly read the prescription aloud for Jiang Rulan to hear. Good, Dajia. I'll make the soup you mentioned later. Cheng Jin couldn't do much to help, so he went to the room to keep an eye on Jiang Yu and brainstorm new stories. Qing Yun together sold very well. After it was finished, it was printed twice more. The bookstore owner said that young women liked stories about couples who face hardships together, with the husband reaching the top official rank and never abandoning his wife. Earlier, he wrote short stories to earn more bride price money, but those didn't sell as well as this one. After thinking it over, he decided to write another story like this. Cheng Jin tried to write several times, creating many pages of drafts, but he was never satisfied. He was lost in his own world and didn't notice Jiang Yu waking up. In the past, Jiang Yu would be curious and come over to see what Cheng Jin was writing. But they had been married for over a year now, and Jiang Yu had guessed some of the story. Plus, she had a manuscript from Liu and Mo Ke, so she knew what it was about. Since it wasn't something shameful, it was something worth sharing. So she quietly stood behind him. Husband. Actually, Cheng Jin sensed her presence when she reached his back. Now, Yunyang was trying to scare him, so he thought she was fine. He patted his chest and said, Yunyang, you scared me. Jiang Yu vented her feelings, then took a nap and felt much better. She no longer felt heavy-hearted like in the morning. Husband, your acting is so fake. Should I find a theater troupe for you to learn from? Yes. When I learn, I will perform every day for you to make you happy. Forget it. I don't like listening to that. Are you going to write a new story? Your Qingyan together is still popular. There are many similar stories, so maybe you should try a different style. Does Yunyang know about this? Yes. It's not a scandalous story. Why have you been hiding it from me? He couldn't say it was because he was embarrassed to admit he was proud of his own story in front of Yunyang. Changing the subject, she asked, Do you have any good ideas? Cheng Jin sincerely asked. Writing stories that men like. Last time, I earned some money from young women. Now, I should earn some from young men. Cheng Jin didn't like writing these stories before. He frowned, feeling a bit conflicted. Jiang Yu thought about his previous stories. She could tell he was different now. He never looked down on women and didn't see them as just dependents of men. She thought he might have misunderstood something. I mean, husband, you could write stories where the hero gets his comeuppance. There have been stories about becoming a fairy for a long time, and later writers also created many plays about cultivation and seeking the way. However, Jiang Yu feels that her previous life stories of cultivation, fantasy, leveling up, and the main male character's journey are much more exciting. A poor village boy is looked down upon by others. One day, a cultivation sect comes to town. They don't care about status or background, only talent and spiritual roots. Jiang Yu briefly summarized the common plot from her past life. In short, it's about an ordinary, even somewhat weak, male protagonist who levels up and fights back using talent or special abilities, making the story very satisfying. He defeats those who once looked down on him, step by step, and even characters like Cheng Jin, with strong personalities, feel refreshed after hearing it. Writing this might sell even better than stories about poor boys marrying wealthy daughters. Marrying a wealthy girl is exciting, but that's just a fantasy. Jiang Yu's mind is full of scenes of revenge and triumph. Seeing Cheng Jin lost in thought, Jiang Yu knows this type of story has been popular for many years. Always new but the same at its core, proven by the market. Cheng Jin can't wait to start writing, but Jiang Yu stops him. Wait until after dinner to write, no rush now.
Okay.
Cheng Jin takes on the task of delivering food to the stall today. Lu Mama waits long for the egg yolk pastry, but doesn't see it. She asks, "Didn't your wife make egg yolk pastries today? Is she feeling unwell?" "Sorry, I forgot to tell you at the stall. Yunyang isn't feeling well, but she's seen the doctor and has a special diet plan. It's not serious yet, just a minor issue." After closing the stall, Lu Mama hurriedly heads home, pushing the cart quickly with Wang Yangzi. Jiang Yu and Jiang Rulan are preparing dinner. Jiang Rulan mainly cooks, while Jiang Yu sits by the fire.
Wife.
"Are you okay?" Lu Mama, still wearing her apron, looks worried. Jiang Yu leans close and whispers something in her ear.
Great.
"From now on, don't worry about the stall. I'm used to managing it. With Wang Yangzi helping, we can handle everything." Lu Mama keeps talking, and Jiang Rulan joins in, each saying a few words. "Yes, don't sell the egg yolk pastries or the tea-flavored crispy snacks anymore. Just cook some noodles and dumplings at the stall. That's enough for 2 people. In the future, I'll do the cooking and prepare the ingredients at home. Little you should focus on resting and taking care of the baby. Making money is important, but health is more important. If your body is worn out, no amount of money can bring it back." That's why Jiang Yu also hired a lady named Wang to help at that time. "Okay, I'll listen to my mother and my wife." Our family's changes didn't go unnoticed by Cheng Yu. When she learned that her aunt was pregnant, she was very happy. "That's great. When the baby sister or brother is born, someone will be there to play with Sui Sui and pretend to run a household." After about 10 days of good care, Jiang Yu's mood was no longer as unpredictable as before. Maybe it was thanks to the nourishing soups and broths. Or perhaps it was because Cheng Jin was always humble and attentive, just like when she was a maid. He would get up early to bring her water, wake her up, help her wash and dress, and watch out for her nausea during meals. Wherever she went, he followed her. At night, he would wash her feet, read stories, and only sleep after she was asleep. If the husband becomes a servant, he will surely be the most favored by the family. During these days, Cheng Jin was very careful and cautious, afraid Jiang Yu would cry again like that day. Hearing this, he felt a bit sad. Was it as hard for Lady Yu when she was in the capital? Hard, maybe so. When she was in high school, she read many romance novels. When she first arrived here, she was only 18. She thought she was destined for great things and dreamed of a bright future. But then, she was forced to learn rules at the pawn shop, holding a water basin with her hands, balancing a teacup on her head all afternoon. If she spilled water, she wasn't allowed to eat dinner that night. Every day, she had to learn to kneel 3 times and bow 9 times, with her nose close enough to smell the dust. She still remembers it clearly. She missed her mother and would hide under the blankets at night crying. Her crying disturbed others, and the next day, her mother, who was teaching her manners, punished her by not letting her eat or drink for 2 days. Later, she entered the He family's residence, first serving the eldest daughter. When the maid in the yard scolded her, she often took out her frustration on the new maids, leaving bruises and marks on her body. Eventually, she was assigned to serve the young lady, which was a bit of relief. But even though the young lady was kind to her, she was still a servant. She had to do her duties just like everyone else. "It's not hard. It's all in the past." Cheng Jin added, "I'm not saying I suffered, but Lady Yu's pregnancy was even harder than mine. I understand that my husband did not mean that." Jiang Yu tightly hugged him, soaking in his warmth. Jiang Yu was already 3 months pregnant. When Jiang Jin went out that day, he stopped by the old house to tell Grandpa and Grandma. The next day, the elderly couple came to visit. Why didn't your husband tell us? We should have come to see Grandpa and Grandma ourselves, instead of them making a trip here. But I didn't say anything about this. You're pregnant now. It's better for you to cross the bridge and visit us. Your grandpa and I are worried, but we're still healthy and active, so going out for a walk is good for us. Seeing that Jiang Yu looked well, they felt reassured. Your mother is here, so she can take good care of you. Grandpa and Grandma can't do much to help. The old house is quite messy now, so during the new year, don't come over. When you've given birth, your father and I will come to see you. By then, she would be 5 months pregnant. Going out wasn't a big problem, as long as she was careful. But out of kindness, Grandma didn't want to refuse her. Thank you, Grandma, for thinking of us. During the new year, Yunyang can't go, but I still want to visit Grandpa and Grandma to pay respects. Grandma Cheng said this out of love for her granddaughter-in-law. She didn't want her to travel back and forth, but she was happy that her grandson wanted to visit them. All right. Grandma Cheng had 2 sons, both raised well, and had helped raise many children in the main household. She talked a lot with Jiang Yu, not hiding anything from Cheng Jin, and encouraged him to listen and learn more. After dinner, Jiang Yu packed many things and asked Cheng Jin to carry them to take to Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa's parents are kind-hearted people, Jiang Yu said, preparing many things for the elderly couple. When they arrived, they also brought plenty of food and supplies. Yes, they are kind-hearted, he replied. The 2 stalls faced each other, only a few meters apart. She could walk over easily. Okay, Sui ran off happily. Jiang Yu watched her sit on her small chair, then relaxed. Your Sui loves her little sister so much. She'll definitely be a good older sister in the future. Her first question after waking up is always, Mom, when will the baby come out? Jiang Yu gently stroked her belly. The family is all looking forward to the arrival of this new life. Cui Shuang asked gossipingly, did your Cheng Jin say if he wants a boy or a girl? He didn't say, Jiang Yu replied. At first, Cheng Jin was worried about having a girl like Erlang, but once Jiang Yu's mood stabilized and her pregnancy looked good, he felt reassured. And you? Whether it's a boy or girl, I can't decide. We'll see when the baby is born. Don't you want a son? Your family already has 2 girls. If you have another, when they grow up, they might lack support. If someone from the Fong family or others like that set their sights on them. Jiang Yu knew that in this era, having a boy was definitely better. He could protect his sisters, just like Cheng Jin's parents, who are no longer around, but he can still stand up for his sisters. But there are also many who only care about their own family name, not helping their sisters. Sometimes they even bully them, making life difficult for the sisters and causing trouble for the family. Whether it's a boy or girl, what matters most is brothers and sisters helping each other. But she couldn't decide this herself. She wouldn't keep having children just to get a boy. No matter if it's a boy or girl, if it's a boy, I'll teach him well so he can support his sisters. If it's a girl, she should learn some skills so she can support herself. Even if she marries badly, she'll have the confidence to start over. You're quite thoughtful. The main family still has brothers in this generation. Even if we're gone, they won't just sit back and do nothing when the time comes. Ancient clans were like that. Even if there were disagreements within the family, they would unite and support each other outside. She wouldn't raise her daughter to be a foolish girl who doesn't know about money or the world. You're right. I never thought much about it when I had my 2 sons. They were just going to marry and bring 2 wives into the family. Now that I have this little girl, I worry so much. She was only a little over a year old, but she was already thinking about these things. Her sister really worries too early. Cui Shuang truly loves her young daughter and often keeps her close, cherishing her dearly. But sister, you can't be too biased. Is it wrong to love my daughter more? Cui Shuang believes that daughters should be pampered and loved more. Jiang Yu shakes her head. Loving your daughter is good, and I love Sui too. But you can't let your older son feel that you're unfair as a mother. Before the sister was born, he had all your love. When the baby arrives, you share your love with her. He might start to dislike or even resent his sister. Before Cui Shuang had her 2 sons would come help at the stall after school. But after she had her, they stopped coming. Think about it, sister. You used to treat your two brothers equally, and they got along well. Now you favor the sister. How do the brothers feel about her? Hearing this, Cui Shuang falls into deep thought. Her mother-in-law also favors her younger sister-in-law. Her husband's relationship with his sister-in-law is quite distant, even worse than her relationship with her. Her two sons are close in age, grew up eating and sleeping together, and often fought at school. But they are very cold toward their younger sister. I understand now. Jiang Yu had wanted to say this earlier, but hadn't found the right moment. Now that they're talking about it, she brings it up. No wonder the sister teaches Sui Sui so well. Actually, her two brothers initially looked forward to the sister's birth. If she hadn't been biased. But these are just my humble opinions. If you think they're useful, take them. The children are still young, and you can teach them well in the future. Most children who dislike their younger siblings do so because of parental favoritism, unless they are naturally cold, selfish, or self-centered. Even now, Jiang Yu is pregnant, and the family continues to treat Sui Sui as well as ever. Sui Sui doesn't feel neglected. She just wants Jiang Yu to have the baby soon so she can play with her. Alright, I'll close the stall early today. Later, I'll buy some snacks the two little troublemakers love and pick them up after school. After discussing parenting, they talk about the business at the stall. These days, flour and rice have gone up a bit and prices are higher than last year. Yes, the harvest was good this fall, so I thought prices might drop, but instead, they rose. My stall isn't selling pastries anymore. It's mostly regular customers now. I can't raise prices easily, so my profit has shrunk a little. Don't talk about that. When grain prices go up, even these small items like needles and threads don't sell as well as before. This area around Jiangdu is wealthy, and the grain prices in Qushui County don't fluctuate much. Plus, this year's harvest was very good. So, why are grain prices higher this winter than last year? Before thinking too much, Cui Shuang spoke first. Maybe the good harvest in autumn caused the grain prices to drop, and the grain merchants bought and stored grain to sell at higher prices later. That's possible. Not every household in the county has land, and even those who do don't have enough. Most people buy grain to eat, and grain merchants often do this kind of thing. Anyway, the prices will only go up for a few days. Once the officials notice, they'll probably make it go down again. Why bother with all this? Jiang Yu chuckled softly. The prices have gone up these days, but families without stored grain will buy some to eat. They're just making money during these few days. Both thought the grain prices would drop in a few days. They changed the subject and started talking about other things. Although Jiang Yu was chatting at Cui Shuang's stall, her eyes kept watching Sui Sui nearby. She saw a woman next to Sui Sui push her shoulder. The girl suddenly stood up and bumped into her like a little calf. The woman, feeling hurt, pushed her back. In the blink of an eye, with sparks flying, Jiang Yu hadn't reacted yet, and Sui Sui had already fallen to the ground. Jiang Yu and Cui Shuang both stood up quickly. "What are you doing?" The woman heard Jiang Yu's voice, turned around, and it was Lady Wang from the opposite door. Lu Mama and Lady Wang hurried over to help Sui Sui up. Jiang Yu, furious, casually grabbed a feather duster from Cui Shuang's stall and headed toward Lady Wang. Jiang Yu crossed her arms, holding the feather duster, pointing it at Lady Wang's face. "What are you doing? Why did you push our Sui Sui?" Cui Shuang also stood behind Jiang Yu, protecting her tightly, and was furious. "Lady Wang, how can you bully a little girl like this?" Lu Mama was heartbroken. Sui Sui's hands were scraped and bleeding. She told Lady Wang to quickly wash her hands with clean water. She also stood behind Jiang Yu. "What are you doing? Bullying our Sui Sui." The three of them faced one person, but Lady Wang was not afraid at all. "Bullying her? She bumped into me first. Everyone saw it, right? I just pushed her away, and she lost her balance and fell. What does that have to do with me? Every year, she doesn't run into people randomly. I just saw you standing there." "What did you say to her?" Saisa's little corner isn't very hidden. Usually customers at the stall like to go there and talk to her or tease her. What Granny Wang said, she naturally didn't dare tell Jiang Yu, so she just stubbornly said, "I didn't say anything. She suddenly got up and bumped into me." "Nonsense. I just saw you pull Saisa's shoulder." Jiang Yu was now angry. Saisa loves to play, but she knows her limits and has never been pushed down so hard before. I was just looking at what she was doing.
What?
Do you want to hit someone too? No wonder your daughter bumped into people. It turns out you're a bad mother. If you dare to hit me, I will report it to the authorities. This time, Cheng Jin finally arrived on time. The mother and daughter played at the stall for a long time and didn't come back. Cheng Jin brought a cloak to pick them up. From afar, he saw his wife holding a feather duster and pointing at Granny Wang. He just happened to hear Granny Wang's words. He believed Saisu. Report to the officials?
Sure.
Brother Wang is a constable, so why not ask him to come here? Cheng Jin went to Jiang Yu, took the feather duster from her hand, and gently patted her back. Don't worry, I'm here. I wasn't afraid of her to begin with. Jiang Yu let out a breath and smiled at Saisu. Saisu, come here and tell mother what just happened. Although Saisu's hand was hurt, she didn't drop her little pearl. Now she was also angry. Grandma Wang said that mother was going to have a brother and she wouldn't love Saisu anymore. Grandma Wang was lying. Mother told her not to talk to liars, so Saisu ignored her. Then she came and pinched Saisu's shoulder, saying that father isn't her father and that her parents would have their own children and stop loving Saisu. Saisu was pinched painfully, and when she heard Granny Wang say that her mother didn't want her anymore, she hit her head against her. Jiang Yu pulled off Saisu's clothes. The little girl's skin was tender, and sure enough, there were red marks. Good. So, the wife of Officer Wang is full of nonsense and lies, and she even pinched our Saisu. Husband, quickly call the doctor. Her hands are so rough, Saisu's shoulder might be injured internally. Is Sister Wang still going to report to the officials? I'll go with her. The couple spoke in turn. Mrs. Wang didn't expect that Sui, who is only 4 years old, could speak so fluently. Her own son, at this age, couldn't speak clearly yet.
No.
I just gently pulled her. Besides, she bumped into me too. There's no need to report to the officials. These small disputes among neighbors, Sui only scraped her knee when she fell. Also, she bumped into her, so even if they went to the government office, it would just be a matter of mediation. Only if someone was seriously hurt would Mrs. Wang face punishment. Seeing Cheng Jin silent, Mrs. Wang had to look at Jiang Yu, who was making the decision. Madam Jiang, I think Sui is adorable. I was just talking and joking with her. Joking? Is it funny? I've only heard that when there's a stepmother, there's also a stepfather. I've never heard that having a stepfather makes the mother become a stepmother too. Mrs. Wang, you don't behave properly yourself and you think others are not human. Who is not behaving properly? How am I not behaving? Anyone who mistreats the girl who was left behind earlier is not behaving properly. Today, Jiang Yu, am talking about you. Seeing the two start to argue again, Mama Lu and Cui Shuang were worried Jiang Yu might get upset, so they quickly stepped in. All right. Cheng Jin tried to calm Jiang Yu. Mrs. Wang, you're being stubborn. I think we should report this. Mrs. Wang looked unhappy. She knew that reporting such a small matter wouldn't get her into trouble, but at the government office, it might embarrass Officer Wang. Please, I already said it wasn't intentional. Mrs. Wang, you're speaking to us. Sui was hurt. Yes, Mrs. Wang should apologize to Sui. You. Her son was already in school, and now she was supposed to apologize to a 4-year-old girl? But seeing the fierce looks of the people in front of her, she could only softly say, Sorry. Sorry to whom? There are so many people here. Mrs. Wang, are you apologizing to me? Cui Shuang couldn't help but poke at her. Then, sir, you should go bother Officer Wang. Cheng Jin was about to leave, so Mrs. Wang had to lower herself.
Sorry, Sui.
Your grandmother shouldn't have joked with you. She was so angry that she couldn't stand their joking around. Jiang Yu didn't forgive Sui but looked at her and asked, Sui, do you want to forgive Grandma? Sui thought for a moment. All right, I shouldn't have bumped into Grandma just now. It's okay. Every year, even a small child is more sensible than her. After hearing this, Aunt Wang became very upset and hurriedly ran away, leaving the vegetables and rushing back home with her basket. Cheng Jin knelt down and carefully examined Sui's small hand. The skin was broken and a little red and swollen, but luckily there was no bleeding. Does your shoulder hurt? Sway, sway? Daddy will find a doctor. Sway, sway giggled. It doesn't hurt. I just bumped into Grandma Wang very hard. Foolish girl. You bumped her. Doesn't your head hurt? Sway, sway smiled slyly. My head is hard, and Grandma Wang's belly is soft. Fortunately, this girl is growing tall because she eats well. Aunt Wang is short. Or else if Sway Sway's head had hit her, it might have only hit her legs. You're so clever.
Sway Sway's clever.
She knew her mother wouldn't abandon her. But then she asked, is Daddy really not my real father? Cheng Jin looked into her eyes seriously. Daddy is your real father. Before, Daddy and Mommy argued, so he wasn't with Sway Sway while she was growing up. But from now on, Daddy and Mommy will always be with Sway Sway, okay? Sway Sway imitated her mother, touching her father's head. Then Daddy shouldn't argue with Mommy anymore. We will always be together. Okay, Daddy, Mommy, and Sway Sway will always be together. Sway Sway counted on her fingers. Daddy said wrong. There's also Grandma A, older sister, second uncle, and there's also the baby in Mommy's belly. Together, together, together. Sway Sway couldn't count anymore, so she raised her little hand. What number is this? Everyone burst out laughing at Sway Sway's adorable look. The tense atmosphere from before disappeared. However, Cheng Jin didn't stop there. He invited the head of the police, Chief Constable Wang, for a drink. The next day, the chief constable scolded the officers in front of everyone. Qushui's people are honest and simple. We're not very busy usually. When everyone goes home after their shift, they should also take good care of their wives at home. Don't think you're so important that you can bully neighbors. Right, Officer Wang? Officer Wang still didn't understand what had happened and didn't need to do anything more. It was probably that gossiping woman at home causing trouble again. The chief constable's words were quite blunt. Cheng, the scholar, didn't want to work at the government office, but if he had agreed, he could have become a clerk. Why should Wang's wife be upset about her daughter visiting someone else's wife? Was it just for a moment of careless talk? Foolish woman. All right, that's enough. Just leave it here. Jiang Yu directed the shop assistant to unload the goods. As winter deepened, she put on a cotton coat. Jiang Yu's belly was slowly showing, and she often felt her back ache and was uncomfortable standing or sitting. Hearing noises outside, she slowly came out, leaning on the door to watch the workers unload. The family's supplies and goods for the stall were heavy to carry, but after some effort, the workers finished unloading everything neatly inside the gate. Once they left, Jiang Yu closed the door and complained, "The prices of rice, flour, and oil have risen again. Today, even salt has gone up. Salt has increased in price." Jiang Yu's fingers clenched tightly, worry filling her heart. Salt was controlled by the government, with fixed official prices. Government salt and iron prices didn't just go up randomly. Before returning to Qushui, she heard a girl say that the emperor was not as healthy as before, and the crown prince was unvirtuous. Several princes had their own schemes, and the court was already tense with hidden conflicts. Now, it seemed things might turn chaotic openly. Even the salt price was being meddled with. Jiang Yu had only been here a few years and lived in the town, so she didn't expect this level of trouble. "Xiao Yu, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so pale?" "I'm fine, but I worry the prices might go up again." "Mother, it's hard for you to carry the second son. I'll go buy some flour, oil, radishes, and sweet potatoes, whatever we need. Fortunately, the harvest this year was good." Jiang Yu didn't sell the rice she had stored from the autumn harvest, intending to make rice noodles later. Buying so much, does it have to do with the salt price? Jiang Yu finally understood and realized the concern. "Yes," Jiang Yu replied anxiously. "All right, I'll go with the second son right now." Luckily, Cheng Yi didn't go out today. Jiang Yu went to call him, and Cheng Yi didn't ask questions. He simply followed her. After leaving the house, Jiang Yu went to the study to find Cheng Jin and said straightforwardly, "Sir, the salt price has gone up." Cheng Jin, being a scholar, was sensitive to politics. His brow immediately furrowed as he muttered, "The governor is being a bit too bold." The governor of Jiangdu was the maternal uncle of the 11th prince. Jiang Yu sneered, "Probably can't wait anymore. This method is very risky, but food and salt are essentials. It's also the fastest way to make money in a short time." He's gambling with the lives of the people in the city. When salt prices go up, the prices of grains and oils, which were already rising, will likely increase again. People in the countryside with land are doing okay. Every family keeps some food for winter, giving them a little breathing room. For those in the city without land, it's a real disaster. In the cold winter, many people might starve. After today, I won't do business anymore. Mother has already gone to buy grain. Let's just get through this period. Don't worry too much, Yu. Since we're thinking about raising prices on grain and salt, it won't take long before the officials in the capital find out. The price increase can't stay hidden for long. The prince's faction wouldn't dare act so openly unless it was close to the final moment. I'm going out for a bit. I need to check with the county office and see what the county magistrate thinks.
All right.
When your husband passes by Qushui's stall, tell her about this too. After Cheng Jin left, Jiang Yu went to the neighbor's house. She told Lu Su to buy some rice and flour to keep at home. If my sister can't cook, she can come to my house. I can cook simple meals. I'll just make something easy to eat. She usually doesn't cook because she's worried about roughening her hands, but Jiang Yu said prices will keep rising and eating out will be more expensive later. During peaceful times, you live alone without worries. But with the new year coming, students will return home. Be careful in Tianshui Alley where there are fewer people. Okay? Lu Su felt warm inside. Thank you, sister. Zhang Rolan moved quickly. Since the salt prices just rose today and many people hadn't reacted yet, she managed to bring back 2 carts full of supplies. Seeing the full grain piles, Jiang Yu felt more at ease. In the evening, Lady Wang helped Lu Mama close up shop. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered she hadn't told her anything. Truly, a pregnancy makes the mind dull for 3 years. Lady Wang, I can't do much baking now that I'm pregnant. With the new year approaching and business slow, we won't set up the stall after tomorrow. These days, grain prices are rising and I heard salt prices went up today.
Who knows what will happen next?
After the new year, when we start selling again, I'll send someone to find you. Jiang Yu didn't say much, only subtly hinted, since everything was just her and Cheng Jin's guess. Oh, a few days ago I said I would stock up on winter food once the grain prices dropped. But the prices haven't fallen, and even salt prices have gone up. I think I should buy some grain and salt tomorrow. Many people in the county shared this idea, as it happened every year. But salt prices wouldn't change, and the common people weren't fools. They had their own wisdom for living, so these days, everyone would rush to the shops to buy grain and salt. This only made things easier for the party of the 11th prince. But what could be done? Cheng Jin hadn't returned for a long time. Jiang Yu had no appetite for dinner, so she ate a few bites and then went to lie down in her room. As the curfew approached, Cheng Jin finally returned under the cover of night. Sir, where have you been? Why so long? Yin Yang, I'm sorry to worry you. I first went to the old house. This morning, De Bo Nyang went shopping and heard about the salt price increase. A Wung immediately told the cousins to buy food and bring it back. Cheng Jin lowered his voice. Later, I went to the county office to check the news. They say the county magistrate is sick. Yun Yang might not know, but the magistrate has been reappointed twice. The last time, he did well, but because of some issues behind the scenes, he was stuck in Qushui. Now, it looks like he might stay for another 6 years. Current officials were different from those in the previous dynasty. They served 6-year terms and usually after their term they were transferred. The county magistrate was capable, which is why he was sent to govern a county in Jiangnan.
But it was just a small county.
He had been here for 12 years. No one knew if he was truly ill or just pretending. If he was pretending, it meant he had already chosen a side, perhaps betting on the 11th prince's future, while still leaving himself a way out. If he was truly ill, then it was up to the second-in-command, the county deputy, to decide. Jiang Yu sighed. Now that salt prices have risen, we can only wait and see. Over the years, he's been fairly honest and fair. Cheng Jin hoped that if he was truly sick, he wouldn't become just like the 11th prince's party. Hopefully, he still remembers his original intentions. But clearly, someone capable had been stuck in Qushui for nearly 12 years. Watching colleagues rise step by step, he might risk losing his integrity just to get ahead. Jiang Yu was worried at first, but she was not really panicked. She believed that such problems could not last long. Once the common people endured this winter, they would be fine. Back then, adding Mayan, the girl wanted her to take Sui away, hoping to use the nun's help to get on the 8th prince's ship. She trusted He Nanyan's judgment. This young girl from the local area was ambitious and clever. Others tried to hide things, but they couldn't hide from the 8th prince. The price of salt rose again, and so did the prices of grain. The county magistrate was still sick, but the deputy finally took charge and issued a price limit, saying grain prices could not rise more than 30% compared to last month. However, this was only a temporary fix. Grain prices still went up, and many poor families could no longer afford even coarse grains. Fortunately, this dynasty was not part of the history Jiang Yu learned before. Sweet potatoes had been widely planted. In the county, any household with a backyard grew sweet potatoes. After harvest, they stored them in cellars or dried them into sweet potato chips. By mixing sweet potatoes with other grains, people could still eat. The southern region was richer than others, and there had been no reports of people starving yet. If the maternal uncle of the 11th prince was a governor in the northwest or south, many people might have starved. But heaven still gave the common people a chance to survive. After some days, the deputy, under pressure from the governor, finally opened some official granaries to sell grain at stable prices. Though there was a daily limit, it gave the people some relief. People ate less, ate more sweet potatoes, and tried not to buy expensive grain from merchants. The streets were less lively than before. Vendors no longer set up stalls, except for a few large restaurants still open. Even though there was enough grain, it was still not enough. Meat prices kept rising daily. Mother Lu initially went out to buy expensive meat, but later, when it became hard to find, she prioritized feeding Jiang Yu and Sui. Later, Jiang Yu also told her not to buy meat anymore because it was too obvious. Luckily, they still kept 7 or 8 chickens in the backyard, and they collected a few eggs each day. They cooked scrambled eggs, radish soup, sweet potato and cabbage balls, stir-fried yam, and fried dried tofu. Sui wanted to eat meat, but she was well-behaved. She knew something serious was happening. Her mother-in-law said some families couldn't even get enough rice now, and only ate sweet potatoes every day. Sweet potatoes tasted good, but eating them every day was not very enjoyable. Jiang Yu gently placed an egg into her bowl.
Sui, eat quickly.
Why are you daydreaming? The little girl shook her head and carefully scooped up the egg to eat. Even the eggs Sui disliked the most have become tasty. Jiang Yu said to Jiang Rulan, "Tonight, Mother will kill a chicken and stew it. The weather is getting colder, and hens lay fewer eggs. We'll wait until spring to get more." The price of salt first rose on November 17th. Now it's almost New Year, and things are probably about to end. Sui's small eyes lit up. She tried to hide her smile, and Cheng Jin also looked like he was about to drool. Okay. Sui quickly finished her rice. Good. That evening, Jiang Rulan made a pot of taro chicken stew. It had little meat, but plenty of taro.
Sui still latte epili.
Since there were many family members, they usually cooked 2 chickens, sharing 4 drumsticks. Today, there were only 2 chicken legs, one for a pregnant woman. Jiang Rulan decided to cut them into pieces for everyone to share. At the end, Cheng Jin used the broth to mix with rice. Seeing this, Sui imitated her second uncle and also had a bowl, and the two of them ate until they were full and happy. Jiang Rulan quietly asked Jiang Yu, "When will this hardship end? Even with money, we're afraid to buy meat. Look at Sui. She looks so pitiful. Hopefully soon. The sooner the better. Even with more sweet potatoes, 2 months is the limit." Another New Year's Eve. No matter how hard it is for ordinary people, celebrating the New Year is the most important event. Taking this opportunity, a few wealthy families in the county set up soup stalls to give out porridge. Jiang Rulan made up her mind. She killed 2 chickens, one to fry and eat, the other to stew. Seeing her distressed look, Jiang Yu could only comfort her. "It will get better. Xiao Yu, you always comfort me. Day after day, I'm worried we'll run out of food. It really will get better." The 11th prince's reckless and foolish actions, raising prices, controlling Jiangdu, sealing the city. No news could get out, and he kept the counties from releasing grain, forcing people to buy expensive food. A few days ago, the county magistrate dared to risk opening the granary to release grain, which showed that the 11th prince was now overwhelmed and couldn't manage everything. Jiang Yu had a pretty good idea of what was happening. Even if the officials and the governor of Jiangdu tried to control the situation tightly, not everyone was willing to follow the rebellion. Someone always pretends to agree outwardly, but secretly betrays others by secretly supporting different princes. The common people have no way to escape or complain openly. They have their own methods to send messages secretly. Because Jiangdu is rich and peaceful, no lives were lost. The 11th prince is young and favored by a concubine. The officials in the capital are watching coldly, waiting for him to cause more trouble so they can finally eliminate him. After waiting for a year, good news finally arrived. The 8th prince reported the matter, and the emperor was furious. He ordered a special envoy to investigate thoroughly in Jiangdu. For the common people, this was a huge event. In their view, it was easy to investigate. As soon as the envoy's ship docked, evidence was delivered to him. There were several letters showing corruption between officials and merchants, testimonies from villagers in various counties, and proof of their secret disobedience and self-preservation. The order to seize property came quickly. The salt and grain merchants' homes were sealed, and the governor's mansion was the first to be searched, revealing chests of gold and silver. It was the end of the month. This case about the salt prices in Jiangdu, which seemed like a joke, was resolved in just over 10 days. The officials in Jiangdu were replaced in a big shakeup. However, neither Taijin nor Jiang Yu expected that the magistrate of Qushui was truly ill. He had no powerful backing and was the first person the 11th prince approached. Because he loved the people and cared for them, he did not agree immediately. The 11th prince then found an excuse to punish him with 50 blows, leaving him barely alive. He carefully calculated Qushui's grain reserves, entrusted everything to the county magistrate, and kept him alive with medicine in the government office, just to hold on to his position. Good news came that the magistrate finally swallowed his anger. This small game among officials ultimately cost a truly honest and fair magistrate his life. News from the capital said the former prefect was sentenced to death, and the noble consort was sent to the cold palace. The acting county magistrate revealed everything clearly. Today, the magistrate was buried. Everyone gathered at the city gate to see him off. Yunyang, I will go too. Cheng Jin was already crying and trembling uncontrollably. Having seen too much darkness in the capital, she misunderstood this magistrate. I will go too. Jiang Yu tightly held Cheng Jin's hand. Our whole family will go together. But Yunyang, your belly is so big now. It's too dangerous with so many people. I know my body well. Besides, with the family protecting me in the middle, it will be fine. Jiang Yu felt mixed emotions, anger, gratitude, and a hint of guilt for misunderstanding him, pressing heavily on her heart. If she didn't go, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to face this obstacle. Husband, let's go together. I also want to see the county magistrate off. After a long pause. Okay. The couple left the house hand in hand. Sui curled up in Mama Lu's arms. Jiang Rulan carried a basket filled with wine and yellow paper money. Cheng Wanyu had already cried herself red-eyed, and Cheng Yi kept his head down silently. We also want to see the county magistrate off. The group stepped out of Tian Shui Alley. The crowded scene at the city gate that Cheng Jin worried about did not happen. Everyone was orderly standing along the main street, from the city gate all the way to the main door of the county office. Today, the county magistrate was coming out of the main gate of the county office. A few people protected Jiang Yu as they joined the crowd. Seeing Jiang Yu heavily pregnant, some even made way for her. Even Granny Wang, who usually disliked the family, awkwardly shifted aside. Stand here with me. On the street, there were old and young, some still in swaddling clothes. Elderly people who couldn't walk were carried out by their families. Everyone was here. With so many people, the noise of talking was drowned out by quiet sobs. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The county magistrate is coming." Yellow paper money floated into the air, and some people threw wine onto the ground. Goodbye, county magistrate. Goodbye, county magistrate. Goodbye, County Magistrate. No one mentioned passing away because the County Magistrate had always been in the hearts of the people of Qushui. Su Tsunsho, Lord Su, safe travels. Sunren's heart is to love the people, uphold righteousness, and walk straight on the right path. A gentle spring breeze blew through the green mountains where Lord Su's bones were buried, drifting into the streets and alleys. The willow trees by the riverbank sprouted new buds, and tender green grass peeked out from the cracks in the cobblestone roads. The price signs at the grain shop changed twice. The second time, the grain price was actually 2 cents lower than before the price increase. People who sold vegetables in the city, like farmers from the countryside, reappeared on the streets. The gloom over Qushui slowly lifted, and the town gradually regained some of its usual lively atmosphere. The small shop and stall opened one after another. Jiang Yu's stall also reopened, but since she is now 7 months pregnant, Jiang Rulan has to cook and take care of her. So, the stall now only sells noodles and dumplings. Jiang Rulan, who doesn't need to steam rice every day, varies her cooking to help her family stay healthy. The happiest are Sui Sui and Cheng Yi. Jiang Yu also has a big appetite, but in just over 20 days, her belly has grown like a balloon and feels itchy. She guesses her skin is stretching too quickly because of the rapid growth. In the morning, she drank a bowl of bone broth, ate 2 egg pancakes, and a small plate of vegetables. She still felt very hungry, but didn't dare to eat more. She sat at the table watching everyone eat, feeling very hungry herself, and finally stood up. I'm going back to my room. Cheng Jin saw her holding her back, her pregnant belly pushing her dress up high, and put down his chopsticks. I'll help you. It's just a few steps, no need for help. She hadn't finished eating and her legs and feet are fine. All right then, Yunyang, should I ask the doctor to come and see you later? Yunyang's belly was growing too fast, which worried him a little. Okay. Even though Cheng Jin didn't say much, she wanted to see the doctor again. Last time, her belly wasn't as big, and the doctor said everything was normal. She just needed to rest and take care. She didn't expect her belly to grow so quickly. She remembered when her daughter was pregnant with Sui Sui, her belly grew steadily from May or June. Not like this. Jiang Yu casually flipped through her storybook, but still felt uncomfortable. She stood up and slowly paced around the room. Cheng Jin moved quickly. In less than half an hour, Dr. Xiao Mo arrived, carrying his medical bag behind him. Xiao Yu, the doctor is here. Jiang Rulan came into the room to call her. Maybe you didn't eat enough, so you hid away. Mother, why did she have to expose her? All right. First, go see the doctor. If you can eat, I'll make you some more food right away. Cheng Jin also told her about Jiang Yu's condition on the way. He checked her pulse and then stopped the pulse diagnosis. The pulse feels smooth and steady. The baby is healthy, so don't worry too much. Everyone reacts differently. Some women show early pregnancy signs, others later. It's all normal. What have you been eating recently? Jiang Yu picked a few things to mention. I don't dare to eat much. I eat some meat and vegetables at each meal. Dr. Xiao Mo nodded and said, this kind of diet is good. If you're very hungry, you can eat a little more. Just walk around more and you'll be fine. Just as I was relieved, Dr. Xiao Mo added, but I can tell from your pulse that you are probably carrying twins. It would be best to ask a midwife to check. Most midwives are women who know how to treat women's health or pregnant women. Wealthy families usually hire them. Poor families often see a doctor or hire an experienced nursemaid. The very poor, who are not very sick, might not even see a doctor. Since this family has a big yard and seems to be doing well despite recent food price issues, they probably have enough money to hire a midwife. All right, I will go ask one now, Cheng Jin said, seeing Dr. Xiao Mo off. Jiang Rulan didn't look happy. If she is really having twins, and since Xiao Yu is pregnant for the first time, medical care isn't as advanced as in later times. She worries about a difficult birth. But she didn't show her worry. She asked, how is Xiao Yu feeling now? Jiang Yu gently touched her belly. Twins? It's fine. No wonder my belly is growing so fast. If she was pregnant with just one baby, she'd be worried. But with 2, her belly looks normal. She decided to accept it calmly. Dr. Xiao Mo also said everything was fine. She turned to look at the young girl still standing there, staring blankly. Wan Yu, Aren't you going to see Master Lu? Cheng Yu snapped out of her daze, looked away from the door, and suppressed her strange feelings.
Oh, yes.
Since my aunt is fine, I'll go now. Go quickly, don't keep Master Lu waiting, watching when you run off with her skirt. Jiang Yu said, why is this girl staring off into space again? She's worried about you, Aunt. This morning, she heard you needed to see a doctor, and even told Master Lu she'd go later. But you just sent her away. Mother, I didn't mean to, she replied. This girl always quietly does things for others. It's fine that her family appreciates her kindness. But when she gets married, she can't be so foolish. Next time, I should talk to her about it. All right. Since the doctor said everything is fine, what does Xiao Yu want to eat? After she's done, I'll walk with her in the yard. Jiang Yu swallowed and said, I want to eat steamed egg with lotus topped with finely chopped lean meat and add some pork fat. Okay, let's go. Do you want to eat? Sway Sway. Sway Sway has been sitting quietly in her chair, shaking her head. Sway Sway doesn't want to. She used to eat because there was no meat at home, but now she doesn't want eggs anymore. She just finished breakfast and isn't hungry. Jiang Rulon left, and Sway Sway slid down from her chair. She walked over to Jiang Yu, resting her small head on her mother's lap, her little face almost touching Jiang Yu's belly. She looked so close that her eyes looked tiny and crossed. What are you looking at, Sway Sway? I'm looking at the little baby. Mom, what is twins? Twins mean there might be two babies in Mom's belly. The doctor usually doesn't say things too clearly, but since he said that, it's probably true. There are likely twins. Two. No wonder Mom just finished breakfast and wants to eat eggs again. Sway Sway thought about Aunt Chui's belly having a baby, and she would only have one sister when she was born. Mom, you're so amazing, Sway Sway said sincerely, her big round eyes full of surprise. Her mom can have two babies. That's even more impressive than Aunt Chui. How can Sway Sway be so cute? Oh, my good girl. Sway Sway giggled and climbed onto the chair next to Jiang Yu. Since Sway Sway is so cute, Mom, Sway Sway gives you a big kiss. She pressed her soft little face close to Jiang Yu's, her little bottom sticking up high, and her tiny hands spread out like little wings. Jiang Yu pecked her little face. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her little bottom and couldn't help but gently pat her tiny, lifted butt. Sway Sway looked shocked and covered her bottom. Mom, she said, you said I'm grown up now, so I shouldn't let others touch my little bottom. Why are you still patting me? But Mom isn't just anyone. Can she really pat her? The little girl frowned, pouting her lips and wrinkling her nose, looking shy.
Sorry, Sui Sui.
Mom just thought you were so cute that she couldn't help but give you a little pat. Jiang Yu knew she had gone too far. Usually, she only gently patted her little girl's hand when she made a mistake. She told her to protect herself, but then she patted her again. But just now, Sway Sway was so adorable. She really couldn't help herself. I forgive my mother now. Remember what she said? That little mouth pouted so much it looked like it could hang an oil lamp. What did she say? Sway Sway opened her big eyes, looking very surprised. Mom said to protect your little bottom. Only Grandma can wash you and no one else is allowed to touch. Why did Mom become so silly? Oh well, never mind. She can read now, so she'll teach Mom later. She wants to make Mom as smart as her.
Hee hee.
Okay, Sway Sway is great. You remember everything. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, she saw Sway Sway's little mouth, which had just been hanging like an oil lamp, turn to a proud little smile. Of course. Jiang Rulon was worried she might get hungry and faint, so she just finished steaming the food, let it cool for a bit, wrapped the bowl with a cloth, and carried the egg custard into the main room. Come, the lotus flower egg is here. Jiang Yu smelled the aroma from afar, took the bowl, placed it on the table, and didn't care if it was hot or not. She scooped some out, blew on it, and ate. She couldn't help but praise. So delicious. Sway Sway, a little glutton, smelled the fragrant mix of lard and lean meat and couldn't help but swallow. Jiang Yu saw this, scooped some, and offered it to her. Sway Sway, do you want to eat? Sway Sway looked at the spoon, which had both meat and eggs, hesitated for a moment, then opened her little mouth. Sway Sway still didn't like eating eggs. Do you want more? Sway Sway quickly shook her head. No more. Since Sui didn't want it, Jiang Yu ate it herself. After finishing the bowl of egg, she finally felt satisfied. All right, let's go for a walk in the yard. Zhang Rulan helped her up, and Sui followed beside them. The three of them strolled slowly in the yard. Sui, being small, first saw the tender new leaves sprouting from the corner of the wall.
Mom.
Grandma, there are little leaves here. Sui ran to the corner and gently touched the leaves. Jiang Rulan looked carefully. Oh, they look a bit like honeysuckle. Honeysuckle?
Sui said excitedly.
There will be money growing in the yard.
Ha ha.
Sui is such a treasure. Jiang Rulan could only explain, honeysuckle is just its name. It won't turn into money. This child was probably thinking about buying candy again. Okay, but Sui was still very excited. When will there be flowers? This is just a young sprout. It will only bloom after its roots and branches grow. It will take another year or two, Jiang Yu said, not quite sure of the exact time. Another year or two, Sui didn't understand. Overall, it will be a long time. Sui still has 2 birthdays to celebrate before it blooms. When Daddy comes back, he can help build a support for it. Sui was still curious. Why are there flowers here? At this curious age, she wanted to understand everything she saw. Maybe the wind carried the tiny seeds here, or perhaps a bird brought them into the yard. Wow, Sui said, kneeling in front of the young sprout. Be good and grow up strong. A gentle breeze blew, making the leaves sway as if responding to Sui's innocent words. The three of them were chatting and laughing in the yard when Cheng Jin found a healer woman nearby. When she arrived at the room, she checked Jiang Yu's pulse, looked at her belly, and carefully felt her. It's twins. The babies are in the right position. You're about 7 months pregnant now. You should prepare early, as women carrying twins often give birth before 10 months. That means early delivery? Cheng Jin exclaimed, clutching her hands tightly, sweat forming on her palms. Twins are already difficult, and if she goes into early labor, will Jiang Yu be able to handle it? Don't worry, sir. Just prepare early. Women with twins often give birth around 8 or 9 months, and the babies are usually healthy. Even single babies born at 7 months sometimes survive. Jiang Yu's frown slowly eased. Her health was good, but she worried that if the babies were born early without modern incubators, they might not survive. Don't worry, wife. Take good care of yourself. If you keep well, I think you'll probably give birth around 9 months. That's around mid-April. If you haven't found a reliable midwife by then, you can ask me. I have 2 experienced midwives who have helped deliver many children. The healer woman offered to help. Thank you, that would be very helpful. When she entered, she saw the young girl beside Jiang Yu. She thought, this is her 2nd pregnancy, and it's going smoothly. With her experience, delivering twins should be easier since they are smaller than single babies. She didn't expect this wife to be pregnant for the first time. Could she be a stepmother? It seemed she got along well with her stepdaughter. Once the wife goes into labor, just send someone to find me. I'll head back now. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. Cheng Jin took the medicine woman home. It wasn't far, and when Yunyang called him to drive her, he could pick her up in about 2 incense sticks' time. There was only a donkey cart at home. Horses were rare and expensive. Even Cheng Jin, who was a successful scholar, didn't buy a horse. He only rented a cart when needed. Cheng Jin went to the horse and cart shop again and rented a carriage for a month. He planned to come back at the end of March to pick it up. That evening, Mother Lu returned and learned about the situation. She comforted Jiang Yu. Many women in the countryside give birth early with twins, and they don't get much nutrition. Still, the children grow up fine. As long as you eat well and rest, the baby will be healthy. Our sister Sui was born small, like a kitten, but now she's much stronger. What's that? Sui shook her head. She now understood that strong meant chubby and healthy. But no matter how worried everyone was, they all looked relaxed on the outside. The family started preparing things for Jiang Yu's delivery. Even delicate cotton cloth was boiled several times, washed carefully, and dried. Cheng Jin stopped writing stories. The 2 of them took turns staying by Jiang Yu's side, never leaving her. By April, Jiang Yu didn't feel uncomfortable. The baby kicked and punched her belly now and then, and she was used to it. She only worried if the baby suddenly stopped moving. On April 22nd, after lunch, Jiang Yu sat in the main hall reading a storybook. As usual, Cheng Jin accompanied her for a walk in the yard. After about an incense stick's time, they went back to their room to rest. Cheng Jin took off her shoes and looked at her swollen feet. "Yunyang, you've worked hard." Jiang Yu used to love rubbing his head when he squatted in front of her, but now her belly was big, and her hands were behind her, so she couldn't do it. Not many days left. It's already the 2nd. Before she finished, she suddenly felt something was wrong. The pain in her belly hit her suddenly. Hubby, I have a stomach ache." Cheng Jin quickly stood up. Yunyang was pregnant and had never felt pain like this. He steadied himself. "I'll call the midwife to come and stay with you, and I'll find a doctor right away." Cheng Jin was so worried he forgot everything the medicine woman had told him. Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped him. "Go get the midwife. I think I'm going to give birth." "Okay." Cheng Jin ran out and first went to find Jiang Rulan in the room. "Mother, Yunyang is about to give birth. Jiang Rulan and Sui Sui are getting ready for a nap." "I'm coming now." She quickly puts on her coat. "Sui Sui, go to sleep first. When Grandma comes back, we'll rest." After saying that, she heads to Jiang Yu's room. Sui Sui, hearing that her mother is about to have a baby, loses her sleepiness. She climbs down from the bed, finds her clothes, and luckily, she is wearing a spring shirt. She puts it on hastily, half tucked into her pants and the other half still hanging behind. She slips her soft shoes on, stumbling as she heads to her mother's room. At this moment, Jiang Yu, holding Jiang Rulan's hand, is no longer as panicked as before. Thinking about what the doctor advised, she takes a few deep breaths. "Mother, help me up so I can walk around." Jiang Yu's belly is experiencing regular, short-lasting pains. She can still bear the pain for now. "Mother," Sui Sui peeks out from the doorframe with her fuzzy little head. "Oh my little one, why are you here? Grandma told you to sleep peacefully." Sui Sui isn't sleepy. She wants to be with Mother. Jiang Yu, feeling a bit more alert, says, "Then Sui Sui, come in and sit by yourself, okay?" But her voice is weaker than usual.
Okay. Sui Sui steps inside.
Jiang Yu finally notices her clothes, messy and mismatched, with the top and bottom reversed. "I can't walk anymore. I will sit for a while." Mother helps Sui Sui put on her clothes. The bed is equipped with soft pillows. Rulan carefully helps Jiang Yu sit down, placing a soft pillow behind her back. Ow. Another wave of pain hits. Sui Sui's eyes turn red with worry. "Mother." Rulan quickly helps her change clothes and pats her head to comfort her. "Mother's fine." Jiang Yu manages a small smile. Seeing her mother in pain, Sui Sui stops talking, her little face scrunching up, clutching her sleeve tightly. Fortunately, the doctor had predicted Jiang Yu would give birth soon, so everything was prepared. Cheng Jin rides a carriage to pick people up and rushes back, bringing Lu Mama along. When they arrive home, her water hasn't broken yet. The doctor and 2 midwives take over Jiang Yu's care. Rulan watches, hoping to help in any way she can. Lu Mama goes to the kitchen to boil water first. Jiang Yu sees Cheng Jin and Sui Sui, one big and one small, still standing there. "Husband, carry Sui Sui to the main room." "Mother, Yunyang, be obedient." As the 2 women just left the room, the sharp pain returned with even more force. She couldn't help but whimper, her forehead sweating, clutching the midwife's hand tightly. The ongoing pain made her feel as if something was about to tear her apart. Soon, she felt a warm flow pouring down. "Water has broken. Quickly, get on the bed." The midwife had already prepared the bed. Together, they helped Jiang Yu lie down. The pain grew more intense. It felt like a dull knife was repeatedly cutting her lower belly. Cold sweat dripped down her hair. The midwife checked her condition. "Good, you've opened 2 fingers. Keep your strength, my lady." Recently, Jiang Rulan had been warming chicken soup with ginseng in a small pot. Hearing the midwife's instructions, she quickly brought a small bowl. Now was the break between contractions. Seeing Jiang Yu relax, she hurriedly handed her the bowl. "Eat a little, you." Jiang Yu was weak and tired. She shook her head, unable to eat. She drank a few sips of warm soup. As the warm liquid went down, almost immediately, the severe pain returned. Breathing deeply didn't help anymore. The dull, pulling pain swept over her again and again. She felt as if her bones were dislocating and tensing up. You're already at 3 fingers. Relax, my lady. Relax, breathe out. Only 3 fingers. Jiang Yu felt hopeless. The pain was so intense, and she had only opened 3 fingers. This is your first birth, and it's already very fast, the midwife said calmly. The midwife holding her hand guided her to breathe in and out with her rhythm. The pain. It was so terrible. Worse than being beaten with a stick. Tears mixed with sweat rolled down her face. 4 fingers, 5 fingers, 6 fingers. Hold on, my lady. Almost there. The pain intensified. It felt like countless needles were stabbing her body, sharp tools pounding her lower belly. The pain became clearer and clearer, as if her body was splitting in 2. Jiang Yu couldn't help crying out in pain, her throat filling with a bitter, bloody taste. In the main hall, Cheng Jin and Qushui heard the occasional screams from the room, their hearts tightening with worry. Mother. Qushui's tears burst out as she tried to break free and go into the room to find her mother. Cheng Jin stood up and took Qushui into the next room.
Jiang Yu.
Take Qushui with you. Your aunt is about to give birth. Jiang Yu was suddenly startled, but she couldn't help and could only watch over Qushui. Okay, big sister. Qushui didn't make a fuss. Tears kept flowing down her face as she snuggled into Jiang Yu's arms. Cheng Jin went into the kitchen to help light the fire. Seeing that it was almost ready, the midwife calmly walked into the kitchen to give instructions. Water. Bring the water. Mother Lu had already prepared everything. Now that Cheng Jin was helping, she and the midwife carried the water into the room. Push hard.
Keep pushing. It was almost time.
Jiang Yu followed the midwife's shouts, using all her strength to push down. Her face turned red, veins bulged, and her fingertips, which she was gripping tightly, were numb from pain. Jiang Yu's vision started to blur, and she could only see the moving shadows. I can't do it anymore. Zhang Rulan saw her eyes become unfocused and quickly ran to the bed, holding her tightly.
Xiao Yu.
Mom is here.
Xiao Yu.
Mom is here. As the baby was about to be born, the midwife moved aside and went to the kitchen with Mother Lu to fetch water. The midwife looked up. Hold on, lady. The baby's head is coming out. Push again. Keep pushing, mother.
Girl. Qushui.
Jiang Yu used all her strength. With a loud cry, something came out of her body, and a clear cry pierced the air. Thank goodness. The midwife took the first baby.
It was a boy.
The midwife didn't look up. There's still one more. Lady, don't give up. Push again. In the end, Jiang Yu was almost instinctively using all her strength to survive. With the second cry, her last strength and pain were drained in that moment, and she collapsed on the bed. It's a girl. The midwife and the midwife assistant carefully cleaned the 2 babies. Jiang Yu was being handled. The midwife pressed on her belly, occasionally looking down and staring blankly at the bed curtain above her. Shame flooded her heart. Her face, which had been pale just now, was now tinged with a bit of pink. No. Based on her rich experience from reading novels in her previous life, usually at this time, the heroine would faint and then wake up, or there would be 2 little babies lying beside her. Why didn't she faint? Why was she still feeling the midwife cleaning her after delivery? After a long while, with a voice saying, "All done," her clothes were lifted and the midwife cleaned her up. 2 swaddled babies were handed over. 3 people gathered around Jiang Yu, watching the baby's condition. Otherwise, she might have fainted. Outside, Cheng Jin saw one basin of water after another being brought into the room, but now he couldn't hear Yunyang's voice. He became more anxious, but dared not move freely, firmly guarding the stove. She has given birth. She has given birth. She has given birth. Aunt Lu came back with more water and said to Cheng Jin, "How is Nyang's condition?" "Both mother and babies are fine, all good." Cheng Jin sighed in relief and slumped down, sitting on a small stool, smiling foolishly. "It's okay now, everything is fine." Aunt Lu looked puzzled. Why didn't her husband ask about the baby boy or girl? Never mind, better to bring the water first. After tidying everything up and no longer needing water, Cheng Jin got up and went to the room. Congratulations, sir, on the twin dragons and phoenixes, the healer lady said happily. Your wife is healthy, and both babies are doing very well.
Thank you, thank you.
You've worked hard, Cheng Jin said, taking out 3 prepared money pouches and handing them over carefully. He entered the room carefully and saw Jiang Yu already sleeping soundly. Cheng Jin bowed to Jiang Rulan and Aunt Lu, then left the room. He chuckled to himself. We are really amazing. When Jiang Yu slowly woke up, it was already very dark outside. Her whole body felt as if her bones had been taken apart and reassembled. Her mother sat by the bed, looking at her gently. Xiao Yu is awake. Come, drink some water first. Although called water, it was actually a small cup of red dates boiled with brown sugar. After drinking it, Jiang Yu regained some strength and clarity. Did she just give birth? Where are the children? Her voice was a little hoarse, perhaps from shouting too much and hurting her throat. They are here, Jiang Rulan said. Following her gaze, Jiang Yu slowly turned her head to look beside her. In 2 swaddles, 1 blue and 1 green, 2 small, wrinkled little faces slept peacefully. Jiang Yu's heart softened as she looked carefully. The blue swaddle seemed a bit chubbier, with some flesh on the face, while the green swaddle was thinner. The little head was like an apple, very small. Twin dragons and phoenixes. Xiao Yu is very brave. Jiang Rulan gently stroked her hair, caressing it again and again. Which one was born first? Jiang Yu guessed it should be the bigger one. The one that looked stronger, probably pushed out first. Sure enough. The blue blanket is for the older brother and the green blanket is for the younger sister. That's so nice. This time I feel truly happy because I have both a son and a daughter. In the future, having a son will help protect my sisters and me. Jiang Yu also sighed. Luckily, he's the older brother. Xiao Yu, why do you say that? It's because the youngest brother always seems to think that having many older sisters is just to honor the family. And he keeps calling himself the little brother, which makes her worry that he might feel too young and not responsible enough in the future. Having a sister, she thinks, might be better. Huh. Jiang Rulan couldn't help but laugh. This was an inside joke only they understood. Look at me, busy talking to you. I guess you're hungry. I'll bring some food. What would Xiao Yu like to eat? Do you have noodles? Jiang Yu got up, feeling unwell. Her whole body was sore and weak, and she also felt a sharp pain beneath her. Yes, I do. I'll go get some now. She saw that Aunt Lu was still in the kitchen, sitting in front of the stove, nodding her head slowly. Lu, sister-in-law, Jiang Rulan called her. Go rest now. Xiao Yu is awake. You don't need to stay here. Aunt Lu jolted, shook her head to wake herself up. You're awake? What does my wife want to eat? I'll prepare it. It's okay. I can do it. Aunt Lu, you're not tired. Go check on Xiao Yu. I feel uneasy without someone watching over me. Jiang Rulan picked up a piece of noodle dough, ready to make noodles. Seeing her start, Aunt Lu nodded and went to her room. Today, Sui was with her sister. Their mother had been asleep all this time, and she refused to sleep either. Cheng Yu gently patted her back for a long time, but it didn't help. Cheng Yu listened to the sounds from the kitchen while patting her. It sounds like the kitchen. Is Auntie awake? Sui immediately got up. It must be. Let's go see Mom. Okay. Cheng Yu knew that Sui wouldn't sleep easily tonight if she couldn't see Jiang Yu. She took a nearby piece of clothing and helped her put it on. Later, after Sui finishes watching, she should come and sleep with her sister, okay? Sui nodded obediently, stretching her arms long like lotus roots, as if urging her sister to dress her quickly. Okay, she answered cheerfully. The 2 sisters changed into their clothes. Sui grabbed Cheng Yu's hand and rushed toward the room. When they reached the door, she obediently stopped and knocked. Mom. Sui didn't dare to speak loudly, afraid of disturbing her mother and brothers and sisters. Elder sister Cheng Yu raised her voice. Auntie, can we come in? Yes, came a slightly hoarse voice. Even Yu felt her nose sting at the sound. Carefully, they opened the door just a little and quickly slipped inside. Yu immediately closed the door tightly. Grandma said Annie shouldn't be exposed to the wind. Actually, no matter how the wind blows, it can't reach the inner room. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Jiang Yu leaned on the bed, looking a bit pale. Mom, with teary eyes, I want to call Mom to sleep. No need to call. It's okay now. Sui didn't believe it. She thought it must hurt a lot. She had heard everything. She lowered her head and whispered, Sui won't want new brothers or sisters anymore. What? No more brothers or sisters? Jiang Yu was scared, worried someone had said something again.
No.
No more new ones. Playing house. We already have 2. We already have them, Sui stammered, getting more nervous as she explained. She was afraid of waking her sleeping brothers and sisters, so her voice got softer and softer. Sui just wanted more brothers and sisters to play house with, but seeing Mom in pain, she decided she didn't want so many anymore, right? From her confused words, Jiang Yu finally understood her meaning. Yes, she nodded wildly. Mom is still a clever mom. So smart. No more new brothers or sisters. No more babies. Never again. Would Yu and Sui like to see the brothers and sisters? Really? Yu's eyes sparkled. When her mother had a brother, her nanny didn't let her see him. She had never seen such a tiny baby before. Holding hands, Yu squatted by the bed, and Sui also leaned on the bed frame. Both sisters whispered at the same time. So small, Sui had seen Auntie Chui's sister before, but 2 years ago, her little mind couldn't remember so many things and had forgotten. Like a little raccoon, Yu said. Yes. Sui also agreed with her sister. When Yu and Sui were born, they looked just like that. Wow, so tiny. Sui looked at her sister, who was so tall. Then she looked at her own chubby little hands. Sui decided she would share all her eggs with her brothers and sisters in the future. Jiang Rulon brought over a bowl of noodles with a poached egg. Oh, are these 2 girls not asleep yet? Sui saw her mother and felt happy. She quickly said, Grandma, we're going to sleep now. Go quickly, good children. Cheng Yu took her back to the room. Finally, they didn't have to speak in whispers. Big sister. I think the younger brother and sister are very ugly. They are not as pretty as big sister and Sui. Cheng Yu also thought the little brother and sister looked red and wrinkled and not pretty, but she was afraid her aunt would be sad if she said so she just comforted Sui. Maybe they'll look better when they grow up. Jiang Yu ate some noodles. Her brother seemed hungry too, but he didn't cry or fuss. He just pouted his little lips and twisted his body restlessly. Mama Lu helped her feed the baby. After feeding, the sister made soft crying sounds. When Cheng Jin came in, he saw the scene. Mama Lu was nearby. He shyly turned away and kept quiet, lowering his head. The warm yellow candlelight shone on Yunyang's face. She looked at the baby in her arms with motherly love, as if she could smell a faint fragrance. She put the baby down. Jiang Yu adjusted her collar, and then she saw Cheng Jin, who was turned away in the distance. Hubby, when did you arrive? Cheng Jin finally moved and slowly turned around. I just arrived. Seeing Yunyang busy, I didn't call you. Jiang Yu held back her smile. They've been married for a long time and had children now. Why does her husband's face still turn red? If she asked, Cheng Jin would definitely answer her. In the past, they used to turn off the lights. I'll go get some hot water to help my wife wash up. Mama Lu saw the situation and quietly left, giving the young couple some space to talk. Cheng Jin worked hard all day, finally seeing Yunyang awake and the 2 children fed and happy. Yunyang, you've worked hard, he said carefully, sitting by the bed and gently holding Jiang Yu's hand. The 2 children lay in her arms. Jiang Yu accepted this concern calmly. She really had worked hard. Hubby said before that my father left a note for Guer, calling him Che. All the children in the family have 3 characters. I don't want him to be different from his sister and younger sister. Can I add a character? Cheng Jin naturally agreed with her. What do you want to add, Yunyang? Jiang Yu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she first mentioned her sister's name. Let's call her Jining. Is it better to nickname her Ning Ning? Knowledge means understanding and clarity. Jiang Yu hopes she can be sensible, with a calm and peaceful heart. After speaking, Jiang Yu glared at Cheng Jin. Your father left a word. As a father, you should choose a different one. Cheng Jin felt his throat dry and cleared his throat softly. Then, how about Jiche? Jiang Yu gently patted him. You really like to take the easy way. I'm just sharing the same idea as Mother Yu, thinking of the same character. Alright, I can't argue with you. Just then, Mother Lu and Jiang Rulon came in with warm water. Then I'll go back first. Rest well, Mother Yu. Cheng Jin reluctantly let go of Jiang Yu's hand, glancing at the two babies' small swaddles.
Zike cried.
Mother Lu, experienced from caring for her own children, checked the diaper and found it was wet. She held the baby. Jiang Rulon, who had no memory of her past self, learned by watching nearby. After tidying up, Jiche gradually stopped crying. He chewed his lips a few times and looked obedient again. Big brother is easy to take care of, little sister is also well-behaved, and big brother doesn't cry or make trouble when he's upset. This truly matched her name. The stall was temporarily closed. Mother Lu and Jiang Rulon helped Jiang Yu take care of the children. That night, the 3 adults and 2 children slept in one room. By May, the weather grew hotter day by day. Jiang Yu, who was pregnant with twins, was still in her 42-day postpartum confinement. During this period, confinement customs recommended keeping the windows and doors tightly closed, no breeze allowed. But the air was stuffy, hot, and the room smelled foul. Jiang Yu couldn't stand it. Mother Lu couldn't argue with her, so she opened a small window in the outer room. Since they were inside, with a screen blocking the wind, it was fine as long as it didn't blow directly. But Jiang Yu still felt too hot. She could only gently wave her fan, not keep it in one place for long. Please bear with it, wife. If you catch a cold during confinement, it could affect you for life. She wrung a cloth to wipe Jiang Yu's sweat, and even the cloth was warm. Hey, why isn't Mother's mung bean soup here yet? Although she couldn't drink the ice-cold soup from the well, it would help cool her down. Finally, the mung bean soup arrived, but it was only a small bowl. Jiang Yu drank it in a few sips, then looked longingly at Jiang Rulon. Mung beans are cool in nature. You should drink less. Now that you're a mother, you're acting more like a child. Mother Lu chuckled secretly. I think this is quite good. Humph. Jiang Yu turned her head away, ignoring them. As it got hotter, she gradually got used to it. It was again her birthday. Jiang Yu couldn't go out, so the whole family moved to the outer room of Jiang Yu's house to eat. Except for Cheng Yi, who was also grown up now and couldn't easily go into his sister-in-law's room. He early on gave her birthday gift, and later found an excuse to go out in the afternoon. Jiche and Ningning were lying in special baby cribs pushed to the table. The 2 sisters watched their younger brother and sister carefully. Sui whispered, Big sister, you're so amazing. Che and Ningning are getting more and more adorable. Jiche, like Jiang Yu, was chubby and white, with big eyes that kept spinning. Ningning looked more like Cheng Jin, calm and quiet. When their brother was kicking his legs around, Ningning just lay there and played by herself. Mom, can I touch them? Yes, you can. Do you want to touch them, Wan Yu? Yes. After getting Jiang Yu's permission, the sisters carefully reached out and touched the babies' faces. They're so smooth, like soft cheese, Sui said, swallowing hard. She leaned in to smell and really caught a milk scent. The little brother and sister must be made of soft cheese. Cheng Wan Yu remembered how Sui's little face felt. Sui's face also feels like soft cheese, both soft and smooth, but Sui's was easier to touch, plump and bouncy. Ningning felt her sister's touch, grabbed Sui's finger tightly, and tried to put it in her mouth. No biting hands, Mother said. There are invisible bugs on your hands. If you eat them, you'll get sick, Mom. Sui looked conflicted. She tried to pull her hand back, not letting her sister eat it. Jiang Rulon helped open Ningning's little hand.
Sui finally escaped.
She didn't get what she wanted, pouted twice, then closed her eyes and obediently went to sleep. Ningning is so good, Sui said proudly. She still remembered Aunt Cui telling her sister couldn't eat her hand, and she cried. Unlike Ningning, who didn't cry even when she didn't get to eat. Jiang Rulon saw them still gathered around the crib and couldn't help but say, All right, let's eat first. After dinner, we can look. Okay. Che and Ning were adorable, but Sui's little stomach was already hungry. She decided to eat first. Today Sui is 5 years old. Mom wishes Sui a happy birthday. May she become more and more adorable and beautiful. Every year, Sui claps her hands and says, Daddy says I can go to school when I turn 6. Do you really want to go to school? Sui glances at her younger brother and sister lying in the cradle. Once she goes to school, she will buy lots of candies for them to eat. She's not like Uncle Air and her older sister. They only give one piece of candy each time. They're just teasing the kids.
Yes.
I want to go. Okay, after your 6th birthday, I will send you. Jiang Yu is happy too. Going to school is a good thing. But little girl doesn't know that she just wants to go for the candies. Early in the morning, Cheng Jin came in with a serious face. Just now, the county office posted a notice of mourning. Jiang Yu gently pats Jining's hand and pauses. The emperor has passed away. Who will be the new emperor? The county office has already set up a memorial hall. I need to go there first. Okay. Cheng Jin changes his clothes and rushes to the county office. As a scholar, he must go to pay respects every day. The common people don't need to go, but they must observe 100 days of national mourning, which bans banquets, singing and dancing, weddings, temple fairs, and all entertainment activities. Jiang Yu patiently waits for 2 more days. Cheng Jin brings back news. The emperor's 8th son, Xiao Qingyan, has begun to accept the mandate of heaven today, ruling over all nations. Cheng Jin finishes reading. What does Yunyang think about this? Jiang Yu hides her joy and finds an excuse. The case about the salt price was caused by the 8th prince. I just wanted to hear about it. The days ahead will get better and better. Cheng Jin hugs Jiang Yu and rests his chin on her head. Yes, it will get better and better. Jiang Yu's thoughts drift away. Yujia, you just wait patiently. One day, I will climb to the highest position. The edict for the crown prince won't have my Henan Yan's name, but I can still fight for that sealed edict. Henan Yan said such arrogant words for the first time. Jiang Yu believes in her completely. Girl, I'm waiting for you. Ji Che and Jining's full moon celebration can't be held. 42 days pass in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu happily takes a bath, changing the water 3 times before she finally feels clean of that foul smell. Before the 100 days are over and the stall can open, Jiang Yu focuses on taking care of the 3 children. Sui stretches her arms and gestures. Mom. Ning now seems to be only a little smaller than Che. When Zhe was born, he was a bit larger, but over time, Zining gradually caught up. It seems so.
Sui observes very carefully.
Great job. When will Zhe and Ning start talking? Every time Sui talks to her younger siblings, they only babble back, and she can't understand them. When Sui was about 10 months old, she started calling Mama. Now it's only June, so it will probably be next spring before her siblings speak. After the new year, and when the willow trees on the riverbank sprout new leaves, the little ones should start talking. Sui looked at her thin clothes, knowing she still has to wait until she wears and then takes off heavier clothes. It's so long. Sui wants to talk to Zhe and Ning. The house is full of adults, so clearly Zhe and Ning are more interesting to Sui. Sui used to be like her little siblings, and now she's grown up too.
Time passes quickly. All right.
Sui gently touched the little heads of her siblings. Their soft, fine hair tickled her palm. The 2 little ones were sleeping.
Jiang Yu pick it up Sui.
Come. Mother will tell you a story, okay? Sui buried her head deep in Jiang Yu's neck, taking a deep breath of her mother's scent. Okay, I want to hear the story of the 7th fairy. Jiang Yu gently patted her back, her voice soft. Sui listened to the story and gradually closed her eyes, falling into deep sleep. Jiang Yu laid her on the bed, took a small fan to cool her, and looked her over carefully. She had grown taller and thinner after losing her family abroad. She still needed to make 2 more outfits. Finally, the 100-day mourning period ended. With the opening of the tavern and tea house, the street became busier. But everyone was still cautious, not daring to make loud noises or immediately change into bright clothes. They slowly transitioned. Even on the Mid-Autumn Festival, families celebrated quietly. It wasn't until after the Double Ninth Festival that the town returned to its usual lively atmosphere. Thinking it over, Jiang Yu didn't want herself and Jiang Rilon to take Zhizhe and Ning Ning away. Mother Lu went into business, leaving Sui Sui with Cheng Jin alone. Every day after finishing her studies, Sui Sui still came to her room to play with her mother and younger siblings. Because of this, her stall still hasn't opened. Lady Wang came by once, seeing that Jiang Yu was too busy to handle everything. After receiving Jiang Yu's promise to open her shop after the new year, she asked her to go back and sell tea. At the end of November, Jiang Yu took out the purse she had prepared, which was a birthday gift she made for Cheng Jin last year. But she hadn't finished it yet because she became pregnant. First, Cheng Jin stayed close to her every day, so she had no chance to work on it. Second, she was tired of sewing. This year, she finally picked it up again. She hurried to finish it, working quickly, and finally completed it just before Cheng Jin's birthday. After dinner, Jiang Yu took a shower in her room, fed the two children, and waited until Ji Che and Ji Ning were asleep. Mother Lu Mama, today is my husband's birthday. I want to go to the study and talk to him. Their unspoken meaning was clear when they saw Jiang Yu's shy, blushing face. Go ahead. Ji Che and Ji Ning just ate, so there's no rush. Jiang Yu tightened her coat, feeling a bit nervous after so long. Actually, she was a little. Cheng Jin had already been in his study for a long time. After dinner tonight, he usually went to his study to write for a while. He heard Jiang Yu's voice outside. Husband, are you asleep? Jiang Yu's attention was not on this. The study was brightly lit, so Cheng Jin couldn't be sleeping. No. Cheng Jin put down his pen, came to open the door. You're so thinly dressed, Yunyang. Come in quickly. Inside, they sat together. Seeing Cheng Jin's innocent and curious expression, her heart beat faster. She was more nervous than when they got married. Today is your birthday. Jiang Yu took out the purse from her sleeve. A birthday gift. It was made of off-white fabric, embroidered with bright green bamboo, with simple stitches. Did you make this yourself, Yunyang? Yes. I wanted to make a riverbank scene with willow leaves, but it was too difficult, so she made it in a simple style instead. Thank you, Yunyang. I like it very much. I prefer simple patterns. Cheng Jin carefully put the purse into his clothes, pressing it close to his heart. You're taking care of the children and making me a birthday gift. Thank you, Yunyang. Did you like it? Jiang Yu didn't lift her head, her hands twisting her sleeves.
Huh.
Cheng Jin was a bit surprised. Didn't he just say he liked it very much? What was Yunyang doing? Cheng Jin cautiously asked. Yes, I like it very much. She pulled his hand and rolled up her sleeve. What's wrong with Yunyang? If this keeps going on, until when will it end? Jiang Yu has never been someone to suffer in silence. Sir, please go turn off the lamps. At this moment, Cheng Jin finally understood why Jiang Yu was acting so strangely and why she was dressed so lightly. Thinking back to that day's scene, Cheng Jin got up and only turned off the two lamps in front of the table, leaving the one by the bed. Sir? Jiang Yu looked confused. Wasn't this secret signal usually effective? Why didn't she turn off the lamp today? Did her husband misunderstand? I'm afraid of the dark. When did you become afraid of the dark? I didn't know. Cheng Jin pulled her closer. I'm afraid it will be too dark and I won't see anything. So many things had happened before. First, Jiang Yu got pregnant, then the salt price scandal, then the baby was born, and finally the 100-day national mourning. The streets had finally returned to their usual lively scene, but Cha-Cha and Nanang were still young, and the family was busy all around. Cheng Yi felt he couldn't help much, so he stayed quietly at home. Seeing that the school was about to have a holiday again, if he didn't go, he would need to inform the teacher in advance. Cheng Yi chose an auspicious day. Older brother. What's the matter? Cheng Jin put down his brush and rubbed his forehead. After the new year, I don't want to go to school anymore. Have you thought it through? Yes, Cheng Yi said. I've decided what I want to do. I can read and do math pretty well. I get along with everyone, and I think I'm suited to be the manager of a restaurant. Is that really suitable? Does second brother like it? Yes, I like it. Anyway, it's better than studying. I don't like memorizing texts or writing essays. I'm good at arithmetic, but that's not part of the main exams, and we have fewer classes on that. Alright, when the school holiday starts, I'll go with you to talk to the teacher. Jiang Yu didn't have many close friends at school. Those focused on exams played together, and the idle young masters hung out in their own groups. He was caught in the middle, neither here nor there. He had made some friends before, but after the issue with the monthly tribute, they gradually drifted apart. Cheng Jin added, "In a few days, I'll finish my work and go see which shops are hiring apprentices. Thank you, older brother." Cheng Yi bowed to Cheng Jin. "Make sure to look at the restaurants and inns first." "I understand." Cheng Yi chuckled and first went to the kitchen, where Jiang Rulan was preparing afternoon snacks. "Annie, haha, is there anything to eat? Erlang is so happy today." "Come, I just steamed some double-layer milk pudding." Since Cheng Yi was staying at home today, she made extra and brought out 2 bowls. Cheng Yi carefully took one, saying, "After the new year, I won't have to go to school anymore." "Really not going to school?" Jiang Rulan looked at him. "Did your older brother agree?" "Yes. Once my older brother finds a good restaurant or inn, I will go learn to be a manager." "That's good. Maybe one day, Erlang will open a big restaurant too. If the children can't focus on studying, it's okay. Learning some skills is also good. As long as they have ambition, it's fine."
All right.
"One day, I will open a big restaurant. Our family can eat whatever they want." Seeing Jiang Rulan still busy, Cheng Yi moved closer and asked, "What is this?" "It's pumpkin puree for Cha-Cha and Nini. Do you want to try some too? There's not much flavor in what little ones eat, so never mind."
No.
"I'll just have the double-layer milk pudding." After bringing the pudding, he obediently went back to his room. Although he wouldn't be going to school after the new year, he still needed to finish his lessons. Maybe because he thought he wouldn't have to go to school soon, he found these lessons a bit easier. He hummed a little tune, took a bite, and wrote a little. Meanwhile, Jiang Rulan brought the afternoon snacks back to her room. "Here we have our Sway's double-layer milk pudding and Cha-Cha Nini's pumpkin puree." Sway climbed down from the bed. Jiang Yu helped her put on her shoes, and she sat on a small chair. "Thank you, Grandma." Sway didn't like eggs, but she loved desserts made with eggs. "Xiao Yu, come quickly and eat. We'll feed you, okay?" Mother and daughter sat at a small round table. Sway scooped a spoonful and said, "Mom, try mine." Actually, both bowls had the same thing. Jiang Yu lowered her head and ate the double-layer milk pudding from Sway's spoon. "Delicious. Thank you, Sway." Jiang Rulan and Lu Mama each brought a small bowl of pumpkin puree and used small wooden spoons to feed Cha-Cha and Nini. When Sway finished, the 2 little ones had only eaten half. Cha-Cha ate quickly, and if Lu Mama fed him slowly, he would reach out to grab the bowl. Nini was much better behaved. Jiang Rulan fed her a bite, and she would eat it. Even if she wasn't fed, she wouldn't fuss. When the 2 little ones finished eating, Jiang Rulan and Lu's mother went to have lunch. Sway took off her shoes, and then climbed back onto the bed. The bed was filled with small toys, all of which Sway played with when she was little, cleaned up stuffed animals and building blocks. Sway built a small house with the blocks, controlling the little animals to line up and walk back home. As they walked, she made animal sounds to pretend they were talking. Che watched his sister's actions, drooling and giggling foolishly. His chubby arms waved excitedly, babbling happily. Supported by her brother, Sway became more enthusiastic. Sometimes she said a little monkey hit a pig, and a big tiger came to settle the matter. Other times a little rabbit fell into a trap, and the animals worked together to rescue her. Even if Ning didn't wave her chubby arms to cheer her on, Sway still remembered her sister. She controlled the little rabbit to crawl over and nuzzle Ning's small hand. Ning didn't refuse her sister's kindness. She gently scratched the stuffed rabbit and then slowly lay down to sleep. Seeing her sister close her eyes, Sway lowered her voice and continued playing with her brother. As they played, Che also fell asleep. "Mom." Sway pointed to her sleeping brother and sister. Jiang Yu, who had been watching quietly, nodded and packed away the building blocks. "Does Sway want to take a nap?" Sway shook her head. "I've already napped in the afternoon. If I sleep now, I won't be able to sleep tonight." She was almost 6 years old and had learned to manage her schedule well. "Good girl, Sway. Now that your brother and sister are sleeping, what do you want to do?" Sway thought for a moment. "I'm going to write characters, Mom." She called it writing characters, but she was actually practicing strokes. Jiang Yu had prepared a small sandbox for her. She used to stick to write in the sand, and after finishing, she would wipe the sand away and start again. Mom will stay with Sui Sui, her mother said. Holding hands, they went outside, and Sui Sui didn't need her mother's help. She carefully placed the sandbox on the table, then picked up the stick and carefully practiced writing the strokes she had learned from Cheng Jin, repeating them several times. While writing, she also read aloud. Jiang Yu watched her with pride, feeling very pleased. She remembered when she first taught her to recognize characters. Back then, the little girl thought the characters looked like sesame balls. Now, she could sit quietly and carefully write the strokes. The inside of the house was warm from the charcoal fire. Jiang Rulan and Mother Lu were in the back room, sitting with the two little ones. If you listen carefully, you could hear them whispering and chatting softly. Jiang Yu looked out through a crack in the window and saw the honeysuckle in the corner of the wall. It had taken root there in less than a year. No one took special care of it, just a few small sticks to support it, and the delicate branches were slowly climbing upward. Because it was winter now, the plant was still bare. But in spring, new buds would appear on its branches, and it would be full of flowers. Time flies so fast. When it blooms, Sui Sui will also start school. Yellow and blue sky. Vast universe. Winter turns to summer, autumn harvests, winter stores. After finishing writing the characters, Sui Sui began reciting her lessons. Hearing her clear, childish voice, Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair and drifted into sleep. Sui Sui brought a small blanket, gently draped it over her mother, and tiptoed to nuzzle her face against her mother's cheek. Her mother's face was as soft and smooth as creamy cheese. Cheng Yi asked around for several days, but many families didn't want to take him in. With connections, he could find a good chef, but he was worried that Cheng Jin might pay to open a new restaurant and steal their business once he learned the craft. Fortunately, two families agreed. One was Tianxiang Restaurant, a branch from the city, the largest restaurant in the county. It relied on secret recipes and unique ingredients, so it wasn't afraid of competition. Cheng Jin explained his purpose. He was willing to give the county official face and personally bring Cheng Yi. The other was Linbo Tower, run by locals from the county. It was a family business, with family members as cooks and managers. It was on the south bank, farther away, but the manager and Cheng Jin had been classmates at the official school, so they shared some friendship. Cheng Jin would take care of the arrangements, but a contract was needed. Once Cheng Yi learned his skills, he couldn't open a restaurant on the south bank. Cheng Jin explained the situation to him clearly. Which one do you want to go to? Tianxiang Restaurant. Uncle Juan just stepped down from Linbo Tower recently, and my older brother is probably very busy. If I go there, I'll only cause trouble for him. I think I should go to Tianxiang. I think Tianxiang is better too, Cheng Jin agreed. He hadn't initially planned to trouble Wan Qi. When he heard Cheng Jin was looking for a restaurant for his brother, Wan Qi reached out to help. When should I go? Sui Sui was already eager. After the new year, around the 15th. I've been busy lately and haven't had time for you. As the largest restaurant in the county, Tianxiang Tower stays open during the new year when other places close. In fact, it becomes the busiest time. Good. Seeing Cheng Yi so happy, I smiled. If my parents were still alive, according to their plans, he might have become an official or been waiting in line at the county office to fill a vacancy. Even if second brother didn't love studying, he would surely take the imperial exam to become a scholar and later run a small private school. Thinking of him as a teacher, Cheng Jin chuckled, imagining him playing with children every day. My parents' hopes are important, but those who stay behind should also live happily and healthily according to their own wishes. Father, mother, if you can hear me from the afterlife, please don't blame me. On the last day of school before the new year, Cheng Jin took a gift to pick up Cheng Yi. He stood under the corridor, waiting until everyone had left, then took Cheng Yi to the inner courtyard to see the teacher. Teacher, after the new year, second brother won't be coming for a while. Putting down the gift, Cheng Jin bowed to the teacher. Not for long. Cheng Yi suddenly turned to look at his older brother, eyes full of surprise. Cheng Jin continued, I'm grateful for your care over the years, but second brother isn't interested in studying anymore. Now he has something he wants to do, and I want him to try it first. He's still young. If he doesn't succeed, he can always come back to study later." The teacher stroked his beard and was silent for a moment. He had been teaching for over 20 years. Since Cheng Yi started learning, he had been studying with him. This child's heart wasn't in school. Now it's hard for him to pass the imperial exam. But if he goes out to experience life and suffer some hardships, he might realize how good studying is. Coming back to study seriously for a few years could still be hopeful.
Fine, the teacher nodded.
If he changes his mind later and wants to study again, he can come back anytime. Turning to Cheng Yi, the teacher spoke gently. "Second brother, you have a kind heart. When you go out, be more cautious and don't let others trick you, understand?" His joy about not having to go to school was tinged with reluctance after hearing this. "Teacher, I will come to see you later." The teacher, usually strict, often scolded him when he didn't do well in his studies. Over the past few years, he hadn't made much progress and hadn't heard the teacher praise him in a long time. But the teacher's serious face returned. "Second brother, no matter what you do, never lose your kind heart." He was afraid he might be tricked because he lacked awareness, and he was even more worried that worldly experiences might dull his true heart. "Understood, master." After leaving the school, the gate slowly closed with a creaking sound. Cheng Yi couldn't help but look back. Since he was 6 and started school, he had been studying here. Over 10 years, he knew every plant, brick, and tile in the school very well. People came and went. Now he was about to leave. "Older brother, I will study hard." "Yes, I believe in you," his older brother replied. In the past, Cheng Jin would just say yes in response. But after spending a lot of time with Yunyang, he learned to encourage the little kid. Cheng Yi puffed up and said, "Older brother still said I should try first. Isn't that obvious he doesn't trust me?" Cheng Jin ignored him and walked on his own. "Silly second brother, you can't say things so definitely. You need to leave some room for doubt. He was so simple-minded. Can he really be a good shopkeeper?" But he only seemed to be naive around his own family. "Never mind, take one step at a time. Second brother will have to stand on his own eventually." In the first year after the new emperor ascended the throne, because of a general amnesty and tax reductions after the autumn harvest, last year, the people of Jiangdu didn't have a good year. This year, the New Year atmosphere was especially strong. Wealthy families led the way, pooling money to hang bright red lanterns in the streets. Those with a bit more money put up characters on their doors in the alley. Even those with tight budgets cut out some decorative paper to join in the fun. The whole family enjoyed a good New Year. Sitting idle and doing nothing would only lead to waste. Jiang Yu also felt a bit anxious. Cha-Cha and Ning-Ning were almost 9 months old now. They no longer cried and fussed as they did last year. Gradually, Lu Mama and Jiang Rulan started to let go. Every year, when they didn't read with their father, Cheng Jin helped take care of the children. So, on the 16th day of the Lunar New Year, the small stall was set up again. In the morning, Lady Wang would come first to help Lu Mama set up the stall. Jiang Rulan prepared breakfast, and Cheng Jin helped Jiang Yu wash the children. After breakfast, Tianxiang Tower didn't open for morning business, so Cheng Yi took the opportunity to deliver breakfast to the stall. After washing the dishes, Jiang Rulan took Cha-Cha and Ning-Ning. Sui followed Cheng Jin to study, and Jiang Yu baked egg yolk pastries and tea-flavored cookies. At noon, Jiang Yu cooked lunch. Jiang Rulan went to deliver it. If the stall was busy, she helped out for a while. Jiang Yu then took the 3 children for a nap. After waking up from her nap, Cheng Jin helped watch the children and thought about her new story. Jiang Yu took some time to help Jiang Rulan steam rice noodles. Before dinner, Cheng Yu usually returned home. She played with her younger brothers and sisters. Jiang Rulan and Jiang Yu took turns cooking dinner, while Cheng Jin went to her study to write her stories. After dinner, everyone sat together to chat, then washed up and went to bed. In the house, there were 2 beds. The 2 women shared the chores. Cheng Jin took care of Chow Chow, and Jiang Yu took care of Ning Ning. Sui still slept with her grandmother. The family stayed close and busy, living simple, everyday lives. Since going to Tianqiang Tower, Cheng Yi hadn't been home for dinner in a long time. He left early and came back late, so he seemed busy. But if you asked what he learned, he couldn't really say. He just followed the shopkeeper around, learning how to deal with people and understanding the daily schedule of the restaurant. That was about all he knew. He thought, take it slow. When I was at school, I didn't learn everything at once. Chow Chow and Ning Ning can now crawl. Mostly, Chow Chow is the one crawling, while Ning Ning only crawls a little when Sui Sui teases her, just to give her sister a chance. Later, Chow Chow kept chasing Ning Ning and licking her. To avoid her brother's saliva attack, the little girl moved more quickly. One day after her nap, Chow Chow was chasing Ning Ning again. Ning Ning had crawled behind Sui Sui to hide. Chow Chow couldn't find her sister, so he froze for a moment and then started chewing on his little hands.
Puff.
Silly boy, why isn't your sister as clever as you? Sui Sui covered her mouth to hide her smile, shifted her position, and made sure her sister was hidden more securely. Mom, did Sui Sui learn to crawl before? Of course. You don't even need Mom to tease you. Just put some toys around the bed, and you can crawl from one side to the other to find them. While mother and daughter talked, Chow Chow crawled onto Sui Sui. Afraid of touching Ning Ning, he had to lean to the side. When he couldn't bite Ning Ning, he started nibbling on Sui Sui's little face. Seeing this, Ning Ning also moved aside. The two siblings took turns, smudging Sui Sui's face with their kisses.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Yu laughed so hard, she couldn't straighten up. Sui Sui was overwhelmed by the attack, but didn't dare push Chow Chow or Ning Ning away. She called out, Mom.
Help Sui Sui.
Jiang Yu held each of the little ones, pulling apart the two small children. Sui Sui was finally rescued. She quickly wiped her face with her sleeve, complaining about Jiang Yu. Mom. Her face was red, still with some leftover drool, and she glared angrily, acting cute like a kitten. Even when angry, she looked so adorable. Mom was wrong. Next time, I will pull apart Cha-Cha and Neng earlier, Jiang Yu promised. Okay. She took two homemade teething sticks and handed them to Cha-Cha and Neng.
Here, chew on this.
You can't chew on sister anymore. Each took one and chewed while drooling. Jiang Yu wrung out a cloth and wiped Sui Sui's face first. Next time, if Cha-Cha or Neng bites you, just push them away, okay? But pushing people isn't good and it doesn't hurt, Sui Sui said, her mouth full of drool and feeling a bit itchy. Gently pushing is fine. If their teeth are fully grown, they might bite you. Sui Sui looked up at her mother, waiting for her to finish wiping her face. Got it, she said seriously. You can't bite people, okay? Biting is wrong. Sui Sui then went to the study to call Dad to come play with them. Mom, I'll go help Grandma steam the rice flour. Okay, Sui Sui headed to the study. She saw the yard gate was open and Cheng Jin seemed to be talking to someone. Then her father moved aside and brought in an aunt. Sui Sui, what are you doing here? Sui Sui didn't answer, just looked at the woman with confusion. You're so tall now, you don't recognize Annie? Auntie? Sui Sui couldn't remember. But she still obediently called out, Auntie, Dad, Mom said to watch us. She's going to help Grandma steam the rice flour. Cheng Jin nodded and took Sui Sui's hand. Okay, big sister, come with me to the room. Mother Jiang and the children are inside. Jiang Yu was wiping drool from Neng's mouth when she heard the noise at the door. She looked up, and the three stood silhouetted against the light. Cheng Jin held Sui Sui's hand, and beside him stood a woman. Her head spun for a moment before she realized it was Cheng Yu, sister-in-law. Cheng Yu looked a bit shy. The last time they met was right after her brother's wedding. Now that the children had been born, she was a bit embarrassed. She lived in the same county, but seemed worlds apart. Please sit, sister-in-law. Are you here alone? Where is Yunji? Ah. Cheng Yu sat on the soft stool by the bed. Brother Yun went to school, so I didn't bring him here. Look at my memory. Brother Yun should be in school now. On the bed, Che and Ning's small eyes were darting around. Seeing the stranger, they crawled closer to Jiang Yu. These two children look so good. Are their names Che and Jining? Sorry, I haven't had time to visit them. It's not your fault, sister-in-law. We didn't hold a full month or 100-day celebration. We were waiting until they turned 1 year old to invite you. Cheng Yu chuckled awkwardly, but said nothing. Jiang Yu changed the subject and mentioned other things. Cheng Yu quietly observed the room. After looking around, she didn't see anyone and tentatively spoke. Where's Yu? Last year, because of the salt price issue, she didn't visit the old house. This year, she didn't go either when they had dinner there. Usually, Cheng Jin never went to the Yi family, and Cheng Yu didn't visit her daughter either. Jiang Yu glanced at Cheng Jin, who still looked a bit strange. She wondered what was really going on with these two siblings. Young master, please sit with auntie. I'll go call Yu now. Cheng Jin responded coldly, but then hesitated and added, all right. After Jiang Yu left, the atmosphere in the room grew cold. Cheng Jin said nothing. Cheng Yu sat by the bed, watching Che and Ning. Sui looked at the strange adults, but finally took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed to play with her brother and sister. Jiang Yu went to the backyard first to find Jiang Rulan, who was grinding rice. Yu's mother has come. Is there enough food at home? Yu's mother? Jiang Rulan had only seen her once. She hasn't come to see the children in a long time. It's not a festival or special day. Why did she suddenly come? Jiang Yu shook her head. I don't know. I noticed Alang's face doesn't look good either. Well, I should go call Yu. All right. The food is enough. I'll cook dinner later. That's good. Although she didn't know if her older sister was here to eat, she said, thank you, mother. Hurry and call Yu. The girl probably misses her mother very much. Not necessarily, Jiang Yu thought. Since the last meeting, Yu hadn't mentioned her mother again. She used to sometimes look at Sui with a hint of envy, but now that feeling was gone. Even before going to the old house this year, she wasn't nervous or excited anymore. The person who opened the door was Yu. Auntie, why did you come so suddenly? Are you here to talk to Master? But recently, Master has been busy and took on a big order. Jiang Yu patiently waited for Yu to finish before speaking. Your mother has come. Since Master Lu is busy, I won't go in. You can go and tell him I stopped by. Cheng Yu's bright eyes drooped, and she said nothing. Oh well, go see her. Your mother came especially to see you today. I don't believe it, she said coldly, just like Cheng Jin had earlier. Although she said she didn't believe, she still hurried to excuse herself to Lu Su. She didn't say her mother was here, only that there was some family matter. Lu Su happily agreed. Cheng Yu silently followed Jiang Yu, head bowed, looking sad. But once inside the house, she straightened her back, still with a cold, expressionless face. Yue, the 15-year-old girl, was now as tall as her aunt. She had been pretty since she was little, and now her face had fully developed. Her oval face had a small, round nose, and her most beautiful feature was her gentle eyes, like spring breezes, with a smile. Unfortunately, her bangs covered part of her face. Cheng Yu stepped forward slowly and bowed. Aunt. Her daughter was very polite, but Cheng Yu's nose twitched. She called me aunt. Cheng Yu sat on the bed, playing with Che, ignoring Cheng Yu. It's been a while. Why are you free today, aunt? Your father is out trading with others right now, so he's not my father, Cheng Yu said coldly. She also mocked Cheng Yu. Could it be that because Lord Yi isn't home and came to visit relatives? No, it's not. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yu listened nearby. Yu is usually gentle, but now she had a sharp edge. That was good. But the more she acted like this, the more she cared about her mother deep inside. Hearing this voice, Cheng Yu felt annoyed. Why did her mother always act like this? As if everything was her fault.
I'm hungry.
I'll go see if there's anything to eat. I want to go with sister too. Since her mother was busy with Che and Ning, she decided to go out with her sister first. Would you like some lunch, sister? Jiang Yu softly asked. Cheng Yu shook her head. She couldn't eat. Then you all go ahead. Grandma is in the kitchen. Okay. After the two young girls left, Cheng Yu's tears fell like beads of string. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. Jiang Yu looked down and didn't look at her. Big sister, would you like some tea? Cheng Jin stood up, looking for an excuse. He really wanted to have a good talk with his sister. Yes. The two walked to the yard, one behind the other. They stopped in front of the room where Cheng Yu used to live before she got married. That was also where Jiang Yu and Cheng Jin got married, and the room had never been changed. Does big sister really love him this much, loving him so much that she was beaten and still protected him? The first time he knew his sister was hit, she didn't go to the Yi family to ask for justice. But what about big sister? She denied everything in front of the Yi family, saying the man drove her out because she meddled too much. Even if he later passed the imperial exam, so what? Big sister couldn't stand up for herself. Could he force her and her husband to separate? Whether she loves him or not, what does it matter? They have children now. Besides, after so many years, only brother Yun is left. He didn't take a concubine, so he's already good enough. Cheng Jin snorted coldly. Not taking a concubine means he's a good man? Does he not want to spend more money to support another woman at home? Does big sister think he has other women outside? He just doesn't want to bring someone back because they haven't had a son. Cheng Jin wasn't without temper. He was angry at Cheng Yu before and swore not to care about her anymore. But today, seeing his increasingly thin sister, his anger turned into helpless frustration. Big sister, you should divorce him or come back home. Your room is still there. You can stay at home forever and it won't matter. What about brother Yin? I no longer have Jade. Do I not want brother Yin anymore? Hearing this, Cheng Jin's anger grew stronger. What happened to Jade? Isn't big sister more clear about it than I am? He didn't like dealing with people, but when it came to his sister's matters, how many times had he gone to the Yi family? What can I do? Cheng Yu raised her voice. You're a man. You've taken advantage of everything. And you think I'm a useless sister? Her father refused to send her to school, so I taught her to read myself. When Jade was taken away, I immediately looked for someone to find you to save her. The first time I knelt before my brother, it was to ask you to adopt her under your name. The third generation of the Yi family has only one child. Can I take Yin-gur with me? If I could, do you think I would want to stay in that dangerous place? I really do know about the woman outside he has been seeing. If I leave, and that woman truly gives birth to a son, and enters the family, would I still have my Yin-gur? When I was young, a lady in the county harmed her own son to protect her own child. I still can't forget that. I can't risk losing Yin-gur's life. Cheng Yu wiped her tears and choked with emotion. Yes, I am doing this for Yin-gur, but do I not care about Sister Yu? I am not capable. I can only teach her a few words and help her embroider some flowers. But why am I not capable? Dalong doesn't understand? I only learned a few words at school before you were born. Father brought me home to take care of my younger brother. Did I not want to continue studying? Did I not want to learn skills? If I were a boy, would father treat me this way? Would I have come to this point? Cheng Yu almost shouted the last words. Her face was red, her eyes wide with anger. Her hands clenched tightly, and the veins on her neck bulged. Do I have any choice? Big sister.
I'm sorry.
He was the one who gained from the situation, always taking advantage of his male status. How can he blame a mother who only cares for her children? Hearing the apology, Cheng Yu suddenly lost all her strength. I believe you, and your younger sister will treat Sister Yu well. From now on, let's not have any more contact between our families. Cheng Yu left, and Cheng Jin returned to his room, lost and hopeless. Lang Jun? Jiang Yu helped him up. You just argued with Sister Gu. Even she heard the noise from inside. It's my fault, Yunyang.
It's all my fault.
I am to blame. He looked blank, muttering over and over. Jiang Yu held him tightly. No, it's not. I thought I was doing good for big sister, but I never considered her feelings. I took advantage of my male status and thought she was useless. I really am to blame. Do you know, Yunyang? It's because of me that big sister can't continue studying. Cheng Jin said many things and remembered many childhood moments. He remembered that big sister loved embroidery. When she sat with him to write, she would also draw some flower patterns. After finally waiting for him to start school, the older sister was already 14 years old. It was hard to persuade her father to agree to send her, especially since her mother was pregnant again. To take care of her mother, the older sister stayed at home. Later, that child was not born, and the delay caused her to be 15. She only studied for 2 or 3 years before Erlang came. Not long after Erlang was born, the older sister got married. Jiang Yu patiently listened to him finish. As a daughter-in-law, she knew she shouldn't judge her late father-in-law. She said, "It's not the husband's fault. It's the Yi family's fault. It's the fault of this world. Heaven is for fairness. Earth is for nurturing. Heaven covers all things, pouring rain and dew. Earth holds everything, giving life. Balance between yin and yang is essential. Both should support each other. But when the sky is high above for too long, differences in status and worth appear. Ants, no matter how unwilling, cannot resist the rules of this world. They can only try their best to protect themselves and what they care about. Your husband and older sister have done all they can. Wan Yu, Sui Sui, and Ning Ning won't follow in her footsteps. They will read books, learn skills, and protect themselves. She would also teach Che Che well. Even if, by some misfortune, her daughter married poorly, Che Che would help them escape." Jiang Yu's clothes on her shoulders were soaked. She gently patted Cheng Jin's back. "Nan Yen, will you become that tiny ant in the broken sky?" Cheng Jin sniffed, then looked up. "Yunyang, I want to discuss something with you. Tell me, husband. Actually, a few days ago, the new county magistrate, Lord Pei, came to me. Qushui, he wants to open a girls' school." "A girls' school? Isn't there already one?" In Jiangdu, the literary style was popular, and there had always been girls' schools. They mainly taught basic reading and writing, the 4 books, arithmetic, etiquette, and other skills, usually until they reached their coming of age. After graduation, they either stayed at home preparing for marriage, to become the main wife and manage the household, or, like Cui Shuang's younger sister, learn some words and then left early to study medicine, or like Wan Yu, learned a craft. Although not as advanced as in later times, these options gave girls more choices than in other places. No, it's not the kind of girls' school you know, Yunyang. It's a real school. Boys learn what boys learn, and the newly opened girls' school will teach the same. Cheng Jin whispered, "Lord Pei." He pointed upward. That person took Jiangdu Prefecture and several counties as a starting point. Qushui is one of them. Once the higher authorities open up opportunities and reform the official selection policies, the woman might have a chance to enter official service through the imperial exams. Jiang Yu's voice trembled. "What men learn, women should learn too. Men study the 4 books and 5 classics, official annotations, and policy essays. It's about self-cultivation, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world." A spark of hope shone in Jiang Yu's eyes. "Yes," Cheng Jin nodded firmly. After Pei Darren told him about this, he didn't immediately agree because he was afraid. Afraid he wouldn't do well. Afraid that even if he taught them, they might not get the chance to pass the exams and become officials. He worried they would waste many years and, in the end, it might be a delay. Honestly, Pei Darren had some literary pride. He looked down on scholars who only held the titles of Xiaocai, licentiate, Jiren, recommended scholar, county magistrate's clerk, official school teachers. All had the status of Jiren, but none of them could be a female teacher in a girls' school. And yet, Qushui had him. He was the most suitable candidate at the moment. It was also today's big sister's words that made him decide he wanted to do this. If women could also pass the imperial exams and gain honor, perhaps their family would be willing to give them a chance to study. But this might take many years to see results. I might not live to see it, and it might never happen. Until I die, I might just be a female school teacher. Sir, Jiang Yu cupped his face with both hands. I know you're not concerned about that. If you truly cared about power and status, you wouldn't be sitting at home writing stories. If you didn't want to be this teacher, you would have refused Pei Darren long ago and wouldn't be talking to me now. Are you afraid, sir, that you might not do well in this? Jiang Yu's eyes were full of pride, trust, and support. If you can pass the Jiren exam, you can surely teach them well. Even if we are no longer here, this goal can still be achieved. As the old saying goes, the trees planted by the predecessors provide shade for those who come after. I believe you can nurture this little sapling, and they, too, can grow into towering trees, protecting their community. Yunyang, in the future, your family will have to work hard for you. The teacher's monthly salary was low, and he still needed to earn enough for his children's future. He would continue writing stories, but that meant he couldn't pay much attention to his family. It's not like I will start my new job tomorrow, but before school starts again, can the new girls' school open? It might take some time. They need to find a place, look for another teacher, and recruit students. I think it may be until the second half of the year. At first, Cheng Jin will teach children who already know some basics to read the 4 books. Later, she will teach essays and discussions. The school also needs to find a teacher to help children without any foundation. They don't necessarily need a top scholar for this, especially if they can't find one. A talented scholar could do it, but it will still take time to find someone willing and suitable. Then, we can wait until the new girls' school opens and Sui can go back to school. Your husband can take her to and from school. By then, Che and Ning will be over a year old, easy to take care of, and our family can manage. Yunyang, thank you for supporting me. I support all women in this world, especially those who are trapped by old-fashioned ideas and strict rules. Your husband should just go ahead and do what he plans. Jiang Yu feels a little strange. Actually, she has realized long ago that she is the same person in this life and the past. In her past life, her mother found her. She was wearing rough cloth clothes and straw sandals. Because of a lucky charm, she ended up there. After an accident, she returned to this small body. Her grandmother sold her, her mother went crazy, and her mother was no longer around. After she left the house, she placed the lucky charm in front of a memorial tablet, and her mother got better. So, her mother has always been her mother. Although she once felt grateful, she didn't want to face it. If she hadn't experienced her past life and seen a world where men and women are equal, she would have lived a confused life, pretending to be the perfect woman of this era. She wouldn't have accepted the humiliation and suffering just because of her servant status. She would have been powerless, swallowed by the tide of history, unable to make even a small wave. Only now does she understand that fate carried her to that world. And then she returned here, planting a small seed in He Nanyan's heart. Even though He Nanyan accepted feudal ideas and was willing to marry and support her husband with her talents, it was the death of Zhang Yanji that made this small seed sprout. It made her realize that only when women gain rights can they stop being oppressed. Because of her parents' hopes for her to succeed, Cheng Jin, a young person, became rebellious. He didn't want to take exams, enter official service, or become a teacher in a government school. He became the best person to nurture this young seedling as it grew. The experienced elders in Jiangdu cultivated the fertile land, making it the best place for future tall trees to grow. Even the most ordinary drop of water, when gathered together, can slowly turn into a small stream, then a river, and finally, a vast ocean. Yunyang. Cheng Jin called back Jiang Yu, who was lost in thought. She smiled, feeling at peace. Actually, she wasn't that ordinary. At least, in this long-lasting visible change, she was the one who carried the spark back here. Husband, do you think fate is a very mysterious thing? Jiang Yu couldn't help but daydream. Maybe one day, Sui Ning can support each other in official circles with Che. Maybe I won't have to worry anymore about the girls at home needing a man to protect them. They can protect themselves. And Wan Yu, even if she only becomes an embroidery artist in the future, without her brothers and sisters, when women hold official positions, even if she is bullied, there will be someone who considers her perspective and stands up for her. Seeing her childlike expression, Cheng Jin couldn't help but pat her head. That will definitely happen. No matter how difficult the road ahead, someone has to walk it. All right, go wash your face quickly. It wouldn't look good if the children saw you. Okay. Cheng Jin went to wash his face, while Jiang Yu watched his back. Husband is sentimental and soft-hearted, with a tender nature. When his sister-in-law said something, he took all the blame on himself. He isn't tough enough, which is why the Yi family is so confident. But he is educated, kind, fair, considerate of women, and perhaps being a female scholar is more suitable for him than becoming an official. Mom, Sui, and Cheng Wen, you brought back some lunch. Sui looked around. Where is Auntie? Annie had to leave for something. Cheng Wen looked expressionless, seeming unconcerned. After the two little ones finished eating, she silently cleared the dishes. Uncle's wife, I'll take the bowls to the kitchen. Just as when you left, Sui leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear and whispered, "Just now, I was in the kitchen with Grandma. When my sister left and came back, her eyes were red. Okay, Mother knows." Sui is careful. "The aunt who just arrived, is she your sister's mother?" Sui heard Grandma talking in the kitchen. "Yes, then why doesn't your sister's mother live at home? She lives with her mother and Grandma also live together." Jiang Yu sighed softly. "Because the aunt feels this is no longer her home. Does she not want her sister anymore?" Sui didn't understand. Jiang Yu looked outside the house to make sure no one was around. Sui, you must not talk about this in front of your sister. Your sister's mother has her reasons." "What are reasons?" Sui asked. "She has her own reasons. Adults are so strange." Sui couldn't understand, but her father said that if she doesn't understand something, she should wait. When she looks back later, she will understand. But Sui thinks the aunt's behavior is not good. "Don't become a strange grown-up, Sui. Okay, then I will be a brave grown-up. Like when Mother said the seventh fairy was stolen from her jewel and had a baby, but still went back to be a fairy at her own home. Yes. So, Sui, you have to be careful not to let bad men steal your jewels, okay?" Her little eyes twinkled, and Sui understood. Maybe the aunt's jewels were stolen, but she wasn't brave enough to get them back, so she stayed in the bad man's house. She thought hard, turning her little head. But even though the aunt isn't brave, she's still pretty good. Huh? Because the aunt sent the sister back. Otherwise, Sui wouldn't have a sister. Jiang Yu picked up Sui and kissed her. "You're such a good baby, Mother's little one," Sui giggled. "We are all Mother's good babies. Can I sleep with my sister tonight?" She was worried her sister might secretly hide under the blanket and cry. If she was there, she could hug her and wipe her tears. "Sui, you can ask your sister later. If she agrees, then you can." "Agree to what?" "What are Auntie and Sui talking about?" "I was telling Mother that I want to sleep with my sister tonight. Mother said if she wants to, she can." Sui's eyes sparkled with hope, waiting for her sister's answer. "Since I returned to the kitchen, Sui has been watching me. I wonder if she noticed I cried. How can there be such a well-behaved little sister? Is it okay?" "Sister, even if it's not, it's okay." "Yes." Cheng Yu smiles softly. "Even if her mother doesn't want her anymore, this is still her home." "That's great." That night, the two sisters snuggled under the blanket. Sui lay in her sister's arms, her small hand resting on her sister's belly, gently patting her. Yu caught her small hand. "Sister has grown up now, no need to pat anymore. But Mother said we're still children. Then sister is a big girl now, no need to pat. If her sister doesn't like it, Sui won't pat anymore." "Okay." After a long silence, Sui thought hard and came up with a story. "Sister, do you want to hear a story?" "Yes." Sui told a story she heard from Jiang Yu about the ugly duckling. She wasn't very clear, and the order was a bit mixed, but she carefully described the part where the mother duck chased away the ugly duckling. After finishing, Sui clumsily comforted her sister. The mother duck didn't like the swan. She didn't want the swan, and the swan didn't want her either. Tears slid down Cheng Yu's cheeks onto her pillow and Sui's hair. When her aunt told her this story, she was also there, though the story's meaning didn't seem directly related to her own situation. But this little girl, not even 6 years old, was already using stories to comfort others. Sui felt her hair was wet. She reached up and touched it. Her sister was crying. She sat up quickly, nervously, wiping Yu's tears. Yu turned away and dabbed her eyes with her sleeve. Sui hugged her sister tightly, muffling her words. "Sister, don't cry. Sui like swans. Everyone at home likes swans. We don't want the mother duck's approval anymore. Don't cry, sister. Okay, we won't want the mother duck's approval anymore," she sniffed. But the mother duck likes other ducklings. She doesn't even like herself. Her sister was really no longer a child. Her words sounded just like an adult's, making it hard for Sui to understand. "Sister, Sui doesn't understand either. Sui doesn't need to understand. She has no children and can't understand why she says she won't leave that home just because she's afraid someone might hurt Yungur. If she truly reached that point, then it would be good if that man could never have children again. She wouldn't be so weak, and she wouldn't be trapped in what the man called love. Sui only needs to remember that she can only like people who treat her well. Everyone at home is very nice to Sui. She likes everyone in her family. If someone is mean to you, you must not like them, understand? Yes. Sui is not silly. She reached out and touched her sister's face. That's great. Her sister finally stopped crying. Sui quietly sighed and was about to take her hand away. Cheng Yu held her, rubbing her cheek against Sui's hand, soft and warm. Sui leaned forward and kissed her sister. It's the way their mother shows love. Sui also gave love to her sister. Even though her sister no longer has their mother, she still has Uncle Swan, Aunt Swan, and her as the Swan sister. Well, Sui just feels that her family is a family of swans. Cheng Yu felt Sui's soft lips touch her, and she paused for a moment. Then she gently kissed Sui's little face. Her sister smells nice, and Sui feels like she's floating in the clouds. At this moment, she completely forgets what Jiang Yu told her earlier in the day. Sister, from now on, since we don't have Mother Duck anymore, can you call me Swan Mother instead? She should have changed her words earlier, but her uncle didn't say anything, and her aunt didn't seem to mind. She didn't dare to change it without permission. Go to sleep now, she changed the subject. Sister is tired. Okay. Sui quickly lay down and put her small hand on her sister's belly. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Cheng Yu didn't close her eyes, staring at the empty bed curtain. Today she said that the two families shouldn't have contact anymore. Does that mean they really want to stop seeing her? What do her uncle and aunt mean? Would they be willing to let her be their child? Just like Sui, Chechening, and Ningning. If Jiang Yu and Cheng Jin knew what Yu was thinking, they would definitely agree. She didn't change her words earlier because she was older now, and Cheng Jin didn't want to pressure her, and Jiang Yu wouldn't have either. Everyone was thinking about each other but didn't say anything, continuing to misunderstand each other. Jiang Yu observed for a few days and saw that Cheng Yu was gradually returning to normal. She felt relieved. Indeed, since her sister-in-law didn't come, Yu remained the gentle and kind older sister she always was. Honestly, Jiang Yu didn't want to interfere too much about this matter. After all, her mother had raised her for over 10 years. Even if Yu sometimes spoke harshly, her feelings would still be affected by Cheng Yu. All Jiang Yu could do was care more about Yu in daily life. That afternoon, Jiang Yu and Jiang Rilan were cooking in the kitchen, while Yu and Sui stayed inside playing with the two little kids. As they worked, they talked about vegetable prices and market earnings. Sui, full of excitement, ran in.
Mom.
Cha-Cha and Ningning are calling me Mom. Really? The children were almost 1 year old. Jiang Yu often teased them to call her Mom, but she had never heard them do it before. Wow, let's go see. Luckily, they hadn't started cooking yet. The reason was that today, Cha-Cha had once again annoyed his sister, getting saliva all over her face. Ningning, angry, punched him. Cha-Cha pouted and, feeling wronged, called out, Mom, while Ningning, full of anger, also shouted, Mom. Sui was so surprised she forgot to comfort her brother. She hurried out to find her mother. Jiang Yu entered the room and saw Yu holding one child while the other two pressed their heads together, as if about to fight. Seeing Jiang Yu, Yu also looked distressed. Auntie, she begged for help. Please save me. I can't hold them back anymore. Jiang Yu separated Cha-Cha and Ningning. Cha-Cha, with his chubby finger, pointed at his sister and said, Mom, then babbled as if to complain that his sister hit him. Ningning, with a puffed-up face, also called out, Mom. Yu quickly explained what had happened, her voice getting softer. She admitted she hadn't watched her younger siblings well. Hearing her guilty tone, Jiang Yu comforted her. Let that little guy chew on his sister. Ningning must be uncomfortable, so it's not your fault. She patted Cha-Cha's little head. Why are you biting your sister's face? And now you're tattling. Ningning leaned on Jiang Yu's arm and softly called out, Mom. Jiang Yu's face lit up with joy. Che saw this and forgot her previous sadness. Mom. The two of them seemed to compete, calling Mom one after the other. Sui watched nearby, feeling a bit sorry for her mom's ears. There are so many mouths at home calling Mom, But when will Che and Ningning start calling her big sister? She wasn't afraid of hurting her ears, hee. Since Ningning was close, she leaned over and said, "Ningning, call me big sister." Jiang Yu was worried Ningning wouldn't know how to call her, and Sui felt a little disappointed. She was about to explain that her little sister was still young and probably couldn't say it yet. Suddenly, Ningning softly called, "Jia, Jia." Although not very clear, it was obvious she was calling big sister. Ningning can call big sister now. Sui felt very happy. She then went to tease her little brother, saying, "Che, call me big sister," but what she saw was her drooling, babbling little brother. Che was also a bit anxious, but he couldn't speak clearly, so he kept babbling, a. Jiang Yu patted him gently. Just hearing the earlier "mom" call, Ningning's was clearer, and it's normal that she couldn't call big sister yet. Little brother is still young. That explanation didn't sound quite right either. But Sui didn't mind. She always thought her little sister was smarter. Jiang Rulan held Ningning and said, "Call grandma." Still not very clear. Wan Yu also went to tease Ningning, and the little girl happily called big sister. Although not very clear, both big sisters were very excited, playing around Ningning. Che looked on sadly, eyes longing for his sisters. Jiang Yu placed Che among them. "Play with your little brother. If you teach him a few more times, he'll learn. Mom and Grandma will go cook." Yes, they must play with their little brother. It wouldn't be right not to. Sui finally shifted her attention to her brother and started seriously teaching him to call big sister. Ningning called twice and then got tired, curling up in Wan Yu's arms. Ningning speaks better than Che. Has she already learned? Maybe. That girl's personality was like her dad's, not very talkative. She probably got excited today because of her brother. A few days ago, she couldn't say it, but after teaching her, she just said it once. Kids are like that. Suddenly, she could call mom, too. All these children are growing up. We're getting old. Mom, you're not old. Jiang Yu smiled at her. She married early in the countryside, and her mom's health probably isn't more than 40 years old. After dinner, Jiang Yu pointed at Cheng Jin and asked the two little ones, "Who is this?" "Daddy, Daddy," came two soft, sweet voices. Sui pouted her little lips. She played with Che every day, so why does her brother call him Daddy? But she still can't call her sister? Seeing Sui's small mouth pucker again, Jiang Yu hugged her and whispered in her ear, "Your daddy secretly taught Che to call him Daddy tonight." Every night, the father and son snuggled in bed. Cheng Jin thought he was quietly teaching his son to call him Daddy, but she knew what he was doing. Sui suddenly understood and asked her mother softly, "Why does Daddy teach Che secretly?" Because recently, Cheng Jin was busy with school matters and wasn't often at home during the day. Sometimes she only saw Sui and Jiang Yu teaching the two little ones to call her mom and sister. At night, he also taught Che to call Ningning Daddy, but Ningning was sleepy early and Che was full of energy. After the mother and daughter fell asleep, Cheng Jin would take Che to bed alone, and he would just tease him to call him Daddy. "Then why doesn't Daddy teach Che to call you sister?" Because Sui has already been teaching for a long time during the day. Her father thought that even if the little one was a bit slow, he should have learned it by now. So at night, he only secretly taught him to call Daddy, but it turned out like this.
Seek, Sui sighed.
It seemed her sister was really smarter than her brother. Her brother still needed Daddy to give him special lessons. No way. Tomorrow, she must teach her brother to call her sister. In the room, after washing up, the couple each held one child and talked. "Husband, teach Che to call her sister tonight." Today, Sui teased them, and Ningning already learned it, but Che can't say it well. "Tonight, I saw Che call you Daddy," with his little mouth pouted, looking like he could hang a teapot. Although he still couldn't recognize people very well, at least when Sui teased him, he could roughly call out the words. Cheng Jin felt guilty. "It was my oversight." Isn't Sui upset? When Jiang Yu was pregnant, he felt like he had a second stomach. But luckily, only one was like that. Ningning was still as clever as him. "Even if I was negligent, it was also my fault. I let them call you in front of Sui." The little girl was a bit jealous. Sui is still young. She just loves her brothers and sisters too much. Don't blame her, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glared at him. Which of my words was wrong about Sui? I think you're the real father. I am just the stepmother. Take your son away. Ning and I are going to sleep. After saying this, she quickly pushed Che into Cheng Jin's arms, lowered the bed curtain, and didn't look at Cheng Jin's face full of grievance. Yang, I don't know how to speak properly. I didn't mean it that way. Jiang Yu lowered the bed curtain and secretly smiled inside. She held back her laughter and pretended to be cold. I won't listen. Go away. Yang. Cheng Jin really wanted to slap his own mouth at this moment, but his son in his arms was too heavy and restless. He held him with one hand, afraid he might fall. I won't listen. Her husband loves Sui, so she wouldn't be angry. But this person always can't speak properly. It was okay at home before, but he can't do this when he becomes a teacher in the future. However, Jiang Yu thought too much. Her husband only said such careless words in front of her. Back on their own bed, Cheng Jin patted his son's little bottom. Your mother is angry. What should we do? Ah. Mom. Seeing his excited son, Cheng Jin felt a bit helpless too. He wondered if talking to him was useful. Sigh. Good intentions sometimes lead to bad results. It's all his fault for opening his mouth. Che, come here. Call Dad. Sister. Cheng Jin hugged his son and carefully taught him, word by word. Sister. Ah. Sister. Ah. Che got more and more excited. He didn't understand what Dad was doing. He just thought they were playing. Seeing his son getting more excited, Cheng Jin quickly held him down. Forget it, time to sleep. He skillfully tucked his son into the quilt and gently patted him to sleep. He envied Yang so much. Ning was really easy to take care of. The next morning, as soon as Cheng Jin got up, he apologized to Jiang Yu again. Only then did Jiang Yu forgive him. After Sui finished today's lessons, Cheng Jin left. She ran to the room. Mom, Dad has gone out for something. Can I play with my little brother and sister for a while before doing my homework? It's not exactly homework, but Sui arranged learning tasks for herself, reciting, writing, and asking her mother to read the explanations of ancient words. Of course. Come here. Sui climbed onto the bed and started seriously teaching Che to call her sister. Maybe because she was nervous yesterday or for some other reason, she made progress in just one day. Sister. It's not as clear as Ning, but it is definitely the pronunciation of sister. Ning was standing nearby, calling out, Sister. Sui was happy. No wonder every time she explained the meaning of words, her father would proudly pat her head. It really gave her a sense of achievement. Jiang Yu gently rubbed her little face. Are you so happy? Yes. Happy. Sui taught me. Seeing her sister holding her brother's hand and smiling happily, Ning climbed over to her sister, grabbing Sui and shouting, Sister. What's wrong? Sui looked down. Ning pecked her face, and Sui immediately forgot about her brother, hugging her sister and giving her a kiss. Che was anxious again and also reached out to her sister. Jiang Yu was stunned. Ning's expression looked almost deliberate. It was April now. The birthdays of Che and Ning were coming soon. They hadn't celebrated their first month or 100 days, and their first birthday should be a lively family gathering with friends and relatives. That evening, the couple discussed how many tables to set up. Cheng Jin thought for a moment. I think we might be overburdening Che and Ning. Lately, I've been frequently visiting the county office. If we make a big celebration, I worry someone with bad intentions might hear about it and send gifts, then come to ask me for favors. He didn't mind accepting gifts, but he couldn't stand some people using this as an excuse to visit his home. Che and Ning are still too young to understand. Whatever we do, the two little ones won't know. Just a simple family meal with some friends and relatives is enough. She added, We'll invite Grandpa, Grandma, and the main family. I also want to invite Sister Cui and Wan Yu's master and Madame Wang from the market. The other neighbors I won't invite. How many people does your side want to invite? Cheng Yi planned to invite people from Tianqiang Tower, as the owner behind Tianqiang Tower was from the city, and he had good relations with the county clerk. Even if there were issues later, he could ask for help without trouble. The bookstore owner, Wan from Linbo Tower, and 2 close friends would also be invited. If they come with their families, probably just 1 table. Including their own family, it wouldn't be more than 4 tables, very low-key. Alright, then prepare 4 tables of dishes. Fewer would look odd. On that day, I'll find a cook to prepare the food, Cheng Jin said. 4 tables worth of food, even with Madame Wang's help, would be too exhausting for Mother and Lu Mama. Jiang Yu thought the same, but since she was angry yesterday, she still wanted to give her husband some sweet treats today. Your husband is so kind. Mother and Lu Mama will definitely be touched when they hear. Yuneo must be thinking the same. I just said it first, and I'll get praise for it. Jiang Yu smiled and said, anyway, it was the young master who mentioned it first, so it's his idea. As they talked, Ningning in Jiang Yu's arms was almost unable to keep her eyes open. Jiang Yu carefully took her little hand out of her mouth, gently patted her, and soon Ningning closed her eyes completely. Cheng Jin's son, Che, was still clawing at his father's clothes with his little hands. Jiang Yu looked at Cheng Jin with sympathy and said, take care, young master. Ningning and I are going to sleep first. There was a teasing tone in her voice. Chesh's hands kept grabbing more, and it looked like he was about to pull his clothes open. Cheng Jin quickly stopped him and asked, you've eaten so much. Why are you hungry again? Jiang Yu was gradually weaning the 2 children. Ningning was fine. She ate solid food during the day and only drank a night feed once or twice, sleeping until dawn. Che got hungry faster and sometimes fussed at night, even biting his father occasionally. Cheng Jin could only break a piece of milk cake and give it to him. With something to eat, Che finally stopped grabbing his father's clothes and obediently chewed on the milk cake. Sui still loved teaching her younger siblings to talk. She had been trying for several days, but she only managed to teach them a few words. The little girl felt a bit frustrated, and Jiang Yu had to comfort her. Don't worry, young master. It's still early for your brother and sister to fully speak. It's just like learning to read, slow and steady. Sui thought for a moment and said, alright, I thought I hadn't taught them well. No, it's because your brother and sister aren't grown up yet. You've already taught them to call you older sister, which is very impressive. Then I will teach Che and Ningning to read and write later. Okay? Actually, Jiang Yu thought Sui still enjoyed playing house. She used to pretend to sell food, but now she pretended to be a scholar. April 22nd. Today, Cheng Wanyu didn't need to go learn embroidery, and she wasn't busy either. Lu Su simply finished her lunch and came over to Jiang Yu's place. She sat down and took out 4 pieces of jewelry, 2 long lifelock charms and 2 silver flower-shaped beads, 1 large and 1 small. Here, the long lifelocks are for Che and Ningning. The bigger one is for Wanyu and the smaller one is for Sui. Lu sister, you're being too generous. I can't accept this. Lu Su waved her hand to call Wanyu and Sui over. I bought these for the little ones. How can I not buy something for my good disciples and little Sui? Wanyu had known for a long time that her master bought these items. At first, she didn't want them, but her master said they were also for Sui. She usually learns embroidery and helps her master with threading. Her master said this was to reward her. Wanyu first took the gift and said thank you to her master. After Sui started learning from Cheng Jin, she was no longer as naive as before. She first looked at her mother, and when Jiang Yu nodded, she stretched out her hands. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Sui likes it very much. I'm glad you like it, Lu Su said, gently patting her head. You're getting better and better. Lu Su then put a long lifelock into Jiang Yu's hand. Quickly accept these 2 little ones' gifts. Okay, thank you, sister. When I have children in the future, I will also give them 2 heavy long lifelocks. It was just a teasing joke. Lu Su usually joked around, but this time Jiang Yu saw her blush shyly. Sister, is there something going on? Lu Su finished speaking and picked up her tea to take a sip. This tea is delicious. Yes, it was the same kind they drank at Lu Su's home. Jiang Yu glanced at Wanyu, who was smiling brightly, and gently shook her head at her. So she changed the subject along with Lu Su. Try this preserved fruit. I bought it yesterday. "What are you eating?" It was Cui Shuang who arrived. She was dressed neatly and walked ahead, with her two brothers holding her on either side. Cui's sister. The two children hadn't seen her in a long time. Jiang Yu warmly pulled her over. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my sister Yu's master, Lu. She lives next door." Cui Shuang scolded her. "I think you're pregnant and have been like this for 3 years. I and Sister Lu have known each other for a long time." "Really?" Lu Su covered her mouth and laughed. "I often go to Sister's stall to eat, and I rent storybooks from Sister Cui to read." Over time, they became quite familiar. "All right, you two are teasing me again." Jiang Yu pretended to be angry, and they quickly held her back. "I'm sorry, little sister. You've been busy and haven't gone out for a while. It's normal that I and Lu know each other. Knowing I'm busy, you should come and visit me more. I'm also busy at my stall." Cui Shuang pretended to bow. "Please forgive me, little sister." Jiang Yu quickly held her arm. "Humph, sister, you always know how to make people angry. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me, your auntie, take a look at our Cha-Cha and Nini." After Jiang Yu and the others finished talking, Sui came over and asked, "Mom, Aunt Cui, can we go outside to play?" She was eager to take her little friends to Playhouse. "Yes, you can, but remember not to go near the well." Got it. Although Cui's two boys were a bit older, they were bored sitting inside, so they went out with their sister and Sui. Cui Shuang prepared the same longevity lock for the two children. Jiang Yu took it and said, "When I was born, I only received one. This time I got a good deal. You're impressive having 2 children in one go. I'm happy to let you have this advantage." The three of them chatted casually about the children. More people arrived one after another. Male guests were greeted by Cheng Jin, while Cheng's grandmother came in first to see the 2 kids. Each day they looked different. They seemed to be getting stronger. Jiang Yu teased Cha-Cha and Nini, calling them Grandma, but the children didn't know how to say it yet, so they just called her Grandma. This made Cheng's grandmother very happy. "Time to do the fortune-telling game." Cheng Jin opened the curtain and said, "Everything is ready outside." Jiang Yu picked up Nini, and Cheng Jin also held Cha-Cha. On the big round table outside, there were already prepared items: brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, abacus, weights, silver ingots, embroidery patterns, bronze mirror, and more. Jiang Rulan initially wanted to put some cakes on the table, but Jiang Yu hadn't specifically trained the children to pick certain items. If she had put cakes, Nini wouldn't know, but Cha-Cha definitely would go for the cakes to eat. To save her face, they decided not to put the cakes. Cha-Cha and Nini were placed on the big round table. Thanks to Sui's earlier training in crawling and playing with toys on the bed, the 2 children started looking for their favorite items as soon as they sat at the table. Cui Shuang came over and asked, "Are your 2 doing the fortune-telling together?" "Yes. You've put everything on the table." "What if the boy picks embroidery patterns?" "There's no real rule that they must pick something specific. If the boy really picks embroidery patterns, he can learn it. Boys can learn anything they want. If he picks it, Jiang Yu said casually. Cui Shuang looked at her strangely. Usually, everyone hopes the boy will pick brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, but there are no girl-related items on the table. Although Cui Shuang loves her daughter, her way of thinking is common among most people of this era and present at the scene. Everyone secretly muttered, but they still wanted to see what the twin children would choose. The 2 little ones looked around and finally found something they liked. Ningning picked up a brush and stood still, doodling on the table with it. Chow Chow touched and explored everything happily. When he saw something he liked, he picked up a small bead from an abacus that made a clear, ringing sound. He pressed the bead in, then dragged himself over to his sister, climbing next to her and trying to put something into Ningning's arms. Ningning refused and moved aside to avoid him. Seeing this scene, everyone was ready with congratulatory words, but didn't know how to start. The manager of Tianxiang Tower, who had seen many things, said, "Chow Chow will definitely be a good candidate for the Ministry of Revenue in the future. He's already protecting his sister. He's a good boy." Yes. Ningjie will surely be a talented girl in our Qushui area." The scene became lively again. Jiang Yu pinched Chow Chow's nose and said, "You always stick to your sister." Chow Chow wasn't upset. He held his mother's hand and giggled foolishly. As the feast was about to begin, and everyone took their seats, the head of the main family sat at one table. Cheng Yu sat with the children from the second household. Perhaps because they were visiting someone else's home, the young master born to the second wife behaved very well. The two boys from the Qushui family sat with Cheng Jin and others. As they talked, they were asked about their studies. Cheng Yi escaped this question and quietly let out a breath of relief. After the banquet, everyone left. Cheng Jin didn't drink alcohol and personally saw the guests out. Jiang Yu took a few children back to their room first. In the kitchen, although they initially booked 4 tables, the cooks usually prepared extra food just in case. Seeing that there was a lot of leftover food, the cooks, along with apprentices, cleaned up thoroughly. Jiang Rilon was satisfied and decided to pack some dishes for the cooks to take away. Mother, did Qushui also do the grab the lucky object game when she was little? Today she saw her younger brother and sister playing and was curious about what she had chosen. Jiang Yu fell into a memory. At that time, they were still in the capital, living in a small courtyard, not going out much, with no close friends or relatives. Quushui's grab the lucky object ceremony was attended only by her and Aunt Lu. Since they knew they would leave soon and there weren't many belongings at home, they only placed a few simple items on the table. Qushui, at that time, she grabbed a piece of milk cake. She saw nothing in her eyes. Before Jiang Yu could place her on the table, her gaze was already fixed on the plate of milk cake. Sure enough, as soon as it was on the round table, Qushui eagerly moved toward the milk cake, grabbing a piece and stuffing it into her mouth. Mother Lu tried to get her to take some other food. Qushui slowly reached out with one small hand, grabbed another piece of milk cake, and ate with both hands. Seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh.
Ah!
Qushui touched her round belly. No wonder Qushui loves to eat so much. She became excited and said, Ning Ning will definitely be very good at writing. Cha-cha, cha-cha, cha-cha will probably make a lot of money in the future. What about Qushui? What will she do when she grows up? She can't just keep eating all the time, she thought, feeling a little worried. The grown-ups at home all have their own work. When she becomes an adult, she can't just stay at home waiting to eat every day. Qushui is also very good at writing now. She can memorize texts and explain their meanings, she added. She can eat, play, and is lively, cheerful, and generous. She knows her limits. Jiang Yu thought this child was simply the most perfect little kid. What can she do after learning all this? Well, she can become a scholar, write poetry, or be a calligraphy master. Maybe she can even become an official. That sounds very impressive, she said. Although Qushui only knew about scholars now and didn't understand the others yet, it didn't stop her from feeling more interested in learning. Then Qushui wants to grow up to be a brave and capable adult, she added. Her small wish was now a little bigger. She then asked Yu, what does sister want to do when she grows up? Yu answered seriously and confidently, I want to embroider the most beautiful double-sided embroidery. Qushui thought about her sister's embroidery samples, which she had sewn onto her clothes. She pulled up her little skirt to show. Qushui thinks it's already very pretty. Yu remembered her master's vivid white tiger painting. That's not enough. My master's work is even better. When I see that embroidery, it's like I'm really seeing a tiger. Wow, Qushui couldn't imagine it, but she nodded confidently. Sister is already very talented. The two sisters then started praising each other. Yu praised Qushui for studying hard every day and becoming a great adult, while Qushui praised her sister for making many beautiful embroidery pieces. Time was getting late. All right, enough praise. You're making my teeth ache. Go to bed now, Jiang Yu said exaggeratedly. Oh, Qushui stretched out her voice and smiled slyly. Remember to use more toothpaste later, mother. You're so funny. You've even learned to tease mom. Jiang Yu wrinkled her nose and pretended to be a tiger to scare her. But Qushui thought she didn't look like a big tiger, more like a little fox like her mother. Cheng Yu saw that her aunt wasn't angry and boldly said, Remember to use more toothpaste later, auntie. After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other, held hands, and slipped away. As they left, Jiang Yu still heard the laughter of the two girls outside. These two sisters. Yunyang needs to use more toothpaste. Cheng Jin closed the door and saw his two daughters laughing at the door. He asked Sui Sui, who said she asked her father to bring more toothpaste for her mother. No need. Thinking that Sui Sui was quick to learn everything, he added, your husband will take her to school later, so he needs to watch her. Talking about the school, he asked, how's the preparation going? Cheng Jin took a sip of water, poured a glass for Jiang Yu, and sat on the bed before speaking. The place has been found. Master Pei hired a mason to renovate it. Currently, only 2 teachers have been recruited. One of them might interest Yunyang. Huh? She would be interested? Could it be a scholar from the alley? She didn't know any other scholars anymore. Cheng Jin shook his head. It's Su Daren's daughter. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yu's face and saw her surprise. Young female teacher. Or Su Daren's daughter. Su Daren wasn't from Qushui, but his coffin wasn't sent back to his hometown for burial. Instead, according to his last wish, he was buried on the green mountain outside Qushui city. His wife and daughter stayed in this small town. Yes, Cheng Jin explained. Su Daren also hired a teacher back then, along with her brother, to learn the usual subjects for boys taking the imperial exams. But girls couldn't take the exams. If she could, with her talent, she could easily become a successful candidate. When she learned that Master Pei was building a girls' school, she volunteered at the county office. Master Pei tested her and immediately agreed. That's wonderful, Jiang Yu said. Since Su Daren asked someone to teach her these things, he must be happy to see his daughter become a female teacher and pass on her knowledge to other girls. Yes, the Su family has a good family tradition. Su Daren worked his way up from the bottom. Thinking about how Su Qingyuan and Lord Pei argued, Cheng Jin described the scene to make Jiang Yu laugh. Really? Did Master Su say that if women could take the imperial exams right away, she would work harder and try to become a jinsher? Then she could take Lord Pei's position. After Jiang Yu repeated this, she couldn't stop laughing. She also remembered how angry Lord Pei looked earlier, and she almost burst out laughing again. Cheng Jin gently patted Jiang Yu's back. When she calmed down, he continued. Yes, Lord Pei later said that if Master Su really took his place, he would take Master Su's spot and become a scholar himself.
Ha ha ha.
Lord Pei is so old, yet he still argues with young girls? Cheng Jin was silent for a moment. Lord Pei is 24 this year, and Master Su is also in his prime. Jiang Yu was quiet for a long time before she said, so young. But that made sense. If it were some old scholars, this wouldn't be possible. Seeing that Cha-Cha and Ning-Ning were also sleepy, Jiang Yu quickly picked up Cha-Cha and, as usual, tucked her son into her husband's arms. Cheng Jin wanted to say something to Jiang Yu, but Cha-Cha kept smiling at him and called, Daddy, well, all right then. Jiang Yu woke up from a good night's sleep, feeling hot. She saw 2 adults and 2 children on the bed, Cheng Jin holding her outside. Ning-Ning and Cha-Cha were sprawled inside, with Ning-Ning's little feet resting on her brother's belly. What's going on? Yunyang. Jiang Yu moved, and Cheng Jin also woke up, calling her softly with a hoarse voice. How did I end up here? Cheng Jin, still not fully awake, buried his head in Jiang Yu's neck. I missed you. Jiang Yu pushed him away and pulled a thin blanket over the children. You don't care about the kids? The weather isn't fully hot yet. If they catch a cold, what will you do? No, we just got here, Cheng Jin said. Cha-Cha had peed. After Cheng Jin cleaned her up, he picked her up to check on her. Clearly, Cha-Cha was pointing at her mother to get into bed, and he was just tricked into coming along. Humph, you watch over them. I'll go boil some water. Cheng Jin quickly sat up. I'll go. Yunyang, rest. But Cheng Jin didn't need to boil water. Zhang Rulan was already awake and had boiled water early. After splashing water on her face, she returned to her room, and the 2 little ones woke up as well. Wow, that was quick. Did mother make it? Jiang Jin first handed a cloth to Jiang Yu, then skillfully used another to wipe Cha-Cha and Nini's faces. Yes. Then I guess mother is also about to prepare breakfast. You dress Cha-Cha and Nini. I'll go wake Susu up and help her get used to waking early so she won't be late for school. Jiang Yu changed into her clothes and went to Zhang Rulan's room. Sure enough, Susu was still sleeping soundly in bed. Su, time to get up, called the little girl, turning over and continuing to sleep. Su, today we're going out to play, but she still didn't wake up. Wow, whose candied hawthorn is that, huh? Candied hawthorn. Su slowly opened her eyes, seeing her mother standing by the bed with a gentle smile. Still sleepy, she reached out to hug her mother. Mom. Jiang Yu picked her up and gently pressed her soft face. Time to wake up. Su rubbed her eyes and finally opened them fully. Where's the candied hawthorn? In your dreams. Huh? How did mother know she dreamed about eating candied hawthorn? Mom is so clever. Mother and daughter arrived in the main hall, and Su just realized breakfast wasn't ready yet. Why did we get up so early today? Because Su is about to start school, and we need to get used to waking up early. You can't sleep in anymore. Su stuck out her tongue. Usually, she was the last to wake up at home, but thinking about school made her excited. Is it my birthday soon? She asked. She had counted the days. After this birthday, it would be time to start school, as her mother said. Yes, next month is your 6th birthday. Can I go out to play for my birthday this year? Yesterday, the 2 brothers from Qusui's family said they celebrated theirs outside. Of course, celebrating at home was fine, but Su hadn't gone out to play in a long time. Yes, you can go anywhere you want. Can Cha and Nini go out too? They were still young before, and now that they were a bit older and the weather was still cold, Jiang Yu hadn't taken them out. Yes, they can, Su cheered. That's great. I heard from Qusui's brothers that we can go to the lake and even eat inside the boat. Eat inside the lake? It seems the children might have misunderstood what was said. They should have been talking about the few restaurants near Huffing Lake. Then let your father go and book a boat and a spot. Qushui couldn't wait for her father to come, so she ran back to her room to find someone. Jiang Yu smiled and shook her head, then turned to go to the kitchen. Father. At this moment, Cheng Jin had already dressed Ning and was busy outsmarting Che. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. As Qushui came over, Che immediately started watching his sister. Cheng Jin took the chance to dress him and asked Qushui, do you need something from your dad? Yes. Qushui wants to go out for her birthday, take a boat ride, and eat by the lake. Mother said your father should book a boat and also reserve. He was so excited he forgot what his mother was saying behind him. To reserve a spot at the restaurant. Yes. Both dad and mom are so clever. Che didn't understand why Qushui was so happy. Seeing his sister smile happily, he clapped his hands and giggled foolishly. Ning remained calm as usual, sitting quietly and sucking her fingers. Cheng Jin tried to carry one child in each arm but realized he overestimated his strength. He was about to put them down. Qushui let out a wow and praised her dad with a compliment. Dad is so amazing. He managed to carry both Che and Ning at the same time. Actually, Che was a bit heavy, but seeing his daughter's sparkling eyes, Cheng Jin's right arm bulged with veins. He kept a calm face and said, "Let's go eat breakfast." Qushui ran ahead to clear the way for her dad. Okay, down the corridor, a girl in a light yellow dress was bouncing and jumping in front, her little pigtails bouncing along. The small butterflies on her dress seemed about to fly away. In the arms of a man behind her, a little girl in pink was hugging his neck obediently and softly. But the man's right shoulder seemed lower. Looking closer, it was because a chubby little boy nearby was waving his small hands around excitedly. At the end of the corridor, a woman was standing with a large tray, smiling as she watched the father and daughters. Sir, why did you suddenly bring both of them out? Seeing her mother, Ning also released her hands and reached out toward her. Cheng Jin had to lean back slightly to steady the 2 children. Jiang Yu quickly set down the tray, took her daughter, and placed her in the small chair, while Cheng Jin put down his son and quietly shook his tired right hand. She lowered her head, hiding her smile. Her husband was so proud and stubborn, suffering for his pride. Older brother, sister-in-law. Zui yawned as Cheng Yi came in. You woke up so early today. Seeing Cheng Yi yawning non-stop, Zui tilted her head. Second uncle, are you very sleepy? Not really. I just went to bed late yesterday, he said, sitting at the table, resting his chin on his hand, sighing sadly. Are you tired? Cheng Jin asked. If you're feeling unwell, it's not too late to go back and rest. Cheng Yi shook his head. No, actually, he had a talk with Brother Wan yesterday, and he realized that during these months at Tianxiang Tower, he hadn't learned much. The shopkeeper was busy, and often had to go to the provincial city. Although Cheng Yi stayed close to the shopkeeper, he couldn't go to the city with him. Besides, many things the shopkeeper couldn't teach him, because he was busy. Just watching wasn't enough to learn. But thinking about how his older brother had worked so hard for him, Cheng Yi wondered if it was because he was too slow to learn. That made him feel even more embarrassed to ask for a different place to learn.
Ah, Cheng Yisikit.
He was the kind of person who couldn't hide anything. What's really wrong with Erlang? Tell me and your brother, and I can help think of a solution. Cheng Yi still shook his head. He decided to hold on a little longer. He remembered the day the shopkeeper mentioned that a shop in the city might have had some trouble. People aim higher, and the shopkeeper was also moving around. If things went well, he would go to the city, and Cheng Yi could take the opportunity to change places. Thinking of this, Cheng Yi felt a bit more hopeful. Cheng Jin wanted to ask more, but Jiang Yu gently shook her head, signaling him not to. The child was growing up. From how he looked, he probably had some plans of his own. Compared to Cheng Yi, Cheng Wenyu was doing very well. She liked it, and most importantly, she had talent. Lu Xiao wasn't working all day. When she had free time, she would teach her. Once she learned the needlework, she had a good foundation. She practiced hard every day, building up her strength little by little, until she became skilled. This morning, they ate buns with porridge. Zue took a big meat bun and bit into it, but something fell off. Her teeth didn't feel right. A strange sensation. She couldn't bite properly.
Mom.
Zue's teeth hurt. What's wrong? Let me take a look, Jiang Yu said. She gently examined Zue's teeth and found one that was loose. The tooth is loose. Zue is about to lose a tooth. Lose a tooth? What does that mean? It means this loose tooth will fall out and a new one will grow in its place. Losing teeth sounds very scary. Cheng Yi ate 2 buns and quickly forgot about his earlier worries. He also enjoyed teasing Sui. It's probably because Sui ate too many candies and hurt her teeth. This little girl has become clever. She keeps asking him and Wenyu for candies. Seeing Sui look scared, Cheng Jin glared at Cheng Yi. You're just talking nonsense. He then comforted Sui. Don't listen to your second uncle. Jiang Yu patted her head. Every little baby goes through this. Just like hair, it falls out and new hair grows back. Sui doesn't need to be afraid. But Sui still thought all her teeth would fall out, just like Che and Ning when they were little. But now, she still hasn't grown all her teeth. Sui, don't be like Che and Ning, who had no teeth. Sui wants to eat delicious food. Sui was a bit scared of unfamiliar things. She immediately covered her mouth with both hands, as if that way her teeth wouldn't fall out. Your sister also lost her teeth and grew new ones quickly. It won't be like Che and Ning. Yes, losing teeth doesn't mean all at once. It won't stop Sui from eating. Her sister and mother softly comforted her, finally calming Sui down. But she didn't want to eat the buns anymore. She just used her spoon to eat the porridge. Jiang Yu simply split the bun for her. Sui, just eat small bites. You don't need to hide that tooth. If you hide it, it might get stuck and not fall out. Then 2 teeth might grow too close together. She was worried it might turn into a crooked smile. The 2 teeth pressed together looked even scarier than losing teeth. No one in the family had teeth pressed like that. Sui felt the strange sensation in her mouth and obediently ate her bun.